Carl led the group out of the dungeon, and immediately wished that he had put earplugs in. There were now dozens of monsters surrounding the Orcish tribe, which had encircled the dungeon entrance. It was a good thing that they had parked the wagon well out of the way, as it was still intact, but the others were trying to force their way in, and Chieftain World Smasher wasn't going to let them do that. At least not before his team came back out, and perhaps not before his whole clan had gone inside. Chieftain World Smasher smiled at Carl when he saw the team come out. Was it worth it? Carl nodded and moved to whisper to the orc. It will activate a system interface for everyone who completes the dungeon, but you need at least 1 or 2 powerful commanders and a healer to actually do it. The chieftain nodded, then began shouting something in Orcish. Groups of 10 began to back away from the defensive lines, running into the dungeon entrance, while the other forces howled in rage. Should I talk to them? I think we can arrange for everyone to get a shot. Carl offered. After the Yellow Tusk clan. We earned this place. If it is going to close, we will be the ones to use it. Carl nodded and took his place beside the chieftain with the others who had finished their run, then stepped forward to be in between the orcs and the leaders of the other factions. The Yellow Tusk orcs received this anomaly as a divine blessing from the gods after an appeal for mercy. Once they have sent their warriors, the dungeon will be free for anyone else to enter. Chieftain World Breaker gives his word that he won't block access after all his people have entered. Carl announced. The 3 demons and an ogre that were standing closest to him gave Carl a skeptical look, but the orcs were already pouring into the dungeon portal 10 at a time, giving the portal only a short break between entries. That anomaly won't last forever, why should a tribe full of stupid orcs get it? Let us in, or we will let ourselves in. The ogre demanded. If you could do that, you wouldn't be here facing off with the chieftain. 1 hour is all that it will take, and the orcs will be back out. Get out the way. We're gonna kill anything between us and the dungeon. One of the demons insisted. Human, this is an orc fight. If they want to try, let them try. Chieftain World Breaker insisted. All right. I will take my team back to our wagon, and we will be out of the way. That was perfect. Carl could retreat without it looking like he was abandoning the orcs, and they had already sent most of their people inside, so it was only the chieftain and a small group of warriors, including the ones that had just come out, that would be fighting. The battle would be long finished, one way or the other, by the time the others completed the dungeon run. The crowd parted to let Carl and his team out, and then began to form a circle around the chieftain and his challengers. Unfortunately for World Breaker, he had missed one vital detail. With his warriors in a circle around the contest, and most of his clan inside the dungeon, there was no longer anyone guarding the portal, and sneaky groups of 10 were beginning to make their way inside before the fight between champions had even started. Soon, the others would realize that the dungeon was not collapsing, as the device appeared to have worked to stabilize its existence, and the entrance looked nearly identical to the one in the Golden Dragon Nation. The only question was if there was some sort of limit on daily use or number of people inside, as this dungeon had no problem with multiple groups entering. It was distracting enough that nobody tried to stop Carl as they went to the wagon, and nobody said a word as he hitched Thor back up and prepared to leave. In fact, by the time that he was ready, there were so few people outside that Carl wasn't sure that anyone had even noticed. The few that were still outside were watching the duel between Chieftain World Smasher and one of the demons, which was still apparently in its early stages, as the two were close to evenly matched when fighting without weapons. That couldn't be a coincidence. If they had actually wanted to kill the orcs and take over the dungeon, they could have with the numbers they still had outside, but they were fighting an unarmed duel for the dungeon, while both of their forces were already inside it. The whole thing was a bit ridiculous, Carl thought as he turned Thor south towards the city. Once they made it to Halsiring, it would be unlikely that anyone would associate them with whatever was going on with the anomaly, if anyone even cared to look now that it was stable. They had a few hours of travel by wagon to make it back to the city limits, but already Hawk was seeing groups of monsters headed their way. A group of trolls turned their way, led by a massive mountain troll, 4 meters tall, with skin that looked like cracked granite. They all looked like they were from the same clan, but some were much smaller, near human-sized, and some were hardly larger than Kara, but didn't seem to be children. Perhaps they were. Carl wasn't an expert on troll biology, but the size didn't scale with their strength. Some of the small ones were commanders. A roughly human-sized troll with the granite skin of this tribe stopped in front of Thor as Carl brought the wagon to a stop. Everyone was on edge, and they all had weapons out, but it was obvious that the trolls wanted to talk. "Did you see a dungeon?" the troll asked, struggling with the human words. "No. But there is a big fight behind us. Follow our tracks and you will see it. That might be the dungeon, if there is one in the area," Carl suggested. The troll nodded once, then the whole group started running. They even picked up the little ones so they could make better time. That was a signal for the groups behind them, who took off running after the trolls, and the ones behind them, who thought those groups had discovered something. After an hour of follow the leader, another of the groups, made up of violet-skinned demons, ran up to the wagon to talk to them. "Did you pass by the dungeon?" the demon asked. "I assume so. There is a huge fight going on a couple of hours back. Everyone is going wild about whatever is there, and honestly, I want nothing to do with it. If it's still there next week, I might come back and take a look." The demon laughed. "If it's still there next week, we can count ourselves fortunate, but I doubt that the situation will have gotten any better. Have you got anything to trade?" Carl shook his head. "The last we had was a bunch of dried salmon that we traded to the yellow tusk orcs." "How much further to the city?" "With all this chaos, I don't want to be out here tonight. It's a half-hour away, but the sun has already set. The gates are locked for the night. There is a campground outside the city, but I would stay here. It's safer." As they weren't following a trail, there was no reason to pull off or move anywhere, except next to a stand of trees to block the wind and give them somewhere to hang hammocks. The weather was warm here in the afternoon, but it was getting cold quickly in the evening, and Carl realized that perhaps just setting up in the trees might not be the most comfortable option. He had, flaming body, to keep himself warm, but it was still better to create a tent and have a proper sleep. There was one in all the supplies that the elves had gathered for him, and Carl considered taking it out, but Ray was already on her way to the trees to make them something. She wasn't going all out today so that they could easily pack it up in the morning and not leave one of her glorious constructs for strangers she didn't even like. So, what she came up with was a ring of silk wall around a group of trees and a hanging sheet over the top, with fresh hammocks hung inside around a fire pit. That would be more than enough, and they could have roast meat in the morning. Kara was right, it really was the best way to have it, and it wouldn't take long. The wagon was left beside the clearing, and Thor returned to his space to nap in his pond and recharge for the high chance he would get to meet new people tomorrow. That left the others to gather firewood, while Ray set up a perch in the trees to observe anything that might attempt to approach them. She could still see that there were groups headed towards the dungeon, even now that the sun was down, and it was almost fully dark. There weren't any more leaving the city as far as she could see, and the ones that were moving were already set on their path, so she had high hopes for a quiet night. There were a number of small creatures that she wasn't familiar with, so she had also set up weak webs through the stand of trees to catch some for examination. Just a little something to help her pass the time as she waited for the sun to come back up and the clerics to make breakfast. However, impatience won out in the end, and when Carl woke up in the morning, there was a freshly stoked fire going, with skewers full of meat arranged around it, and an excited Kara running between them to rotate the sticks, so none of the sides got overcooked. Lotus smiled at the scene. "I guess that's our cue to make the breakfast side dishes." "Thank you, Kara, and whoever else helped with breakfast. There are more trolls coming our way. I think that they see the wagon," Ray informed Carl as he stood to stretch his muscles. "How long do we have?" 10 minutes or so. The meat should be ready before then." Ray replied with an overtone of pleasure that nobody would be trying to steal her hard work. "We've got incoming in 10 minutes. It shouldn't be any trouble, but be prepared," Carl warned the others. "Thor, You might as well make your way out of the trees to your wagon. We will hook you up later. The Cerro had already eaten, but he grabbed the pile of magically created feed that Tessa had set aside for him and tossed it into the pile in his space as he went to wait by his wagon. He would have plenty of time to dump it on the ground and snack while he waited, and if he were right, it would help build the image of them being a normal merchant group, who actually had to set camp, carry feed for their Cerro, and worry about night attacks. Carl had just finished his oatmeal and roasted tree lizard, courtesy of Ray, when Thor gave him the 2-minute warning, to make his way out to meet their guests. Most creatures would be able to see the incoming monsters now, so Carl didn't have to worry about giving away his abilities when he walked out to greet them. He noticed that the trolls carried their weapons openly, perhaps because they didn't have any sort of access to the system to let the weapons bond. But like the others, the leader of the group drew his weapon even as he waved an otherwise friendly hello. It seemed that was some sort of tradition among the locals, so Carl took out his maul and slung it over his shoulder as he moved 20 meters toward them and waited. That was far enough that they wouldn't easily be able to reach the others, who were still finishing their morning meal. Greetings, merchant. Do you know the way to the dungeon? It should be in this direction. The leader of the group asked. Go straight north, following the trails. There were dozens of groups last night headed that way. When we went by, there was a huge fight at the 3 standing stones on a hill. That should be where the dungeon is. We kept moving, but when you get close, it should be impossible to miss that many people. Nobody has come back at all, so it has to still be active. If it wasn't, they would have given up by now. The troll's face twisted into a grim smile. Or them they all dead. Carl chuckled. At least one fast runner should have come by last night if that was the case. One sneaky sort always gets away. The troll shook his head. Not like that. It could be that everyone goes in, and nobody comes out. Carl nodded in understanding. That could be. But some groups had champions stronger than I am. If it's that dangerous, then isn't it a really good thing? The troll made a genuine laugh, as did his teammates. Good things only count if you live long enough to enjoy them. If whatever is in the dungeon is strong enough to kill a monarch-ranked champion, the big bosses will tear everything apart fighting over it. All them overlords fighting over a dungeon. We won't have a city left. It's too close to the fight. It was nearly 40 kilometers away, but the troll had a point. If it was an overlord-ranked dungeon, every nation on the continent would be here tearing the country apart to claim it for themselves. The opportunity to have even a few trips through and load up on overlord rank equipment was far too valuable. Even being low commander rank, like the one in the Golden Dragon Nation, they would be going insane soon trying to get commander rank items and awaken system users. You're still going to go, even knowing that everyone will be fighting over it? Carl asked. The group leader nodded and smiled. Trolls work together. If there are more trolls, we will join them. Oh, I should have thought of that. There was a large group of granite trolls, maybe. Rock trolls of some sort, anyhow. They passed us near dark last night. They should be there now, assuming nothing happened to them. The troll gave Carl a sloppy salute and then motioned for his team to get moving again. Tessa waited for them to leave, then came out of the camp. You know, I expected monsters to be more. I don't know. Monstrous, maybe? Carl nodded. I know what you mean. Perhaps it's because we've been meeting orcs and trolls. The ogres and giants that we have such an issue with at home could just be that much more violent. Or perhaps there is something different here in their own territory. The others quickly packed the camp and piled it in the wagon to use later. If nothing else, they could use the cloth as a prop to make it look like they were an average traveling group. It was obvious now that being able to store items in a separate space was a rare ability, and traveling without large amounts of supplies made them stand out. That might change soon, with the dungeon here. But for now, they would have to be careful. They also didn't know who could be awakened by the dungeon. They had heard from the beast clerics that the last time this happened, the continent was left behind because they only got common-grade dungeons with the system active, and that wouldn't awaken the system in anything powerful. This one could also come with caveats, even if it was commander rank. If it didn't want to awaken every species that went in, there could be unintended side effects and a massive power struggle. But Tessa also remembered that the ones awakened by the dungeons weren't able to advance past that point last time. There was a chance that species with higher potential might get very little out of it, if it didn't give them anything more than an inventory and skills that were worse than what they had already. It would be insane to stick around and find out, though. What are we going to do in Halcyon once we get there? Tessa asked Carl as they watched the trolls run off into the distance. I say that we pick up some trade goods and turn ourselves into proper merchants. We can claim any destination that we want for you and Lotus, and if the wagon is loaded with trade goods, we have an excuse to go to any city we want. Carl suggested. So, no hiding or elaborate schemes, just trading random goods until we get to a safe border. Carl nodded. I think it's going to work. See how everyone has reacted to us so far. As long as they thought that we were merchants, they didn't really care what we were doing. It would be better if we could actually disguise the rest of the team. Traveling with so many women in a nation that keeps slaves is a dangerous proposition. She sighed. Do you think that we should hire more guards? Like, actual hired guards? Carl asked. And have to hide who we are and what we're doing all the time? No, thanks. Hopefully, Remy's bodyguards are enough. If yours had come out the same, it would have been better, but with you calling a pair of lamias, that's just more females. There was laughter from behind them as Ophelia came out of the camp with an armload of cloth. He's got that sort of luck. I'm surprised that the bodyguards didn't come out as smaller copies of Remy, to be honest. We've got most of the camp packed now, so we can leave whenever. Do we have a plan? Carl nodded. We're going to sell the gear we got from the orcs, then reload the wagon with trade goods and head out of town on one of the major roads. I don't think that it matters much, one runs east, one goes northeast, and they both head near a safe border. We just need to trade where we stop to keep up the appearances, and we're good to go. Ophelia nodded, then loaded the supplies in the wagon. All right, we will trust you. How long do you think that it will take to get out of the country that way? Carl thought of the map, and the distances that they had managed to cover each day with Thor pulling the wagon. A full week of travel, so likely close to 2 weeks with trade and rest days. It looks suspicious for a merchant group to be in too big of a hurry if the town is safe, so we will likely stop at a few of the towns along the way. If we go up to Berwickham, that's 2 or maybe 3 days. Then we can go east into Northesia, which is human-controlled. Then east across their territory to take a short ship ride to the south coast of home, sailing past the wilds. Or we could take a bit of an overland detour and go through the Beastkin Nation, headed for Witten Temple. There are no roads for that route, but with the lake, it would be very hard to get lost. Ophelia frowned, and Tessa took out a small map as Carl described the routes. The other option would be to head north after Berwickham, and go cross-country to the Divine Beast Nation, where we would have to circle around the mountain giants to go home. Or, I suppose that we could go to Ludenade and try to pay off a captain to take us all the way home, but that is even more risky than walking across a nation of monsters. The look on everyone else's faces said that was the very last option that they were willing to try, and only after every other option had failed to get them out of the country. The captains had already tried to capture them once, so just turning up at their home base didn't seem like a great plan. Alright then. We've got cash from the bandit clearing, so we at least have local currency, and the items from the orcs to trade. Does anyone want to stay here a day? Or do you want to get on the road as soon as we've finished our business? Carl asked. I think that we should get on the road today. We can take a bit of time for lunch, but we should get out of town before more nations come for the festivities. Orthos warned us that they would be there not long after the event, and they are likely to be looking for us on the description of those who were there. They might not know that we stabilized the dungeon, but they are likely to guess that we gained a treasure from being the first group through, especially if the orcs are dead and no treasure was recovered. Tessa suggested. Dana frowned under her mask. She hadn't thought about that. Dungeons usually gave a big reward for the first clearance, but they hadn't seen anything notable. Or perhaps they had gotten it, but because it went straight into their inventory, they just hadn't paid enough attention. She could almost guarantee that Carl hadn't even looked at what was in his inventory after they left. Carl realized that everyone was looking at him, but he wasn't sure why. They were all on the same page with the plan, so why was he getting that look? It didn't matter much. They were all loaded up now, and he just had to hook up Thor so that they could head out. All right, everyone on board and in position. Let's get this show on the road. The golems moved to the back, and the pair of bodyguards took their place on the sideboards, while everyone else entered from the back as Carl and Ray finished the work with Thor's harness. It was wagon time, and Thor hardly let Carl get on the wagon, much less seated, before he was on the move, headed for where Hawk said the road into the city was. The mood in Halsering was clear even as they pulled up to the gates an hour later. It looked like the entire city was in the streets, and Carl's sensitive ears could hear the dozens of species of monsters talking about a new anomaly outside of town. Word was that the town's prophet has foreseen that the nomadic tribes would bring a war band to the location, which had put the whole city into a panic, thinking that the nomadic tribes were going to go to war against the region in order to claim the dungeon for themselves. They might, but somehow, Carl couldn't see the orc tribes working well together, much less with other species of nomads. If he had to guess, what they had seen was most likely just Chieftain World Smasher and his clan meeting with him at the dungeon. Carl pretended that the reins were actually for controlling, but actually used them to rub the Saros back as they pulled to a stop in front of the gate guards. Welcome to Halsering. What is your business? The guard demanded. I have armor to trade, purchased from the nomads. Then I need supplies to take to Oacamping. Carl replied, referring to a troll-controlled city about a day up the main road, headed northeast. All right. Be careful not to run anyone over. There are many children in the street today with all the chaos. What chaos? News of war, or famine? Carl asked. That was a relatively normal question for a merchant. It would change what they wanted to buy here, as the value of their trade goods would change based on where and when they sold them. Something is going on north of town in the wilderness. The big troll's office says that there might be a fight. So, this city was also troll-controlled. That explained the number of them headed out toward the dungeon. They didn't appear to be the majority of the population, though. There were humans, demons, dozens of smaller species of monsters, and even a few beastkin visible in the crowd. Most of the misshapen bodies were impossible for Carl to identify, as there was no listing of them in the books he had read. But at least some of them were familiar. The lizard species made up nearly half of the monsters in town. Naga, Lamia, lizard folk, crocolisks. Those were all species that were in his textbooks when he did his familiarization with monster and beast species. There were some that preferred to be on 2 feet, some on 4 or more, and a few human-headed chimeras that everyone was giving a wide berth. Carl led Thor through the street at a slow walk, giving everyone time to get out of the way. It wasn't working well. The kids kept running up to pat the Saro before being grabbed by parents to avoid being trampled, and the Naga warriors had been propositioned at least a dozen times in the first 2 minutes. Carl was not an expert in Naga physiology, and he didn't speak serpent, but apparently the warriors were considered the peak of their species. In his mind, Remy was laughing hysterically. The bodyguards were intelligent, and could answer back, but they were mission-driven just as much as the golems were. They wouldn't even consider leaving their post, and it was breaking hearts left and right. The 4 armed Naga are the royals and the most powerful of warriors. Having a child with one of them would strengthen the bloodline of lesser lineages for a dozen generations. Remy explained after a few minutes of watching the locals hit on her guards. Carl eventually found an armorer with a hot forge and mostly empty shelves. That seemed like a good spot to start trying to make a sale. Wait here, I will go talk with the armor smith. he explained as he moved Thor to the side of the road. Dana and Ophelia moved to stand on the front corners of the wagon with their weapons at the ready, hung from their hips. Only the occasional local gave them more than a single look. Guards protecting a merchant wagon was possibly the most normal thing that they had seen or heard today. It was a relief to everyone, and almost made them forget that this was a city full of monsters that were far from being on friendly terms with their home. The armorer was a lizard man, and Carl realized that he might have made a mistake. He didn't know if that species could speak the common language. "I have a number of armor items for sale, traded by the yellow tusk orcs. Are you interested?" Carl asked. The lizard man hissed in response. "He says he doesn't give a damn where you got them, it won't improve the price." "Fine, do you want to buy armor?" "All awakened and ascended rank magic items," Carl replied. The armorer looked shocked that Carl had understood him and gestured for him to bring it in. Carl stepped back out and grabbed the loot, which he dropped on the counter. The lizardman's eyes lit up with excitement, a faint glow of magic as excess power flowed to them as the monster focused. He spoke and Remy translated. "He wants to know what you want for them." "I will take coins, or trade items that the trolls of Oacamping need." "What do you have in stock?" The armorer nodded, then vanished into a back room. He came back out with a bundle of tools and crystals that Ray was instantly interested in. "He says they're the favorites of the trolls. The crystals help them use magic, and the trolls aren't good at tool making. 3 more of the earth-type crystals, and we have a deal," Carl offered. The lizard man frowned and held up 2 fingers. "Fine, 2 more." He brought out 2 more, and greedily scooped up the armor to take back to his forge to alter for use by other species. Carl scooped the gems into his inventory, then picked up the bundle of tools. "It's been a pleasure doing business with you." The tools took up most of the center of the wagon, making them look like proper merchants again. Carl hopped up into the driver's seat and Ophelia returned to the wagon, taking a seat at the back, while Dana sat beside Carl in the morning sun. "What do you think? With all this chaos, should we get lunch before we go, or should we grab something to eat outside the city limits?" Carl asked. "There is a street market between us and the other exit from town. We should drive through there and pick up a few things. It might be a security risk to get out of the wagon, but it should be worth it to spend a bit of time shopping," Dana suggested. "All right, let's head over. I will wait with the wagon, you all take the security with you. Hawk and I should be plenty to guard the goods." Carl called Hawk out, so the sudden appearance of the bird didn't startle people at the market. The addition of the royal rank dragonhawk should be enough to discourage all but the boldest of thieves, even if they weren't afraid of Carl and Thor. The monsters should be able to sense general power level the way that Carl did, even if most of them discounted him as human and attributed the power they felt to one of the others. The entrance to the market was a wide street, enough for 6 wagons to pass, or 4 with 2 rows of them parked near the buildings. That was where Carl stopped Thor, at the edge of the market, in a quieter section close to a small group of clothing vendors surrounded by baked goods. That would distract the ladies for a while, and they wouldn't have to go too far from the wagon, so if either group got in trouble, they could send reinforcements. If Carl sent over Remy with her last bodyguard, the 2 Lamia and Ray's golems, they shouldn't have any trouble at all dealing with whatever was bothering the ladies. Thor was too nervous to let them out of his sight without a barrier anyhow. "You say that like I'm being paranoid. But what if they get tired, or sprain an ankle, or the straps from the shopping bags dig into their hands?" Thor countered. "You have a point. It's better to be safe than sorry. Just keep the barrier at a low level so they don't alarm people with a powerful active skill while they're shopping." The Sero needn't have worried about the shopping because only a few minutes later, one of the Naga warriors was headed back with a whole load of baked goods. It just silently dropped the goods on the seat beside Carl and rushed back to its position, clearly unhappy about having been made a messenger. It did relax the clothing vendors that were closest to Carl. Sending back loads of shopping before going on a long trip was expected. With a group like theirs, they would go through a lot of food, and a merchant had enough money not to have to survive on base travel rations and jerky. They had been gone half an hour when sudden movement caught Carl's attention, and a plume of fire burst from the back of the wagon as a cursing homeless man went running down the street with singed gloves. He must have reached into the back of the wagon to steal the pies and earned Hawk's ire. Carl heard the laughter from the merchants closest to his wagon, and the jeweler who had stepped out of his shop to have a smoke. A merchant wagon stopped on the street beside Carl, and a small group of guards got off to do their shopping while the wagon blocked a bit more of the road, as the curb was all full already. "Morning." Carl greeted the wingless green demon. "Morning. I don't suppose you have a buyer for an entire barrel of cooking oil. Decent quality, but not premium." "My buyer rejected it." He asked. "I will trade you a barrel of low-quality rum for it." It was supposed to go to the coast, but they turned it down as well. Carl actually had a few barrels left, but nobody in his group really drank alcohol. "I will make that deal. Barrel for barrel. Where are you headed next?" "To go see the trolls." The other merchant nodded in understanding, and nodded at the barrel in his open wagon. "Once the guards get back, they can give us a hand." Carl chuckled and grabbed the rum barrel. "Here. I'll trade you." He handed it over and grabbed the oil to take its place. Who would need 50 gallons of cooking oil, he didn't know. But it seemed like the sort of thing that he should be able to sell. The demon looked suspicious as he grabbed the barrel, then confused as he failed to lift it. "Yeah, it's a bit hefty. But I'm stronger than I look. You can sample a bit if you'd like. The rum isn't terrible, but it's not fit for a sailor," Carl suggested. The demon smiled, and pulled the top bung to dip a long-handled spoon inside and take a sip, then wheeze a little as his eyes watered. "Well, it's not too weak for a sailor. The flavor also isn't the worst I've tasted. I could likely sell that to the Naga. They aren't as picky about liquor as long as it's strong. Pleasure doing business with you." The scent that it gave off was harsh, and Carl wondered if it was actually intended to be paint stripper, not an ingested liquid. But if he had a buyer for it, that was fine. The ladies came back with full arms and two very annoyed-looking Naga warriors, who were still attracting ladies from all the lizard species. "One more stop to look at new clothes, and we will be ready to go. We've got all the supplies we need for the week," Tessa explained as they unloaded. "Why does it smell like burnt hair?" Ophelia asked as they moved goods to the back of the wagon. Hawk caught someone trying to steal the pie. The merchant ladies laughed at Carl's deadpan answer, and relayed the story to the shoppers who were currently at their stalls, with a much more entertaining plot than the original. In their version, it was nearly dragon fire erupting from the wagon, scaring away the other wagon animals and lighting the jeweler's pipe for him. The thief had also been an evil-looking man with his hair on fire, not a middle-aged homeless guy with his gloves scorched. Tessa and Lotus both picked out a few items, and Ophelia found a long coat that she could wear in warbear form. Staying in that form had to be annoying, as she was hiding her true self, but it was safer. She looked good in the coat though, like a proper bodyguard, and the merchants were very impressed with the look. "You are a long way from home, why don't you try these as well? If you're going to be in the South, you should try everything the South has to offer, right?" one of the clothing merchants suggested. They must think that she was from the north side of the country near the Divine Beast Nation, which would put her over 1,000 kilometers from home, which was a rare thing in a nation without motor vehicles. By the time that they made it back to the carriage, Tessa and Lotus both had multiple new outfits, and Ophelia had a new coat, pants and an ornately tooled weapon belt with bears worked into the surface, made of some sort of commander-rank hide. She almost looked like one of the pirate captains, minus the hat. But it suited her, and she blended in with the locals much better now that she had most of her armor hidden under cloth. Carl just hoped that the items bonded, or they would not last through the first battle. A berserker was hard on clothes at the best of times, and she wouldn't always have time to strip her decorative clothes off before fighting. Ray was thinking the same thing, and already making plans to decorate Ophelia later. This outfit looked good, and if it was made of her silk, it could be equipped over her armor, so it would vanish into her storage with a thought. Regular clothes had to be taken off before they could be stored, and that was far too much of a hassle. Come to think of it, she could decorate Carl as well. Maybe everyone could have matching coats to show that they belonged to Ray. That would be good. Her Dana liked her outfit. Ray started to plan her next round of creations as the rest of the team got ready to move out. The wagon was nearly full now, with just enough room to comfortably sit as Carl got Thor moving, so the other wagon could take their spot along the curb. This is a different keg. Did you buy something? Dana asked as she settled in to watch the road ahead. Yeah. I traded rum for cooking oil. Apparently, the Naga will drink what the beasts sent us. The trolls should need cooking oil, and if not them, someone along the way will need cooking oil. Dana shrugged in acceptance. The deal was made, and it didn't actually matter what the goods were worth, as they were only trading as a cover to get across the country. The guards didn't even look at them as they left the city gates, headed northeast. It would bring them rather close to the site of the battle, within 10 kilometers. But they would be on a well-traveled main road, and at least this portion was an actual stone roadway. That shouldn't raise any suspicions. The clerics changed into new dresses, colorful ones in the local style, but still predominantly in their god's colors. Now the rest of the team blended in, but Carl was wearing the armor from Bestial Raiment, which came complete with a dark light host tabard. That wasn't exactly subtle or nondescript. Everyone that they met would probably be able to describe him and Thor, so if they didn't want anyone to be able to track them back to the incident, it would be much better if they could disguise him somehow. Hey, I have an idea. Why don't we disguise Thor and Carl? There should be a good way to make Thor less noticeable, and Carl is easy. Lotus suggested. Oh, how do you plan to disguise me? We will have Ray make you a coat, and then you can keep brutality active to make you big. You're bigger with that skill active than Ophelia is as a werbear without it. You have to be 2.5 meters tall with it. Nobody would question you if you said you were half troll if you hid your face. Remy had just the thing for that. I can make you a mask, and Hawk can cure the clay and melt metal over it. Then with one side of your face hidden, and your beard growing, you should look more like a monster. Remy thinks that we can do something about hiding the face. If I have a coat to go over my armor, it should be enough to hide my identity from casual glances. But how will we disguise Thor? He's a lightning Sero. Carl reminded them. I can do that too. I have all the ingredients. Remy announced proudly. Never mind. Remy thinks she can disguise him as well, somehow. Carl laughed. Dana giggled. I'm looking forward to finding out what she thinks will hide Thor. Carl thought about the abilities that he had, wondering what he could use to disguise his usual fighting style. He didn't want anyone linking their presence to the royal rank elite named Carl from the Golden Dragon Nation, even if he hadn't been thinking far enough ahead to make up a road name. Disintegration would only be well known to the pirates, so that should be fine. But he hadn't done much fighting here, so even the orcs wouldn't know much. As long as he avoided the chain lightning and blizzard combo that him and Remy were famous for, or made it look like it was all Remy, even most of the government sorts wouldn't put it together, as everyone had her recorded as a spirit snake, not a Naga queen. Oh, we can make you look like our group's tank. I think I have a shield in here, and you can use that maul one-handed, or a sword. Ophelia added. You all seem to be enjoying this a lot. Carl chuckled. I have a coat for you. Ray agreed. It was black silk, woven to be rough like leather, and full length like a duster, but double-breasted like the pirate captain coats, split up the back for mobility, and she had even woven wind element shiny stones into it to emulate the silver buttons on the captain coats. Carl put the coat on, and his armor immediately adjusted. It gave him a visage mask for his helmet that looked like a black demon face, and Carl found that he could remove the helmet and keep the mask. That skill is so handy, always adjusting to the appearance it thinks I need. Now I don't get to make you a mask, though. That's fine, I will start on makeup for Thor. That was a disturbing thought, but Remy was really into it, mixing ground plants, clay, some dirt and crushed magical stones into a paste. It was turning into a consistency that looked like boot polish, but Remy kept referring back to one of her books, and she looked incredibly proud of herself. Ha, I did it. This should work. Shadow branch paste. Take some of that and draw war paint on Thor's face. Carl stopped the wagon and did as instructed, drawing wide-fingered stripes down Thor's ridge and across the side of his face. Then he stepped back to admire his handiwork, as Thor now had war paint. Then the effect spread until Thor was completely black, not glossy but flat black and non-reflective. That's impressive. Where did that come from? Dana asked. Apparently it's something that Remy can make. I can see the instructions when I examine shadow branch plants in her space. It should make him look like this until he washes it off, or until he returns to his space, as it is unlikely to go with him if he doesn't want it to. Carl explained. He had the identification skill, but there were so many plants that he had never bothered to go through them all, looking for possible combinations that might make something useful. Remy was better with his skill than Carl was, he was quite certain. But it was just a common grade disguise spell, not some powerful mixture to help them advance, which was what Carl had been trying to find every time that he had gone through their stuff before. It was possible that he had missed all sorts of little things because he simply didn't know to look for them. When they got back, he would leave Remy with Morgana for a while to see if she had a knack for alchemy. She did like making things, and it wasn't just sculptures for her totems. Ray wasn't particularly impressed with the versatility of the paste, her adaptive silk could hide you much more effectively. But being able to just turn Thor black was a great disguise. Now he didn't look like a lightning Saro at all, just some sort of regular Saro. Alright, now we're mostly disguised. This should be good enough for now, though I'm not certain that I can get the same mask back again after I dismiss the armor to wash. Carl informed the group. So I do get to make a mask. Hawk, find some metal, I will make something out of clay for you to coat. Remy cheered. Alright. You could likely just paint it, though. Hawk reminded her. Maybe. We will see when I'm done. But I want you to bake it with fire. The road was becoming busier by the minute, to the point that by noon, it almost felt like they were back in the city, with a wagon caravan passing every minute or two. There shouldn't be that many people in the cities nearby, according to the maps that Bruce Temple had shown them. They had seen hundreds of merchants just this morning, and there should have only been a few thousand people in the 50-kilometer radius around the city. Certainly, not enough to need this many merchants. In fact, there shouldn't be that many people with merchant as a trade in the entire region. Then, suddenly, there were no more merchant wagons coming. Hawk, what is going on out there? Was it just a morning rush? Carl asked. If it was some sort of regional event, like a major market day, it might explain all the people on the road. There are more stopped in the distance. I don't know what they're up to. Oh, I see it now. There are orcs coming from the east. If you keep going, we should meet up with them. Hawk didn't see any reason to fear orcs. They had been quite pleasant every time he had seen them, and they didn't use water magic at all. Not even one little bit. Carl kept the wagon rolling. If they were going to get delayed, it might as well be chatting with the orcs, not waiting for an entire tribe to pass by. They were nearly in front of the Orcish tribe when their scouts reached the road. You're a merchant? The young Orcish man asked. Carl nodded. We have mostly tools for the trolls, farming tools. We've got a bit of cleric-made food as well, if your tribe wants a trade. Wait here. Chief Nantucket will speak with you. Carl nodded, and behind him, he felt the surge of power as the clerics started to make the promised food. They were creating dry rice and beans, which would keep for a long time, along with some fresh vegetables and a single pie. They had hidden the rest, but they left out one of the sweet potato pies from the market and even heated it so it would still seem fresh, even after being in the wagon all morning. The chief and his group were already running their way as Carl stopped the wagon and climbed down to greet them. "Chief Nantucket. I am Carl." He extended his hand, and the chieftain shook it with a smile on his face. "The scout says that you had a dragon cleric make you food to trade. How much do you have?" the orc asked. Carl took out the rough burlap sack to set on the ground, then carefully took the pie and handed it to Nantucket. "That is a first meeting gift from me to you. Fresh from the markets in Halsering." The chieftain smiled. "Still warm. You know about orcs." His tone was approving, and Carl chuckled softly. "That's the same thing that Chieftain World Smasher said yesterday. His clan is just west of here. The gods granted them a dungeon trial for one of their boys who wasn't strong enough to claim his mate." Nantucket laughed. "How can an orc be too weak to claim his mate?" Carl smiled and leaned into stage whisper, as if it was a secret. He had earned his spot as a warrior, but she very publicly called him out and then beat his ass in a wrestling trial. Quite the woman, he set his sights high. The orcs that came with the chieftain's group were roaring with laughter, and the big orc clapped Carl on the shoulder. "I've got to see that. You say he's just west of here?" Carl nodded. "About 15 kilometers, mostly west, maybe a bit southwest. I went south to the city after I traded him 100 kilos of salmon. There will be a lot of fighters there if the dungeon is still open." "A big fight and an old friend? Now I do have to go. How much do you want for the food?" Carl heard Tessa clear her throat in the wagon. "The church didn't charge for their food. It's for you. You know how the clerics are, they share their food." The orcs laughed at the subtle reference to the similarity with their own customs. One of the warriors picked up the bag, while another handed Carl a folded lump of burlap, presumably a replacement bag. "It was a pleasure to meet you. May good weather and better fights be in your future," Carl added as the assistants ran back to the tribe. "Same to you, Merchant Carl. If our tribes cross paths again, we will drink together." What sort of liquor the orcs made was a mystery to Carl, but he had visions of something almost toxic levels of potent. The Orcish tribe altered their path to run behind Carl, and he got Thor moving again. "Don't you think that was too easy? The nomadic tribes are supposed to be feral and dangerous, but they're even easier to get along with than the cities?" Ophelia asked. "I think that the issue might be local, not generalized. The Orcish tribes must have an issue with either the trolls or the other monster factions." He replied after a moment's thought. "Could it be something about our group instead?" Dana asked. "It could be, but I don't think that we have a way to test that." Carl saw a wagon caravan in the distance, and began to relax. They must be clear of the area that the locals had identified as dangerous. Thor moved to the side as he rolled past them, and Carl noticed that a few of the monsters guarding the wagon sniffed at the air. They tensed as if they were going to attack, but backed down when the Naga warrior glared at them. Carl remained silent until they were well past the stopped merchant group, then looked back at the others. "I think I have an idea. We might be having better luck with the orcs because they don't consider us food or competition. Orcs view humans as weak, so we're not competitors, and they don't want to eat us. It's the ogres and a few others that are most likely to be an issue for us," he explained. There were more wagons parked a few hundred meters behind the first group, and the driver of the lead wagon flagged Carl down as they approached. "Did you see the nomads on your way through?" a blue-skinned slender troll asked. "Yeah, an orc tribe. They're west of the road now, and headed west looking for the big fight that was the talk of the city this morning." "What's with all the traffic today?" Carl replied. "Dunno. Messengers called for every farmer and merchant we know to bring everything to Halsering. It might be preparation for a siege." "Are you trading with the trolls up north?" he asked. Carl nodded. "I've got tools for them, quality ones." "Good call. If there is a siege, they'll need everything they can get to keep the armies fed. It doesn't take a genius to know that armies get hungry, and it's easier to feed them than to fight them. The next few groups of trollish farmers and merchants were similarly eager to get any news that they could, but when Karl got to a group of ogres using oxen to pull large carts, things began to take a turn for the worse. At first, it was just the same sort of posturing as the last hostile merchant group. But these ones didn't look like successful merchants. They were filthier than usual, even for ogres, and looked half-starved. When the wind shifted and blew from Karl's wagon to theirs, bringing the scent of humans to them, they snapped and began to charge. "Ray, golems!" Karl called as he jumped down to meet the charge. Both bodyguards joined him, as well as Dana's golems. That should be enough to deal with the threat, and that was their plan to not blow their cover as merchants. However, that plan was entirely too boring for Kara, and the Void Badger was headed for combat before Karl could even tell her off. "Meet!" The ogres roared as they charged toward Karl's wagon, not even focused on him. The other merchants nearby, groups that had been waiting for the signal that the danger had passed, began to scatter. They didn't want to be implicated in the fight between the ogres and Karl's group. Karl took out his blade and hacked the first ascended rank ogre clean in half, from the shoulder across the chest. But even as the two halves fell to the ground, the others didn't stop. They were fully focused on the smell of humans, and running blindly into the blades and forelimbs of the defenders. The battle was over in under 30 seconds, nothing more than a flurry of steel and blood. In fact, the last one fighting was Kara, who had taken offense to the existence of their cart oxen. "They're dead, you can stop now," Karl reminded her. Kara paused and looked around. "So they are. I thought that we were going to fight." Karl patted the badger on the head after she landed on the ogre's wagon. "Not a real fight, just defending the wagon against attack. You got too excited." Kara sighed, then vanished into her space to get clean before coming back out to sit with the ladies in the wagon. Disappointing. 1 out of 10, do not recommend. Ray did grab one of the oxen, though. Just in case it tasted good. Karl got back on the wagon and started to move again, which startled the other merchants who could see him. His team only had a few members, the fight should not have been over that quickly, but his wagon was moving again, and nothing else was. Just to be safe, the next one in line continued to make their detour well around the incident as Karl rolled past them. The merchants who were parked behind them were unconcerned. Fights between groups of monsters were a common occurrence, and if you started a fight that you couldn't win, that was your own fault. Groups of ogres seemed to be rare in the region, but trolls of various sorts, as well as lizard men and something that looked like a featherless bird walking upright, were plentiful. The last one gave Hawk the creeps because they had grown weird fingers out of what used to be wing bones, unnaturally long for hands. Between that and the beaked heads with no feathers, Hawk was glad that no such thing existed at home. He might have to reconsider water as his greatest enemy if someone compared him to one of those things. Remy had a very different opinion. They looked like pre-plucked chickens, and she was pretty sure they didn't need any prep at all to eat. Thor walked past the line of merchant wagons, which were starting to move now, following the lead of those in front of them. Karl wondered how long they would have been sitting there if he hadn't been the first one to move through. Would they have sat there all day, waiting to see who went first? Or was there some sort of estimate on how long it would take the orcs to move past? Karl didn't see any scouts, and neither did Hawk. But even with the delays, they were going to make it to the next town before dinner. They weren't anywhere near the city of Oakhamping, but this appeared to be the layover point, as the town had large amounts of parking for merchant caravans, as well as taverns, motels and blacksmiths advertising wagon repairs. "We will camp here for the evening. They have guards on patrol, and there are others around to help keep watch, so we won't have to worry as much about opportunistic thieves as we might alongside the road," Karl explained. "That makes sense. We might be going the opposite way to everyone else, but there is safety in numbers." Dana agreed. That didn't actually make much sense when everything around you could be considered an enemy, but nothing recognized Carl as a human, and they had the Naga warriors on guard to blend in with the other monsters. Most of the wagons weren't setting up much of a camp. At best, it was a small fire for the guards to sleep around, while one of them kept watch. That was about what Carl's team would do as well, with most of the team sleeping in the wagon, and the summons on guard. Lotus grew a small collection of firewood from the boards of the wagon using her magic, and they prepared to heat dinner. The new arrivals and their fire caught some attention from the farmers in the next group, who were sitting in the rapidly fading twilight, leaned against their wagon. "Would you like to join us? The heat is free, but the dinner needs a good story," Carl offered. The troll smiled and brought 2 boys over with him. "I think that we can come up with a story or two. Good evening, everyone. Might you ladies buy dragon clerics? You don't smell like beast clerics, and you're certainly not giants." The troll gave them a toothy smile as the firelight flickered off the silver band on his lone remaining lower tusk. The other had been broken at some point, leaving a jagged stump a quarter of its full length that hadn't regrown yet. Trolls normally regenerated quickly, but the tusks needed to be pulled to regrow, much like hair, which grew at a normal rate unless it was pulled out. That led to a strange phenomenon that Carl could see at another camp. One of the older trolls was actually growing a beard by shaving with a dull razor that pulled the hair out. Then he trimmed it to shape with a pair of scissors, except for a portion in the center, which he braided. It was one of the strangest grooming routines that Carl had ever seen, and it made him think of the trollish regeneration skill in his skill tree. He could afford to get it now, or he could keep saving for some of the offensive abilities. He hadn't been able to see them until Skill Master evolved to rank 2. It seemed to be an oddity of the skill tree. He had to finish a tier of his core abilities before he could use more advanced secondary skills. He might have done better in the short term by picking the offensive tree, as he would have all those abilities by now. However, that would have left him without access to Evolution and Skill Master. Those 2 skills were going to be essential to his team very soon. Tier 4 offensive skills, only one may be chosen. 50 points, Devastate, strikes dealing more than 10% of the target's health do double damage. 50 points, Overwhelming Presence, causes a terror type debuff that causes affected targets to become paralyzed for 5 seconds, plus 10 seconds per rank difference between caster and target. 50 points, Rampage, every time an enemy is damaged by the Beast Master or a bonded beast, increase the damage done by the Beast Master or the bonded beast for 1 minute. There were over a dozen grayed-out attack skills, which were only available to an attack specialist Beast Master, but there were 3 core skills that Carl could use. Rampage, Kara and Remy demanded at the same time. Devastate, Ray insisted. She hit hard, and double damage stabbing sounded better than slowly stacking damage. I want to see them pee themselves when they see us, Hawk recommended. That did have a certain appeal to it. Making them too terrified to even move as they were slaughtered could be interesting. The real problem was that they could only choose one, and it was 50 points. Carl probably didn't have that many. They could most likely get trollish regeneration from the defense skills tree, though. That would be a fun skill to have. Bodyguards and golems with trollish regeneration seemed like it would be a most excellent prank to play on people. Even after the barriers broke, and the enemy hacked a limb off, they could just pick it up and let it reattach itself. It would be hilarious. Carl did his best not to laugh at their antics as they settled in for dinner with the trollish farmers telling stories of mundane events on the farm. It actually made the trolls feel much more relatable, with the same concerns he had at home. Earth mice getting into the cupboards, stoves that didn't heat evenly, long hours and insufficient pay. Even if you were a troll, a worker was a worker. They didn't have any of the technological items that Carl was used to, but it wasn't all that different in lived experience. The older man had his boys seated slightly behind him, a precaution in case Carl's group wasn't actually friendly, and the trio smiled as Lotus and Tessa began adding chunks of meat and cheese from their inventory into the rice and bean stew. The pot would normally be too much for just the 8 of them, but trolls should have a big appetite after a long day of traveling. The pot that Tessa had chosen was a pressure cooker with a locking lid, and while the whistling was a bit annoying, to the trolls it was the sound of good things to come. Cheesy rice and beans didn't sound all that great, Carl thought. But Lotus was happy to add spices to anything, and it came out much better than anticipated. It made a moderately spicy gumbo-style stew, short on meat but thick and filling. The church kitchen would never serve something like that, but it proved to be a huge hit with the trolls, and Carl could see the wistful looks that those further away were giving them. With the stone pile around the fire pit and the Naga warriors on guard, everyone settled in to sleep near the heat. Trolls were rather flammable, but they were also fond of being warm. It was a trade-off that had to be made for comfort. Carl's team paired up for warmth, with Ophelia and Tessa sharing, while Lotus and Kara shared a sleeping bag. If anyone had noticed Kara leaving her space to join the little cleric, they hadn't said anything about it. It would solve their wandering Lotus issues, as even if Lotus was eager to explore, Kara didn't like moving until morning, and she would keep the inquisitive one locked in place. There were dozens of merchant wagon caravans outside this small farming town, one of many along the main road, all with new cultures, stories and experiences to share. But sleep was more important, and everyone was more interested in being well rested for tomorrow's long day than staying up all night telling stories. A commotion just before dawn caused the Naga warriors to wake Carl and the others. They weren't at the edge of the camp, and it didn't sound like an imminent fight, but Carl got up and dressed anyhow, just to be safe. The commotion seemed to be a handful of humans with lizard men in tattered armor who had staggered into the camp covered in blood and fading fast. "Tessa, come lend a hand. I think something attacked the merchants along the road," Carl whispered. By Tessa's estimation, attacked was an understatement. These few survivors were merchants' guards, and they were all horribly maimed and barely hanging on to their lives when she began her healing work. It was more difficult than she was used to, as some were monsters out of favor with the dragon gods, but that was more in the nature of her not receiving the bonuses she was used to than the gods actively preventing her from healing them. The spells closed their wounds, and stopped the internal bleeding, but most of these men would never work as caravan guards again. Some were missing limbs, one most of a hand and both eyes. But that didn't answer the question of what happened to them. They should be stable now. They might not be able to tell us much until they have calmed down, but there is a troll among them, and he will be fine in a few minutes, as long as his eyes heal properly," she explained. The half-troll gave them a weak thumbs up, and blinked his newly regenerated eyes. "They will be fine now. I had to scoop them out so they would heal right, and that takes time to grow back naturally." Everything was going well, and we had cut around the city to bypass all the traffic and the road pirates exacting tolls to get to the gates. But there was some sort of massive battle going on in the middle of nowhere, and they just attacked us without warning. Some massive orc calling himself Dora the Destroyer annihilated our entire caravan. We fled, and we were over 5 kilometers from the main battle, but they still chased us down," he explained. "So, it was the nomadic orc tribes fighting?" one of the farmers asked. The merchant shook his head. "They were there, but there are orcs, trolls, dragons, minotaur herds, and I swear I saw an entire Spellblade clan. It's hell, they're going to tear the whole region apart at that rate, and it's still spreading. I saw 5 more portals open as I crawled to safety." One of the humans laying near him laughed. "You got lucky. We weren't even trying to get near the city. We were going cross-country from the coast and got ambushed by a demon clan. Same thing, they just came out of nowhere and started killing everyone." Carl nodded. "Whatever is going on there must have riled them up. I heard rumors in the city that it was a dungeon opening, but both orc tribes that I have met with this week were pretty reasonable." The survivors and the farmers all looked at Carl like he was insane. "You met, as in stopped and spoke with, the orc tribes, and you didn't get attacked?" Carl nodded. "Yeah. We traded fish with the yellow tusk orcs, and then greeted the ones south of here as they passed by the highway. Neither one of those tribes was just randomly violent. Once, I can see. But twice in a week, and you're still here to tell us about it? Are you part orc or something? The troll asked, sniffing the air to try to determine what Carl was. They just admire his brand of insanity. He threatened to punch Chieftain World Smasher in the face if the orc didn't like his gift. Tessa joked. The farmers blinked slowly as they stared at Carl. You should have been the one telling the evening stories, it sounds like yours are far more wild than ours. How did you even find out his name in the first place? Carl shrugged. The scout told us. Then we had a chat, and I explained that I had trade goods. It was all quite normal as far as trades with nomadic tribes goes. The farmers shook their heads in dismay. These few are what most villages look like when the nomadic tribes pass by. But then, most of them don't have a good relationship with the trolls or the demon tribes. I just hope that nothing comes back this way tomorrow so that we can get our supplies to the city and go back home. The commotion had roused the closest few groups from their beds, despite the early hour, and some of them were preparing to start on breakfast, so they could eat a hot meal and still be among the first on the road when the sun was up enough for the oxen to see. Do we have a big pot? I think that our 2 clerics might be able to help you out with some dragon cleric oatmeal for breakfast. Carl offered. There is one in town for the poor. I will go get it. You don't mind, do you, priestess? One of the farmers asked. Not at all. Feeding travelers is always good for the church, even if it's not the faithful. The troll chuckled. Well, we might not be the most faithful, but we're not giants to call the world dragon and his pantheon of allies our enemy. That made a number of the farmers laugh, and even the demons among the farmers smiled at his response. The lizard folk were somewhat torn between factions, as they weren't quite dragon-descended, but they also didn't consider themselves to be evolved from common beasts. Their history was somewhat murky, so they normally only followed the shamanistic gods. Either the shaman god of the titans and beasts or the green dragon, who wasn't actually a shaman god, but was in tune with the elements. It only took a few minutes before a troll was coming back with a pot nearly a meter round, as well as a number of friends carrying firewood. Corded muscles under blue trollish skin clashed with ivory tusks and silver accessories in the morning twilight as the trolls got to work setting up the breakfast pot. Kara had chased Lotus out of bed so that she could help Tessa with breakfast, and the little cleric was already hard at work rolling dough to make fresh flatbread to go with the oatmeal. The trolls had a wide variety of toppings for bread, apparently, as that was their usual morning travel ration on the road. So, fresh baked, instead of dried and then soaked in tea or oatmeal to make them edible would be more like home. Tessa casually filled the pot with oats and hot water, as it had legs on the bottom, so the fire could be built under it to bring everything to a boil. The bread was the hard part, but both Lotus and the farmers knew a great trick for breakfast. If you greased and heated a cast iron pan first, you could leave it sitting by the fire, on the ring of fire pit rocks, and just toss the flattened dough on it to let it cook much faster than a regular loaf in an oven. With this many groups, they had a dozen suitable pans all around the pot by the time that Carl set fire to the first batch of wood and got the heat started. While they were happy to stack the firewood, everyone had been reluctant to actually light the fire, an instinctive aversion to the potential of a wound they couldn't properly regenerate. So, Carl had taken care of it with flaming body, and the wood was crackling under the pot before an aging troll in a leather apron could even get in place to begin stirring the oatmeal. Carl was a bit concerned with what it would end up tasting like, as each farmer came by to add a small handful of berries or crushed nuts to the mix. There was no method to it other than they each added a bit of what they had. Then, Lotus added ground cinnamon and nutmeg to the pot to give breakfast an inviting scent that drew all the remaining farmers and merchants out of bed to see who was torturing them so early in the morning. There is enough to go around, and we've got flatbread cooking as well. Tessa informed the farmers, who were giving the pot curious glances. From what Dana and the others could discern, this was their grand plan for making it safely out of the monster-controlled territories. They were going to pretend to be merchants, and make friends across the country, if possible. There would be no reason to hide if nobody was after them. There was a rapidly growing stack of flatbread on a small table by the pot, but with the magical assistance, and the water already hot when Tessa created it, the oatmeal wasn't going to take long even in a cauldron that large. They were already developing a lineup, and Tessa was becoming concerned that they might not have a big enough pot for everyone, but they would have to make do with what they had, or boil another pot once this one ran low. They didn't have to hurry out this morning, they were going the opposite direction to everyone else. But if they did have to come back this way, a little goodwill would go a long way in ensuring that they could pass without trouble. If they were lucky, it might even start to build them a positive reputation if they did happen to come here again. They were still young and fast-growing elites, so there was a chance that more official missions might send them outside the Golden Dragon Nation, with the possibility that they might end up somewhere here in the New Bon Empire again. Carl was thinking that it might eventually be an official thing, as they did have good luck with foreign trips. But the others had a very different opinion on this particular side effect of hanging out with the man who had gathered too much attention from the gods. As a few of the monsters had mentioned, it was not only the world dragon that might have taken an interest in current events. There had been far too many strange coincidences, and the Archbishop himself had said that the system stones they had encountered early in their travels might have been linked to the laughing god, and not the world dragon. That ancient deity was a curious one. Nobody really knew what he was supposed to be the god of, but every ancient legend mentioned him as a trickster, a deity that granted your wildest desires in a way that you could never have anticipated. He was neither good nor evil. Unlike the world dragon, whose very existence brought stability and magic, the laughing god simply existed for his own amusement. That alone was enough to make his attention a dangerous thing. Even worse, there were rumors that the laughing god was not one of the dragon gods at all, but an ancient god lingering from the time of creation, even after the memory of most other primordial gods had faded. Something like the god of magic that Carl had been named after. The increase in traffic and resultant danger along the road caused the towns to send out their guards to patrol the main road that day. They were patrolling in groups of 3, all heavily armed and armored, but compared to what the average merchant caravan had with them, it wasn't much security. For one, most of the merchants had strong commanders on guard, and for two, this was a nation full of monster species. Even the average farmer was ascended rank. The threat of bandit groups wasn't the only danger along the road. The merchants fought with the farmers fought the merchants, the guards extorted the weak, and everyone was on edge from the moment that Thor pulled the wagon out of town after breakfast. Compared to yesterday, this is a mess. Ophelia muttered as they moved to avoid a fight between farmers who were both hauling the same root vegetables. I wonder what changed. Are they afraid that the price is going to go down, and that they're being ordered to bring crops to the city at a massive discount? Carl pondered. That might be it. I think that some of it is just an excuse to air old grievances and take out their frustrations on people that they didn't like to begin with. They're not attacking everyone, it's targeted. Ophelia noted as she took a seat beside Carl on the front bench of the wagon. Dana was watching the back with her golems while the two clerics rested and played cards. There wasn't much else to do when you were in a wagon all day. With the traffic and the rough roads, they were unlikely to cover more than 100 kilometers a day. It was faster than walking, but not by as much as they had hoped. However, heading off into the wilderness would blow their cover, so they just had to bear with it until they got to the open roads. They could see the next village in sight when a group of locals in ill-fitting guard uniforms stepped out in front of them and motioned for Carl to pull off the road. There's a road tax to pay. 20% of cargo if you want to pass. The leader of the group demanded. Carl smiled back. How about you turn over the contents of your money pouch there, and I let you live? The fake guards nervously gripped their weapons, and Carl nudged the reins. Thor, earthquake please. The ground trembled, causing the farmer who was closest to their group to pull his wagon to a stop as the guards lost their balance and fell to the ground. Keep it moving, Thor. I don't think that they're dumb enough to try anything. The farmer laughed as Thor simply trampled the fake guards and kept walking. Well. That's one way to deal with them. How did you know they weren't real town guards? The next wagon driver along the road asked. Mostly by the fact their uniforms didn't fit. Even a village should be able to come up with clothes that fit. But mostly, I just wasn't going to give them 20% of my cargo. This village is like 30 people, including the children. I can give them a discount, but it would take Titan-sized brass cojones to demand my freight. The merchant laughed, and his whip-like tail thumped the seat beside him in amusement. Have a safe trip north. There isn't much behind me but more farmers. The number that they called to the city is insane. It's good that you got out when you did. If I didn't have a purchase contract for this load, I wouldn't even consider going there this week, or perhaps for the rest of this year. Carl gave him a sloppy salute, fingers to forehead, not the fist-to-chest Golden Dragon Nation military salute. The driver nodded and made a hand gesture meant to resemble the head of the fox god, one of the demon gods of trickery and merchants. They continued on past the village, after which the traffic began to slow. With a day of warning, most of those who were going to travel were already on the road, and those closer to Ocamping wouldn't have come south at all, as it was a major city and presumably also preparing for whatever was going on, including the dungeon opening. If the issue was the dungeon, or more correctly, all the new arrivals that were coming to check it out, they would also be in danger. Once there was no more traffic coming south, Thor picked up the pace a little. They would still not cover much more than 100 kilometers in a day, but the wagon ride was too bumpy to be traveling much faster. The only real advantage was that they didn't have to be worried about being bogged down in the mud if it started to rain. Even if they were dragging the belly of the wagon like a sled, Thor would still be able to keep up the same walking pace. Most of the farmers used oxen to pull the wagon, and while they were powerful beasts, they were a quarter of Thor's size. The Sarrow was nearly as large as the wagon he was pulling, and that was without combat buffs. But the roads were dry, even if they were heavily rutted from the traffic last time it had rained. The area around the road was slowly changing as they went north. Carl could feel it, even if it didn't look any different. There was a scent in the air, a feeling that wasn't the same as it was further south. It wasn't something that could easily be placed, but as they continued to travel, Carl began to understand what was happening. Monsters left a scent on their territory, a lingering something that marked the land as theirs. Beasts could sense another beast's territory by the scent of its patrol routes, but this was different, more of a lingering feeling of magic similar to what a temple or cathedral had, but primal and somewhat sinister. The lizardmen became more scarce as the day wore on, replaced by an increase in the trolls and the presence of minotaurs, which had been nearly non-existent to the south. That change helped Carl understand the change. It was not so much a physical thing, but a change in the population. Even more than the territories of the beasts, the territories of the monsters had a feel to them, and Carl could tell that he wasn't the only one that had noticed so far. Dana and the clerics hadn't, but Thor had, and Ophelia might have, as she looked a bit more uneasy than the situation called for. But as unwelcoming as the territory itself felt, the Minotaur locals that they passed were no more hostile than the trolls, and mostly just watched the merchant caravan to ensure that Carl's team didn't intend to attack them or swerve in front of their carts. However, with the change in species, the power level of the region was growing as well, and it wasn't uncommon to see commanders among the common workers. That could turn out to be a problem later because commander-rank farmers meant they would most likely have monarch-rank guard captains and enforcers in the next city. The Minotaur tribes reminded Carl a lot of the orcs, in a way. He was using brutality to increase his size and keeping his face covered with a bandana, which was mostly to keep the dust down. Between that and the hood of the coat that Ray had made him, it was good enough that he didn't need to wear a mask while traveling, and he wouldn't risk being identified. He wasn't all that worried about being called a human. He had realized that was unlikely to be an issue with the group that they had. But being personally identified was still an issue, if there was someone looking into the dungeon opening. The increased size actually seemed to set the monsters more at ease than his normal, human size had. It was as if by being visibly inhuman in some way, he was more like them. Now, if he took the mask off, and they mistook him for a giant or an ogre, there might be issues, as the giant clans did not get along well with the rest of the monsters. Unfortunately, they didn't have a disguise spell that could help him with that. If I had more materials, we could dye you a new color too. I don't think that an ash black like Thor would work. I am pretty sure that both humans and giants come in that color. But if we could make you blue or green, that would work. The trolls and orcs are both good people, and it wouldn't be bad to look like them. Remy suggested. Well, if you happen to come across the rest of the ingredients, I will consider it. For now, I will just keep the bandana up. Remy had made him a half-dozen mask prototypes so far, but she wasn't happy with any of them, so they had all been scrapped, and now she was trying to get inspiration for another, while she looked for the ingredients to make a different colored version of the shadow branch paste. Evening still hadn't taken them to Ocamping, but it did take them to another small farming village full of trolls and minotaur. Do you think that you can milk a minotaur? How far down are they, bull? Do you think that you can polish their horns like troll tusks and make them shiny? I have so many questions. Kara was rambling in Carl's mind as they settled in for the evening. I don't know any of those questions, and I don't want to know most of them. But I'm pretty sure that you could polish the horns to be shiny. See that one on the left of the gate? There is a bit of damage on the horn where it hit something, and it's slightly shiny. So if you polish them, they should buff up. That was enough to sate her curiosity as the clerics got ready for the evening's public relations work. They had made an entire bulk bag full of rice and beans, and now it was up to Carl to find out if anyone wanted to join them. He parked Thor between the few other merchant wagons and the village's low stone wall. The guards watched him, but didn't really care, as his group wasn't doing anything threatening. It was only when he approached that they were on alert. Gates are closed for the night. The guard informed him brusquely. That's all right. I have a dragon cleric with me who is making an evening stew, and it is their custom to invite anyone who is hungry to join them. So if there are other guards or someone else in town who could use a meal, let me know. I will leave you to it and go talk to the other merchants now. Carl replied with a shrug. He made a loop, quietly informing them that the dragon priestess would have dinner if they wanted some. The merchants had all eaten already, as Carl stopped later in the day than most, but they came over to socialize anyhow. It was good to hear the stories of the road from fellow merchants, and these were actual merchants, far from home, not farmers called in to supply the city. The road has been rough these last few days. All the big bosses are off to do something important, and the stupid ones are trying to test their luck while the overlords are away. One of the Minotaur merchants began as his assistant poured a potent-smelling cream liquor into a mug. A few of the others nodded. The entire town council in Ocamping is gone. They used the portal array in the city to go somewhere, but they didn't tell anyone where. They just grabbed a bunch of city guards and left right in the middle of market day. Are you all headed south? Carl asked. Yeah. You came from that way, is it the same at Halseering? Carl shook his head. It's much stranger. They've called for every farmer they can get in contact with to stock the city with food. But there was also a huge battle west of the highway, and talk of a possible dungeon. I don't know how much of the rumors are true, but there is definitely a big fight going on. We saw that much ourselves, and there are at least 2 orc tribes, plus every combat-capable troll from Halseering. That doesn't sound good at all. It might be all over before we get there, but if they've called so many people to the city, how are we going to make a profit? We've had some of these goods too long already. It might not be food, but we can't just lug them around the country all spring without a plan. The Minotaur with the strange liquor sighed. Tessa smiled as she looked at the city walls and saw a number of small faces hiding behind the stones. She added more of the mix to her largest pot and topped it off with hot water, preparing for guests. The merchants chuckled. Every village is filled with urchins, the dregs who have lost their families in battle, or to the wild. I suppose having a dragon cleric around might actually make things safer. Carl smiled as he realized what they meant. The street kids would steal food or coins if you weren't careful, but Tessa was going to feed them tonight, so they would be a bit less desperate and hungry. They might still try, but they wouldn't be driven by that life or death instinct when their belly was full. They just had to sneak past the guards, whose job it was to keep them from wandering out and causing trouble. That was easy enough. There were only 2 on guard at the gate, and they were pretending that they didn't see anything. So, when the food was ready a half-hour later, nearly a dozen kids and 2 off-duty guards came out to join the circle of merchants around the campfire. They had all brought bowls and spoons with them, understanding the process. This pot wasn't as huge as the one that the last night's stop had brought out, but for their travel group, it was already hugely oversized. There were a few servings left when the last of the bowls were filled, and Tessa smiled in satisfaction as she moved the pot off the heat. Have there been many attacks north of here? We're near the edge of Minotaur territory here, and I haven't been this way recently. Carl asked. The Minotaur looked startled when Carl said that, but he just shrugged. Nothing too close, but once you get past Ocamping, things are never all that good. The towns are getting smaller every year, with the people all moving to the city unless they're farming. But I hear that there have been strange appearances away from the highway. Monsters that don't belong, ones that attack anyone they see. The Minotaur explained, taking on a storytelling tone. One of the others scoffed. It's not just a tale. We ran into a group of hill giants. Damned hill giants, 2,000 kilometers from their territory, just 2 weeks ago northwest of here. Something strange is going on. They didn't even answer when we tried to talk to them, they just attacked. That sounded familiar to Carl and the others, but apparently it wasn't a thing that normally happened here. Once everyone had returned to their homes or beds for the evening, Carl settled in to meditate and work on combining skills. If he could get Skill Master to rank 3, he would be able to upgrade monster skills by a tier, making more powerful versions of the base skills. So, if he had combined skills that were already more powerful than what the monsters had begun with, the upgrade to Skill Master would become even more impressive. There was also hope that one of the others would get a skill to Monarch rank soon as well. Kara had begun with Disintegrate a rank above herself, but Ray and Hawk had skills advanced well before their body did. If they could do the same again, it would give everyone an extra level of safety against attacks. So, dealing with stronger attackers became Carl's priority for the evening. An effective combat skill that would allow the beasts to eliminate threats at the Monarch rank before they made it there themselves. The problem was that they all used different skills. Unless one of them advanced a skill on their own, he would have to choose who would be the one that got the attention. Kara understood that she was at the bottom of that list, as she was not only the youngest sister, but she was also the only one that already had a Monarch rank skill, so she could somewhat take care of herself. Oldest to youngest would be the way that Carl tried this time. Hawk and Thor hadn't had new skills in a while, and Thor had gained most of his through hard work and not a deliberately concocted resource. But that was the easiest way to gain new skills, assuming that Carl could find the materials. Is there anything in particular that you want? Carl asked Hawk as he tried to uncover some secret to combining skills. We haven't seen cool new skills in a while. We need to look for new creatures to fight. Hawk sighed. That might not be an option for some time, as they were trying to avoid fighting as they pretended to be merchants, and they had already gone through the dungeon that they had come here to find. It hadn't given them any new ideas, as the slimes were just mimicking their appearance. What if you learn Trollish Regeneration from your skill tree and combine that with Eternal Lightning? Hawk suggested. For faster regeneration while the barrier is up. That's not a terrible idea. They'll both be skills that I can use, so I'll at least have the chance. Do that then. You have enough points, right? Carl checked his status. Skill points, 31. He had enough. In fact, if he had to, he had enough to get Barrier, or Refresh, as well. He had skipped almost all of the defensive tree because he had Thor and the clerics with him, but at some point in the future, those core skills might become the basis for new abilities. He also wouldn't be able to see what the Tier 4 defensive options were until he unlocked them, and following the logic that it would include a skill that was better than Trollish Regeneration, it would make Thor a very happy Sero. Trollish Regeneration, learned. He also wouldn't be able to see what the Tier 4 defensive options were until he unlocked them, and following the logic that it would include a skill that was better than trollish regeneration, it would make Thor a very happy Sero. Trollish regeneration, learned. Remaining skill points, 11. Merger available, success rate 100%. Carl stared at the information on his status screen. He hadn't expected that there would be something that was guaranteed to mix with trollish regeneration. Details. Carl tried, unsure what the command was, to look at the option before he chose yes or no. Merged skill, void body, limited invulnerability and trollish regeneration may be combined to create the epic ranked skill, void body. Void body ignores all attacks under 10% of total health and regenerates 5% of total health per second. Severed body parts may be transformed to void energy that may be merged with the main body to speed regeneration. So, it was basically the same effect as the two skills individually, but if he lost an arm again, it would just turn to energy and grow back. No need for Lotus to practice her embroidery skills on him again. Carl rubbed his forearm where it had been reattached. That arm still felt slightly different from the other one, even if the doctors had assured him that it was all in his head, and the cleansing spells had purged the taint of frost giant blood from his body. Skill, void body, learned. Shared skill, void body, gained by Kara. Additional group members able to learn void body, Dana, Ophelia. Carl smiled as he read through the message. Perhaps tomorrow, while they were driving, he would try to make them a book to learn the skill. That wouldn't be too hard. Materials needed, 1 milliliter totem rank void element blood, 3 void stones over 6 grams each, ground onyx sand, 10 milliliters overlord rank troll blood. Or maybe it would. Why was that skill so much more ridiculously difficult to turn into a book than anything else that he had made? First off, a totem rank void element beast probably didn't exist on this continent, and secondly, void stones, and most other elemental stones were normally tiny. Finding ones over 6 grams was ridiculous, like asking for a 30-carat diamond. Hawk laughed. I guess that you won't be making that book for anyone else. But can you use it on us? Carl focused on spreading the passive skill and mentally frowned at the bird. No, it will only work for myself and Kara. At least for now. I can use the passive skill of trollish regeneration on you all, but not the new skill, and not limited invulnerability. Hawk shrugged and pulled a feather that was bothering him. It immediately grew back in its proper position, and he chirped happily. Trollish regeneration was going to be a true pleasure for preening, as he could pluck any feather he was dissatisfied with, and get a new one instantly. Can our clerics have trollish regeneration? Kara asked curiously. Carl quickly checked the requirements for the trollish regeneration skill. Nope, just the beasts. 2 of them might be able to learn the new skill, but trollish regeneration is just for us so far. Like with refreshing lightning, I might have to learn how to share it with the whole group. Ooh, when you learn to use it on them, will it make all their hair grow back? I know that they like to cut it off with a blade. Kara giggled. Carl didn't have the answer to that. If the trolls cut their hair short, it grew normally, but if they ripped it out, it returned at a much longer length. Applying it now shouldn't cause their hair to rapidly grow. It hadn't changed Carl's as far as he could tell. I think that they will be fine. If we do learn to share the skill, we might want to warn them before they shave, though. If they shave everything and it immediately grows to full length, they will not be happy. Carl replied, trying not to laugh out loud while everyone was in bed. Dana had just fallen asleep, and as eager as he was to tell everyone about the new skill, there was no need to do it right now. So, Carl double-checked that the Naga warriors and the golems were on duty and let his mind go blank, much to Kara's dismay. There were new developments, and she needed answers. But Carl was ignoring her, so she would have to wait. After they got up in the morning, the road began to take them northeast along the bank of a large river. Okamping, the next major city on the route, was built along the bank so that they could have plenty of fresh water, but Carl did wonder if they had problems with spring floods. The road itself was in rough shape, but it showed signs of having been groomed. There were drag marks where something large, perhaps a group of logs, had been pulled along the muddy road surface to flatten it. The traffic was light and the fields were busier, with more livestock and fewer pulse crops. It made the area feel more alive, even if the ambience still felt somewhat unwelcoming to Carl. There was no good reason for it that he could tell. The people were kind enough and happy to see him, but he got the feeling that the land itself was rejecting him. The city of Ocamping was impossible to miss. Unlike Halsering, it was a stone-walled fortress city, designed as an 8-pointed star fort, on a hill beside the river. Being 20 meters over the riverbank, plus 10-meter walls, Carl could see it from a dozen kilometers away, and Hawk had been giving him updates all morning, while avoiding getting too close, as the town had huge crossbows on the walls equipped with magical bolts. When they got a few kilometers away, Hawk returned to his space and Carl led Thor into the lineup to get into the gates. There was a massive rock troll in an ornate guard uniform filling water skins for travelers and asking questions. "What are you importing?" he asked, ready to make a note on the sheet attached to his clipboard. "We've got an assortment of tools from Halsering." The troll nodded. "Anything else in the wagon?" "A barrel of rum and one of cooking oil. That's also going to be up for sale if we find a buyer." The troll whistled and raised his hand, which brought over a smaller troll with deep red skin and highly polished tusks that had golden bells hung from them. Carl almost mistook him for a jester, then he realized that it was the troll version of a nobleman's outfit. "Yes, guard captain?" the troll asked. "Check this wagon, they've got good stuff to sell," the big troll explained. The troll noble gave Carl an appraising glance, estimating his power level and wealth. His outfit was naturally mostly made with an epic grade skill, but the coat was royal rank silk. That caught the noble's attention, then he noticed the inner lining of the wagon's cover, which had also been made by Ray. That was enough for his trained glance to know that Carl was no average merchant, no matter how cheap the good he was selling were. In fact, with the 2 royal rank Naga warriors guarding the clerics and their personal guards, it didn't take a genius to know that Carl was more likely to be a mercenary than a merchant. That didn't matter to him, what mattered was that they might have items that the city was short on, which could be sold at an unusual markup. Tessa pulled back the cover on the tools for the troll to check, and he smiled in satisfaction. "The tools all appear to be good quality. How is the oil and liquor?" he asked. Lotus grew a pair of sticks with a small scoop on the end and popped the bungs on the kegs to dip a small sample. The noble appraised the oil carefully. By smell, taste, and then by shining a glowing stone through it. Carl wasn't sure what that tested, but he seemed satisfied. The sip of rum made him wheeze, and the guard laughed. "It must be the good stuff," he joked. The noble gasped and handed back the spoon, which Lotus dipped for him. The troll sipped the rum and smiled. "I don't think this is quite fit for the average nobleman's palate. But I will buy the whole barrel from you right now. I can give you 12 silver coins and a trusted merchant trade token for it." Carl saw at the edge of his vision that the merchants in line on either side of him looked envious, so the price was either above average, or the trade token was worth the loss. "All right, I will take that deal. Let me know when you've got someone to grab it." Carl agreed. The troll just smiled and handed Carl a fistful of coins and a wooden token on a leather necklace. The nobleman was wearing an identical token, so it wasn't something that was traded, but one that you kept with you to signify that you were trustworthy to trade with. The gaudily dressed noble finally caught his breath as the big guard grabbed the barrel of rum and slung it over his shoulder. The guard captain motioned for someone to come take over his water distribution and questioning duty before opening the bung and pouring himself a whole mouthful of rum directly from the barrel. He was a big troll, but it was still comical to see him drink directly from a barrel. The replacement just shook his head as the guard walked away, and checked the notes that had been left behind. "You have tools to sell, and Mr. James is here to purchase them?" "All right. If you finish the sale, let me know. If you don't need a sales spot in the market, you can skip the line," he explained. The troll noble that had been identified as Mr. James took out a notepad and made marks as he counted the tools. "I will give you 4 gold, 6 silver. That's as high as I can go, even with your new trusted trader token." That was more than they had paid, Carl was fairly certain. "You have a deal. Did you want to ride back into town? We can drop these goods at your shop before I go looking to restock for the next leg of the trip." "That would be excellent. My shop is near the gates, the James Mercantile Store." Carl pulled out of line and gestured to the guard that they were headed in. He just waved for them to go, and Carl made his way to the front of the line, with the merchant on the other side of the driver's bench at the front of the wagon. The Naga warriors were getting strange looks again, but at least it wasn't lustful lizard folk this time, just curious trolls wondering why they were so far from home. The interior of the Star Fort-designed city was a direct contrast to the masterful stonework of the walls. Everything was dirt roads, crude wood and thatch or field stone buildings with shale and slate roofs. Perhaps the trolls hadn't made this place, but had only taken it over at some point. They should have the technology to make it, though. The quality of the tools that Carl had brought to them was good, and it wasn't that hard to cut square blocks. They just hadn't, for whatever reason. This entire country was strange, but this mystery really made Carl wonder what sort of history the city had. They stopped at a decently built stone shop near the gates, and the noble called out a group of servants to collect his purchases. It was only 1 load for the burly troll, and the well-dressed man vanished inside with one last polite nod towards Carl. He seemed to be in a hurry to be out of sight, but that might have been because he was overdressed for this part of town, and he wasn't wearing armor. As strange and run down as this city was, they did need some sort of trade goods to take along the road with them. They could keep just doing donations to the needy, but that was more of a church mission, and it would seem odd for a powerful merchant to go along with it. The options in the city weren't great, and most of the vendors' goods made the ramshackle stalls look like they were decent quality. But as Carl led Thor through the street, they were encountering more of the original stone buildings, which were far too large for the trolls. It might have been minotaurs, but Carl suspected that this was actually a giant-built city. The doorways were close to 7 meters in most of the buildings, and the trolls rarely got over 4 meters. The minotaurs weren't any taller, if you didn't count their horns, but they seemed to have much more of a fondness for grandeur. That might explain the state that the city was in. If the trolls had recently taken it over, they might have never had the building skills to maintain it, and the majority of the city might have been destroyed during the battle. It was a long way from the borders that the giant nations held, but the stone of the surviving buildings held signs of long-forgotten battles and showed centuries of wear, to the point that the walls had a line worn in them from pedestrians' shoulders rubbing against them. Once the city was looking more civilized, Carl led Thor towards one of the market areas. With some luck, they would be able to buy enough goods to keep up pretenses as merchants. None of them were eager to stay any longer than they had to in the city, so they were all keeping their eyes open for anything promising. However, there was nothing worth buying, even if the price was low. "Why don't we leave, and you can sell what me and Remy make instead?" Ray suggested. "Remy? What is Remy making?" Carl asked, checking her space, where the Naga Queen was mixing plant products into various clay containers that Hawk was drying with his fire for her. "She was trying to make new disguise pastes for you, but they're not working out right. She's got a number of moisturizing lotions, some makeup, an anti-aging cream of questionable ability, and a painkiller." Ray joked. "I'm close to getting another color right. We're just short on plants, because we picked them based on what was pretty or tasty, not on what had the best compatibility to make stuff," Remy complained. Carl turned to talk to the ladies in the wagon. "How about we get out of here? Ray has agreed to help us with some trade goods for our next stop. I don't think that there will be much here that will be worth buying," he whispered. Ophelia and Dana both nodded as they watched the crowd out of opposite ends of the wagon. Carl thought about the flow of traffic in the city and turned Thor north down a main street. That should take them to the north gates, assuming there were north gates. Leaving empty wasn't optimal, but they could claim that they had an arrangement to pick something up a few days down the road. It would also give them more room to sleep in the wagon. The trolls were busy at work, ignoring Karl and his team, except to move out of the way of the massive Saro as Thor pushed through the crowds. The north gates were only partially open, just a man door, not large enough for Thor or the wagon. "Pardon, can we get the gate opened? I need to head north," Karl asked the guards. The pair of rock trolls turned to stare at him. "Taxes are due on exports," the gray-skinned creature insisted. "We didn't buy anything today, just sold our tool shipment." The troll stared into the wagon, then smiled. "We will take one of the women instead." Karl shifted so they could see his trusted merchant token, in case it made a difference. They didn't seem to care, and Karl took a glance at the wooden gates, which had no visible enchantments on them. "That's not going to happen. Now, are you opening the door, or is this going to get messy?" They were starting to gather a crowd, and Dana prepared for an attack from behind. They hadn't been warned by any of the other merchants about this city, but perhaps everyone had assumed they knew the process. Perhaps they just needed to bribe the guards, but going by the angry looks on their faces, that wasn't going to be an option anymore. "You're not even a troll, but you think that you get to leave here for free?" The guard laughed. Karl ignored the taunting and turned to the overdressed troll closest to the steps of his wagon. "How mad would you be if I broke the door on my way out?" he asked. The troll noble laughed. "If you think that you can get past them, nobody will mind about the door. Low-key, remember?" Ophelia whispered as Karl stood up on the front of the wagon. Karl hopped forward to walk down Thor's back before stepping to the ground in front of him and looking up at the guards. They were just smirking at him, confident that he would give up one of his passengers or crew for them to sell. Faster than the troll could follow, Karl's maul was out and swinging. 5 stacks of Bone Crusher collided with the massive monster's chest, and the air was filled with the sound of shattering bones and splintering wood as he was sent through the closed gate. Karl turned to the other guard, who had frozen in shock. "Looks like the gate is open now. No need for a fee to open it. Thor, let's go. I have no more patience for stupidity today." Karl expected something. Some response, whether it was anger, fear or outrage at his actions. But the trolls just stood there as Thor walked out the gate with the wagon, and the puddle of troll in the wreckage of the gate began to heal and reform its bones. The gate guards were big, but only commander rank. However, Karl could sense that there were more powerful trolls all over the city that hadn't been alerted to the incident. He walked a few hundred meters as Thor followed behind, with everyone tensely waiting for something to happen. Only when they made it to the first of the farmers who were leaving the road to detour around to the south gate of the city did Karl begin to relax. "Did the Stone Guard gang lose control of the gate?" the farmer asked hopefully. Karl shook his head. "No, I just smashed one guard through the gate itself." "What is going on in Ocamping?" The farmer laughed at him. "I guess nobody told you. The city guard disbanded last month, now the gangs control the gates. The noble silks control the south gate and most of the old city. The Stone Guard controls the north gate, and most of the northern wall, while the slums change hands too fast to keep track of. Did you manage to sell your goods? I see that you have a token from the noble silks." Karl internally sighed. So that was why they were giving him a hard time at the gate. He thought that the city was more organized than it was, and he was actually wearing a rival gang's token. "Yeah. The noble silks bought my entire cargo. I'll have to pick something up along the way before I turn east." The farmer nodded. "There might be a bit left. Stay away from Berwickham entirely if you can, though. The trolls have been at war with the obsession demons all summer for control of the city. When the river branches, follow it east, and you will end up back at the road again in a bit over 100 kilometers. If you're lucky, there won't be too many wild tribes or bandits along the way." The best wishes for not too many bandits turned out to be a red flag much faster than any of them could have expected. By the time that the city was out of sight from the ground, Hawk had already spotted 3 groups of bandits waiting for travelers along the road. The first one, all the travelers were going around, as they were set up at a bend in the river with two bridges, and it was simply faster to go through the field in a straight line to where the road came back to their side. But the second was going to be an issue, Carl could tell already. There were 20 buffalo-type minotaur, much like the sort that Carl was familiar with, but Hawk said that they were much more heavily built, and their heads were different, with forward curled horns instead of their usual upright ones. There was a farmer following them who had his two boys as guards, and they all looked nervous. If they were ambushed on the way back to the farm, they wouldn't lose their crops. Instead, they would either lose the money they needed to keep the farm running, or possibly, their lives. Carl considered just going through the coulee where the minotaurs were hiding, but there was a chance that they would ignore him to go after an easier target who was guaranteed to have cash on them. So, he followed the flat lands further east, as he was going to be turning that way when the river forked, which might not be for most of the day. He didn't have a precisely scaled map, only their reproduction of the one that the beast clerics had at the temple, and there was no telling exactly how accurate it was. If it was right, they should reach the split later that afternoon, but it might be near dark, or even the next day. The farmers followed them for another hour, then turned off on a small track and pulled into a farmhouse. After that family had separated from them, the number of bandits began to increase steadily. Whatever was going on in this area had created an influx of desperate bandits, and the situation was disgusting to Hawk. In his mind, bandits should be predators. Like Ray, they hid in the trees and set traps. They should be dangerous, not a bunch of hobos with rusted weapons, or even just tattered clothes and their own claws. Their state was embarrassing. Even if they were just monsters, they should have some dignity. One of the groups of bandits, minotaurs who had set up a checkpoint of downed trees, was struggling to even make a proper campfire with the fresh green wood that they had collected. It was so pitiable that even Hawk was moved. Moved enough that he bombarded their campsite a little and lit their cooking fire before flying away. Thor had decided that the best route wasn't on the road, so they were traveling nearly a kilometer to the east of it, in between farmers' fields. That meant that they were in no danger of bandits along the road, just anything that might be in the fields. If the farmers were alarmed to see his group traveling between their fields, they didn't say anything about it, and by dark, Hawk had found the split in the river, and they were prepared to set up on the edge of a stand of trees, where they could get firewood and set up camp for the evening. An empty wagon made a good tent substitute, and with a bit of reorganization, they had everything set so that the whole group would be comfortable and nobody was sleeping in the dirt. Dana joined Carl in his hammock slung under the wagon, while the other three made a nest of blankets in a net that Ray had created across the wagon bed. It looked like a cargo securement net, or a fishing net, but it was made of the same stretchy silk that Ray used for hammocks. The bloodbath spider had decided to join Thor on the outside today, so she could keep a proper watch. There was a better than zero chance that something would come looking for them at night, even if Carl had put the wagon and the trees on opposite sides of the small campfire. That meant there was a chance, however faint, that she might get to hunt tonight. Hawk was asleep, resting after having scouted all day, but she was ready to go and eager for someone to try her. Her dreams were doomed to be left unfulfilled. Nothing really moved around at night in this region. The dense population had run off the wild beasts, and the danger of the more intelligent monsters kept everyone else home at night. So, while Carl and Dana silently held each other in their hammock, Ray was left to focus on her skills. Nothing was as good as actual combat, but a little practice wouldn't do any harm. She wanted her golems to improve by a rank again. Even if they couldn't be as smart as the bodyguards, they could be stronger. Ray prided herself on the amount of damage that she could do, and while her golems still held the edge, thanks to offensive adaptation and lacerate, it was getting close. Carl had bodyguards now too, and unlike Remy's limited arsenal, he had far too many skills to help them cheat. Only a few hours after everyone fell asleep, midnight by Ray's reckoning, something changed in the air around them. There was a surge of power and suddenly the area was filled with monsters. Not a portal, but a monster-spawning anomaly. Despite this being the best thing that Ray had seen in a month, she resisted the urge to run out and turn them into a new art installation. Instead, she woke Carl up to inform him of the good news. There are new monsters. The ones that just appear. I can see 3 drakes, or maybe baby dragons, and a dozen big, minotaur-sized things. That didn't seem right to Carl. Did they just appear in the middle of the night? That's only supposed to be a problem at home because of the broken anomalies. The book said that doesn't happen in other places. Well, they're here. Maybe you can ask them. That was a novel concept. If they were not insane and feral like the ones at home, they might be something that he could talk to and see what was going on. But with this feeling in the air, Carl suspected that it would not be that easy. He gently roused the others, spending a few extra seconds to kiss Dana until her eyes opened, then motioned for silence, so she knew to be ready for danger. The group slowly gathered around the embers of the campfire, and Dana sleepily settled into Carl's lap. Kara, seeing an opportunity, came out to sit on Lotus, knocking her over for a moment before the cleric got herself adjusted. Sorry to wake everyone up in the middle of the night. Ray reports that there has been a monster spawn in the whole region. She has located at least 3 drakes or small dragons, as well as over a dozen minotaur-sized monsters in our vicinity. I didn't want you to be caught unaware if they gather to fight. They're not that close right now, but I am calling out the other bodyguards for the remainder of the evening, so we can get a bit more sleep. But we should consider this to now be a hostile battleground, not just a hostile nation. Carl explained quietly. Everyone nodded quietly, and Tessa shook her head as she realized that Lotus was already asleep under Kara. They could stay on the ground for the rest of the night, it was warm enough on the grass. Plus, Kara would defend her sleeping buddy, so if there was an attack on the camp, Lotus wouldn't be in much danger from the initial assault. Not that it was likely to get past their defenders, but you could never be too prepared. It was a good thing that none of them snored, though. The night air was so silent, as if every small creature had gone to ground, that Carl could hear the wind rustling the grass, and the faint crackle of the fire's embers. None of them were sleeping deeply, except for Lotus under the disintegration bubble that Kara had erected over them while they slept. At first, Carl thought that it must take a lot of energy to keep an attack spell active all night like that, but the Void Badger used it like a tripwire. There was almost no energy in it until something touched it and woke her up, then she would lash out at them. With Eternal Lightning active, it was no burden at all, and she could keep it active without interrupting her normal night's rest. So, that was what she did, and took full advantage of the fact that they had a small person for her to cuddle like a stuffed toy. The first few hours after their arrival, the monsters seemed just as confused to be here as Carl was to see them there. But once they got their bearings, they began to spread out and stake their claim on the surrounding areas. Nothing had claimed the areas that were dangerously close to their camp, but twice in the early morning hours, Carl heard the sounds of combat as they either attacked a distant farm, or were attacked by the locals whose territory they had trespassed on. The farmers were mostly minotaurs and related species around here, and they did not take kindly to whatever these creatures were. Without light, Carl couldn't be certain, but to thermal vision, it still looked like Yeti and Drakes, as Ray had described them. The whole group was up with first light, too nervous about the situation to sleep. What are we going to do? Do we follow the river toward the road and continue with the plan to keep working as merchants? Or do we just assume that everything has gone to shit if they're getting random monster spawns in the Monster Nation? Dana asked, gesturing with a spoonful of oatmeal to emphasize her words. Tessa sighed and nodded. Some of the monsters are sure to settle in, while others will be killed in territory wars. But hanging around longer than necessary isn't a particularly smart call. Whether we go north to get out, or east as planned to finish our loop, I think that we shouldn't delay. It might only be this area that is in trouble, but I have an idea of why. The Golden Dragon Nation has always had too many anomalies and some low-level dungeons. That's why nothing else really wanted the territory to begin with, leaving it to the humans. But now there is a stable dungeon here. A stable dungeon should also mean unstable anomalies that dump monsters on the area. That's how it works at home. Carl frowned. So, that means the region around the dungeon is likely to have a never-ending supply of trouble, just appearing? He asked. Tessa nodded. Not every day, but they are more common near known stable anomalies of all sorts. So, it's likely that there will be more anomalies in this nation now than there were before. I don't know all the details, that's more the specialty of the Blue Dragons and their research teams, but it's not a secret within the church that a new anomaly means more monster subjugation missions in the area over the next few years. There is one near the Seminary Academy, and the monster appearances are reliable enough that they use the region to train church guards. That sneaky dragon. Lotus gasped as she realized the implications. Ophelia was taking a moment to consider all the options, while a smirk slowly grew on Dana's face. I just learned a valuable tidbit about the nature of the bronze dragons. They serve the dragon aspect of law and rules. But their actual attitude toward the law is much more, if there is no law directly saying you can't, then you can. The spirit of the law concerns their patron much less than the actual letter of the law. Many people go out of their way to obey the spirit of agreements, so they don't upset the bronze dragon and bring misfortune on themselves. But if they just looked for a clear and legitimate loophole, I don't think he would mind. Lotus nodded. That's right. The bronze dragon clerics are sticklers for contracts. If you want moral rulings, look for one of the gold dragon or world dragon followers. Carl had begun to suspect that the world dragon was much more amusement-driven and less moralistic than the church let on. But he wouldn't say that in front of a pair of clerics. At least not until he had definitive proof. That voice in his head, laughing at him every time something strange happened in relation to the system, was most likely the world dragon. But that was impossible to prove. So, what way are we going? Where does Hawk say the easiest way through is? Ophelia asked. There isn't one. No matter where we go, we're going to have a fight. They've just been avoiding us because they think we're a sleeping monster pack, and they didn't want to fight at night. Now that the sun is coming up, they will realize that we're a merchant wagon with guards. Once that happens, they will get more aggressive, especially the drakes. I don't know what skills these sand-colored ones have, but we can hope that it's not something hard to deal with. Carl explained. Tessa shrugged. The copper drakes shouldn't be too bad. They are a type of sand dragon. They use a corrosive sand cloud attack. The problem will be if they're working with another monster. Drakes are smarter than people give them credit for. They can adapt to the weaknesses of their enemies, and bolster the strength of their allies. They might not be as powerful as their draconic cousins, but the drakes are a higher-order beast, and if they're working with an intelligent monster, they could be forming complex and deadly strategies. What does Hawk say about the power levels? Hawk did one more loop of the immediate area to check, and found that it was mostly ascended rank, but there were 2 commander-rank drakes in his scanning range. Mostly ascended. At the same level as the dungeon, so it shouldn't be too bad for us this morning. But that could change at any time. Kara spread her wings and flew up to rest on top of the wagon's cover, while Tessa packed up the netting, rolling it to the front so it could be quickly unrolled the next evening. Everyone be ready. In under a kilometer, we are going to meet up with a drake leading a group of sand-colored yeti things. They're all ascended rank, but there are over a dozen of them, and I don't know their powers. Carl explained. Their guards altered positions, with the Lamia joining the Naga warriors on each side of the wagon, while Dana came to the front to sit with Carl and Ophelia went to the back of the wagon to bother Lotus for snacks. Her supply was running low, and the nature cleric could make an incredible trail mix. Incoming. The drake is ignoring me, so the whole group is coming for you. Hawk reported. That's a good thing, keep scouting. I think that Kara should be able to deal with a drake. Kara thought that was a great idea. She had seen drakes before, but not for some time, and she hadn't been doing a lot of flying. If she could have a flying badger fight with the drake, it would be a good way to keep her wings in shape and burn off some of the extra kilos that she had been gaining as she relaxed in her space. Once they had spotted the group, the commander-ranked Drake led his group of what Carl was tentatively calling Sand Yeti in a full frontal attack. They might have just arrived here, but they understood the essentials of dealing with a merchant wagon. They had fanned out to keep Carl from flanking them and making them chase Thor. "We will send all the golems and bodyguards forward this time. I want to know what these Sand Yeti can do before we face ones that are closer to our level. If the incident is similar to the ones in the Golden Dragon Nation, it will be almost all similar groups of creatures at different power levels." Carl insisted. It was good logic, and nobody argued as he pulled the wagon to a stop and the summoned guards fanned out to defend the team. The others held back for a moment, preparing to go anywhere that needed assistance, but the bodyguards were all royal rank against ascended Sand Yeti. The monsters all started with the same attack, a fast-moving arc of sand that reminded Carl of Rend, but in elemental form. The pair of Lamias counterattacked, nullifying the attacks with Rend, as flaming body flickered over their scales. The Drake roared and took a deep breath to attack, but Kara was already in motion. Carl had expected the small badger to square off with the much larger scaled attacker, but at the last second she barrel-rolled and passed under the Drake, which howled in pain. "That's what you get for having bad breath, stupid. Oh, you don't like that, I'll punch you in the dick." Carl had to resist laughing as the Drake fell from the sky with a mournful howl of pain. First, Kara had raked the sensitive inner thighs with her claws, then she followed up with the promised nut shot, and the Drake was out of the battle, though it was not severely injured. The Drake hit the ground with a puff of dirt, and Kara landed on his back to pull his wings back, straining the tendons as she pulled upwards with her claws dug into the base of its wing bones. The scaled beast lurched to its feet, twisting and bucking in an attempt to shake the creature free, while Kara rode its back like a rodeo cowboy. "The badger is insane," Dana noted. Carl wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "She's just having fun. Don't forget, at least one of our team members can talk to the creature if it's willing to speak. We might actually learn something about where they came from if we don't kill it immediately." The copper Drake sent a plume of corrosive breath in front of itself, then ran inside. Under normal circumstances, that would cripple an attacker and force them to let go. But being attacked by Kara was no normal circumstance, and the corrosive breath only irritated her, encouraging her to pull harder on the wings until eventually the Drake gave up and lay still on the ground, defeated and prepared to face death. "Someone ask our volunteer where they were before they came here. I want to know where they came from and why," Carl demanded. The Naga warrior closest to the Drake relayed the message in Serpent, which all dragon-related species should speak. At first, the Drake didn't respond, and Carl realized that there was something more wrong with it than the claws in its wing bones. Like a cloud had come over its mind, the Drake had no problem leading its subordinates into combat, but it couldn't understand questions, though it obviously heard them. They tried for a few more minutes, thinking it was just being stubborn, before Kara decided to try nullify on it. That had some effect, and the Drake began to swear at them, irate that it was being tortured. "Oh, now you can hear us. Where were you before today, and how did you get here?" Carl demanded, letting the Naga warrior translate. The Drake actually looked confused for a few seconds, trying to find an answer to that before madness descended over its eyes again, and it went back to roaring gibberish and trying to attack the Naga warriors. Nullify didn't completely remove the madness on it. "It's part of them. I think that they might be golems, or something like it," Kara theorized, right before the Naga warrior killed the irate Drake by beheading. Kara claimed the body, while Ray claimed the head as a decoration, then they all came out to examine the other bodies. The tan fur of the Yeti was coarse like sandstone and thick. They hadn't seemed to suffer from the heat, unlike the regular variety, but they were similar in powers, but with their element changed. Hawk ordered them all brought into his space after examination. Sand magic was different, and the bird had a theory that one of them could learn new skills using the monster parts as part of a recipe. It was bothering him that they weren't getting cool new things. Carl had gotten new abilities, and they had advanced, but it didn't have a huge obvious effect on their combat power like Hawk would have preferred. "The bodyguards are savage. The Yeti didn't even have a chance to defend themselves, and the bodyguards weren't using proper skills. It's like their power is higher than it should be, but not like it has gone up a rank. Like, the base ability has increased. They're still limited in maximum power output, but they're on an entirely different level compared to most living things. Dana explained, unsure how to explain what she was thinking. I think I get what you mean. Their skills are definitely royal rank skills, but their bodies are more like those group leaders in the dungeon. They're tougher and faster than they should be. A grade higher in quality than a regular living thing. Carl agreed. Dana nodded. Exactly like that. There should be some way to learn that ability to increase base stats, but I don't know how. The sound of their battle had alerted other groups of monsters in the vicinity that there was trouble, and the closest two drakes were leading their groups over. None of them was above the ascended rank, but it was 24 more of the Sand Yeti things, and perhaps a chance to learn a bit more about their combat abilities. The first ones had died too fast to use more than one skill, so if these ones tried something other than their sandy version of Rend, Carl's group would know more about what to expect from future encounters. Kara seems to really enjoy fighting drakes. Ophelia noted as the void badger flew in circles, waiting for the enemy to get into ambush range. All those stupid divine species think they're better than us because void badgers don't have a deity. But neither do drakes, so who are they to act all arrogant? Not even their cooler cousins are as tough as a void badger. Kara declared. Kara is annoyed that the dragons are arrogant about having their own deities. The drakes act like they're a subspecies of dragon, and she has an irresistible urge to put them in their place. Carl translated for the group. If you were bigger, you could give them a power bomb. Remy giggled. Her little sister had a flair for the dramatic that the Naga Queen appreciated, even if Kara did usually act like the bigger sister. Not the same way that Ray loved dramatic effects. Not at all. Ray liked dramatic visuals, while Kara was emotionally volatile, like she had an on-off switch for combat mode. This pair of drakes seemed to be a bit smarter than the first one, and they teamed up on the Void Badger, ignoring the rest of the group. It wasn't going to save them, but it was a good idea. The battle was about to start, with the summons moving to the front as Dana stepped up into the sky so she could rain magic missiles on the drakes harassing Kara. It would only last a few seconds, but a mighty roar distracted Dana for a half-second. One of the buffalo-type minotaurs from the nearby farmhouse was charging towards the battle, already bleeding and accompanied by 4 smaller minotaurs, all similarly injured. They had to be the local residents, and they were most likely under attack by one of these groups before the pained roars of the other drake had drawn them away. Dana didn't hesitate for more than a second, as Kara was already hurling disintegration-enhanced rend attacks at the drakes. She wasn't even trying to fight them this time, and Dana was pretty sure that she was actually preparing her favorite cuts to be roasted. Before the drakes were even dead. The farmer and his children stopped at the scene of the battle as the bodyguards toyed with the Sand Yeti for a few seconds to see if they would use a new skill. But they only used that one skill and then went for claw attacks when they were close. Even if you kicked them away, they still used the same skill. They used it in different ways, but it was still just the one skill. Merchant, thank the gods that you're here. Can we pay you to save our farm? My brothers and cousins are holding the farmyard, but there are more of these things coming, and they won't see sense. The Minotaur pleaded. We could use some trade goods. You give us a discount, and we will help. Now, lead the way. Carl agreed. They could use the practice, and the goods. Most of Carl's team took off running after the Minotaur family, while Tessa and Lotus got back in the wagon. Thor was faster than they were over a kilometer or more, even with the wagon. The others were at least fast enough to keep up with the Minotaur family, while Carl already knew where they were going because he could see the pair of drakes and the large group of Sand Yeti attacking a farm. There were other homesteads in the area that had been overrun, with the houses demolished, but a large group of defenders had gathered at this one. There were commander-rank Minotaur among them, but there were commanders among the Sand Yeti here as well, and commander-rank drakes, which were much more difficult for the Minotaur warriors to deal with. Dana turned to Carl as they ran. Have Kara leave at least one of the drakes for me. I want to fight a flying target so that I have the experience before we meet stronger ones. Got it. I will leave hers alone. Or, you can practice artillery work, and just shoot at the others to improve your aim. Kara suggested. Do you think that my aim needs work? Carl asked, curious how she came to that conclusion. Of course it does. You're not even a badger, how could your aim be perfect? Even Sister Ray still works on her targeting. Ray laughed as she ran towards the farm, startling the Minotaur family, who hadn't realized she was there. Yeah, even the mighty bloodbath spider needs to practice. Fine, Kara can attack things on the ground, and I will take out the other drakes. Carl agreed. Kara raced ahead, a blur of black and white fur in the early morning light, as they hurried to intercept the attackers before anyone else could kill more of them. You know, the rest of us aren't going to get much of a fight if you let Kara just go wild. Ophelia laughed as the Void Badger approached the edge of the battle. Well, you do have a point. This is easier than arguing with her, and there will be more fights today, I can guarantee it. Once she has it out of her system, the rest of us can practice. Now, Dana can pick her drake, and I will distract the others. Ray wasn't going to let Kara get all of the fun, but it would be even harder for the local farmers to identify her, as the bloodbath spider was working on her stealth skills. She could blend with most things effortlessly, but her body wasn't easy to hide. So, she had found that if she moved in spurts and pretended to be another object, in this case a hay pile, she might be able to trick her targets. She started out behind an actual hay pile, and then Shadow stepped closer with her body disguised to look as much as possible like loose straw. But then her patience ran out, and she stepped into the group furthest from the farmers and went to work dismembering the sand yeti while her golems circled around to attack the sides. The golems were more obviously constructs, so they shouldn't be attacked by the defenders, while the presence of Ray would likely terrify them even more than the sand yeti force, given the power difference. Kara was in no hurry this morning. She was playing superhero, rescuing the younger minotaurs from the yeti attackers and driving the monsters back, while making a big show of it so that everyone knew that they had been rescued and not tag-teamed. Carl joined the fight just before the farmers who had run after the retreating group, hoping that they might either rescue or recruit another group for their fight. The relief was visible on the faces of the defenders, and Carl called Remy out to toss a couple of healing splash spells onto the worst injured members of the Minotaur clan. None of them appeared to be dead, at least not here at this house, and a bit of healing was all it took to close their largest wounds. Unfortunately, healing splash wasn't an instant whole body heal unless Remy soaked them in it, or got the spell inside them somehow. It would leak in through the cuts, and spread through the body when it stayed in contact, but that wasn't nearly as fast as a cleric's minor heal spell. She had been preparing for this situation, with a number of vials of healing potion. Hawk had made the containers for her with flames and sand, and she was delighted with them. The bottles even had their logo on it, a naga with a hawk on her shoulder. Remy had made the logo out of clay, and Hawk had set the vials on it to cool, imprinting it on the bottom of the potion bottles. Open up. There you go, and one for you and for you. Remy took mental notes of how long it took for the potion to start working, as she had never made someone drink a diluted healing splash before. Her pleasure that she had found a way to run experiments that she couldn't get in trouble for was clear through the link with Carl, but he was busy with other tasks, and didn't have the time to praise her ingenuity. He had hit both of the copper drakes with Rend already, and they had moved away from where Dana was fighting the third member of their flight. But they were retreating to hundreds of meters in the air, giving them plenty of time to dodge Carl's attacks, so he had to chase them with the skills. It took far longer than it should have, as they were incredibly agile flyers. But Carl had a lot of practice controlling his skills, and with dozens of deadly arcs of energy chasing them, the monsters were taking steady damage, no matter how hard they fought to avoid his attacks. See, not as easy as you thought. Kara laughed as she sensed Carl's frustration. Change of tactics. Carl agreed. Arrows with disintegration on them were much easier to work with, and the targeting enchantment on the bow did half the work for him. The first shot was a direct heart shot, as the drake was already trying to avoid the rend attacks, and the second was not off by much, punching a clean hole through the drake's rear hip and out its back. It howled in pain, but the effect hadn't been set to spread on contact, so it was a clean injury that the drake would be able to heal with a few minutes of effort. However, when the next arrow came, the drake caught it with a smug smile on its draconic face. Until the disintegration spell exploded and removed the front half of its body. That's cheating. You can't just trick them into holding a bomb to kill them. Kara complained. No, I think that he's onto something. Watching stupid monsters explode is kind of fun. Hawk countered. Carl let the beasts argue as he began to fire at the sand yeti, taking out the last few who had started to flee. If they were left alone, they were a threat to other farms and homesteads. That shouldn't actually concern Carl, but it was still the right thing to do. Dana finished her drake and landed next to Carl as Thor and the clerics finally arrived. They started right in on the healing process, helping the farmers recover. Thank you, priestess. One of the older minotaurs, a massively muscular woman, greeted them in a deep but somehow feminine voice. Are there other survivors or wounded? I see that there are many damaged farmhouses. Tessa asked. The largest minotaur shook her head. No, the wee ones are in the house here. The only ones who didn't make it this far are unlikely to be making it anywhere else. She explained. That must mean that they had some sort of plan in place, in case of attacks. If all of the children had made it here, where the adults had gathered to fight, it meant that the plan worked. But probably not well enough to prevent casualties among those who tried to slow the approach of the monsters, or who were caught out unaware. At home, Carl knew that shepherds stayed out in the fields all night to watch over their flock, so the same might be true of some of the farmers here. Those would be the most likely casualties, as well as the ones to alert the others to flee to the meeting point. Remy passed over a few more potions with a smile on her face that Carl always thought looked like she wanted to eat someone. At least it was a mouth-closed smile this time, so she wasn't showing fangs. Just in case there is another need for healing in the near future. These keep for a few months, at the very least, so you don't need to have a dragon cleric around all the time. She explained in Serpent, but at least a few of the minotaurs seemed to know the language. The minotaur looked at the potions in shock. These are proper healing potions. I haven't seen one of these in ages. Not since that beast king came down from the north, selling them to the rich folks. One of the older men laughed. That's been nearly 80 years. I wonder whatever happened to him. But thank you, Queen Naga. Our herd is in your debt. Thor snorted happily. They were herd monsters. Carl hadn't considered that before. The bestial half of them was a herd animal, but they were classed as a monster species, not a beast species. He had previously assumed that meant they didn't take on bestial traits, only their appearance. The sun is up enough to travel now. We should get moving. Carl sighed, looking at the horizon, and knowing that there would be a lot more encounters like this in the next week or two until the anomaly ended, and the monsters stopped spawning at midnight. You should keep everyone close. These monsters are likely to appear again at midnight for some time. I don't know how long, but I don't think it's over, he added. The farmers nodded. At least they're not interested in destroying the crops. That's a good start. If we travel in groups, we should still be able to do our work. It will just be uncomfortable for a while until we can rebuild everyone's houses. There are more coming. Do you want to do something about them? Hawk asked as he continued his patrols. How close, and what direction? 10 kilometers, from the south. They're past the city and headed this way. There should be quite a few farms, and a couple of bandit traps, in that direction. If these farmers were lucky, the sand yeti wouldn't make it this far. No, let the locals deal with it. We will get what trade goods we can and move on. The Minotaur group was already busy with that. They weren't gathering food or goods they would need, but they had quite a few tools made in identical copies. Carl looked at what they were laying out and realized that what he had taken as tools weren't actually tools. They were all combat weapons designed to look like farm implements. They could be used as farm tools, but they were designed to either do double duty, or be partially disassembled to make them into proper combat weapons. That must be a Minotaur thing, as they were all Minotaur scaled. But the designs were brilliant. Some of these could become quite popular with farmers at home. They might not be as strong as Minotaurs, but Carl had a suspicion that as the elites learned more, they would be able to help the rest of humanity even the odds. Carl made a guess as to what those weapons would be worth at home, given that they were all common-grade magical weapons, then put about half that much money on the bench in front of him. The Minotaurs didn't look happy with the offer, but they didn't look insulted, so he was at least close to what they would accept after he helped him with the attack. Carl added 6 more gold coins, and watched as the largest Minotaur woman began to relax a little. 2 more gold coins, and most of the others had lost their concerned looks. "Do we have a deal?" Carl asked her. She was the oldest, the largest and the most powerful. By most standards, she should be in charge. She looked around the other farmers and nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, we can accept that, merchant. We appreciate your business. Going to the city has become a troublesome experience lately." Carl smiled. "If you see others, you might want to flag them down. They will appreciate a safe spot to stop for the evening, with all the new troubles, and many of them have been avoiding buying anything in the city. The higher quality items aren't going into oak camping, so there is nothing worth buying." The farmer nodded. "That's why we had so many here. We were waiting until we had a full cart load to take them for sale. If we all leave at once, other than one family, they can watch our animals, and we will have enough guards for the trip. But now, we can put it off until next year. We've got enough to buy what we need, but the farms have been mostly self-sufficient for a while now. Best of luck to you, then. We will get on our way so that we can get to another safe spot before it gets dark." The Minotaurs nodded, and Carl picked up their purchase to load into the wagon. The beasts didn't immediately return to their spaces. Kara and Ray just wandered away from the farm, as if the locals would forget that they existed if they were out of sight. Or, perhaps they really did. Nobody seemed concerned about a missing pair of royal rank beasts as Carl led the team away with Remy curled up in the middle of the wagon, on top of their new cargo. It would be more comfortable if they put the net in place, but that blocked the side benches where everyone else was sitting. So, it wasn't long after they were out of sight of the farms that the beasts, other than Thor, returned to their spaces to rest. Hawk had scouted everything within an hour's walk, so he returned for breakfast, with the intent to head back out after, but for the moment, they were just an average-looking merchant wagon. Carl had even dismissed the Lamia bodyguards after the battle, so they didn't have an excessive number of guards. Hawk came back out a half hour later to scout the area and directed them straight east, away from the river. There are too many fights along the river. All the wagons have attracted the drakes, which has attracted more monsters, and others hoping to get loot or valuable drake scales and body parts. He explained. That was a good point. The drake body parts were actually precious resources. The price might be dropping hard in this area, but if they had a number of bodies with them, they could sell them after they were out of the area where the monsters were spawning. Giant strength rings were some of the cheapest magical items you could get in the Golden Dragon Nation because of the spawns and now the wars. So the same would apply to the drake scales in this area for at least the next few months until the materials had cycled through the market. There are a lot of farms out here. Should we go to the ones that are being attacked so we can loot them? Hawk asked. He meant it the same way that they had traded with the last one, but that was just a form of looting to Hawk because coins had no value in his brain. You just got them from hunting things or getting rid of stuff you didn't want. How far off course are the battles? Carl asked. Not far, you'll be able to see them if we stay on the best course. Hawk has found more farmers fighting. Does anyone mind intervening? The materials are valuable, and we can sell them later. Plus, it leaves fewer monsters to worry about at night. Carl offered the others. Ophelia sighed as she turned to look out the front of the wagon. As much as I hate to say it, that's what a local merchant would do. All these farms are potential customers. If we're not going to follow the river to the road, we might as well trade with all the rural farms along the way. I just wish that we had gotten a reason that there are no towns along this entire savanna. She agreed. Tessa nodded. It's because of the nomadic tribes. Nobody dares to try to build a road and settle villages out here, but there should be random farms and nomadic villages. And because the nomadic villages move to where the food and water are, there are no permanent roads, only recently used trails. Alright, that makes sense. I will follow Hawk's directions to the farms, and then we will trade with the nomads as we go. I suggest that we keep some bags or barrels of food for trade once we get to the nomads. That's all that the orcs will trade for, and I don't know what the demons will want. Carl suggested. Dana looked at Carl like he was crazy. And what makes you think that we can trade with the demons? It shouldn't be impossible. The ones we've seen so far have been intelligent and reasonable enough. If it's just a matter of being evil, I think we've all met a couple of humans who would qualify for the title. Dana huffed in annoyance. Carl was likely referring to the mine bosses, but she recalled that one year when she was a kid that her dad opened a general store. He had been absolutely terrible to his employees until word spread through town and people stopped coming to buy from him. The last straw had been when another shopkeeper came in with his goons, beat her father unconscious and looted the store empty. With all the store profits spent on liquor, he had nothing left to restock or repair, and that was the end of his attempt at self-employment. If that was the sort of evil that the demons were, it would be manageable. But she suspected that it was a more primal sort of amoral evil. Like an aggressively cruel version of Ray. That could be much harder to deal with, and there weren't enough of them to take on an entire nomadic tribe. If they were going to be passing through the nomadic areas, it would be better to just try to avoid them entirely. Tessa and Lotus were thinking nearly the same thing. Demons were unpredictable, unless you were dealing with matters of their aspect. Obsession demons were actually the most predictable, once you knew what they were obsessed with. Wrath and plague demons were far less predictable, and the unaligned ones nobody could predict. They seemed to enjoy pranks more than anything else. Carl turned Thor to meet up with the next farm that was being attacked by the Sand Yeti. This group didn't have a drake with it, which should make it easier for the locals to deal with. Not that it would be easy for the Minotaur farmers to deal with over a dozen of the creatures, assuming they appeared in the same size of group as his team had been fighting earlier. These ones are weaker. Lower ascended. Hawk noted as they got close. A full-grown Minotaur was usually a commander, so there was a chance that even a married couple could deal with the group, though it would be incredibly dangerous. The farmers were holding their own, and Carl saw 5 adults in battle, all commanders. That would be enough to deal with the Sand Yeti on their own, but when they got close, he let Ophelia, Dana, and the Naga warriors go fight while he pretended to drive the wagon. Thor didn't need directions like that, but it was easier to pretend than to explain. The 4 additions were able to quickly overcome the Sand Yeti warriors, and Carl noticed that the Naga warriors were getting better with their use of tsunami. They had learned to create it with a downward strike of the sword, sending a narrow vertical arc of water racing toward the target for a much more concentrated and energy-efficient strike than the wide version. The Yeti were not particularly intelligent creatures, and they were mindlessly charging at the farmers without any sort of coordination, far from the level of threat that the groups led by drakes had managed. Ophelia didn't transform, she just hacked into the Sand Yeti with her axes, while Dana attacked from above, so she could see over the defenders. Compared to the others, she was tiny. Ophelia could use Berserk Terror when she was enraged to increase her size and power without Carl's assistance. That made her larger than the Minotaurs and the Sand Yeti, while the Naga warriors were not as thick, but their body length let them fight at an equal height to the others. Their combat style was much more three-dimensional than most. They had no problem stretching out to attack from below, or raising to let their upper arms attack from above. Any target would have trouble dealing with 4 blades at once, and the more that they practiced, the more skilled that they were becoming. With their combined efforts, all the attackers were dead by the time that Carl pulled up to the farmhouse. "Do you need any healing? I have dragon clerics with me," he called over to the farmers. The bull-headed grandfather of the family snorted in what sounded like annoyance, then gestured to the house. "If they don't mind helping our kind, we do have injured," he agreed. Lotus hopped down from the wagon to take her turn at healing, and Kara poked at the mental link with Carl. "Tell her to try to polish their horns. I want to know what they look like when they are shiny. Later. Let us heal them and get them to calm down before we try to get them to agree to let Lotus groom them." The presence of the nature cleric seemed to set them at ease. Lotus was possibly the least threatening person that Carl had ever met, and when she came in with an area healing spell active, it gave everyone a warm, welcoming feeling. "What are you doing so far off the track, merchant?" the oldest of the farmers asked. "This nonsense is happening all over the region, and we got a report that the route along the river, to bypass the battles at Berwickham, is even worse. The Sand Yeti are usually accompanied by copper drakes, who give them organizational skills. Between that and the opportunistic ones looking to either kill the drakes or the merchants who might have valuables, this way is safer. It's not much of a trade route, but I'll try to make a go of it as I head east," Carl explained. "Well, if you can trade with the remote farms all the way through, you might do all right. What do you have for trade items?" "We've got some Minotaur tools, the sort that double as weapons for the farmers," Carl offered. The Minotaur nodded. "Do you want more of them to sell?" "We've got lots of steel here, but it's rare further into the savannah." Carl shrugged. "I think that we have room for some extra gear. What do you have for sale?" "We get numerous requests for the sickle spear, or quality shovels. Grain and grass crops are the majority of the roughage grown around here, but we also do root vegetables. Sickles are essential for cutting wheat and hay, so we're carrying them for most of the year. Shovels are just generally good weapons. So, we make some with serrated edges for dealing with thick hides and leather armor." That sounded like an innovative way to make a dual-purpose tool, even if you would have to sharpen the sides regularly with use. But Carl suspected that the sharpness was secondary when you were using the shovel as an axe. Minotaurs were strong, and a shovel head had a decent bit of weight to it, so it would make an acceptable axe in an emergency. Carl turned to Tessa, who gave him a thumbs up from the wagon. They didn't have too many of either, so they could afford to buy more here. The Minotaurs also had a crafting method that made common-grade magical items out of their weapons, and she wanted to study that. If it was something that the church could do, the Red Dragon clerics could make good use of it when a conscription happened on short notice. Teaching conscripts to use anything but a spear was difficult, and even their spear skills were questionable. However, handing them a shovel-shaped axe should be more familiar. It had surely been tried in the past, and she had seen more than one pitchfork used in combat before, but it might become more commonplace if they had better quality tools already in hand. The farmer sent one of the younger girls to go get their goods, and she came running back with a wheelbarrow full of them a minute later. "This is what we have stockpiled. We haven't had a lot of spare time to make tools this year, but it should be enough." Carl did the quick math and set out the money. Minotaurs weren't hard negotiators from what he had seen. They had a more communal mentality, and looked for the price that was best for everyone. So, offering them a fair price at the start actually saved time, and didn't cost you any extra. The farmer nodded as he did the same math Carl had. The little girl counted coins on her fingers and looked up at the elder Minotaur. "Is that a good price, Grandpa?" she asked. "It is 2/3 of the market price. That is a good price from a merchant, who has to carry them and find a buyer. It will be enough to cover all the supplies we ordered this spring," the older man replied. The little girl smiled and carefully put the coins in a bag before running inside with the bag held proudly in front of her. "Cute kid. Here, I have a couple extra healing potions, just in case you have more monster trouble." Remy passed Carl the potions from her space. She had been busy making these, and she was getting better at them. They still lost some effectiveness compared to directly using the skill, but she had mixed some medicinal herbs in them from her swamp, and it was getting closer to full power. The old Minotaur smiled as he carefully put the potions in a straw-lined wooden chest. If you're certain, I won't say no to your generosity. Emergency healing supplies are hard to buy, but not many merchants have clerics with them. Lotus giggled from inside the farmhouse, and Carl smiled. They're actually not made by the clerics. They're made by a Naga queen friend of mine. They're shaman healing magic. The Minotaur's smile got even larger. Oh, that is a shock. I don't think I've ever seen a Naga shaman, much less a shaman queen. Even those noble warriors are a rarity outside their southern swamps. But if you're headed east, there will be lizard men among the nomadic tribes. They are the closest thing to permanent residents that you'll find east of the Minotaur farms. Arrogant bastards they are. Lizards and Minotaur don't get along all that well, but with dragon clerics and Naga they should be easier for you to talk to. Remy wasn't sure why the Minotaurs kept equating the lizard men with Naga. They were entirely different species. The lizard men weren't even aquatic like the crocolisk species were. All they had in common was scales. Carl took note of the old man's attitude on the other species before asking more questions. Have there been any recent troubles with the nomadic orcs or demons? The farmer shook his head. The demons all went west, intending to claim a city for themselves. I haven't seen any sign of them in months. The orcs passed by here just a week or two ago, but they were in a good mood. We had a short fight, and then they traded us some steel in exchange for food. Carl chuckled. Yeah, that sounds like them. As long as they're not on a warpath, we should be all right, then. Carl saw Lotus sneak the younger Minotaurs inside the house a small bag of rice and beans, along with a bag of seeds that he couldn't immediately identify. Then she came back out with her typical happy smile. We're all finished with the healing. Did you finish your trades? She asked. Yeah, we're all done. We can head out as soon as everyone is back in the wagon. Lotus held out her arms, and Carl laughed as he grabbed her by the hips to put her back in the wagon. Ophelia rolled her eyes as she climbed up the ladder into the wagon, but Dana mimicked Lotus, holding out her arms. Carl grabbed her behind the legs for a one-armed princess carry and hopped up onto his seat. The farmer laughed at her shocked expression, and Carl waved his free hand as he got Thor moving. Dana thumped him on the head as she wiggled out of his hold to sit beside him on the bench, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. There were a few other farms to the east, but Hawk didn't spot any more trouble. In fact, the rest of the morning was quiet as they traveled. Do you think that we reached the edge of the spawn area? When we went on missions, we would have reached a group at least twice an hour at this pace, but there isn't much of anything here. Ophelia noted as they traveled across the open grassland. That is possible. We have no way to tell what the edge of the spawn was, so it is plausible that it was centered closer to the city, and that would have put us outside the range by now. We only have Hawk's reports to go on, and he's focused on finding us the best route east. But I won't complain if we have a break between battles. Dealing with drakes and a nomadic tribe at the same time would just be confusing, unless it was orcs. The others all stared at Carl, waiting for an explanation of that idea. Orcs like a good fight. If we ran into them and a group of sand yeti at the same time, we could send a champion out to fight, and they would accept that as a show of pride. What are you, the orc whisperer? Tessa laughed. Just wait. There are nomadic orc tribes here, and we will see them eventually. When I was sent back in time by Bishop Misty, I learned a lot about them. They used to be more civilized, but they have easy-to-follow rules of behavior that seem to have survived the years. Tessa gave him a suspicious look, but Thor was nodding in agreement. Orcs were good people, they liked to smash stuff just as much as he did. Carl sighed as he realized that everyone trusted Thor's judgment more than his own. Hawk's scouting didn't turn up much of anything for the rest of the day. They had left the spawn area for the drakes, and even the farms had mostly ended. Hey, do you think that the populations are related? As soon as the farms ended, so did the spawn. There were larger and stronger groups in the morning than at lunch, and now there is nothing. It feels like the spawn is tied to the local population. Tessa noted as they prepared to set camp for the evening. I've never heard of it being like that before, and they usually appear in the more rural areas. Or perhaps those areas are rural now because that's where the spawns happen. But it does track. Hawk agrees too. The stronger groups were in the areas where the farmhouses were clustered. If we add that to what you said earlier about them appearing near other anomalies, this might have been the smaller of the spawns as well. We're days away from the dungeon, so if distance has any relation to strength, this should be the weakest that it gets. Carl offered. Tessa took out the map and looked at the area in front of them, which was basically one large blank spot on the map. Going by this, it's going to take us a week just to get back on the road, and close to a month to get to the border with the Beastkin Nation. When we set the schedule, we greatly overestimated how fast you can travel without breaking a wagon. It's faster than having us mere mortals on foot, but compared to having us ride Thor and the rest of you jogging, we're less than a quarter of our daily travel distance, maybe even an eighth. Tessa sighed. Ophelia nodded. That is true. But it is what it is, and we're not under any sort of set deadline to get back. Dana nodded, then smiled as she made a realization. You know, this is as close as we've gotten to a vacation since we started at the academy. We can just travel at our own pace and there is nobody to tell us otherwise. We might have to do something that pleases the Red Dragon eventually, but we can find a way, I'm certain. Ophelia smiled. The gods have a way of making sure that we have the opportunity to make the right choices. That's probably a red flag, but maybe it will be cute orphans again. Lotus laughed. We do have good luck with orphans. It's like small creatures are attracted to us. Tessa smirked at Ophelia, and Lotus stuck her tongue out at them. That's not what I meant, and you know it. She could protest all she wanted, but she was one of the small creatures. Do we have any major landmarks along the way? Carl asked, with a gesture at the map in Tessa's hands. Nothing. We're heading straight east, and not following the river as it bends northeast, but we're only going to end up 100 kilometers from where the ones following the road will end up. But if we go a bit south of true east, we would end up following the road for quite a while. That might be safer if there are more incidents along the way, but according to the dragon, the road route is the safer route. It's after we reach the road again that we will have to decide to follow it southeast or go cross-country for 1,000 kilometers to get closer to the Beastkin Nation. Carl frowned at the huge gaps on the map with no marked population centers. It didn't make sense for there to be nobody living there, but if there were no established roads, the Divine Beast Nation might have not bothered to fill it all in. Without a monster spawn nearby, Ray's night watch was depressingly uneventful. But uneventful was good for Carl, as it gave him time to study his skills and theorize ways to combine them that might make a whole new ability. Trollish regeneration and limited invulnerability had combined to make Void Body. The skill basically combined the best of both, with a bit more power, while keeping them as a passive skill. That wasn't really what Carl was hoping for. It was an absolutely incredible skill, but he should be able to combine them into an ability that was better than just having both skills active, which he was doing anyhow. None of the other skills seemed all that compatible, though. Carl considered his options, and while it seemed like he might be able to combine some of his attack skills, his imagination was failing him on how to combine them to make them better than skill plus skill combined. There was no way that a skill so difficult to obtain could be limited to this degree. It wasn't available on the offensive or defensive skill trees, so there had to be more to it. Perhaps the point was to try to make incompatible skills work together to do something new and innovative. Maybe you just need to think about how to make something from each of us work together. You can visualize skills, so just imagine all of us working together on one spell. Remy offered. She was actually the one with the most talent and success creating new skills. She had made 2 different types of totems so far, and she had learned a wider variety of skills than anyone else. Just make the snake's magic less evil and go from there. Hawk suggested. Carl laughed at the bird's loyalty to his element, and focused on the one shared skill from Remy's advancement that he hadn't tried yet. Cyclone created a vortex of water, similar to the defensive cyclone that Naga shaman boss had used. Hawk would want that to be less evil. So, Carl focused on converting the element to be fire. A flaming tornado was more acceptable to Hawk, even if it wasn't better than the base cyclone. Soup! Kara shouted, startling them all. What in the world are you talking about? Carl asked. It wasn't even close to lunchtime, and the drake leg that Hawk was roasting her wasn't ready yet. You know, soup. Just keep putting stuff in the pot until it's good. You have a flaming cyclone, but if you added the earth barrier from Ray and a dash of nullify. The void badger trailed off to let Carl finish the thought. Carl thought about it, and that might be good, but not quite right. However, if he added shatter to cause physical hits to inflict additional vibration damage, then made the earth shield swirl in the flaming cyclone, with a touch of nullify, to help it break defenses, they might be on to something. It was a great concept, in theory. Except for the fact that Carl couldn't use nullify. In practice, trying to add earth shield to the cyclone was a pain, and he was unable to use raise, boulder toss, to just add small stones. However, if he added shred, the swirling vortex became positively hateful. In practice, trying to add earth shield to the cyclone was a pain, and he was unable to use raise, boulder toss, to just add small stones. However, if he added shred, the swirling vortex became positively hateful. But it still needed a bit more, and Bone Crusher did a fine job of replacing nullify in this situation, as it bypassed armor. It wouldn't break their defenses, but having a portion of the damage bypass them was a great start. Carl spent most of the afternoon trying to make that work together. He could form it in his mind, but it was unstable, and missing something. Chain lightning, that was what it was missing. The lightning would arc around it, carrying Shred and Bone Crusher with it, while the repetitive nature of the spell would help stabilize the mess of magic elements. In his mind, it was a great spell. It only gained a fraction of each component, but Ray and Kara were unhappy with being left out of the new ultimate skill. Disintegration wasn't going to merge with this spell, though. There was already too much going on. We might have to make this one the Hawk and Remy combo. I've already added far too much to this soup, and I don't think that it's even going to stabilize. If I go any further, I'm just going to be making a mess of things. Carl sighed as they prepared to stop for the evening. At least try it once to see if you can make a less evil cyclone. Hawk pleaded. You've been lost in your head all day. Did you make some sort of discovery? Dana asked as she leaned against his shoulder. She had been there all day, and Carl had been so preoccupied that he had hardly noticed. I've been trying to use the skill merger ability that I got from Orthos to turn some of the shared skills into a higher grade skill. It's harder than it seems, and the skill doesn't seem to want to give me hints on what might work. Carl sighed. How far along are you? Dana replied. Well, I think I've got an upgraded cyclone, but fire element instead of water. In theory, it should be much more powerful, but I don't know if it's going to work at all. Lotus popped her head over his other shoulder. Are we going to get a show? I want to see you try to use a made-up skill. That is too cool. Does that mean, if you learn enough different things, you can just make up a whole new set of attacks? I suppose that might be true. If I had the next stage of the skill master ability, the beasts would naturally be able to evolve their skills to new ones that are related to the base, like how Shred is an evolved rend. Carl explained. A single-use version was how they had gotten Eternal Lightning, and that one skill alone was enough to call Thor overpowered as a defensive support. Well, let's see what you have. Just cast it over there. We don't want to get caught up if it goes wrong. Lotus insisted as Thor pulled the wagon to a stop next to a large boulder that would be their windbreak tonight. Carl chuckled as he got to the ground. All right. This might need some extra space, so I'll go some distance away. Carl walked 50 meters from the wagon, just to be safe. That should be beyond the range of any accidental misfires, especially when he was casting it away from the wagon as well. Carl focused on the new cyclone, then activated all of the spells that would need to be combined to make it work. It was a massive energy use, but the spell was beginning to take effect as he had envisioned it. The cyclone was fire, it was energized with shred and chain lightning, but when he tried to add bone crusher, it vanished in a puff of unstable fire. Alright, that might have been too much to ask. Let me try that again. Carl began to reform the 4-meter-tall cyclone with more focus on the base spell to keep the form and then activated shred for the tearing damage, and then chain lightning. That was fairly stable, but nothing special had happened, so Carl began to tweak the balances. If he could get it right before he was exhausted, it would be a great victory. The spell began to settle, but the mana cost was still that of 4 spells at once. That wasn't really an improvement, but at least the effect looked right. Then suddenly, lightning arced off the vortex, hitting an earth mouse 10 meters from the main cyclone. A smaller version of the spell formed at the impact site, wandering off on its own without Carl's input or control. Then another chain lightning arc hit a hidden creature and a second 2-meter-tall vortex formed, wandering through the grass. Carl nearly collapsed as a pulse of energy was pulled from him and a dozen more small vortexes formed, 1 meter tall and spreading from the secondary vortexes. Brother Hawk, it is glorious. Kara breathed, barely loud enough for Carl to hear in his thoughts. Hawk blinked a tear from his eye. It is beautiful. New shared skill learned, Hellstorm. Usable by Remy. Usable Hawk. There was only one problem with that new skill. They had started a grass fire. Remy, would you mind putting that out for us? Congratulations to you and Hawk on your new spell. Thunderstorm quickly put out the grass fire, and Carl sighed in relief that the skill creation process had actually worked. That is absolutely ridiculous. Why was it splitting? Is it supposed to do that? Dana asked. There were earth mice. The spell used chain lightning to stabilize it, but that made it arc to nearby targets. I think that it's overall a success. The system didn't call it an epic grade skill or anything, but if the energy cost is reasonable, it should be one of the most powerful area attack spells that I have. Carl explained. Well, it will make Hawk happy, anyhow. Wait, he can use it, right? Carl smiled at the panicked look on Dana's face. Yeah, he can use it. So can Remy. Ophelia began to laugh, and everyone turned to see what was so amusing. I can see it now. Just fire tornadoes all over the battlefield, randomly duplicating every time they get too close to something. It will be utter chaos. Nowhere will be safe, and we won't even be able to work with allies without risking them getting a fire cyclone to the face. It's both the greatest and most horrific spell that I've ever seen. It doesn't even spare the grass. When you cast a normal fire magic spell, it doesn't target the ground unless it actually lights the target on fire, but those things leave a burnt path as they wander. She explained between giggles. I might need a bit of practice with the targeting. Carl admitted. But are you even in control of the additional ones? The first one that you created sat in one spot, but the rest didn't. Minor technical difficulty. But it's an effective group combat spell. Besides, if there are no extra targets, I can just create the vortex on top of the enemy and make them fight their way out. Tessa shook her head and began to hang a silk sheet between the wagon and the large boulder beside them, so she could set up a fire pit underneath. It didn't seem like it was going to rain naturally tonight, but the tarp would keep the light contained, in case something was watching. Lotus grew the firewood to warm the area, while Ophelia and Dana strung out the hammock nets for the evening. Has anyone else noticed that the air here smells funny? It's like there is something rotten, but I can't figure out where it's coming from. Lotus asked as she finished lighting the campfire. Carl sniffed the air, and yes, there was some smell of rotting vegetation, but that was normal for any wilderness area. Nothing out of the usual. Do you think it might be something like that weird feeling before the last monster spawn? Carl asked. Tessa frowned. It might. You were the one who felt the strangeness last time, or at least the one that felt it the most powerfully. Tonight it is Lotus. Perhaps we should sleep early and prepare to be awake at midnight, in case of an attack. That's probably a good idea. If nothing appears in the middle of the night, it might happen at dawn, or it might be the next night. The area around Ocamping felt wrong for days before the monster spawn. Carl explained. That night, everyone slept armored, much to Carl's dismay. What was the point of sharing a hammock with a lumpy suit of chain mail? Even if it was covered in the soft silk of the outfit that Ray had made for Dana, armor still wasn't fun to cuddle with. Ray mentally nudged Carl just before midnight, so he would be the first awake if there was anything happening. Carl woke the others, and they lay in the wagon, waiting for news from Ray, who would be able to see the enemy from the furthest distance. Carl waited, watching the distance for heat signatures. They watched for a half hour, and Carl was about to relax when movement in the distance caught his attention. However, it didn't give off a heat signature, it was the same temperature as the ground and the trees. But it was moving, and from over a slight rise, there were more moving objects. We have motion in the distance, but they seem to be cold-blooded. They're not giving off a heat signature. I am just seeing them with echolocation. The amount of noise that they are making while they move makes them fairly easy to spot. So, a reptile species, or possibly something unexpected. Tessa whispered. Reptiles would be the best option. At least Carl had a good idea how to deal with them. But most of the reptiles that they had come across, the monster varieties at least, were warm-blooded. Even the naga, who appeared to be snakes, were warm-blooded. With movement in the distance, everyone got out of bed to prepare for an attack. Even the low-light vision that Carl had inherited from Hawk was no use at that distance, they were just vague shapes in the long grass, as Hawk's night vision wasn't color vision. But they were bipedal, and not much larger than humans. However, as they got a bit closer, the details were easier to pick out. However, that wasn't helping Carl in his attempts to determine what the threat level was. There were lizard folk, orcs, some demons, humans and others just walking around aimlessly. I don't know what is going on. They're all cold as the surrounding plants, but it looks like humans, orcs and other monsters. Carl whispered. More slime monsters. They might be mimicking things that they've seen recently. Tessa suggested. That is a possibility. Or it might be some sort of specter. They don't have an internal temperature, but they're much more uncommon. Ophelia added. Dana looked around in the dark, unable to see much of anything beyond the radius of the firelight. There is one more thing that they could be. She whispered. The undead. Carl looked out at the variety of species, the way they didn't seem to have any animosity for each other or any urge to gather. Combined with the fact that they had just appeared at midnight, but didn't take any proactive actions to do anything but slowly walk in random directions, and it did look like a setup from a horror movie set. It was too soon to say for certain, but if they were stuck in a zombie spawn, he would no longer be surprised. They had encountered enough abnormal activity since joining the academy that he wasn't putting anything outside the realm of possibility. Even if they had been told by those in charge that it wouldn't happen. The fire had burnt down to embers, but it wouldn't be easy for the creatures to sense anyhow, being surrounded by the tarps to keep the light in. I need to check the other side of the rock and make certain that there isn't anything sneaking up on us. Then we can start planning for how to deal with whatever spawn we're stuck in. Carl whispered. Fighting in the dark is going to suck. Ophelia sighed. If we need to, we can make light. It's better than risking a mistake in the dark. I'll be back in a few seconds. Carl moved around the boulder to scout the area. If there were monsters close enough to be a real threat, Ray would have sensed them by now, but Carl wanted to see with his own eyes, so he had a clear grasp of the situation. In the distance, there were hundreds of the same assorted monsters and humans with no heat signature, all wandering aimlessly in the dark. At least nothing had appeared right on top of their group this time. They weren't going to get much sleep tonight, but they weren't in immediate danger. Out of the darkness, the sound of combat carried to Karl's sensitive ears, as well as the Naga warriors. It was too faint for Thor to hear it, but Ray perked up, trying to find the source of the disturbance. It was out of sight, and Karl quickly realized that someone had found a low spot to camp in, where they wouldn't be spotted from a distance in the morning. That was a much better idea than just camping next to a big rock, but if their battle was intense enough that it could be heard from kilometers away, they might need assistance. But more urgently, the sound of battle was drawing the attention of all the creatures in the area. Once they started to move with purpose, it got the attention of even more, and soon every one of the creatures that Karl could detect was headed in the same direction. Some would be passing right through their camp if they didn't move, and there were hundreds of them. Okay, that's not good. Whoever is fighting in the distance has gotten the attention of every creature within 5 kilometers, and they're all headed that way. Some of them will be passing right by us, and that means a fight. But a fight means that there will be more of them turning our way. I think it might be best to go for a strength in numbers approach. Karl explained. Tessa frowned as she replied. So, head towards the battle and hope that whoever is over there is more friendly than whatever spawned? Well, given our experience with the spawns, that shouldn't be hard to achieve. Do we know what the enemy is yet? Karl shook his head. Just our various theories, but we will find out when we get to them. We won't have to wait long. There are already monsters headed this way. Ray reminded him. Alright, pack quickly and let's get going. I want to get as close as possible before the fight spreads. Karl insisted. They only had to pack up the 2 sheets that were hiding the campfire, then they were ready to move, as fast as Thor could go without risking the wagon. Karl jogged alongside the wagon as Ray kept Thor updated on the best routes. The monsters weren't fast, and they were actually catching up to the ones in front of them, so Karl ordered Thor to slow a little. They would get as close as possible before they had to actually join the fight. He could already hear the voices, and they were speaking the common language, so at the very least the defenders weren't insane. Shoulder to shoulder, keep your positions circled and don't get so far from the ground that they can get under you and inside the ring. A male voice was shouting. The sound of blades and the flashing lights of spells were now visible. Whoever was there, they had magic users. That meant it wasn't a random group of farmers, as the Minotaur didn't have any spellcasters that Karl knew of. They had extremely powerful warriors, but that was the extent of their combat power. Tamarind, watch your offhand blade technique. You're slow on the left side. Hellstorm. Remy cheered in Karl's mind, and a massive funnel of fire formed off to their right side, where a dense pack of the attackers had gathered. There was a short stone ledge there, but for some reason they were not climbing it, just piling up against it or going around. But with the light illuminated their features, Karl knew that today was going to be a lousy one. Every face was rotted, eyes glazed in death, as the zombie horde pressed towards the signs of life. The undead were relentless. The only option was to kill them all or run away. But they were all around both groups, so running wasn't an option. What the fuck is that? The voice shouted. So they were close enough that they could see the fire. Merchant team coming to your location. Karl shouted, drawing the attention of a number of zombies. He called out the Lamia to join the Naga warriors around the wagon, and Ray called out her golems to help her clear the path for Thor. Karl used Ren to cut down swathes of the creatures, then realized that the upper halves kept moving. Crushing the heads or burning them was the best option. So, he brought out his bow and began to fire, chain lightning, enhanced arrows into the horde. Most of them were awakened and ascended, but there were a few stronger ones in the crowd. Karl could feel them there, but it was impossible to tell which was which when they were packed so densely. The source of the spells came into sight as the ground dropped away into what looked like a dry dugout pond, the sort that farmers made for their cattle. It was an oval about 10 meters by 20, and only 5 meters deep. However, the defenders were all human, wearing the black cloth outfits of a Spellblade clan. They were putting up a valiant defense, and the zombie bodies were beginning to stack up. Don't attack the spider, it's a friendly. Someone was shouting, and Carl breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to have intelligent allies. Carl started a second, Hellstorm, on his left, matching the one that Remy was still holding active on the right, along with over a dozen smaller flaming cyclones. They were wandering through the horde, lighting zombies on fire. The weaker ones burned to ash in seconds, but the smaller cyclones weren't royal rank. They stepped down by a rank as they shrunk, first to commander, then to ascended rank. Carl let his vortex wander, spreading the chain vortexes through the horde, but it was nowhere near enough. With Ray's assistance and Carl's arrows, they managed to push the wagon to dugout position, where the spellblades parted to let them through. Ophelia and Dana hopped down to join the defensive line, while Tessa and Lotus worked to bring up holy spells for the defenders. Thor already had Circle of Protection active, and he quickly spread Eternal Lightning over the group as he settled in to focus on his magic. Carl nodded at the golden-masked royal rank spellblade as he stopped at the edge of the circle to reposition his Hellstorm vortex. Remy did the same, putting hers opposite Carl's at the top of the hill as she came out to join the fight. Hawk used the light from the spells as a guide to take flight and bombard the area, while Carl wandered out into the horde, looking for something worth fighting. She had a barrier up, and she was virtually immune to low-rank attacks anyhow, so Carl wasn't all that worried about her, as long as she didn't get too far away. Most of the spellblades were ascended rank, with 4 commanders and 1 prince leading them. That was a pretty normal group composition for a 30-person team, but against this horde they would eventually exhaust themselves. Having Thor here would help immensely, with his barrier refreshing everyone's stamina, health and mana. The blade skills looked familiar, and Carl quickly settled into his role killing zombies who made it to the ridgeline, using minimal power with his arrows so that he didn't have to take down Hellstorm, which was still mana intensive even after it was completed and learned as a skill. Prince Carl, what a sight for sore eyes. Of all the things that we expected to be coming our way, Thor and Ray were not even on the list. The prince next to Carl informed him. I take it that we have met before. How is your team? Skilled fighters or recruits on a training mission? Carl replied. All skilled combatants now. We were reassigned from the mountain giant front to try to reach an anomaly that opened west of here. There is a rumor that it is stabilizing, and it might be high-ranked. As the man spoke, Carl realized where he knew that voice from. Prince Corbin? He asked. Right in one guess. Muffin is 4 or 5 spots down, and Tamarind is on the other side somewhere. Carl didn't remember a Tamarind, but he was more focused on the battle right now than people's names. And the others from the Yeti anomaly? He asked instead. Larry and Daryl, the commanders, are here. The other youngsters had duties at home. Carl continued to casually fire arrows into the crowd while Remy stood with her arms outstretched, guiding her main vortex with her hands while Carl let his roam freely. Corbin sent arcs of energy that were rather similar to Rend into the zombie horde, keeping them back of the defenders on their side, but some of the others were beginning to have trouble on the far end, where there was no Royal and no Hellstorm to slow the attack. I will move to support the others. Once this initial wave slows, we can talk again. Carl informed the Spellblade with a quick nod of his head. Greatly appreciated. We will see you soon. Let me know if your team needs to take down that regenerating barrier. The mana it grants is likely all that is keeping our ascended blades going at this point. The fight had only just started, they hadn't been fighting for more than 15 minutes. But if they had been surrounded when they woke up, they might be working on 4 hours of sleep, and they would have burnt a lot at the start of the fight. They were doing their best, but most of the Spellblades weren't specialized in multiple enemy fights, and these ones had most likely been fighting giants before being sent on this mission, the same as Carl and the others had. It limited the skills that they were familiar with, as large area attacks were less effective against widely spread, larger targets. But the zombies were shoulder to shoulder, and packed tight front to back, trying to claw their way to the living. Carl used Rend at neck height and spread as wide as possible, decapitating dozens of weaker zombies in a single shot before returning to firing arrows along the new front. It was becoming clear that they were still on the losing side of the battle, just not soon. The group didn't have enough area attacks to keep the horde back forever, and minute by minute, the lines were advancing. Blizzard wouldn't effectively get rid of them, it took too long to get through to the brain, and the zombies didn't stop for mere flesh wounds. It might be worth a shot, though. Hellstorm was killing at a steady pace, but didn't move between targets fast enough when it would only arc to a dozen or so targets at once while pulling almost all the mana Carl was getting from Eternal Lightning and his own regeneration. So, Carl switched the spells, with Blizzard, spread as wide as he could make it. Unlike the Flaming Vortex, the zombies didn't see it as a threat, so they didn't try to go around. That caused a momentary increase in the number of them reaching the front of the lines, but with the help of the bodyguards, the perimeter was holding. Hawk's bombardment was burning the piles of bodies, preventing them from creating piles that could be pushed down the hill onto the defenders, while Remy had a thunderstorm on one side, and was following Carl's lead in switching to Blizzard on the other. The Spellblades were concerned, seeing more wounded zombies making it to the front. If the new arrivals couldn't sustain enough output to eliminate the zombies, they would soon be in hand-to-hand combat again. Prince Corbin understood the long game, though. Blizzard was low mana cost, so the casters could focus on other spells at the same time. Plus it was a huge area, with the two blizzards and a thunderstorm completely encircling their position, leaving no gaps. All they had to do now was to hold the zombies in place long enough for the damage over time to tear those stuck in the middle of the pack apart, and the defenders would get a respite while another wave of attackers made its way through the spells. Just keep holding them back. Let the area spells do their work. Corbin shouted to his weary sect members. That was all that they could do anyhow, but the prospect of getting a break when the area spells wiped out a whole region of the enemy was a welcome one. Ray was firing stone bullets at the zombies from her position beside the wagon, while her golems hunted the stronger zombies in the area. It was the closest that she could come to having fun in this fight when the zombies smelled so terrible. Their blood was rancid and corrupt. Even with a barrier over her, Ray did not want any of that getting on her. Just the thought of smelling like that for the entire battle grossed her out. It didn't help that the Spellblades didn't know about the spawns, so they had only put a minimal guard rotation on duty for the evening, thinking that if they did face anything it was likely to be bandits or local monsters. So, when the spawn had happened, the undead were already on them by the time that they noticed. That meant close combat, and zombie blood on the mages. Zombie blood that smelled absolutely terrible and was all over the area around the camp. The area spells were working their magic on the zombies, and every wave that replaced one that had been destroyed was in a bit worse shape. Then, for a few glorious moments, there were no more zombies on the front line, only wounded ones shambling through the blizzard. Catch your breath and prepare for the next wave. After this, it will be a steady wave of wounded zombies, but the storms will help keep the battle from attracting more of the creatures. Prince Corbin shouted to his sect members. Carl's team, mostly the summoned creatures, could take care of the influx for a few minutes. With the area damage and the slow movement of the zombies, they were arriving already heavily damaged. Plus, with the initial wave dead, they were losing their guidance, and they weren't charging straight ahead anymore. They were lingering in the storm, and many of the weak ones were dying without ever making it to the front. That was making it easier to deal with, and Hawk's reporting said that the worst of the influx was already here. They had drawn the majority of the spawned area to them already, as the Spellblade sect had been close to the center of the anomaly, and there just weren't many left to arrive. Carl wasn't going to pass along that news yet. The others might get their hopes up, and Hawk's search range was much more limited in the middle of the night than it was in the daytime. If he could bring Ray up with him, he would be able to see much further. That seemed like a good idea to Hawk. If he could work on a skill like brutality, to increase his size, but by a lot more, he could carry someone with him to do the actual work of scouting. Maybe he could do it with a skill that he already knew. If his flaming body didn't set everyone on fire when they sat on him, it would be able to do the job of making him big, but it couldn't emulate his wings well enough, so he still wouldn't be able to fly with them. That meant that he actually needed to get big in order to fly with a passenger, and that would be much more difficult. "I'm going to hunt the ones that haven't made it to the storms yet," he announced, turning away from the battle. "All right, have fun. If you find a way to make yourself big enough to give rides, we will work out a method to teach you." Carl agreed. "Or maybe we can do it backwards. If we could make Ray into a tiny bloodbath spider, she could ride on Thor at the size he is now." Ray laughed at the thought. If she was the size of a common house spider, she could get under armor and clothing to just carve her enemies apart. Or circle their neck with royal rank silk and give it a tug to decapitate them. The possibilities were endless. Carl lazily fired arrows into the few zombies that were still making it to the front of the swarm. Then he created a new, hellstorm, to make a loop around the ridge line. The bodies had started to pile up, and with Hawk off hunting, they needed some fire to destroy the corpses. Frying their brains with lightning killed them, and decapitating them effectively immobilized them, but only fire got rid of the bodies entirely. "That spell is just nasty. Where did you learn something like that?" The spell blade on Carl's right asked as their eyes met. Carl was turning to guide the vortex in a circle, not trusting a route that he couldn't see, but he had to move somewhat slowly, so the smaller secondary vortexes had time to kill the other zombies in the area and burn those corpses. "It's an evolved version of the water spell, Cyclone. I picked up the knowledge quite recently, and I'm still working on mastering it, but it's a pretty brutal spell." The spell blade frowned. "Not from a monster in this region, I hope. I would hate to see that spell could do to a group of spell blades while the large vortex was set on top of the group leader." Carl nodded. "The real drawback is the energy cost. By the time that I've got it all the way around the camp, I'll be nearly drained just keeping Hellstorm and Blizzard active." The young man laughed and gestured at himself as Carl continued to turn. "I doubt that many of us could do more than that. Multiple spells are hard on anyone but a strong commander or a royal." As Carl turned, he saw one of the spell blades, a small girl who looked like she might not even be 10 years old yet, but an ascended rank mage, was giving him a curious look. Not like a curious child, but more like she knew who he was and wanted answers to something. Carl set the thought aside for a moment and finished the loop with Hellstorm, so he could return to only one active spell and his sporadic targeting of the stronger zombies. With the extra time between targets, the commander on Carl's left also began to chat. "You must be that beast master that everyone at home has been talking about. I can't think of anyone else who has a team like yours, but I don't recall there being Naga and Lamia among your bonded monsters. Are they new?" he asked. Carl shook his head as he sighted another arrow. "No, the Lamia pair is summoned. The Naga queen evolved from the spirit snake you were likely expecting to be with me, and the Naga warriors come with her." All 3 Naga warriors were out around the perimeter, using Tsunami to crush the zombies, while the Lamia happily sliced the zombies' heads off with Rend. The spellblade nodded. "Prince Corbin told us all about his battle alongside you, as a motivational tale of what could happen if we worked hard and had a bit of luck with encounters. Now, I wouldn't say that we're having great luck so far, but we're having encounters." His joke brought laughter from their side of the line. They had certainly had an encounter. They had just arrived in this nation, at a spot that had been determined to be too low on the priority scale for anyone to come see who had arrived by portal from the wilds. The clan had done a 2-step transfer, moving into the region controlled by wild beasts first, then here. That way, there was a chance it could have been hunters harvesting resources and specialty meat, or even a border patrol team who had detected something out of the ordinary. There was a lot of that going around. Enough that they could make up all sorts of stories about their travels if someone did come to check. It was the opposite of what the divine beasts had done by sending Carl to the coast, where there was simply nobody monitoring for portals, as it was too far from the major population centers to be worth the effort in extending the detection spells. As the zombies began to stop reaching the front of the storms, the mages began to relax. Carl's team had everything under control, and they could finally catch their breath and begin to get their bearings. The sudden and intense attack had caught them by surprise, turning their seemingly genius camping spot into an inescapable trap. "Prince Carl, High Priestess, do you think you could spare me a moment for a debriefing? What in the dragon's name is going on around here?" Prince Corbin called as he retreated from the line. Tessa gestured for Lotus to continue cooking as she got to her feet, and Carl retreated from his spot on the far side of the line. "You missed all the fun stuff, Spellblade." Carl laughed. "There was a dungeon opening a few hundred kilometers west of here, and it stabilized. First it turned into an absolute shitshow of a fight with every nomadic tribe in the region, as well as the combat-capable residents of the nearest cities, and then for the last few days there have been anomaly-level monster spawns in the wilderness. The first few were just insane monsters, but this one was a bit different. None of them seem to be related to the dungeon itself. As the monsters there are slime monsters that mimic the appearance of the members attempting to clear it. Minimum 10-person entry, with a low commander rank power level." He finished. "And how, pray tell, might you have discovered all this information in the last few days, while under attack by monster spawns?" Prince Corbin asked. "Because the dungeon opened about 3 days before the monster spawns began, and I saw it stabilize with my own eyes. We were having a polite and genteel parley with the yellow tusk orcs at the time, and they were vigorously enthused to see such a serendipitous happenstance." Tessa burst out laughing while Prince Corbin rubbed his temples. "Setting aside the part about a polite and genteel chat with orcs, you do understand that using big words doesn't make it more likely I will believe that you're not lying to me, right? My guess is that whatever you were up to before it appeared is directly responsible for the appearance of a stabilized commander-rank dungeon here in the New Bon Empire. From what I hear, you've been missing from the lines for quite some time. You were on a mission and simply vanished. Now you're here with your whole group of Lucky Charms and a Void Badger." Corbin replied. "Winged Void Badger to be precise. And she's part of our team. Her name is Kara, and she enjoys holding small creatures and booping dragons on the nose." Carl agreed. Corbin determined that the only way forward was to simply pretend that Carl didn't exist and go to the Dragon Cleric for answers. Anything else was too hard on his sanity. The Spellblade turned to Tessa with his polite business smile in place. "Where might your next planned stop be? Your team is a long way behind enemy lines." Tessa gathered herself and stopped laughing so she could answer. "We're headed for Cliffnell, where we plan to get back on the road, and then head east to the Beastkin Nation. It was either that or go back into the Divine Beast Nation and go through the wilderness to the border." "Who sent you?" "The Bureau and the Prime Minister himself said that we were the only team in the region." He asked. "We arrived with the assistance of the Bronze Dragon Orthos from a negotiation location within the Divine Beast Nation. The trip was authorized by the Archbishop himself. I have the letter here." She explained. She handed him the paper, and Corbin frowned as he read through it. "Well, that is unexpected. But if I might ask, what secret mission were you on in the Divine Beast Nation? Something to do with the Void Badger?" Carl smirked as Tessa frowned, trying to decide where to start explaining. "Not exactly. Carl was relocated by an anomaly, and when he exited, he was in the Divine Beast Nation and already had Kara. There was some concern that the beast gods would be unwilling to return him to the Golden Dragon Nation, and the rest of us were sent to ensure that the contract we signed with the Red Dragon, that demands we not leave a party member behind, was not broken. So, that's where we were when this anomaly was discovered, and we enlisted their assistance to arrive on the west coast. We have been posing as merchants since then, making our way across the country at the speed of a merchant wagon." Prince Corbin sighed. "That's actually brilliant. With the Naga, you can pretend to be a proper group of locals. Our plan was to pose as a nomadic Spellblade clan while we investigated. Nobody expected us to get close enough to see the dungeon firsthand, so we would be reporting back whatever we heard." "How many powerful dungeon champions were there when you arrived?" Tessa shook her head. "We were on location when the anomaly opened. It was just us and the orcs, and then we left as the first challengers arrived. We're on good terms with the nomadic orc tribes, and we didn't want to fight them for control when our half of the job was already done. To see if the anomaly stabilized? Corbin asked. To ensure that it stabilized. Which we did from the inside before anyone realized what was going on. The beast gods have a theory that having the stabilized anomaly here will help keep trespassers out of their nation. It's close enough to the coast that every other nation can just sail into Lutenaid and make it to the dungeon in a day. It's easier to sail into the port and go down the road than it is to try to sneak in across the Divine Beast Nation or from the eastern border. Tessa explained. The Spellblade took out his map and looked at the various options. That seems like a logical option. Can you show me where the dungeon should be? He asked. It is right there. If you're going to continue that way, it was spawning copper drakes and sand yeti among the farms in this region. Camping is a disaster, don't bother trying to enter, as you'll probably have to fight your way out. South of there, Halseering is preparing for a siege, or massive traffic, as it is within a half-day's walk of the dungeon. The roads were crammed with farm traffic, but everyone is paranoid about running into the nomadic tribes. Tessa gestured at the map as she explained, as his map was even worse than the one that they had hand-copied. Corbin was adding details as Tessa explained them, along with notes on what monsters to expect in the area. Both the spawn and the local farmers. This could be more difficult than I thought. Unlike your group with the monster man, we're going to be bringing a whole sect of young humans through. That will make it pretty obvious to anyone we see that we're headed for the dungeon. Tessa frowned. Do you still need to get to the dungeon? If we go back with you, we can give them all the details that you would get. Corbin tapped the map as he considered it. Let me think about that for a bit. Having you here is an unexpected twist that wasn't in the predicted scenarios. As the last of the zombies were eliminated, the storms were disabled, and silence fell over the depression where the Spellblades were camped. With a mixture of relief and exhaustion, the mages collapsed to the ground, while Ophelia and Dana came over to join Carl and Tessa. Sleeping early was a good call. The other mages look horrible. Ophelia joked. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but we have been in combat for nearly 2 hours, miss. I don't have ranged attack skills. Dana replied. The berserker snorted in amusement. I'm not getting zombie blood in my fur if I can avoid it. Didn't I come around with water for everyone? Ray laughed in Carl's mind at that comment. She had been in the center of the camp, firing stones at the zombies the entire time for the exact same reason. It wasn't easy to be a furry lady surrounded by zombies. She was just thankful that the area was full of mages who were happy to use fire to get rid of all of the leftover bodies and viscera. There are no more zombies around. Are the Donnas all recovered yet, or do we need to guard them? Hawk asked, distracting Carl. The Spellblades are recovering, but they have enough commanders who are fit to watch over the camp that you can return and sleep until the sun comes up at the very least. I'm on my way back. Tell Ray not to slack, since she's the only one who can see anything coming in the dark if I'm asleep. Hawk was definitely cranky about being awakened in the middle of the night. The moon was half full in the sky, and there were no clouds, so even the humans could see a little in this light. Carl paused there. He had forgotten that he was one of the humans again. Perhaps if he thought about them as their classes, it would help. Mages and clerics had more trouble seeing in the dark than he did. Yes, that was better. Prince Corbin took notes of the situation as the team began to relax, and then got back to his original line of questions. You said that you had been in the dungeon. Did you complete it? What sort of rewards did it give? He asked. Carl realized that he had never even checked, and now he had to search through his inventory boxes to find what might have come from the dungeon, and separate it from what had certainly been there already. There were some commander rank armor pieces, nothing special. Some decent ascended rank armor, and then a small golden chest. That was unexpected. There were some coins, some armor, and a golden box. Carl replied with a shrug. Tessa turned to him. A golden box full of what? Did you even examine it, much less open it? Carl shrugged, and Tessa rolled her eyes at him. In the dim light of the camp, backlit only by the cooking fire that Lotus was tending, it was easy enough to ignore the fact that she was exasperated by his lack of interest in the rewards of the dungeon. Carl checked the box, a bit embarrassed that it had slipped his mind. First dungeon completion random reward. It's a random reward. I don't know what is in the box. He explained. Dana poked him on the side of the head. Those boxes are a group reward. Why don't you go ahead and open it, so we can see if it's something useful? Corbin made a get-on-with-it gesture. He was just as interested in what the dungeon had given as the ones who had actually been there. Carl took the small golden box out of his inventory and held it out for everyone to inspect. Well, it looks normal enough. I wonder what sort of reward fits in that box. Corbin noted. In the edge of Carl's vision, Lotus smirked. One of them had opened up into a full stage with a spinning wheel when she tried to open it. Carl flipped the lid to the golden chest, and it immediately vanished, replaced with a message in his status overlay, appearing as words in his vision. Calculating first clear rewards. Group reward calculated, epic grade items granted. Individual reward calculated, over rank penalty applied. Carl sighed as he saw the message, and then waited for the next message while he checked his inventory for the epic grade item that the group should have gotten. Ring of the Beast Lord, increases luck by 150 points. Increases damage of skills used by bonded or summoned companions by 15%. Carl had no idea what the luck stat was supposed to be. It was nowhere in any of his interfaces, even when he checked them again. It must exist if he could get a bonus to it, but it was not a visible status line. However, 15% more damage from the skills of his beasts was a pretty good ring. Combined with the giant strength ring that he wore on his other hand, it would make a noticeable difference in their combat ability. Individual reward granted, Carl's vision went blank, and he found himself standing in an empty void with nothing but a spinning wheel with square spaces on it like a paddle wheel on the grain mill. It was the same concept as the other spinning prize wheel, but this one had the prizes around the outer edge instead of on the face. That made room for many more options, and the wheel was dozens of meters tall. Carl looked at the skill in front of him. The actual square looked like tinted glass, but there was elegant script on the front that read, Skill Book, Pimp Slap. Now that was a skill. How useful it would be in common was questionable, but the name alone implied that it had great possibilities. The other slots couldn't be read from his position, as if the titles were blocked. So, Carl knew what spot to watch as the wheel spun to get a guess at what might have been possible. There was no benefit to delaying any further, so Carl jumped up a few meters and grabbed the wheel to drag it down. It was huge, and it would take some effort to get more than one full spin out of it, he assumed. The slots began to blur by too fast for him to read as the wheel rapidly picked up speed from Carl's overly enthusiastic spin. It felt like an eternity before it began to slow, and he could finally see the options. There were clothing items, an epic grade tent in a box, whatever that was, some oddly named skill books, and even experience bonuses. It wasn't on par with the last time that they had gotten a reward, but there were some good items interspersed with the cosmetic items. Perhaps if he didn't have Ray with him, a commander rank coat might have meant more. The wheel slowed to a stop, and Carl stared at the words on the reward slot in front of him. Congratulations. Random reward granted. Carl stared at the label on the spot in front of him. Skill advancement token, advance one known skill by 1 tier. Carl smiled as he saw what he had gotten. Advance evolution by 1 rank. Invalid target. Advance skill master rank 2 to skill master rank 3. Carl got the impression that the system couldn't decide whether he was trolling it or not. It was obvious that the token was a single-use skill master rank 3 token. Using it to advance skill master to rank 3 seemed to have confused the system. But, he waited patiently to see what would happen. The token could have just told him it was an invalid target and made him pick a different one. In fact, Carl expected that it would, after a few more seconds. Skill Master advanced to rank 3, Skill Master advanced to rank 4. Max tier reached. Skill Master 4, allows all skills to evolve to 1 rank and 1 tier higher than their current tier with practice. Additional functions locked until second advancement. Carl stared at the notification. Now he understood why everything had frozen. Skill Master 3 allowed skills to evolve by a tier with practice, and he had a lot of practice with Skill Master. So, it had tried to evolve to rank 4, the next logical tier of its own ability. However, he didn't meet all the requirements of Skill Master rank 4. So, it had momentarily frozen as it attempted to advance. "Are you back with us?" Tessa asked as the scene faded from Carl's vision. "Yeah, sorry. There was a random item thing, and it's a bit distracting." She nodded. "So, did they give you something good?" "Random rewards are usually pretty good." Carl shrugged. "We will see. The reward it gave me is somewhat situational. It could be good, or it could be no different from a skill I would have already gotten soon." A small girl came over and stared up at Carl. He wasn't sure what she wanted, but he put a hand on her head and patted her while he finished talking to Tessa and Corbin. "Damn it, stop with the hair. Have you forgotten me so fast?" she demanded. "Do you collect small women?" Kara asked curiously. "Definitely not. We're at 2 and 2, tall versus short." Carl looked down, and realized that he really didn't recognize that face. No, he did, but he had only seen it once before. "Tori?" he asked. "I am Tamarin now. It's good to see you again. You've gotten stupidly powerful since I saw you last," she replied. "So, you're a proper spellblade now, are you?" The vicious smile she gave him looked wrong on such a cute child's face. "Not yet. I am an ascended rank mage, but I haven't earned the right to call myself a spellblade yet. I am along as a trainee, working to expand my combat skills until I'm good enough that I can pass the exams," she explained. "I'm glad you're doing well. After the resurrection, I wasn't certain that you would be able to adapt so easily." Tori, now Tamarind, laughed at Carl's concern. "You don't need to worry that much about me. I have turned over a whole new leaf. I've got all this family to look out for me now, and they're happy to keep me away from any sort of misbehavior. Why don't we relax and have something to eat?" Tessa suggested. "A midnight snack. I think that we've earned it. We will have to rearrange our night watch, but everyone should be able to get at least a few more hours of sleep tonight." Carl nodded in agreement. "Your team was nearly in the center of the spawn, so even if we start moving later in the morning, we should still make it out of the area that is likely to be covered in zombies tomorrow night. Sleeping wouldn't be a problem for most of the spellblades, and the wagon was still set up for sleeping, other than the tarps that they had taken down. All the hammocks were still hung, and only a little dirty from the race across the grasslands. Everyone ate quietly, and by the time that they were finished and everyone except the commanders who were on guard from the Spellblade clan had gotten back to bed, the horizon was already beginning to lighten. A couple of hours was all they were going to get to rest, and then they would have to discuss where they were going next. A soft whistle just after full dawn caught Carl's attention, and then someone knocked gently on the side of the wagon, alerting them that someone needed their attention. Carl rolled out of his hammock, and Prince Corbin motioned for him to remain silent. "There is motion in the distance. I think that someone knows we are here," he whispered. "Should we split up?" Carl whispered back. "How certain are you that your cover story is good?" "It's solid." "How sure are you that you can take whatever is coming?" Carl replied. "Not at all. I suspect that it's an army unit. They must have come from the capital to deal with the anomalies. Their seers will have known that there was going to be something happening here tonight, and if they dispatched an army unit to deal with it, they're not going to be weak." Carl nodded. "What direction are they coming from?" "Southeast." "Where are you going to go?" Corbin asked. I am going to go straight east, as planned. It's the logical route for me to take, headed straight to the road. Where are you going? Southwest. I have disguise magic that will hide us from cursory detection. The army is charged with keeping nomads under control, so they're not going to be particularly kind to a nomadic Spellblade clan. Corbin nodded, and Carl prepared to hop back on the wagon as Dana packed up the hammock. Good luck. We will see you soon. I'm not going to push for more information when things are this bad. The government might have been willing to sacrifice some lives for valuable information, but there is no need to waste my people when we already know the answers we came for. They shook hands, and Carl sent everyone but Thor and 2 of Remy's bodyguards back into the spaces. With Dana's golems walking behind them, they headed east through the ash piles left after their battle. Once they were up out of the depression, Prince Corbin activated an air spell that made a mirage over their group, effectively hiding them from simple visual detection. That should be good enough to prevent the army from finding them, and the whole clan was headed straight south, on a course where they wouldn't be intercepted. But Carl and his team were in the open, and it wouldn't be long before the scouts changed course to intercept him and his team. There would certainly be questions. Especially if they were expecting a massive horde of zombies right here. They were still close enough to see the remnants of the battle, so there wasn't going to be any way to hide that the zombies had been here. Carl raised a hand in greeting when the closest of the scouts, a Tortollan warrior with a sturdy turtle shell around his torso, gestured in their direction. Everyone ready? It's time to play our parts. Carl pulled Thor to a stop as the warrior, who was carrying 2 narrow blades across his back, ran in their direction. Merchant. Did you encounter the undead during the overnight hours? We were informed they should be near here. Carl nodded and gestured behind him. They were drawn to a depression over there, and we fought them for most of the night. There are no more around, but I wouldn't hang around here for long. They're likely to come back at midnight. The Beast Nation told me about those phenomenons. Carl explained. The Turtle Man nodded in understanding, then gestured behind them. Were there others with you? Carl nodded. We were camped by that big stone over there, then we heard the sound of battle over here. Once I realized we were both surrounded by the undead, we moved to help them defend their camp. Strength in numbers and all. It was just a small nomadic tribe, demons and humans. They moved on at first light, before full dawn. The Tortollan made a note, then tapped his chin with his pen. How many in total? Keeping the numbers of nomads under control is part of our job. Carl shrugged. I didn't count them, but I would say about 24 fighting-age adults and an equal number of elders and children. That answer seemed to please the soldier. So, roughly 50, perhaps a few less. And mixed humans and demons. With that, he looked at the ladies in the wagon. Ophelia nodded. That's right, I would say just under 50. Not much of a fighting force, as they didn't have anyone stronger than a commander, but they had a couple of magic users that made the fight a lot easier. The Tortollan made a note of that as well. That's normal for demonic nomads. I'm just glad that you didn't suffer any casualties from the undead or the demons. I will need to see the battleground. Can you tell me what sort of spells your team used? I am an elemental shaman, so there was a large blizzard and flaming cyclones, as well as some lightning. The Naga warriors use water magic attacks, so there will be lots of that, plus the attacks of our golems and the other guards. Carl explained. The Tortollan frowned. Is there anything that you didn't use? Something that we can use to pick out how much of a threat the demons are, and if there might have been advanced undead among the zombies. Oh, I forgot that there were thrown boulders as well. A specialty of the golems. But there should be some fireballs and arcane attacks from the others. They'll look a fair bit like ours, though. If you can pick out the power difference, most of the attacks by arcane-type commanders were from the other group. We just have one with us. Then a bunch of the fireballs were also theirs. I don't know if you'll be able to tell them apart from my fire spells, though. The flaming cyclones come in 2 varieties, both at my rank and one below that. Carl explained. Thank you, merchant. Please wait here while the unit commander comes to speak with you. If the army unit was going to come to them to talk to get more details, that would give Prince Corbin and his Spellblade clan plenty of time to escape. As long as they could make it past the patrol, they would be able to turn east and start heading for the border. They were not going to get there any time soon, but it would be safer every day that they moved away from the dungeon. The whole military unit was coming towards the wagon, and Carl could sense the tension in the wagon behind them. The monsters didn't seem to suspect that Carl's team had been doing anything wrong so far, but they also hadn't gone looking for the battlefield yet. Once they saw the outcome of the battle, they would certainly have some serious questions about what sort of combat power Carl and his team had. The commander of the unit, a royal rank demon with tattered black wings that clearly wouldn't be able to fly, stopped in front of Carl and took stock of the group. Merchant, I am told that your team has a surprising amount of combat power to be able to take out an entire undead horde with only the assistance of a small nomad tribe. He greeted them. We do all right. You know how it is for merchants, we have to be able to take care of ourselves when we're on the road. Carl agreed. The demon smiled. I would imagine that it's a lot easier to take care of yourself when you're actually a royal rank human elite with an active system and not a merchant at all. Tell me, what have you been telling everyone that you are, to pass so easily through half a country? I think you might have misunderstood something in your dispatch. My father is a stone troll. As much as every kid loves stories of the system, that's all they are. Stories. Carl countered. So if I cut your hand off, it would just grow back, with no help from your cleric friends, would it? Carl chuckled at the demon's attempt to call him out. I am only half troll, but I regenerate well enough. Carl took his sword out of his storage space and held out a pinky finger. With a grimace, he severed the digit and held it up to the shocked soldiers. Then he held his bleeding hand up and watched with what he hoped was hidden shock as the original finger seemed to melt into mist while a new one grew out of his hand. He had never tested Void Body before, but it worked exceptionally well. It did leave him hungry, though. There was just one odd thing about it. He didn't bleed red anymore. The blood that had poured from his severed finger and across his hand had been deep black, though most of it was already absorbed into his skin. The demon stared for a few more seconds, suspicious of Carl's honesty, then dragged a young minotaur forward. Is this the man that you saw? He demanded. Yes, unit commander. That is the dungeon champion from the Golden Dragon Nation. I am 100% sure of it now that I can smell him. Even if the Trouble Seer hadn't said we would find him here, I would be certain that he is the humans' champion. The soldier insisted. He was a commander rank minotaur, likely still in his teens, or whatever the minotaur age equivalent was. His horns were polished to a black sheen that greatly pleased Kara, who had been wondering for some time if you could polish them, and he did look vaguely familiar to Carl, though they had only seen each other once. Carl hopped down from the wagon, and the minotaur blinked up at him, then frowned. The last time they had met, Carl had been under 190 centimeters tall, but right now, he was well over 2.5 meters tall, towering over the young minotaur. Look, I'm sure this is an honest mistake. Perhaps it's because we have a human guard and the dragon clerics with us. He asked, gesturing to Dana and the others. The demon turned to the Naga warrior on his side of the wagon. Did this man hire you to pretend that you were his guards? He demanded. The Naga gave him an unimpressed look. Are you retarded? We Naga have our own dignity. We have been his guards as long as he has been a merchant. There is no pretending involved. He responded in serpent. The demon's eye twitched, and Carl watched carefully as he barely resisted going for the blade on his hip at the insult. Carl looked through the soldiers, taking note of the ones in lighter armor, which wouldn't interfere with their mobility when casting spells. The soldiers noticed where he was looking, and began to believe that Carl might be telling the truth. If he took out the mages before they could respond, the rest of the team would have a devil of a time trying to kill a royal rank troll without fire magic. The demon frowned as he started to consider that they might have gotten the wrong target. But he couldn't just let it slide when they had been specifically sent here. I will need to ask you to come with us until this matter is settled. You will be free to make your sales when we get to the city. So you're going back to the city of Cliffnell? That's no trouble, we were headed there anyhow. Carl shrugged. No, the fortress city of Bet-Hoke. You will be brought to the Overlord's temple for questioning on suspicion of being a spy. Whatever, as long as they're interested in buying tools, it's fine by me. You don't mind if we make a few pit stops at the farms along the way, do you? Carl asked. What part of this are you not getting? The demon asked. The part where you think you're in charge here. If it wasn't likely to offend the delicate sensibilities of the war cleric, we would be having some harsh words about your assumption that you can just throw around accusations and detain merchants. I would think that you would be a bit more understanding when you're asking for a favor. There are countless nomadic tribes out here, after all, and it would be a shame if we walked away the next time you met one. Carl could feel the glares that he was getting, both from in front and behind. However, after a few seconds, the demon relented. All right, you have a point. Until we can prove that you're the spies from the Golden Dragon Nation, we will ask that you accompany us as honored guests. That's much better. Lead the way. But I was serious about stopping at the farms. They're the ones most likely to need the tools, and my wagon is nearly full. The demon sighed and motioned for his unit of 100 soldiers, mostly at the ascendant and commander rank, to encircle the wagon. They had just started to move when something in the demon's pocket began to glow. The unit leader took out a flat stone object with runes all over one side, then stared at the other. It looks like our guest is a prophetic one. There is a nomadic orc tribe coming our way. We won't be able to avoid them with the slow-moving wagon, so everyone should prepare for a fight. Carl cleared his throat. If you don't mind, we've got dragon clerics with us. Do you mind if we trade some food to the orcs before things get messy? I swear to the vampire gods, you are the most annoying troll that I have ever met. Ophelia poked Carl in the back. If you're trying to get him to kill us before we make it to the city, you're on the right path. But that's not the greatest idea I've heard to convince people that we're not spies. A few of the nearby soldiers chuckled, while Carl smiled at her. They'll get used to my lovable personality soon enough. Besides, if the lovely ladies of the church have created some food supplies, the orcs will be happy to see them. 6:35. From high overhead, Hawk gave them an update. There are a lot of orcs, and they've already got weapons out. I don't think that they're going to be willing to negotiate. That could be bad news, but the soldiers were surrounding their wagon, so it wasn't like he could drop back and stay out of the mess. All that Carl could do was wait to see how things turned out. Once they were 100 meters apart, the orcs began shouting a war chant, a rhythmic battle cry in time with their advance. The demon at the head of the patrol reached into his coat and set off a marker flare of some sort that sent bright green smoke billowing into the sky. We will need your people to stay back. Not that we don't trust your capabilities, but it's safer not to mix our force. One of the soldiers informed Carl as he prepared to join the fight. No problem. We will wait right here. With the two groups moving towards each other, that put Thor and the wagon well out of the way of the hostilities. As long as they weren't dragged into the fight by a retreat by the soldiers, there shouldn't be any issues. But as soon as Carl decided that this was a great opportunity to simply leave while the orcs butchered the patrol, more soldiers started to appear out of portals all around the smoking beacon. Now, it wasn't the soldiers who were outnumbered, but the orcs. The two sides' current numbers were close, but it was unlikely that either side would fight to the bitter end out here in the middle of nowhere, for no good reason. The orcs just wanted a good fight, and they would calm down once they had won, Carl assumed. That was how they had been every other time that he had met them. Carl dug through the items that the elves had loaded into his inventory and brought out a stack of paper and a fountain pen that he loaded with a bit of hill giant blood from Thor's space. What are you doing? Ophelia asked as he began to write with a smile on his face. I want to make a spell book for crushing blows. None of you can use it, but the leader of the Orcish force can. He's an unarmed combat specialist, you see. Crushing blows adds damage to blunt impacts based on rank. Once this fight is over, we can trade them some food as a show of goodwill from the church, and I will give him the book as a first meeting gift. That assumes that he's going to be alive at the end of the fight. Dana reminded him. The massive monarch rank orc sent a soldier flying with a single blow from his fist, which was easily larger than the soldier's head. I think that he will do all right. They don't have a dual challenger here to fight him, and I'm not about to volunteer to get beat up for sport. One of the reinforcement groups sent a runner over to see what Carl was doing, a nervous-looking satyr that was even shorter than Lotus, and barely ascended rank, by Carl's estimation. You are not going to join? He asked as soon as he arrived. The clan looks like they're doing all right. I am just a merchant who sells wares through the nomadic areas and a few of the cities. The first group of soldiers asked me to stay out of the fight, as they didn't trust my loyalty was to them and not to the nomads. Carl explained. The satyr nodded. Wait here. The leader will want to talk to you soon. Carl laughed. The other one said the same thing. Don't worry, I'm not going to run away while you're in the middle of a battle. Not that I would make it far with a loaded wagon. The satyr hesitated to return to his leader, and Carl saw that all of the unit leaders were fighting the orc clan leader at the same time. They never learn, do they? He asked. What do you mean? The satyr asked. Well, it's insulting to gang up on a clan leader, isn't it? If you want to fight him, you should challenge him to a proper duel. 4-on-1 is just rude, and makes them look weak and cowardly. The satyr looked confused. You understand the way of the orcs. Now everyone was confused. Even Ophelia was baffled about what sort of policy they had regarding the orcs. Did you never consider talking to them? Just ask them for a trade or a challenge. It's not that hard. We figured it out the first time that we met them. Ophelia insisted. The satyr was thoroughly baffled. You speak Orcish? They all stared at each other for a few seconds, unsure what part of the conversation the others weren't understanding. Then a large orc with a club in his hand pointed at Ophelia. Hey thick, sexy and furry. How about you come over here and show me if you would make a good wife? He shouted. If you wanted a strong woman to spank you like your mother should have, you just had to ask. She shouted back. Carl laughed, but the satyr looked confused. Perhaps he just wasn't familiar with crude humor. Ophelia sized up the orc, and then nodded for Carl to buff her up. They were both commanders, but she wasn't taking any risks of ending up as some random orc's wife. Haste, terrorize, brutality and trollish regeneration stacked with her own berserk terror skill, and she transformed into a 4-meter-tall dire bear before charging at the orc. Goddess, she is massive. What is she doing? I thought your team was sitting the battle out. The satyr asked, panicked. Weren't you listening? The orc challenged her to a bridal duel, and she went to beat some sense into him. How am I supposed to know that when they're shouting in Orcish? The satyr was waving his hands in frustration as he screamed at them. Carl looked back at the others, but the ladies just shrugged. They had only heard one language, the common language. But Thor thought the whole situation was hilarious. What if the only reason we get along with them so well is because we're the only people who speak Orcish, other than the orcs? He chortled, laughing out loud along with his thoughts. Ophelia and the orc were going at it in a brutal battle that looked like they had a vendetta against each other, but Carl could see that they were both pulling their strikes so that they wouldn't seriously injure their opponent. It wasn't a war, or a duel to the death. It was more like Orcish flirting, and while Ophelia was playing along, it was clear that the suitor was about to be rejected, as her last strike had nearly put him on his back. Once he was on the ground, he was done for. In dire bear form, she was much larger than he was, and she could just pin him to the ground with one massive paw. They all watched for a few more minutes until Ophelia got the final blow and got the orc in the back, pounding him face down into the dirt. A few other orcs whooped in celebration nearby, laughing at his misfortune as Ophelia rubbed him in the dirt for a few seconds before backing away and transforming back into her werbear form. The orc got to his knees and made a show of bowing before Ophelia before standing up to look for another challenger to improve his combat skills. The satyr snapped his fingers. "Wait, if you can speak Orcish, can you end this insanity? Ask them for a parley or something. At the start, maybe. But it's a bit late for that now. There are a lot of dead on both sides already. Once there are deaths, it's generally too late for talking." Carl sighed. If he had known that for some reason he could understand the orcs when nobody else could, he would have insisted from the start. "I need to tell my leadership. I will be back." The satyr informed them, before turning to run off. "Do you think that it's the system translating? The Orcish tribes seem to have more memories of the past than others, so maybe they still have an affinity with the system." Dana whispered, just loud enough for the others to hear. Tessa nodded. "That's as good of a guess as any other reason. We all understood them just fine, but we've all got active systems, while the monsters here didn't need one to be strong." Lotus looked excited as she realized something. Orcs have their own gods, but they include the world dragon in their pantheon. I think Tessa might be right. They still have some lingering affinity with the system. In fact, they might even have a limited version of the system still active, like the other elites do. But they're orcs, and they all pick the warrior class, other than a few shamans. They are different from other species, but that makes me wonder what they were like in the past. You met them during that time Bishop Misty sent you to, right? Carl nodded. They were strangely civilized. They were smart, and spoke with a very refined accent. There is still some of that, like the fancy pants that the messenger they sent us was wearing. It's all threadbare and faded, but they remember. They're just not willing to go to other species to get assistance to bring them back to the status they lost. They were interrupted by the satyr running back with a royal rank soldier in an ornate uniform. Carl couldn't pick out what sort of species it came from, but it had a bird's head and wings, as well as arms with taloned fingers and triple-jointed legs. "Joffrey says that you know something about orc culture and how to end this fight without it being a massacre." The officer demanded. "Sure, just back away. Don't turn your back and run like cowards, they don't respect that. But stop fighting and just back away. They'll figure out what you're after in a few minutes. But if you just spoke orc, it would be a lot easier." Carl agreed. "Can you assist us? I see that your werbear friend managed to have a solo battle with one of them." Carl rolled his eyes and hopped down from the wagon. "Make sure that your side doesn't attack me. I will explain the situation." The officer looked overjoyed, Carl guessed. It was nearly vibrating with excitement, but the bird head didn't show any emotions that Carl understood. The officer called for a guard to protect them, and Carl sighed. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Guarding you so you can make it to the leaders." Carl laughed and patted him on the shoulder. "You really don't know anything about the orcs at all, do you?" Carl stomped toward where the leaders were fighting, while the soldiers did their best to keep up. A large, royal rank orc blocked his way and Carl smiled at her. "I need to talk to the boss. These guys are too stupid to understand Orcish or even what a duel is." The woman laughed, and motioned for him to follow her. That did not set the officer's nerves at ease. Not even a little. The three leaders and the boss were all bleeding heavily when Carl stepped in between them with a hand out toward both sides, signaling for them to pause their fight. "Chieftain, these idiots asked me to translate because they don't speak Orcish. They want to withdraw their force, but don't understand courtesy." Carl explained. That part was obvious already. "Why don't they just do it?" The chieftain replied while glaring at the three monarch rank unit leaders. "Their custom is to just turn and run away." The orc paused for a second, and then started to laugh as he realized what Carl was trying to say. "Oi, everyone back off and let the soldiers run away," the chieftain yelled. Over the next few seconds, the battle calmed, and Carl sighed in relief. I have a welcoming gift for you once you're done with these soldiers, as well as some food to trade from the dragon clerics. Let me talk to the soldiers for a bit and I will explain what they want. Carl informed the massive orc. No need to translate, I speak their language. The chieftain shrugged. The orcs might have a point about the soldiers of the Newbon Empire being idiots. The chieftain spoke their language, and the commanders hadn't even tried to keep this from turning into a huge mess. It might have been a political thing, but Carl got the impression that the soldiers thought there was no other way to deal with orc clans. Carl turned to the unit leaders. The orcs have disengaged after I told them that you weren't intending to completely wipe them out. Carl informed them. Why do I get the feeling that you weren't that civil about it? I might not speak orc, but I am fairly certain that I was just insulted to my face. One of the men, a tall and slender demon with violet skin, insisted. Not as dumb as he looks. The chieftain laughed. Damn it, he did it again, didn't he? That bastard speaks our language. What sort of welcome present did you bring for me? I'm willing to ignore their rudeness if you've got something good. The chieftain suggested. First, I'm only with them because they suspect that I'm a spy from the Golden Dragon Nation, and they're taking me into custody so they can interrogate me in the city. But I brought you this. Carl replied. He handed the orc the hastily scrawled skill book and the chieftain took it with a curious look, then flipped it open. The book vanished, and the air was filled with curses as weapons came back out. What the hell did you give him? Was that a skill book? Everyone on guard, the orcs might have a system user. The slender, purple-haired, monarch-rank demon officer shouted. Relax, it's a skill for punching people in the face. It's orc-specific, not many others can use it. Carl explained, with his hands up in surrender, as dozens of blades were pointed his way. What was the skill? The demon demanded. Crushing blows. It's worthless to me, but valuable to him. Gifts between group leaders are a common courtesy among nomad groups. Carl offered. The orc smiled and put his hand on Carl's shoulder, implying that his clan would defend the merchant if the soldiers turned on him. Even though they were outnumbered, the orcs had been on the winning side of the engagement, taking fewer than half the number of casualties that the soldiers had before the fight was halted. Carl saw that Lotus was running away from the wagon with an Orcish child and silently prayed that she was going to work as a cleric and not just running away on the whim of a small orc. She could resurrect, so that was most likely what she was up to. She had an area healing spell active as well. Carl could feel the holy magic in the air. Tessa got down from the wagon as well, and began to move through the soldiers, healing them with a touch as she went. She couldn't bring the dead back to life, that wasn't the specialty of her goddess. Even Lotus wouldn't be able to bring many back before becoming exhausted, so she would likely focus on the ones with important skills or small children. Normally, a nature cleric would just pick some at random, or do the closest ones. But she had been hanging around Tessa for a long time, so taking care of the orphans took precedence in her choices. Especially if the choice was to make them no longer an orphan by bringing one of their parents back. The soldiers were regrouping as they pulled away from the orcs, leaving only their dead behind. Tessa nodded politely as she stepped up beside Carl, with Dana beside her. Officers, healing of the severely wounded is finished. Your soldiers should be mobile again. There are a few who lost limbs and that will take more healing to recover, but other than that, I've done the goddess will. Ophelia had gone to join Lotus, in case she needed anything. The orcs wouldn't bother her. She had already put one flirtatious orc in his place, and it would be harassment to continue flirting with her today unless she started it. Can someone explain to me why there is some random merchant and a pair of dragon clerics here in the first place? One of the assistants to the unit leaders asked. A junior officer nodded and referred to his notes. The Trouble Seers informed us that there was a spy from the Golden Dragon Nation at a specific location. When we arrived there, we found this merchant matching the general description of a suspicious person that we had recently been informed of. There is some doubt that he's the right person, though. We were informed that he should be a human elite, but when we pushed him, he confirmed that he is actually part of a stone troll clan. He can regenerate fingers like any other troll, and his blood is black. The others looked like they didn't believe, so Karl held out his hand to the Orcish chieftain, who handed him a blade. He deactivated, void body, but left, trollish regenerations, as he cut his hand and let the black blood drop onto the ground. Evidence enough? It takes a lot of energy to regenerate limbs. He asked. The two newly arrived unit leaders shrugged. Looks like troll blood to me. I've certainly never seen a human bleed that color before. Perhaps the seers misunderstood what they were seeing. The presence of the clerics might have been the Golden Dragon Nation influence, while he was the threat they were concerned about. The leader of the first group gave Karl an assessing look. I still think that if he was flagged as a threat and possible spy, we should bring him to the fortress. The Orcish chieftain stood still, patiently waiting as the soldiers decided what they were going to do about Karl. Why don't we do our business first? The clerics made a bunch of food when we heard that you were coming. We can take care of the trade while they argue, and then you can do whatever else you had planned for the day. Karl suggested. The chieftain smiled and the two of them quietly moved to the wagon, where Tessa and Lotus had left 20 bags of their creations, split between rice and beans. Cleric food usually lacks variety but... Karl began. No worries, Karl. My people love the rice and beans. We aren't eating it every day, so it's a rare treat for them to get such a fine crop that they don't even have to sift weevils out of. I see that the Minotaurs traded you a full load of tools as well. We don't need those, but you'll be able to sell them as soon as you get to a city. Most of the farmers are still Minotaurs in this region. As you go south, you'll find that more of them are Naga or lizard species. Naga farmers are good ones, they appreciate a proper fight. The chieftain laughed. Karl began to hand down bags so that the chieftain could have someone gather them, but when the orc picked them up, they vanished into a separate space. Karl activated his interface and looked over the orc's name. Kilgore, chieftain of the White Fist Orcs, was written in the traditional brown of a warrior. Everything was transferred in under a minute, and the chieftain turned to smirk at the soldiers. You know, eventually they will figure out that you're lying to them. They might not be able to see the nameplate, but even the demons will eventually reach the point where they guess that your regeneration might be a skill and not proof that you're a troll. He quietly informed Karl. Karl chuckled. I'm hoping that they don't come to that conclusion until after we've already parted ways. If the world dragon favors me today, they might decide that I can go about my business. The orc snorted in laughter. One day, we will find the lost scale, and then we will see whether the world dragon still favors us or if he gave up on this world. The word startled Karl. That statement made it sound like there was a method to their travels. Are you searching for signs of an ancient temple or something where the scale might be? He asked. The orc shook his head. No, it should have been with a powerful titan when he died. Nobody knows where his grave is, and nobody has found it yet, either. If we do, and we can recover the scale fragment intact, the clans should be linked back to the system in its fully active state. That was astounding news, on a level that Karl couldn't fully appreciate. How much dedication did it take for an entire species to agree to search a continent, or perhaps the entire world, for millennia? That level of devotion would put the average cleric to shame. Not only did they say the words, and preach their Orcish gospel of righteous battle, they lived every day on a holy quest. For that reason alone, Karl had the utmost of respect for Chieftain Kilgore. But more than that, he would never look at the orcs the same way again. Just knowing that they were on the same path as he was, a path towards fully reactivating the system, was enough to count them as potential allies and friends. Everyone needs a friend who knows when to punch someone in the face. Kara agreed. The unit leaders came over and glared at Karl and the chieftain. If you're done conversing in your own language, we have come to a consensus on the status of the suspected foreign spy. The demon leading the first team that had met Karl informed them. All right, lay it on me. It had better not interfere with my work, though. Carl replied. The demon sighed and shook his head. The risk that you really are the spy from the Golden Dragon Nation is too high. We can't let your team leave until we have brought you before the Trouble Seers for an assessment. Carl sighed. So, it's going to be a huge pain in the ass, then. I take it you're all planning a long walk back to your fortress and then an undefined duration of imprisonment on arrival. The orc chieftain gave a low chuckle, and the three monarchs gave Carl a suspicious look. The Council of Overlords has the right. They will determine what will happen until you can be brought before an oracle. However, if you are truly innocent and concerned about your business, we can allow your guards to continue the business of escorting the dragon clerics on their pilgrimage, along with a small escort from our wilderness forces. Carl looked at the wagon for an answer. We will wait in the city for the decision. It is safer for us if we aren't traveling without one of our primary combat assets. Carl was chosen to escort us for his capabilities, not just because his wagon was in the right spot at the right time. Tessa insisted. All right, we will bring you all back to the Bet Hoke Fortress, and you can wait for the council representatives to make a determination on the situation with Merchant Carl. If he is determined to be a spy, there will be questions for the rest of you as well. After the incident is settled, we will assist you in finding a new escort if necessary. Tessa nodded. If things got that far, it was going to be a real mess, but there were nearly 1,000 soldiers here right now, and they suspected Carl of being a spy, which meant that the dragon clerics were certainly under suspicion as well. The soldiers were just too polite to say it, as nobody wanted to insult the gods if Tessa and Lotus were really on a pilgrimage. Carl shook the Orcish leader's hand. Chieftain Kilgore, it was a pleasure meeting you. Enjoy the supplies, and perhaps we will see you the next time that we are both in the same region. Kilgore patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Be careful as you leave. The overlords have a touchy temperament. They have a habit of ganging up to attack any orc that gets too powerful so that they don't have to admit that the clans have better potential than they do. Carl's laughter brought confused looks from the monarchs of the Newborn army. He's just explaining that the orcs don't have the best opinion of the city dwellers. Carl relayed. The orcs close enough to have heard the whole conversation did their best not to laugh at the difference between Carl's version and what had actually been said. That's enough delay. The portals will be open in a few seconds, so please return to your wagon and prepare to travel to Bet Hoke Fortress. The slender demon monarch insisted. True to his word, a set of portals opened, and soldiers in fancy uniforms rushed out. The first 6 of them surrounded Carl's wagon, then the soldier on his right gave a nod, indicating that he should start moving. Carl waved goodbye to the orcs, who laughed and waved back. The entire clan understood that he was being accused of being a spy, which could lead to his execution. But the fact that he wasn't showing any fear multiplied their respect for him. Thor passed through the portal, and Carl felt them enter a barrier on the other side. It restricted something, but Carl couldn't immediately tell what. I think it's intended to limit the level of abilities used in the city, so that nobody can challenge the leadership. If they can use royal and monarch rank skills, but you can only use awakened or ascended, what threat can you pose to them? Kara suggested. The soldiers visibly relaxed as they followed Carl's wagon through the portal into the open cobblestone courtyard that appeared to be the parking area for the stables. Sorry, Thor. They'll realize that we've been lying right away if you return to your space. Carl apologized as he realized his mistake. As long as they have good food, it's fine. I will just talk to the other mounts here. Carl looked into the stables and saw a large number of reptiles that walked on 2 legs with their tails extended behind them. They were a bit larger than an ostrich, but with powerful legs. The army units hadn't been using them, but there were dozens, or even 100 of them here in the stables. They greeted Thor with bugles and keening cries, which he replied to with happy Thor noises and a few snorts of amusement. They're friendly, and they're all part of one big hunting pack. That's weird for carnivores. They're not going to try to treat you like prey, are they? Thor laughed in Carl's mind. No, they're all awakened rank. They know that I'm not edible. But they've been trained to follow orders and not to hunt independently. They don't really behave like predators. Let me know if you have any troubles with them. I suspect that we're about to be escorted to a comfortable prison cell. That prediction was confirmed when a group of grooms came out of the stables to get Thor comfortable and put the wagon away. As they approached Thor, Karl noticed that someone was missing. Remy had recalled her bodyguards, or perhaps the barriers on the city had deactivated them. But they were definitely down by 2 Naga warriors. Karl didn't say anything about it, and instead focused on more urgent problems. Remy, the disguise won't wash off when they polish his scales, will it? Karl asked. Nope, it's a magical effect. It won't wear off his scales unless Thor wants it to. It didn't change the surface or sensitivity of his scales, only the visible color, so Thor had no problem staying black instead of green and gold. If the grooms were going to polish his scales, he would happily let them. We've been on the road a while, he could use a full rub down and his scales scrubbed, if you don't mind. Karl relayed to the grooms. Of course, sir. Your Sarah will be ready when you call for him. When Thor left with the grooms, the guards moved around Karl and the others. Please follow us. We have a suite prepared for you while we wait. I believe that the Oracle will have time to meet with you today. The building they were led into was undoubtedly the most ornate and opulent building that Karl had ever been inside. There was gold everywhere, jewels studded into the frames of paintings, magical armor suits in alcoves all down the walls, and the oppressive feeling of the spell that was restricting their magic the whole way. Please wait here. The maids will be along presently with appropriate attire and refreshments. The guard informed them. Karl nodded, and the guard stepped outside to lock them in the suite. There was no sound of footsteps, and Karl could see his heat signature through the grate of the viewport in the door. So, they were locked in and under guard. But the room was beautiful, and Lotus had already changed to clean robes and slippers to stretch out on one of the divans. There should be bedrooms to the side if you want a proper nap. Tessa suggested. I'm not sleepy, I just wanted to enjoy the sofa without getting it dirty. Lotus laughed as she shifted to get comfortable. Karl admired the rest of their holding area. It was certainly a guest room, even if the windows were barred and the walls were reinforced. But it was just as richly decorated as the rest of this palatial estate. There were gold fittings on the cabinet doors that kept dust off the bookshelves, fine crystal glasses on the bar with a small selection of liquors and juices, and the furniture had high-quality padding, if Lotus happy noises were anything to go by. Then again, after traveling on the wood bench of the wagon, everything might seem comfortable. The appropriate attire that the maids brought them looked like the sort of puffy and frilly noble attire that the trolls at the south gate of Oacamping had been wearing, but in plain white. It was quality clothing, but unless they were at a church or a wedding, they would definitely stand out. They put a spell on it to track you. Kara reminded Karl as soon as she saw the clothes. Can you remove it without coming out of your space? There was a pulse of power over the clothing, and Karl sensed her satisfaction. Done. I suppose that we should change to make them happy. The clothing should be safe. Karl informed the others. Dana looked at the clothes. I don't know what was cast on them, but there is still magic on these clothes. It should be safe, though. At least, Karl assumed that Kara would have noticed if there was something harmful on them. Karl disabled his armor spell and slid the pants of the only not a dress-type outfit up before pulling the coat over his shoulders. There was no shirt, but in his size-enhanced form, he was more heavily muscled than he remembered his natural body being. Even with the coat only having 2 buttons at the bottom and the chest open, it wasn't a bad look. Then he put on a pair of the slippers and the whole outfit changed color. It was a deep blood red with black trim, and a bit of gold embroidery. With his shaggy black hair in need of a trim, the rich fabric was a bit of a visual contrast, especially at the frilly collar and cuffs. Dana giggled as she slid one of the dresses over her head before removing her armor and outfit. It was a frilly-sleeved princess dress with multiple layers of petticoats, and Karl couldn't help but smile at her frustration as she realized that there was no way to properly put it on yourself. It buttoned up the back all the way to the neck, and then a ribbon was designed to be tied around the waist. It was a princess dress, for certain. Exclusively intended to be worn by a lady with maids. Ophelia was staring at the clothing in intense disgust, but the 4 dresses were the same, just in different sizes. You could transform into a dire bear and just refuse to wear clothes. Carl offered. Thanks, but no thanks. My mother used to force me to wear things like this when I was little. Well, right until the day of the serum ceremony, actually. It's personal, not a concern that it won't go with my fur. Carl turned away to let everyone get dressed, so he was the first to notice when the maid came in with food. Oh, good. The clothing fit. Those are some interesting colors. She murmured, looking at the floor. Do you think that they don't suit us? I might be able to get them to change if I change outfits then put it back on. Carl suggested. No, it will always be the same. The clothes reflect the color of your aura. Carl turned and looked back behind him. Tessa's dress was bright crimson, the same as her cleric robes, Dana's was a very princess powder blue, and Ophelia's was deep bronze with gold trim. Lotus, on the other hand, was wearing a shimmering mess of chaos that looked like someone had tried to do a pearl-white paint job, then let their kids throw glitter all over everything. It was mostly green and gold sparkles, and Carl couldn't help but laughing. So, you're telling me that the little high priestess aura looks like that? I should likely be less shocked than I am. But that is glorious. I think it's broken. The maid whispered. No, I've known her a while now, and I think it's working just fine. See how happy she is with her new dress. I hope you don't expect to get that one back when we leave. The maid smiled a little, but Carl noticed that she was avoiding looking at him. Did I say something weird? Carl asked. She didn't have a problem looking at anyone else. Perhaps she was just shy. A deep voice laughed from the door. It's not what you said, merchant. Or should we call you merchant of death? Your aura is blood red and void black, with only the barest hint of honorable gold at the edges. I have met mass murderers and demon lords that didn't have an aura that dark and bloody. The man at the door, a satyr of some sort, but with antlers and not curled horns, informed them. I think it's glitched, like the maid said. I'm not actually a bad guy. Even the nature priestess will vouch for me. The satyr laughed as Lotus did a twirl to show off her dress. I'm not sure that a nature priestess is the best judge of character. Though, it could just be a side effect of your lineage. Some of the more violent species always have a disturbingly dark aura base from their nature, and then another color for their personality. The man suggested. I say that we pull his legs off and roast them. He looks like he would be less annoying on a rotisserie. Ray suggested. He's kind of fluffy and cute. Kara disagreed. The antlers would get stuck in my throat, we need to take them off too. Remy sighed. Carl realized that he might have found the source of the aura issue. It was this bunch of hungry beasts messing with the colors. Perhaps the outfit would normalize once they had lunch. Why don't you all make yourselves something to eat? Thor should be able to pull food from his space as he needs it, but they promised to feed him properly. While Carl was distracted talking to the beasts, a group of overdressed guards came in, then stopped and did a double take before staring at him. Come on, it's not that big of a deal, just a malfunctioning spell on the outfits. Carl insisted. If you say so, sir. Please follow us this way. We need to have a private talk with the ladies while you meet with the oracle. The leader of the guard detachment agreed. Summon more guards. He whispered to the man outside the door. He wasn't as quiet as he thought that he was, and all of the women, including the maid, were trying hard not to laugh as Carl followed him out into the hallway, where an entire unit of 10 commander-rank minotaurs were waiting for him. All right, have fun, ladies. Holler if you need me and I will be right back. Carl joked. Stop making the soldiers want to cry. We will be fine for a few minutes. Dana laughed as Carl waved and began to walk down the hallway. As soon as the guards thought that he was out of earshot, the questions began. Are you all right? Is he holding you against your will? We can help you escape his influence if you need, give you a portal to the docks at Penbeck or Legor if you want to get on a boat and flee. Tessa laughed and shook her head. No, we are fine. I think that the Oracular really is some sort of glitch. He's not the sort of troll that takes anything in life all that seriously. Carl was led to a room where he was sat down across the table from a feathered demon, with some sort of magical device between them. This is a lie detector. My species reacts subconsciously to lies. If you speak, one of the lights will glow. Do you understand how this works? The demon asked. Yes. The green light glowed steadily as Carl spoke. Good, it seems to be working. Now, we will start on the basic questions before you are sent before the Oracle. This is just for his safety, and we would hope that you don't take it as a personal slight. That's why there are overlords at all 3 doors to this room. Ray laughed. Of course not. The Oracle sounds like someone important, you can't just let random strangers see him in person without vetting them first. Carl agreed. The green light glowed, and the demon nodded. You don't seem as surprised as most are to hear that the Oracle here is male. But let's keep on track. Were you sent here to spy, gather information, or otherwise obtain information about the Newbon Empire for another nation? Nope. Carl replied, and the green light glowed. The demon looked confused, then continued his questions. Did you come here at the behest of someone outside the Newbon Empire? No. Both light glowed, and Carl tried to keep a straight face as the demon growled. If I rephrase that to, did you arrive in Newbon at the behest of someone outside the nation, does it change the answer? Yes. The feathered demon made a happy chirping noise. I see the issue here. You arrived in the city of Bethoke because the local guards requested it, and that was not what I meant, but it was a valid answer. Carl nodded, and the demon continued. Did the person who sent you here wish for you to harm anyone within the Newbon Empire? No. The green light glowed, and the demon sighed. What did they send you here for? Carl considered how to answer that for half a second. I was sent here to deliver a present that would help the Newbon Empire for many decades to come. I have already done that, and when I met your guards, I was intending to take my group to Cliffnell to sell the tools that we are carrying and restock with whatever they had suitable for trade to the east down the road. The light remained a steady green. So, you haven't harmed anyone, and you came here just to deliver a present? Is that what I am to believe? Carl chuckled. Don't get ahead of yourself. I've actually killed a fair number of people since we arrived here. But none that I would feel guilty about. Bandits, mostly. The demon frowned. That's the job of the guard patrols. But it's more fun when I do it. Besides, we got a rather handsome payment for delivering a group of orphans to the driver from Halseering. The demon smiled and began to relax, but from the other side of the door, one of the overlords that Ray had detected asked the important question. Ask him how the children became orphans. The deep voice demanded. I killed their parents, of course. They were bandits, and there was a bounty on them. Dark gods, what sort of monster are you? The demon sitting across from Carl gasped. The sexy kind. The red light glowed so brightly that it drowned out the dim white backlight in the room. Well, that was rude. It didn't have to glow that bright. Carl mumbled, and the red light glowed again, though not as brightly. How many monsters have you killed in your life? The voice from outside the door demanded. I don't keep an exact count. A couple or 10, the red light began to flicker. 1,000. As Carl finished his sentence, the green light came on, faint but steady. Would it be closer to 2 or 10,000? The deep voice asked. In Carl's mind, Ray did a quick mental calculation of the bodies they had collected. Definitely closer to 2 than 10, but not for much longer. You guys are a bunch of gluttons. Carl noticed that the red light flickered as he replied to Ray, though he hadn't spoken out loud. Closer to 2, I would say. The green light glowed as the door opened, and a delicate-looking lamia slithered into the room with a terrifying look on her face, followed by a cream-scaled Naga warrior with 4 arms, and overlord rank power. Oh, tall, pale and sexy. Keep that one alive, I want him. Remy insisted. I think he's already taken. Carl reminded her. I am queen, though. I'm sure he will see sense. His small snake was coming of age, and Carl wasn't sure what to do about her newfound attraction to Naga warriors. The lamia gave Carl a smile that conveyed no happiness at all. The Council of Overlords believes that you might be a direct threat to this fortress. I suggest that you take this seriously. If they thought I would be a danger to the fortress, wouldn't it have been smarter to just leave me in the wilderness instead of bringing me inside? The lamia glared at the glowing green light, but the Naga overlord smirked. The other 2 doors opened, and an older troll came in on Carl's left, while a young-looking woman with bark on her skin entered on his right. His first thought was that she was a dryad, but there was blood on her lips, and her body seemed to be filled with some sort of living smoke. The Naga overlord reached into his coat and took out a piece of paper. On it was a drawing, an excellent facsimile of Carl. Is this you? The Naga overlord asked. It looks like me. But I have no clue who they had in mind when they drew it. Carl replied. The lamia was about to translate, but Carl had received the live feed from Remy in real time, as she understood him just fine. What other languages do you speak? The demon across the table from Carl asked. Carl shrugged. I'm not bad with Troll and Orcish. The green light glowed, and the overlords began to look impressed. So, the reason that you weren't concerned about going across the wilderness is because you speak Orcish? We read the report from our guards, and they say that you broke up the fight and your clerics minimized casualties on both sides. The troll asked with a heavy accent. Carl made a non-committal gesture. The Orcish tribes aren't bad guys if you act properly. But mostly it's just that the odds of running into a nomadic tribe in the middle of nowhere are actually pretty low. Compared to the chaos near the main travel routes with feral beast and monster spawns, plus the looters that are drawn to that sort of misfortune, it's just safer in general. What other spawns did you encounter? Undead yesterday, and copper drakes with sand yeti a few days earlier. The demon across the table from him was baffled by the answer. What is a sand yeti? They look like yeti, but like tan, and they use sand element attacks, not ice. Oh, I understand now. Desert howlers. That name sucks. The green light glowed with Carl's answer, and the Naga warrior chuckled quietly. Can you guess where we got this picture of you? Naga asked, bringing them back on track. My guess is that the oracle drew it for you. The quality is pretty good. It's a bit more slender than I am, but that could just be perspective. The light glowed green, and the Naga shook his head. Do you know a minotaur named Morisa? The trollish overlord asked. Carl thought for a second. That name sounds familiar. I'm sure I heard it not long ago. Was that the matriarch of the farm herd that I traded with outside camping? The green light flickered faintly, reflecting Carl's confusion. No, she is an overlord. Does that ring a bell? Ray giggled in his mind. I bet she would murder someone if they suggested that she wear a bell like a common cow. That's the minotaur that wants to bang the catman. Carl snapped his fingers in realization and burst out laughing. That's the one with the beastkin fetish. The overlord who wants to marry the golem mage Ahmad, the one with the golden cat ears. He explained. The light glowed bright green, and the room went silent. For the good of your health, I suggest that you never say those words out loud again, and certainly not in her presence. The troll muttered. She's still mad, is she? I don't blame her. I heard he shut down her marriage proposal without even taking a night to consider it. The odd tree woman moved so fast that Carl almost lost track of her in the corner of his vision. But she didn't attack, she took a seat across from him, and shuffled the demon interrogator over to the end of the table. Tell me all about it. How did you learn of it? Was he as cute as the oracle says he is? Are his ears fluffy? He's a very handsome man. When I first met him, I thought that he was a human. But when he came over to introduce himself, he was excited. His ears were lifting his hood, and eventually, he just gave up and took it down. The nature clerics who were with me at the time had been baking cookies all morning. He's got a huge sweet tooth, so if you want to shoot your shot, you should try bringing sweets with you. Carl explained. But the ears. As fluffy as anyone could hope for. I think his cat's side is a rag doll or something similar. The fur is long and looks very soft. The sound of soft slippers coming down the hall caught Carl's attention. An older troll with pale blue skin and one broken tusk, along with a scarred face and missing eye, made his way into the room. The overlords bowed to him, despite his power only being at the commander rank. The oracle, I presume. My name is Carl. It is a pleasure to meet you. The old troll smiled at Carl. I sensed that the interview was only going to go in circles, and I have little time for questions today. I must watch the borders for attacks. The old troll wheezed. Would you like me to ask the dragon clerics to help you with your healing? Trollish regeneration is good, but it's not almighty, and the clerics can help with most wounds. Carl replied. The oracle waved off his concerns. It's a side effect of my ability. It will heal slowly, then return as I look out into the world for dangers. So, let's get right to business. I saw you in a vision yesterday morning. You used a skill, a most horrific skill. There was a Naga queen standing behind you, and you created a vortex of fire that arced with lightning and created smaller vortexes. So, after the trouble seers informed me of their findings, I cast a scrying on your location, and I found a sensation that could only be a spy from the Golden Dragon Nation. Who else could you be except for the spy? They wouldn't dare to send a nobody into our nation, and there is talk of an elite bearing your name. A dungeon champion of the Golden Dragon Nation who challenged a Tortollan monk to single combat and won. Overlord Morisa drew a picture of that champion for us, and what do you know? It looks just like the man in my vision of danger. It looks just like you. Carl nodded along. That's quite the convoluted story, but I follow what you're saying. Do you deny that you are a spy for the Golden Dragon Nation? The oracle asked. I do. I am not a spy for the Golden Dragon Nation. They had no part in my business ventures here. The Lamia whispered something to the Naga, who nodded in agreement. Oracle, perhaps you should look into his past and see what we're missing. We're obviously asking the wrong questions. The strange tree woman suggested. They're terrible interrogators. If they were a little smart, they would have asked you where you were born and where you grew up. Hawk scoffed. But it's good for us that they're not that creative. I'm not going to question our luck today. The oracle nodded and Carl felt a strange magic surround him. The oracle held his cheeks and looked deep into his eyes, while Remy giggled. Do you think he's going to kiss you? Does this count as romance? Carl did his best not to laugh at the situation, and just waited for the spell to take effect. The oracle was staring into his eyes and chanting for a few minutes before he nodded and spoke in a demanding voice. Show me the first memories you have, as far back in time as your mind is capable of recalling. He intoned as his eyes faded to pale white, losing track of the present and immersing himself in Carl's past. An image quickly came to Carl's mind of landing in the lake when he was sent by Bishop Misty into the past. When is this? What is the date? The oracle demanded. The scene skipped to the battle at Bunga City, where Carl first met Orthos. Darklight Host Champion, Gold Tabard, Lord of Bunga City. The last resurgence. The oracle muttered, then shook his head. That can't be right. Show me the earliest memory, closest to the day of your birth. The scene changed and Karl saw his parents, both in simple clothes stained the light gray of the bentonite clay from the lithium mines. "Where is this? What date?" the oracle muttered. "A village with no name, next to the deepest mine on the continent, under the light of the world dragon," he intoned, then the color returned to his eyes and he stopped to stare at Karl. "Have your parents ever even owned a calendar?" Thor asked curiously in Karl's mind. "Almost certainly not. They track everything by the workdays. Only the church uses years and months for anything." The overlords waited patiently for the oracle to finish. "He was born in a mining town with no name, and at one point he was a Dark Light Host War champion on the Nia continent. I saw him challenge for the ownership of Bunga City. It doesn't make any sense, unless he was thrown through time by an anomaly. But if he was moved through time by an anomaly, how long must he have been on this continent to regain his sanity? My visions are missing something. Were you a Dark Light Host War champion?" the strange tree woman asked. "Yes. You can verify that as well. Grand Priest Orthos, the Bronze Dragon, is still alive and living in the Divine Beast Nation. He was there that day, and he can confirm that I did win the challenge for the city in single combat." The green light glowed, and all of the overlords began to stare at Karl with the sort of curiosity that was normally reserved for rare items and new species. "I'm honestly not that interesting. Not long after that incident, I was brought forward through time and didn't live all those years in between then and now. In fact, I've only been in this century for 15 years or so," Karl offered. The green light verified his words were the truth, but that only baffled the overlords even more. "Do you have anything that could verify that? Some item, artifact from the past, or other item that could be scanned?" "I have a spell that can verify the age of a non-living item," the tree woman asked. "Well, they went through time with me, so I'm not sure if they gained the age, but I still have some supplies in a storage bag. Here, try these. If not, I have other items from bandits I dealt with." Karl took a small bag of Elven Trail mix out of his inventory and placed the mix of nuts and fruits on the table. The overlord looked ecstatic to see them, and almost reached into the bag to eat some before she could stop herself. "Those are Elven Trail rations. I haven't seen them in a century. Those plants don't grow on this continent," she explained. She cast a spell that made the bag glow green, then her eyes opened wide, and she stared at Karl. "This bag was filled nearly 10,000 years ago. But the contents are fresh, and juicy, and they smell so good." Smoke was leaking from her mouth, as if she was drooling at the sight. "You can have them if you like. They might be irreplaceable, but it is still food, and intended to be eaten." Her long, slender fingers darted out to grab the bag, pulling it to her chest. Then she delicately picked one of the nuts out and set it in her mouth, where it slowly disintegrated in the mist. The overlords silently conversed with each other, either with a spell, or just with body language that Karl was missing because he was fascinated with the happy way that the tree woman was snacking on the trail mix one piece at a time. But he also noticed that she didn't finish any of the options. She was putting one of each to the side so that she didn't eat them all. Whether it was for research, her garden, or some other purpose, he didn't know. But she was meticulous about it, and even managed to make her bark-covered face look sad when she found a lone nut that didn't have a partner for her to eat. "Well, if he's not the spy, and just a danger to the city for some unknown reason, what do we do with him?" the Lamia that came in with the Naga asked the others in a low voice. The oracle made a frustrated gesture. "Forget that, why the hell are there two of him, one troll and one human? Or better yet, where in the seven hells did the actual spy that I detected go? Could he have been with the nomad group that was also fighting the undead? And for that matter, where is the human who looks like him? He went missing ages ago after the Dungeon Champion Challenge, and Marisa is worried that he might have found another opportunity to advance his power." The oracle was whisper shouting at the others. "Well, we can't just let him leave without knowing why he's a danger to the fortress, can we? Why would we keep him inside the walls, knowing that he's a danger to the fortress? Those morons should have left him in the wilderness, and he wouldn't have come within 100 kilometers of us. Carl and the tree woman both smirked at that part, which caught the attention of the others. Something funny? The troll overlord asked. It seemed to Carl that the troll had been nominated to communicate directly with him, as they were supposedly the same species. What Carl didn't notice was that the massive overlord was speaking trollish, and it was being automatically translated by the system. So when Carl replied directly to him, the others heard it as trollish and not common. You know that we can all hear you, right? But on a serious note, are you familiar with the concept of self-fulfilling prophecies? The oracle had a vision, and he told others about it. By telling others, and having them take action on it, he made the prophecy happen. If nobody had come looking, or they had only come for the undead, who were already destroyed, I would have never been here. If I were never here, there would be no danger to your fortress. I don't even know what sort of danger I'm supposed to be. It's not like I care enough about your existence to make myself your enemy. No offense intended. But for all I know, there might have been zombie blood on my equipment or supplies, and my arrival here might have started an undead outbreak. That is the self-fulfilling prophecy part. In trying to avoid it, any action taken regarding the prophecy actually has a chance of causing it to happen. The troll stared at him for a few seconds. That's a deep thought for a troll. Who knew that the trolls still had philosophers among us? So, what do we do to make it not happen? Carl shrugged. At this point, I have no idea. Once the process starts, it continues whether we want it to or not. That's why it's better to just leave well enough alone. I learned that from the bronze dragon Orthos. Didn't he just swear at you and tell you to stop teaching the children strange skills? Same thing, really. The green light glowed happily on the desk, and the overlord sighed. What if we just put him in a room with his group members? If they're only interacting with the maids, it could be a small danger. The Naga suggested. The tree woman appeared to be ignoring the others, until she suddenly stabbed a finger into Carl's hand. It punched right through his palm, as he didn't have eternal lightning active, but he did have void body active, as well as limited invulnerability and trollish regeneration. Her finger came back out of his hand cleanly, without so much as a spot of blood on it, and she hummed curiously, much like Ray did when she found a new thing. Might I ask what you're doing? Carl asked. He didn't think that he had actually taken damage, but it appeared that it was possible for certain species or skills to puncture him anyhow, which meant there was a chance he could be crucified and stuck to something, which would be incredibly inconvenient. You're immortal. She informed him in a matter-of-fact voice. Far from it. I demonstrated that for the guards when they didn't believe that I was a troll. The green light came on, but the tree woman was ignoring everything except her finger and Carl's hand. She stabbed him again and smiled. I get it. You have to focus on stopping your regeneration so that you will bleed. It might be limited invulnerability. Giving that skill to a troll is the sort of thing that the old gods would do. The Lamia cleared her throat, and motioned for the tree woman to explain. Oh, I've been trying to figure out what was so strange about him. He doesn't smell like a troll, and his energy feels strange, almost bestial, not earthy like most trolls. I realized it when the oracle mentioned that he's from the last resurgence. He's a Darklight Host War champion, or at least he was. That means he has a system. He's not just a troll, he's blessed by the gods. What if the danger to the fortress is that his very presence is going to cause chaos? If he has enough of the system intact, he might be able to claim the fortress if he interacts with the city stones. She mused. And if he becomes lord of the city, he would automatically receive all the taxes that come to the fortress. Every single coin collected by the Newborn Empire. The troll realized. Carl nearly choked at the mention of that much money. Why would every bit of tax collected in the nation come here? Forgive my lack of knowledge. He finally managed to stammer. This is where the council is based, and where the emperor is resting. Do you know nothing of the Newborn Empire at all? The troll asked. I never cared about politics, so I didn't ask. I thought that the oracle was the one in charge of the fortress. But if he's just in charge of defense and strategy, that makes sense as well. The tree woman chuckled. No, the Nuban Empire has two totem rank leaders. The Emperor and the General. The Emperor is resting here, while the General lives near the border with the mountain giants. But if you've been trading without a home base, you must not have paid any taxes, have you? You never ran into a tax collector to get an annual token? I got one of these. Does this count? Carl asked, holding out the token he got from the pirates. No, that is not a tax payment token, though I do want to know how you got recognized by the pirate lords later. We will let it slide for now, but you should get that sorted out eventually. It is a serious crime to avoid your taxes. She informed him with a smirk. Perhaps this fortress was more dangerous to Carl than he was to it. Few things in the world were more terrifying than having to pay the tax man. The tree woman stood up from the table and extended her hand to Carl. I am Lifa, you may call me Overlord, or Princess Lifa. I believe that it is better that you return to your friends for now. They should be finished with the counselors by now, and we haven't heard about any issues from that interview. You can wait in your suite for now, and I will come talk to you later. Carl smiled and kissed her knuckles, which were cold as ice. It's been a pleasure to meet you, Princess. But if I can request a maid who isn't as terrified by the color glitch of my outfit, I would appreciate it. The overlords all laughed at his comment. What makes you think it's a glitch? Our base nature and our civilized thoughts are often in conflict with each other, but there is no doubt that your aura tells the truth. Carl shrugged. Well, I suppose I can't argue with that. I just hate seeing the staff so terrified. The troll overlord rumbled with laughter. Don't forget that we already know how many people you've killed. They have good cause to be terrified. Just be kind to them, and they will calm down before you are ready to leave. Once the rest of the council is here, we will come to a decision, and then you should be able to return to your merchant route. That sounded problematic to Carl. If the rest of the council was coming, it meant that Overlord rank Minotaur was coming, and possibly with the turtle that he beat up at the dungeon. One of them was likely to insist that he had found a way to lie to them. The guards came in to escort Carl back to the suite, and while they did give him a generous amount of personal space, they looked more relaxed than when they had led him to the meeting. As before, they closed and locked the door once Carl was back in. Then the ladies began laughing uncontrollably. You should have seen how concerned they were that you were keeping us prisoner. Dana giggled. It looks like you made it back here intact, at the very least. Did you get any more hints about what the plan is? Tessa asked. They're calling the rest of the council here, or the council was coming back anyhow. They're not going to make a final decision until they're all here. There is only one issue with that. Morisa, the Overlord Minotaur that was hitting on Overlord Ahmad, is part of the council. She's the one who drew the picture the guards were going on. If she decides that I'm the one that they were looking for, it could be a real pain. Alright, we will have to come up with a plan if they're going to make it difficult for us. Tessa sighed. The first thought through Carl's mind was that they couldn't just hack their way out of here with a whole group of overlords present. Then the realization that the clothing colors might not be wrong made him frown in annoyance. The maid came back with food to find them all laughing and lounging on the sofas. She kept her distance from Carl, and kept her head down as she placed out cups of tea and bite-sized snacks. Thank you. Carl offered as she finished. She bobbed a nervous curtsy, then rushed out of the room again. There wasn't much more detail that they could discuss here, as there was definitely someone spying on them and listening to everything that happened in the room. So, they just relaxed for a few minutes, then Carl got up to see what sort of books were on the shelves. If we're going to spend the day here, we might as well enjoy ourselves with some light reading. He suggested. It was all boring stuff. Poetry, travel journals, romance novels. No, that last one was fairly promising. Carl flipped open the cover and chuckled as he read the intro. The dramatic love story of a rejected succubus and her 6 alpha dragon mates. He read out loud. What are you even looking at, and why is it even on the shelf? Lotus demanded as she ran over to see if Carl was messing with her. He handed over the book, and Lotus flipped a few pages, then her cheeks blushed bright red. The body doesn't work like that. She was about to drop the book in horror, but Ophelia was there to rescue it, and then begin laughing as they read the page. Then she passed it to Dana, who turned bright red as she read the passage, and passed it to Tessa so that everyone could suffer the same horror. Tessa read the page with an intrigued look. I think part of the problem here is that they don't understand dragon biology. Or maybe we don't understand succubi biology. She mused. Carl knocked at the door and a guard opened it a crack to see what he needed. Is there a succubus on the guard team? We were reading a novel, and we have questions. He explained. The guard smirked and shook his head. I know the book you mean. We use that suite as a break room when there are no guests. No, that's not physically possible, even if they weren't all ancient dragons, who should be 50 meters long. Thanks. I'm sure you just saved the maid a very horrifying question and answer session. The guard chuckled. She's a satyr, not a demon. Her legs are just hidden under the dress. Noted. Carl went looking for another book to read, one that wasn't as disturbing, and ended up with a book on demonic blacksmithing. He might have no skills with metalworking, but it was still more interesting than doing nothing, and he could lightly meditate to build the energy in his spaces as he waited. Remy had been hoping for something alchemy-based, but there weren't really any technical manuals of any sort in the library. Even the one that Carl was reading was about the styles, not the details of how they were made. At the very least, it was interesting, and it kept his mind occupied for the next few hours until a knock at the door informed that they had visitors. Ladies and sir, you have been invited to dinner with the Council of Overlords. We have prepared suitable clothing for you. This set is not aura-coded, it is just a regular outfit suitable for dinner. Most guests do not arrive with such clothing, but if you have it, you are free to wear your own. She quietly greeted them. Carl stood back and let the others do the talking this time. Ophelia took the pile of clothes with a smile. Thank you. We appreciate the concern, and we will happily wear what you have preferred. How long do we have? Is there time to properly bathe and groom? The maid bobbed a curtsy. Yes, Mississippi. There are 90 minutes. If you wish, I can have a team assembled to assist you all in bathing and preparing for dinner. Carl smirked and nodded his head. I think that the ladies would greatly enjoy that. I can take care of my own grooming, but they will appreciate a full team to get them ready for dinner. Maybe not all of them, but Lotus for certain. And probably Ophelia, who had a lot of fur to shampoo and brush out. A guard led Carl to a room down the hall that had a large shower and bath, plus a dressing room and a few more options of clothing. We will knock 15 minutes before dinner. Let us know if you need anything before then, we will be outside the door and there is a manservant available should you require assistance. The guard explained. Thank you, I will let you know if there is anything missing. The guard closed the door and Carl headed for the shower room. It was stocked with a dozen different body washes, shampoos, brushes, scrubbers and even an assortment of trimmers. There wasn't much that he couldn't do to make himself presentable, so Carl started right in on trimming his beard and cutting his hair. The sink area had adjustable mirrors, so he could even see the back of his head in the reflection, and the process was going much more quickly than he had expected. He considered letting Remy out to see what his hair would look like after she had her way with it, but Carl suspected that he was still under surveillance, and having a random Naga queen appear in his bath would be hard to explain. It didn't stop her from giving suggestions anyhow, and by the time that he was finished with the trim, she was delighted with his makeover. You just need tusks. I wonder if we could make trollish regeneration grow you a set of tusks. She pondered. That would be more trollish. But I don't think that we have time to experiment. I spent too much time getting my hair perfect, now I need to get clean and dressed." Remy was sad, but she did have a few minutes to spare as Carl showered, and she could practice on her own claws in an attempt to shape them into a new design while making them grow out. If she could do it with nails, they should be able to do it with teeth as well. Unfortunately, it wasn't working as well as she had hoped. She had made a pretty design out of her claw, but it didn't grow out like they would need Carl's teeth to do in order to make tusks. It just returned to its default state if she damaged it too much. It didn't get longer than that. Carl finished his shower and quickly changed into the provided outfit. Then looked at it in dismay. The color combination was horrible, pale gold and green. There had to be something better in the racks. A short search turned up a white shirt, black pants and a silver and black tailed jacket. "You need the waistband," Ray reminded him. "Right, there we go. How do I look?" "Like you're going to a meeting with nobles 10,000 years ago." Remy laughed. "That's perfect. As long as I don't look too ridiculous, a little bit of oddity will help sell the story that I'm from the past. With any luck, this should be our last meeting with the council, and then we can grab Thor and the ladies to make our escape." Carl added a spritz of each of the 3 fancy perfumes that were on the counter, hoping to hide his natural scent, and then double-checked to make sure that he hadn't messed up anything on his outfit. The guard knocked at their door and gave Carl an approving look as he saw that everything was in order. "The council will be ready soon, and it is considered polite to arrive before they do," he explained. "Lead the way." "Are the ladies ready?" Carl asked. Fruinovel.com. "Hopefully, soon. The tiny one is a menace, and the head maid had to rescue one of her staff, but they should have things sorted out by now." Carl chuckled. "Nature priestesses are like that. They're a bit too wild and free for most social situations, and they love meeting new people. I wouldn't be shocked if she dragged a maid into the bath with her." The guard laughed. "I hope that it wasn't that extreme. But such things are the ladies' private business." Carl followed the guard to the dining room, where the others were already gathered, along with a group of maids who had brought them. They were all elegantly dressed with intricate hairstyles and immaculate makeup, except for Ophelia, though Carl suspected that there were highlights in her fur that were not there before. Once he had arrived, the guards and maids backed away, except for a pair of maids who guided them to their spots at the table. They were all seated along one side, and the other side of the table was set with 5 spots, plus 1 at the head and 1 at the foot. That should mean 7 Overlord Council members in total, or fewer than that plus a few other guests. Carl had met 3 of them so far, the Naga, Tree Lady and Troll. The others hadn't met any, and it was just the guards and staff that were showing concern for their safety while Carl was away. The trio that Carl had already met were the first ones to come out, followed by what Carl thought might be a pixie, who transformed into a human-sized form as she reached her chair, a chimera who did the same, smoothly shifting from 4 feet to 2, and finally Morisa, the Minotaur Overlord. The last to arrive was the Oracle, who took a spot at the foot of the table, across from the Troll, who took the seat at the head. "Welcome everyone. I will do the introductions for the day. From my right, we have the Lady Ophelia, Mage Dana, Priestess Lotus of the Green Dragon, Priestess Tessa of the Red Dragon, and Merchant Carl of the Stone Trolls. Guests, I would like to introduce you to the Oracle, Overlord Morisa of the Minotaurs, Overlord Thrax of the Chimera, Overlord Tink of the Fairies, Overlord Sslyth of the Naga, Overlord Lifa Oak of the Haints, and I am Council Head Arnold of the Forest Trolls." Everyone nodded politely as the names were read, then Morisa turned to Carl with narrowed eyes. "You look familiar, a lot like a human I met not long ago," she insisted. "I have heard that a lot lately. Tell me, did you find anything interesting in the humans' territory? Once I make it past Witten Temple, I might keep going and check out the lands to the north before coming back through the Divine Beast Nation." The Minotaur scoffed. "That would take most of a year to complete." Carl nodded. "It will be a good opportunity. And, I can find some new trade partners for the next trip. If I skirt the edge of the mountain giant territory just right, I should be able to bring some quality imports across the wilderness. The fairy, Tink, looked incredibly excited about that idea. That would be great. They have all sorts of new and shiny things, and you could almost pass as a human. Their sense of smell is terrible, so they would never know the difference. They might just think that you were big. That's the plan. As long as they don't mistake me for an ogre, I should be fine. Carl joked. Their discussion on trade routes was interrupted by the servants bringing out the food, and Carl made a note of the way that Council Head Arnold ate. If there was some odd way that trolls like to eat, it was best that he noticed it before he outed himself as human. Fortunately for Carl, the council head wasn't doing anything odd, just gnawing the smoked ribs clean of meat and popping the diced and deep-fried potato bits into his mouth like everyone else. Having perfect peripheral vision saved Carl a lot of trouble at dinner. He didn't have to look to the side or turn his head to see what everyone was doing, only to let them know he was talking to them. Is that your goal? To bring the clerics to the temple at Witten? Thrax, the Chimera overlord, asked. Yes. We're going to trade and let the clerics do their work all the way from here to Witten. We've made it this far from the coast already, so we're doing pretty well. Carl agreed. A proper pilgrimage it is, then. Not many choose to make the trek across the continent from west to east, but the combination of a war cleric and a nature priestess does make for an interesting balance. The Chimera added. Good food too. I'm not sure if you're aware, but as well as their combat duties, all the Red Dragon priestesses are trained in the basics of caring for war orphans, so they're excellent cooks. Carl informed him with a pleased look at his plate. Perhaps as good as your fortress chefs. My compliments to them, by the way, this is spectacular. The Chimera nodded, and the meal moved through the courses without interruption. Once they were finished eating, the overlords began to excuse themselves from the table, saying goodnight to the council head and the oracle in turn before getting up to leave. Carl and the others rose when the oracle did, and the visionary nodded his head towards the door. Sleep well tonight, and you may continue on your way in the morning. I will have the maids deliver you a token before you go. Lady Oak is quite intrigued by your past, and she may wish to contact you again in the future. He explained, then turned and walked out. Council head, it was a pleasure to meet you. My apologies for any trouble we might have caused. Arnold simply nodded his head and walked away, leaving the door open for the maids to come in and escort Carl's team to their suite. Once they were back in the suite for the evening, Ray began to get excited, and dropped a pile of cloth into Carl's hands. This is for everyone. She insisted. Presents from Ray. Carl explained, then wondered how to sort the silk. That proved to be much easier than expected, as she had stitched everyone's name inside what turned out to be a set of comfy flowing nightgowns of the non-sexy sort that Carl associated with his grandmother. The only difference was that these were all soft silk, not cheap cotton repurposed from flour sacks. Thank you, Ray. This looks even more comfortable than the last set of night clothes you made me. Dana giggled. She had only found a few chances to wear those ones since the first time, as they were rather skimpy for casual wear. But this one she could wear all the time, and she would never have to worry about it being dirty or frayed, as Ray's clothing options always bonded to the wearer. Carl went to the other room to change so that he wasn't accused of peeping on the clerics. But what he found was a whole room full of oversized bunk beds. They were 6 meters long and 3 meters wide, suitable for even the largest of trolls and minotaurs to get comfortable. Yet even with his size buffed by brutality, Carl was only a third that size. One thing was certain, none of them would actually need to climb the ladder to the upper bunks tonight. They might do it anyhow, but it wouldn't be necessary. He changed quickly, leaving his dinner outfit carefully folded on one of the end tables. The staff could clean and store that for the next visitor after he left. The others came in only a minute later, and Lotus laughed as she pulled back one of the massive blankets. Can we share? Just turn down the other side of the bed, and we can sleep sideways. She suggested. Carl and Ophelia would only be a little shorter than the bed that way, but it should work just fine. Tessa got to work, moving pillows and folding down the other side of the blanket. "So, how are we going to work this?" she asked as she finished the work. Lotus pointed at the pillows in order. "Dana, Carl, Ophelia, me, you. So you're still next to me, but you get to cuddle the werbear. That makes sense." Lotus looked proud of herself. "And she's close to the same size as Carl, so they're well matched." Ophelia ran a hand down her nightgown, then down Tessa's back. "Can you ask Ray why mine is different? Anti-static for furry friends. She says that this version shouldn't generate static against your fur. That will make you less frizzy in the morning. Though, the staff did a wonderful job of brushing you today, and I'm sure you wouldn't mind an excuse to do it again." Ophelia laughed. "I wonder if we can hire a satyr maid to come with us, just for grooming purposes. They're better at it than anyone I've ever met. I can talk to them and see if there is a hiring location in town with maids who don't mind traveling," Carl suggested. Lotus smirked. "Can you imagine the look on their faces when we tell them that we want to bring the maid outside the country, and maybe bring her back next year on our way through? I don't think that we will be able to find one with that proposal. Perhaps a human or a half-troll, but not a satyr," Ophelia noted. Lotus pointed at Ophelia and smirked. "We should ask that bear working the portal at Bru's temple if he wants to come along and groom you for a living. I bet he would say yes." Ophelia thumped the wayward cleric on the head and frowned. "I don't need that sort of attention, especially not from a dire bear." They all settled into bed, with Ophelia turned away from Carl so she could make Lotus her little spoon. Carl did the same with Dana, and that was how they were when the maids came in to wake them in the morning. "Do you think that that would have to cause internal damage, right?" "Forget that, the bear and her teddy are so cute." "No, that's a cleric. Adorable." Their whispers woke Carl, which startled the maids. They had a lot of experience speaking softly, so they didn't bother guests. They bowed politely and one of them began to speak quietly. "Sir, your group has been cleared to leave at your leisure. Breakfast will be ready in 1 hour if your group wishes to dine with the other guests," she informed him. "That sounds lovely. Can you send in some assistants to help the ladies get ready? We have somewhat suitable travel garb," Carl replied. The maid bowed, and Ophelia got up out of bed, still holding Lotus, whose arms were wrapped around the werebear's neck. Carl nodded to her and headed out for the men's shower room, with a guard escorting him. They could sort out their sleepiest members while he got ready. Moving from the bed woke Dana up, and the disappearance of Lotus woke Tessa, so they were all mobile bright and early. Early enough that Carl even had time to carefully blend the perfumes to perfectly match the scent he had worn the day before. Then he pocketed a small sample of each, so he could do it again if he needed. With his preparations finished, Carl returned to the suite to find the ladies getting their hair done. "Don't wait outside. I want to see how that works," Remy insisted. "I'll be on the sofa while you all finish up," Carl informed the maid, who was trying to tame Dana's curls. They eventually settled on a loose bun that let her curls hang out the bottom. Nothing else would stay, and random strands kept escaping, as Dana refused the use of "an army of bobby pins," as she put it. The maids looked very proud of their work, and the way that they'd managed to make the ladies look elegant even in their travel outfits. For the clerics, that was their fancy robes. Ophelia was in her new coat and pants with a silk sash, and Dana had gone for the hoodie and cargo pants Ray made for her, instead of her actual travel clothes, which were closer to the Spellblade uniform, and covered her face. The guest dining hall held about 30 overdressed monsters, mostly transformed into humanoid forms. One chimera preferred to eat in his natural form, but Carl saw that many of the others were wearing amulets with the fortress insignia on them. "Ray, those are the transformation spells, right? What are the chances we could get one of those to study?" Carl asked as he took his seat. Ray considered it for a few seconds. "I would say close to 100%. I've taken 6 of them so far." Well, that was one way to do things. Carl hadn't even noticed her taking them, so there was a good chance nobody else had either. There was also no way for anyone else to prove that Carl had them, even if they noticed them missing. The only issue was that they didn't actually have a team member who wanted to be human-shaped. There was no fancy send-off after they finished breakfast, just a runner sent to the stables to get Thor hooked up to the wagon and staged for departure. Thor was happy to help them with their work, even if they had done a lackluster job of scrubbing his scales last night. They had at least scrubbed him down, but there was no enthusiasm and no extra attention to the itchy spots, even when he tried to point them out. So, he was hooked up and ready when Carl arrived with the team, while the grooms pretended that they weren't intensely curious about the fact that his entire harness rig was made of silk rope. Normally, the shoulder brace would be wooden, with hemp ropes attaching it to the cart, but Thor's harness was entirely silk, and included ties for a rider to be securely strapped in place. Carl checked the cargo, and found that it appeared intact under the net as the others loaded themselves into the wagon. Guards on the bipedal lizard mounts escorted them through the city streets, clearly not intending to let Carl stop and do business inside the city limits. That actually worked for everyone, as Carl had no intentions of staying in the area. With a whole group of overlords and seers here, Carl was looking forward to being out of their sphere of influence. The less likely they were to notice what he was doing, the safer he would be. Nobody challenged them as they made their way out the gates and into the open farmland that surrounded the city, where the others began to relax a little. They weren't going to say anything to blow their cover, but at least that feeling of being suppressed was gone, and so was the feeling of being watched. Inside the fortress, the Oracle was sitting with a group of 20 trouble seers, staring at an image on the smooth surface of a pool of water in a silver pool. "Are you sure that he's not going to be back, Oracle?" one of the seers whispered. "Yes, he is gone. I don't know what sort of threat he is, but my advice is that we don't follow his movements directly. If we interfere, it might encourage our soldiers to do something that triggers the danger." I believe that the one known as Carl said it himself, and it is something that we should have been more mindful of in the past. It is possible for a prophecy to be self-fulfilling. The more people who know about the monster hidden inside that body, the more likely they are to start a chain of events that lead to their destruction. The Oracle sighed. "Surely, the danger isn't that high. I sense threat from his position, but not higher than a military unit. We sensed nearly as much when those mages from the wilds arrived." The trouble seer asked. "That was 30 mages. This is one creature. I suspect that he isn't truly a troll, but it is unlikely that he's a human either. It might be a doppelganger, or worse, an echo." The seers shuddered at the thought. Most of them had seen one of the echoes when they looked into the distant past during their training. They were constructs created by the gods to guide and shape societies, but they were terrifying on a level that no living being should be capable of. Their mere existence was enough to put terror into the minds of those who could see the past. Should we not have one person observe him to make sure he really is leaving? He might be posing as a merchant, but that is no guarantee that he's not scouting for an invasion. One of the seers suggested. The Oracle began to cast another spell, watching Carl's progress as they left the city. At first, it all seemed normal. But then, 2 Naga warriors appeared on the steps of his wagon, without the Oracle even sensing that anyone had cast a spell. The Oracle didn't sense a portal, and he didn't detect the surge of magic for a summoning spell. His first thought was that the Naga warriors had simply released an invisibility spell that had been cast on them, but the wagon had been in the fortress for over a day. Someone should have sensed them if they were simply invisible. He made a note of it among his other visions, and continued to watch for a few more minutes as the group simply traveled past the farms, and called out to those that they passed. None of it was out of the ordinary, only a merchant trying to sell his Minotaur-made tools. But the oddities were enough to put the Oracle on edge and convince him that he had made the right call in telling the others not to do anything to prevent him leaving. If his guess was right, and he really did have a massive wealth of hidden power, there might be others watching over him from the shadows. Others who would come to his rescue if he were actually in trouble. That dragon, Orthos, for example. Carl had mentioned him during their interview, and the oracle had seen them interact in his visions. He might not know their current relationship, but the anger of an ancient dragon was not something to tempt. But in the wagon, Carl and the others knew nothing of these concerns, and they were happy to have simply escaped the notice of the Overlord Council without anything major happening. They had just passed the first cluster of small vegetable farms that served the fortress, and had passed into what Carl would consider a wilderness area, headed east down the main road. Carl turned to talk to the others. "You know, this shortcut is actually pretty nice. The road here is all gravel and well maintained, much better than the deep ruts and soft dirt that we were getting on the other sections of the road. Maybe we can stick with it for a while before we move back to traveling through the wilderness to get to the underserved customers." Dana nodded. "That's not a bad idea. We might be able to make a few good trades along the way, and pick up more than farming tools." Tessa nodded. "We might pick up a side quest or two as well. From what I understand, the further northeast we go from here, the more trouble they have with giants and wild beasts. If we go that way, we should be able to get some excellent customers, but if we follow the road to the southeast we will get to the capital city of Newbon, and from there we can head east through human-populated lands until we get to the wilds, then we're into more dangerous territory. The wilds are almost completely controlled by beasts, but there are a number of towns and one major port there as well. A pirate port again, but that's to be expected. Only this one specializes in beast materials, from what I understand, and not slaves. And from there, we can follow this huge river all the way up to Witten Temple. There are major trade routes along the river, and a road going from there into the Golden Dragon Nation. It's a pretty solid route, and we should be able to make sales and purchases at nearly every stop. We might even find buyers for some of Ray's silk. Mitford was a city of 10,000 people only a day and a half down the road, so that was their goal. If they could make it there early, they could trade some goods at the market in town, or to a local shop, and have time to relax and eat before leaving town for the night. It was safer to be out of the cities to sleep, and that let Thor have a proper rest in his space, instead of some filthy barn somewhere. The number of farms didn't decline much as they traveled, there was one every quarter kilometer for the entire day. But the quality of the road didn't decline either, it was a well-groomed gravel double track, wide enough for two fully loaded carriages with guards to pass each other. It made progress much more comfortable, though Thor didn't speed up much, for the sake of everyone in the wagon. There was a conspicuous lack of pullouts, though. Normally, there would be parking areas along the side of a road for wagons and merchants to stop, but along this stretch there weren't any at all. There weren't even any smaller villages, which seemed a bit odd. Farmers wouldn't want to travel all day to get supplies, so normally a small village would form every few hours of travel. Once it started to get close to dark, Carl noticed that there was a different practice here. The wagons pulled into one of the farmhouses, and if he was seeing it right, they provided the evening meal, or at least a good portion of it, for their hosts. They were setting up tents in the yards, so Carl picked a decent-looking carriage and pulled into the yard where it was parked. "Good evening. Do you mind if we join you?" he asked the farmer who came over to greet him. "Not at all. The general and his entourage were just about to start cooking. If you would like to let them know what you have for the pot, we can make adjustments." Carl smiled at the Minotaur. "We have dragon clerics with us, so we have rice and beans, and I have some meat stored in a storage item, so it's still fresh. That will make everyone happy. I will let them know, while you get parked and set up for the evening. I don't know how much you have stored, but there are a total of 25 heads here tonight. The rice and beans are likely enough to go around, though." Carl frowned in confusion. "Your family is that large?" The farmer chuckled. "My family is 6 in total, then there are your 7, and 12 with the other carriage. Their mounts are in the back pasture, being tended right now." Tessa gave Carl a thumbs up, as she already had enough ready, and Carl passed her a roast-sized piece of boar meat. "I will let you go with our host to greet the other cook. Let me know if you need anything else, or Lotus." Lotus was their resident spice expert, after all. The small perks of being a nature cleric. While Tessa went to get dinner started, carrying a sack of rice on her shoulder, the others got the camp set up, hanging tarps over the ends of the wagon that reached the ground, and one stretched out from the back of the wagon so they could get down onto dry ground, should it rain overnight. The process only took a few minutes, then they were free to go join the other carriage to see who needed a whole entourage of mounted guards. The farmer had said it was a general, but Carl didn't sense anyone powerful in the area. It could be that the general was a strategic officer and not a combat officer, though. The Golden Dragon Nation had many such officers in their military ranks. The general turned out to be a very familiar face. He looked nearly identical to the Naga overlord, except that he had a scar over one eye that hadn't healed properly, and he was a commander, not an overlord. "General, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Carl, a traveling merchant." He greeted the Naga, who seemed more interested in the two silent Naga warriors who were waiting by the wagon. "It's a pleasure to meet you. You seem to have developed quite the esoteric group on your travels." The general greeted him. "Traveling with dragon clerics makes everything much better. If it were just the guys, we would have a rather dull and silent journey." Carl joked. The guards returned as they were talking, and Carl noticed that they were all nearly identical satyrs, at the ascended rank. "Pardon my curiosity, but isn't that a bit flimsy of a guard for a general?" he asked quietly. The Naga laughed and shook his head. "They're an honor guard, not like the wagon guards to protect your trade goods. If I'm actually in trouble, I just summon a military unit to my location. 10 honor guards won't stop much, but a full regiment of mounted cavalry will." Carl nodded in understanding. "I forget that it is so easy for some people to use portal magic to get others to their location." The general shook his head. "The portal calls are expensive to make, and the other side has to be at a designated portal array, which only exists in the larger cities. It's impractical to have it for every mission. But in my case, the risk is low, and I'm only going to the city. This route is pretty well traveled, and there are multiple guard patrols along it every day." They had only seen one yesterday, but the first might have been by before they left the city, as the breakfast routine in the mornings at the palace didn't start too early. The general nodded towards the wagon. "Where were you coming from that you got so many quality tools? You could likely make a killing off those in the city of Mitford. We picked them up outside Ocamping, but we've been going cross-country to avoid the chaos on the roads. There have been some incidents in that region lately. Then we got picked up by a patrol and taken to Bethoke for questioning, so we're a good bit south of our original destination." Carl explained. The general nodded. "That makes sense. Anyone who has a royal rank Sero for their wagon isn't the ordinary sort. He seems quite friendly, though. Normally, Sero get territorial when you hook them to a wagon." Carl chuckled. He knows nobody is after his wagon or his passengers. But he loves people. If we get the farm kids to rub his scales, he will be in heaven. Thor nodded in agreement, and the general smirked. "I can do one better, as this farm has no small children anymore. They're all grown and unmarried. But I've got satyrs who need to be distracted until the food is ready." He whistled and gestured to bring one of the guards over and explained that he had volunteered them to rub down the Sero for the evening as trade for the quality of dinner. They got to work, and Thor gave a happy rumble as they began to rub his head and polish his scales, just as they did for their own mounts. Maybe traveling on the road isn't all bad. Dinner ended with a huge pot of leftovers that were transferred to a container provided by the farmer's wife for them to enjoy later, and Carl settled in for the night. The beasts could watch from inside their spaces, other than Thor, who had positioned himself in the driveway to the farmyard, between the entrance and the people. There was a sturdy fence all around the yard, so that was the only likely area for entrance by an unknown threat, and therefore the best spot for him. Ophelia was with the first watch group, which was more than a little upsetting to Lotus, who wanted to cuddle, while Carl and Dana would take the dawn watch, just before the sun came up. The guards had wanted 5 watches, each with 2 guards, which was a bit excessive in Carl's mind, but they also didn't have the beasts watching out for danger. If it was a single guard, an assassin could sneak in and eliminate them, then go for the general. It was odd that they hadn't insisted on someone from their team taking the morning watch, but they were likely planning to be up by then and starting on breakfast, so they didn't see the need to have one of theirs as the guard. Tessa would likely be awake for that watch as well, or at least halfway through it. She rarely slept past the dawn wake-up call after so many years on the church's schedule. So, Carl settled into sleep peacefully with Dana after their watch, only to be awakened by the sound of screaming far too soon after he closed his eyes. "Report. What is going on?" Carl asked. "Another spawn. Hawk is already in the air." Remy replied. "It seems to be centered on us, and it extends all the way back to the fortress, a whole day's travel. I can see the torches as the fortress army units gather to fight in the dark." Hawk added. "That was massive. If it was centered on them, and they had covered close to 80 kilometers during the day, this newest spawn was absolutely massive." "What is attacking?" Carl asked as he equipped his armor and took out his maul. "That's the best part. Food. We're under attack by food." Hawk cheered. Translator. Remy giggled before explaining. "The attackers are some sort of boar monster the size of Ophelia's dire bear form, and they're accompanied by some sort of cyclops. A giant with one eye. That's what has the satyrs on guard duty screaming." There was a group of the boars at the edge of the camp, just reaching the firelight but momentarily stopped by the mounts of the guards, who also saw them as food. Unfortunately for the agile lizards, these boar monsters were not only massive, they were also commander-rank beasts, and wearing armor. They even had metal sheaths on their tusks, so they could more effectively attack. Carl was just about to send everyone out to play when he realized that they were standing right next to a general and his entourage. A general who was very likely to call for an entire army unit from the fortress that they just left. "Can we just kill him already? I want to come out and play." Ray complained. "Not yet. Or at least not where he can see you. I give it like 2 minutes before he panics and calls the army. I don't know if they're going to show up while everything is under attack, but they might." Hawk was racing through the sky, trying to determine the extent and density of the situation, when he realized that they were about to have a not-so-minor problem. The next city is full of monsters from the spawn. It's within the radius by at least 10 kilometers, and it's not just surrounded, it's overrun. He informed them. "Well, that will put a damper on our chances of making a mass sale. However, I bet we can do some charity work with the farmers, if they're short on weapons." Carl jumped onto the roof of the house to take in more of the situation and realized that these ones weren't the only one who would need some assistance. He could see 4 other farms in the distance, and they were all fighting with makeshift weapons, like the ones he was selling, but not adapted to be used as weapons. They were so close to 2 major cities, and along a heavily populated route that was traveled by hundreds every day, that they didn't really need weapons other than for defense against unscrupulous travelers. The farm family was coming out in hastily donned coats over their pajamas, carrying whatever farm tools came to hand. "Hey, over here. We have weapons," Carl called. The Minotaurs rushed over to where Carl was, while the guards from the general's caravan harassed the giant boar who had made it closest to the farm. The ladies had taken the net from over the cargo, and the Minotaurs smiled as they realized that the weapons were all modeled after things that they already know how to use. They each grabbed a tool and pulled the working heads off the convertible ones. "We will stay near your charges, would you guard the back side of the house? We should be alright, even if you take both the Naga with you. I will have them watch the side of the house. The guards for the general have the other side, but we can send someone to help them if you need." The oldest of the Minotaur farmers smiled and patted Carl on the shoulder. "As long as they don't make it to the house, it's fine. We have no animals, and they've already trampled the fields. We will see in the morning what can be salvaged." Carl nodded. "I will do what I can to keep them out of the vegetable garden out back." "I would appreciate that. Remy, have the bodyguards watch the 2 sides of the house and keep everyone mostly on this side, so I can let everyone out to play. Once Remy and her bodyguards were in position, with 2 on Karl's left, guarding the side of the house, and 1 on his right, making sure that the escorts for the general didn't get overrun by a single giant boar, Karl was ready to begin. "Alright, it's safe to come out now. Kara and Ray, I would like for you to stick together with Ray's golems. Clear the area beyond what the minotaurs and satyrs can see, and loot as much food as you think we might need in the future. These all appear to be commander rank boars, and there should be royal rank cyclops with them. That means plenty of high-quality blood for Ray. However, if you find a monarch, inform me before you start fighting it, and I will join you. I know that at least Ray needs the monarch rank blood for her personal grooming, and if it's an edible species, it could be good for everyone's development." Karl instructed. Monarch rank giant boar, Hawk was almost drooling at the thought. He was already looking for one, but the boars didn't appear to come in anything but commander rank. Being a spawn situation, there were no young ones with them. But it was also incredibly rare to find a monarch rank cyclops. Hawk had scouted most of the way to both cities down the road now, and he had only seen 3 of them, 2 of which were at the fortress. The overlords would take care of those in a few minutes, so there was only one that was an actual option, and even that one was over 20 kilometers away. "We might have to wait for tomorrow's spawn to get a good one," he informed the others. Karl chuckled at his depressed tone. "What makes you think that we're going to still be here? There are thousands of commander rank boars. They're overrunning farms almost as fast as the farmers can flee, and the city is full of them. We did all right walking through the hill giant lines, but these are stronger," he replied with pride. It was strange to have pride in what he viewed as a food supply that he didn't even raise himself, but Hawk's mind worked in its own special way. Karl could hear him mentally calculating the food supply from multiple days of harvesting the boars, and how much space he had to store them in. If he processed them and got rid of the parts that weren't tasty, he should have enough for at least a week's harvest in the space he dedicated to boar-type animals. Ray came out of her space, and Kara appeared on her back as the bloodbath spider summoned her golems in the distance. "Forward, trusty steed. We shall clear a path of destruction through the boars." "Delicious, delicious, destruction," Kara insisted. Karl stared at the strange spectacle for a moment and then realized that Kara was much bigger than he remembered. She had gone from badger to large dog-sized, and when she spread her wings for balance, she had a wingspan as wide as Ray's standing posture. "Are you getting close to advancing?" Karl asked her, curious about the change. "Nope, I don't think I'm even halfway there. I'm just getting big. I'm working on a skill to adjust my size, but mostly I think I've just been eating too well. I need to start exercising." Why she wanted to adjust her size was a mystery, but Karl suspected that it had something to do with punching drakes in the face. She kept facing big things that didn't respect her because she was small. They vanished off into the darkness with a barrage of disintegration and boulder toss attacks at the handful of nearby boars. Then they were on the surprised Cyclops, whose night vision was apparently terrible because it hardly reacted until the golem was liberating its head from its body. Karl looked around the farm and realized that he might have miscalculated. With the dynamic duo going crazy on his side of the property, he didn't actually have anything to do. He could hear the others fighting, and one of the Naga warriors had gone to assist the satyrs, who were losing their fight with the giant boar. Karl heard huge rushing feet and saw one of the massive beasts coming for his left side, where the other Naga warriors and Remy were stationed. Then Thor was on his feet and charging at the armored challenger. This was his yard, and nobody was just running inside. The Cerro hit the side of the boar, and his upper horns punched through the armor plating as the beast was thrown from its feet. A shake of Thor's head freed his horns from the twisted metal, and a Naga warrior rushed over to wrap the beast's neck. It gave him a steady base to attack from, with the side benefit of cutting off the creature's breathing as the boar reared up to try to hit Thor with his tusks. Thor was quick on his feet, and the charge only reached open air as Thor rammed his nose horn up into the boar's belly, then slammed his tail into its head with, earthquake, charged. The boar's skull shattered, and blood ran down its face as it staggered. It wasn't a lethal blow, but there was definitely brain damage behind that stunned effect. Then the Naga warrior's blade slid between the broken skull bones and the boar collapsed. That one they would have to leave in the yard, as everyone would notice it going missing. But they could use it for breakfast and lunch, or leave it for the farmers, whose crops had taken a lot of damage. Carl noticed that a cyclops was getting close to the outlying vegetable patch, so he moved to intercept. The farmers might have lost a lot of their crop, but he could save at least a bit of it. The two royal rank opponents met on the road, and Carl quickly realized that the cyclops was almost blind. It had no depth perception, nearly tripped in the drainage ditch, and couldn't see Carl standing 5 meters away in the dark. That wasn't even a fair fight. Not that it was going to stop Carl, as 5 stacks of disintegration on the head of his maul removed most of its torso. He quickly dragged the body back into the pasture on the other side of the road and looked for another target. Ray and Kara were on a rampage, and Kara had taken to the air so that she could dive bomb and maul the boars from the air. That was way more fun than just throwing orbs of death at them. Her disintegration was a monarch rank skill, and the damage that it did to commander rank boars, and their makeshift armor, was devastating. It was so much more satisfying to go for the terminal velocity dive bomb into their back. Carl saw a group of heat signatures racing his way and prepared for battle. But as they spread out a little, he realized that it wasn't more Cyclops, but a larger-than-average Minotaur and his family. This way, everyone. We have a royal rank team of guards to protect the farmyard. He shouted, loud enough that everyone would hear him. Is the yard holding? The man yelled as he turned to approach Carl directly, and not the house. Yeah, we're in no danger of being overrun. We've got a commander rank golem mage and royal rank Naga warriors among the other guards in the yard. There are clerics with us as well, if you are injured. Thank you, traveler. The big Minotaur replied, then let out a deep rumbling bellow that would echo through the distance to the other farms. It should be a signal of some sort that it was safe to gather here, but it startled the farmers in the yard, who definitely didn't feel safe. If you can fight, talk to the Red Dragon cleric after you are fed and healed. We were selling weapons made by and for Minotaurs. They will hook you up, and you can trade them loot from your kills for the cost if you're short on cash. Carl informed them. The big Minotaur smiled and patted him on the shoulder as he ran by. Thank you. I don't know what happened, but it's good to see that someone has the good sense to set proper defenses. With the route being so safe, most groups didn't set night guards, they just went to bed in the farmyards after dinner. After the bellow by the farmer, more groups began running in their direction. The farmhouses were fairly well spaced, but each family could only farm a few hundred acres at the most. Even with Ray and Kara on the loose out in the dark somewhere, there were still hundreds of giant boars nearby, terrorizing the other farmhouses. The pair had been prioritizing clearing the area around this farm so that they would have as much left as possible. But there were just so many creatures spawned this time that they couldn't eliminate them all. Is it just me, or does this not follow the pattern? Remy asked. What pattern? Thor asked, as he hadn't been paying attention the first time. It was supposed to get weaker and lower density as we moved away from the dungeon, right? Well, we're a long way from the dungeon now, and this is the strongest one so far, with the most monsters. She explained. Hawk considered reasons, then came upon a good one. What if it's a present? We haven't had a good food influx for a while, so maybe we're being rewarded with thousands of boars. They appeared centered around us, that has to mean that they're ours. That was a somewhat horrifying thought. What if 1,000 square kilometers of land had been overrun by giant boars and cyclops because Hawk was feeling peckish and the gods wanted him to have a new flavor of snack? As much as Carl wanted to say that was ridiculous and impossible, he had a sneaking suspicion that it might actually be a plausible answer. But the fact that this one appeared to be centered on them, while the last was only a few kilometers away, did make it seem like they were somehow involved in the generation of these anomalies. If they were, wouldn't it be a disaster if they went home and brought the spawns with them? Carl had plenty of time to think, as it was only farmers headed their way at the moment. For a moment, he wondered where Prince Corbin and his Spellblade clan were. They should be well west of this incident, and hopefully out of danger. But they were faster moving than the wagon, and had a day's head start going in the same direction, so they might have already been close to the fortress. It would have been nice to know for sure where they were, but there was no way of verifying that in the middle of the night. During the day, Hawk might be able to scout them out if he could see through their disguise, but even that was questionable, as it was most likely being created by Prince Corbin, so Hawk wouldn't have a power advantage when trying to detect flaws in the spell. The influx of farmers from the surrounding homesteads didn't come without its own dangers, as the movement was drawing the attention of the giant boars, who were leading the Cyclops toward the gathering. The giants' eyesight was terrible, but their hearing was decent, and they seemed to realize what was going on, even if they were struggling to find their way with the fences constantly tripping them. If they followed the boars, it was better. The beasts smashed through the wooden fences without hesitation, and they had no issues finding the farmers in the dark. You have more coming to your side. Kara and Ray are over on the far side right now. Hawk informed Carl, who was distracted watching the farmers coming their way. Carl moved away from the farmhouse to intercept the boars, which were running towards a group of small minotaurs. The parents must have been at their home farm because these ones were all children. One solid swat of the hammer killed the beast, but Hawk was not impressed with the use of chain lightning, which internally cooked them and made them hard to prepare for later consumption. Alright, I will use disintegration instead. That will only take away a small amount of them, and if I hit the head, it won't even be a tasty part. Carl conceded. Ray laughed at their argument. She was using lacerate, as were her golems. There was still plenty of blood left inside after they died, so a little mess wasn't a major loss. The clean cuts left the entire beast usable, but neither rend nor shred were as powerful as disintegrate. They were suitable options to stack 5 deep on the hammer, though. Carl could release them without contact, so he could just use it to build up a charge of concurrent casts. But he really didn't need to do that for the commander rank beasts. Even just attacking normally 2 or 3 times would be enough for most of them. Carl tried that on the next boar that was coming for the children, and the first strike with rend cut into its skull, but didn't stop it. Carl had to hurry to intercept the beast before it could reach the Minotaur children. Sir, is there a safe spot? Dad and Uncle are fighting at the house. One of the children asked, gesturing behind them. Keep going straight towards that house with the fire in the yard. We lit it to help people find us. There are others there already. How far is it to your house? I might be able to help your family leave. Carl asked. I don't think that they will. Uncle Lou is a colonel in the army and a royal. They plan to hold the yard and keep the house safe so we can return in the morning. And they sent you away anyhow? Carl asked. The Minotaur girl nodded. Yeah. They said that it's safer to be with a whole herd. We heard the bellow indicating a safe spot, so they sent the children. Good luck, I will make their lives easier for a few minutes. The kids started running, and Carl headed for their house to clear the area. If there was a royal rank soldier there with someone to watch his back, they should be fine. There were still 3 boars in the area, not attacking the house. The Minotaurs were teamed up to deal with a Cyclops, and Carl could see that they both had proper weapons and armor. So, a few minutes to clear the boars should be enough to give them a rest. Ray, when you guys make your next loop this way, clear around the farmyards that still have someone fighting in them. We can start expanding our radius if the battle slows down. Got it. We're getting pretty well stocked already. These boars take up more space than expected. I don't know what we're going to do with 100 tons of bacon, but it's going to smell wonderful when we smoke it. Carl laughed as he finished the boars near where the Minotaurs were still dealing with the Cyclops. That didn't seem right. There were 2 of them, and the Cyclops was only using skills on the lower side of royal rank. Carl turned to help them out. There might have been a reason other than safety in numbers that they had sent the children away while they defended the farm. The Cyclops never stood a chance as Carl leapt across the yard and smashed it in the back with, disintegrate. It was already heavily injured, and its armor was compromised. Thank you, merchant. Were you at one of the other farms? Are they all right? The older of the two minotaurs asked. They were both heavily bandaged, and one of them had only one arm, an old injury that had long since healed. No wonder they had sent the kids away to make their final stand. They were so heavily injured even before the fight started that they were in no shape to fight, but they didn't want to burden anyone else with more wounded to care for. That was a soldier's pride talking for them, Carl assumed. No soldier wanted to drag down others when they were likely to have to relocate in the middle of the night. Instead, they had sent away the ones that could run and remained behind. Remy, do you have healing stuff in your space? Carl asked. The blue ones in the round bottles with the long neck. Those are the new healing potions. Carl took 2 of them out and handed them to the minotaurs. Healing potions from my personal alchemist. This incident is huge, and if you're not too attached to the farm, we could use the extra fighters. They're holding out well for now, and we had a watch set, but they will get tired eventually. They nodded, understanding what Carl meant. Part of the reason for the Minotaurs welcoming Bello was so that they had reserves when the frontline fighters got wounded or tired, allowing someone to switch them out. We have dragon clerics there, who can do more healing for you as well. Did you want to come back that way with me, or are you remaining here? The pair downed the potions, and Carl made a note of how their wounds closed and their stance improved. Remy would want that information later. We will join your group. I will just tell the kids that I wanted to get the last of my armor out before we joined them. The older soldier chuckled, with a gesture to a pile of supplies near the door. Carl picked it up and slung the oversized bag over his shoulder. Is that everything you need? With nobody here, the invaders are unlikely to smash apart the house as long as you don't have a large food supply inside. The farmer gestured to one side. The pantry is concrete with a steel door and underground to keep the temperature stable. It should be all right. Carl took off at a jog with the soldiers behind him. There was nothing in the area, but they were both on guard, and hesitant to move so quickly. I can see heat signatures in the dark. There is nothing along this path, I killed it all on the way here after making sure your kids made it to the farm. He explained. They made it safely. Thanks be to the gods. All right, we will trust your eyes. Lead the way. Carl stopped 50 meters from the house. It's right there. I'm on duty to protect this side, so I will let you go ahead. Tell them Carl sent you if they ask, but I doubt they will. Half the people there are your neighbors. The Minotaurs laughed. If old man Davos can't recognize us by firelight, we have bigger issues than a few questions. They clapped Carl on the shoulder as they passed, and a few seconds later, happy voices greeted them as they passed the Naga warriors and came into the light of the bonfire. Lotus' voice joined the chaos as she explained that she would heal them, and that everyone else here was still in fighting form, so they were the backup line. They had a bit of time to eat and catch their breath, then they could change spots with Ophelia, who was watching that side along with one of the other farmers. The battle near the farm began to fall silent as more farmers came to join their group, and as Ray teamed up with Kara to slaughter everything that moved and wasn't a farmer. That was a surprising level of restraint for that duo, but Carl didn't see any small creatures or minotaurs coming into the piles in their spaces. 2 hours later, they were getting bored with the lack of powerful targets and variety, so Carl called them back. You can rest in your spaces. We've secured the area well enough. There should only be a few issues before dawn, and the others can take care of that. How did your collection efforts go? He asked. Pretty good. I think we got all we need, but there are no monarch-rank Cyclops close enough to fight. If we could have gotten one of those for Ray's bath products, it would have been better. Kara replied. One of the satyrs came over with a bowl of oatmeal and some roast pork slices for Carl, and then joined him for breakfast, taking a seat on the woodpile. You've done an outstanding job on this side. Do you need anything else? We can send someone to assist you. Or you can pull your Naga warriors back. They're covering two sides of the house already, and they've taken a lot of the load off the rest of us. I don't think that our patrol would have made it through the first attack without his help, and it appears that the army isn't coming. The satyr sighed. This incident isn't just on us. It's at all the farms as far as the farmers can communicate with each other for 3 relays. By my guess, that's at least 15 kilometers in every direction that is under attack, and likely more. How many army units are in the area? Even if they sent them out right away, they could take a while to make their way here. Carl suggested. He couldn't tell the guard that the issue extended past the next city, or all the way to the fortress. At least not without explaining how he learned. They would find out soon enough, and it was going to be a nasty surprise. It was better not to spring it on them in the middle of the night when everyone was panicked and exhausted. I see that they went with raspberries today. That's a change from the usual. Carl noted as he started at the plain wooden bowl full of oatmeal. Apparently it's a specialty of the local farms. They have whole bags of dried berries here, and they go well in the oats. The satyr guard agreed. I will have to buy a few bags. Monster invasion, war, or emergency, goods still need to move. The satyr nodded. That they do. Fortunately for us, it will be dawn soon, and then we will be able to see trouble signals and find out what is going on in the distance. But I've never heard of a surprise invasion this deep into the nation. It should have been stopped near the border, not allowed to get to the Overlord Council's doorstep. I am sure that the Council will get it all sorted out. We just need to get enough rest that we don't get overwhelmed. They ate quietly for a few minutes until Carl saw minotaur-shaped heat signatures in the distance. Go let someone know to Bello that this is a safe spot. There are more refugees in the distance and they look lost. He warned the satyr, who informed one of his teammates with hand signals. They're on it. They'll likely call every hour or so, just in case there are others in hiding. The hours until dawn passed quickly, with sporadic attacks 2 or 3 times an hour, as the farmers from the surrounding area, and those who had been on the run in the area, had all come to them after the second bellow by the royal rank Minotaur. His efforts seemed much more effective than the first attempt, and Carl wondered if there was something about the voice of Minotaurs that changed with their rank. Now, they had nearly 100 Minotaurs in place, and as the sun came up they were making plans to fortify this farm, so they could fall back to it as an emergency resource in the future. A trench line with a rake fence of spiked poles would slow down even a giant boar for a few minutes before it smashed them all apart. One of the farmers was suggesting. And where would we get thousands of trees to make it from? We could do a low wall of dirt and stones with a trench on the other side, but that would still mess with the runoff for the fields, and we would risk drought on the farm. Or we could do just the yard. The matriarch of this farmyard insisted. That would be a pain for them going to and from the fields, but they could put bridges over the wall, and pull them in if there was danger. The defensive fortification didn't need to stop an enemy forever, much less actually hurt it. It just had to slow it down enough to give the defenders the advantage. As the sun came up and everyone could see properly, the extent of the devastation became clear. Hundreds of house fires poured black smoke into the air, while Carl could see 10 different red smoke streams, similar to the green ones that had been deployed when the patrol unit called for reinforcements against the orcs. But worse, there was a massive plume of black smoke to their east. A pillar of smoke that marked a freshly sacked city on fire. The size of the column made the source unmistakable. No matter where they looked, there were signs of destruction, and the further into the distance they looked, the worse it got. The Naga general gestured at Dana and a satyr guard. Mage, how strong are you? Can you use that air walking to carry a guard into the air where they can see further? We need to know how far this extends and if there are others we might need to help. Dana nodded. It's not a problem. At my rank, carrying a satyr with me as I walk isn't a problem. I will take them 100 meters into the air to scout the area, and we will report back in a minute. She picked up the smallest of the satyrs and stepped up into the air, running as if climbing stairs. That was the great drawback to her skill. She still had to walk, so climbing into the air took a lot of physical effort, like running up a flight of stairs or a hillside. But she had been practicing hard, and while she was slowing a lot at the end, eternal lightning gave her enough stamina regeneration that she made it to her chosen viewpoint with enough reserves to run in a circle and scout. The satyr looked shaken as they reached the ground, but Dana had already known what was going on. Not only had she been attacking from the air, but the fact that it was a monster spawn was much less unthinkable to her than to the farmers. "General, I have your report." The satyr informed them in a shaky voice. "Go ahead, Sergeant. What did you see?" "The fortress is under siege, though the battle appears to be close to finished. There are more than 10 emergency calls for overrun units active. Everything in sight from 100 meters elevation was either destroyed farmland or hordes of cyclops and their giant boars. At least 50 kilometers in every direction. The city of Mitford appears to be lost. The whole city is on fire, and there are hundreds of groups of giants and boars moving away from it to attack nearby farms, which appear to have already been attacked last night. At least 2/3 of the force from the fortress is deployed in the area, but there is no sign of the guard force from Mitford. There are a few visible groups of farmers still fighting, but unlike our area, which has been fairly well cleared of threats, they are not faring as well." His voice was as neutral as he could make it, clearly trying not to cry. Then it dawned on Carl. They were visiting the fortress and returning to Mitford. His family was likely from Mitford, and the city appeared to have been lost in a single night after the attackers appeared inside the walls. Lotus was faster to the important parts than Carl was, and by the time that he realized, she had already pulled the small man into a hug, so he could hide his goat-like face. All the beasts were back in their spaces now, except Thor, who was napping near the gate. Only the 2 bodyguards were left outside, so that the soldiers and farmers didn't notice anything was off when morning came. However, they were all rested now and ready to fight as soon as they were needed. The general looked stunned by the analysis of the situation. There was nothing in his training or protocols that covered this situation. He didn't have enough of a force to even try to make it to the city. And he certainly didn't have enough allies left to rally a force to take it back if it was being occupied. It might not be, as the smoke cloud suggested, that most of the city was on fire at the moment, but that didn't change the fact that he was half a day's travel away, and had no resources. While the general was unsure what to do, back in the fortress, the oracle had a much better idea of how to handle this situation. He was seated on a cushion in his scrying room with a stack of notes on one side and a nearly empty bottle of rum on the other. His arrival marks disaster and great danger for the fortress. "Gods damn it," he muttered, casting bleary eyes up at Lifa, the Haint Tree Woman overlord. "Do you think that he's cursed? Could it be a side effect of pulling a system user through time? He has a powerful presence, far beyond his royal rank. It is possible that these incidents are occurring near him simply because he exists," she suggested. "So, we send a team to kill him?" the drunken oracle asked hopefully. "And leave the focal point of the anomalies permanently located next to the fortress?" "I think not. If he is the focus of the instability, it's best that he takes them somewhere else. But there is another possibility. We have reports that he might have been with the Yellow Tusk Orcs when the dungeon outside Halseering first opened. We know that he speaks Orcish, so the reports are plausible. It might be a side effect of that anomaly, in which case we have to worry about the orcs and every other person who entered the dungeon that first day spreading the instability. Aren't you just a ray of fucking sunshine?" The oracle slurred. "I do try. But I can confidently say that he does not know. He didn't have the aura of malice on him when he was here. If he had known that his presence could trigger this disaster, I would have seen it." The oracle finished the bottle of rum. "Just be thankful that it happened after he left. If not, we could have been Mitford, with our walls full of enemies and an army surrounding us at midnight shift change." Lifa nodded. "I will check the reports to see if there have been more incidents in the west that we have not had an opportunity to review yet." They normally only went over the important parts of the reviews, so small attacks, or incidents in rural areas might not have been noticeable enough to form a pattern in the reports yet. The conversation between Overlord Lifa and the Oracle quickly spread through the ranks of the council members, who had been spread through the region all morning, frequently crossing paths. Many of them agreed with Lifa's assessment. If they had been somehow marked by the opening of the dungeon, it was better that they just go away and take the troubles to someone else. The mountain giants, for example. However, there was another thought on the matter, shared by Slyth of the Naga and Tink, the fairy overlord. What if we take him back to where he started? Tell him to stay next to the dungeon until the incidents calm. Then we would be able to prove if they were centered on him or just expanding in a shockwave pattern away from the dungeon. This last incident suggests that they are not all going to be milder aftershocks of the event, so controlling the location seems like the best option. Tink explained. And what would a bunch of rural farmers out in the western lands do about royal and monarch-ranked monsters appearing in their area? Council head Arnold asked. His trolls were the predominant people in the region, and he didn't want them obliterated. The same thing that my minotaurs did. They can call for help. Morisa grumbled. They had all been in the field for the morning, going from hotspot to hotspot, rescuing who they could. Now, the magic users in the fortress were too exhausted to open another portal, and they had all had to make their own way back to the fortress, or to the city of Mitford. That was where Overlord Thrax, the Chimera, and Slyth the Naga were right now. They had been too far off on their last deployment to return to the fortress, so they went to get a start on clearing out the devastated city and helping get the fires put out. Both of them had water magic, though Thrax couldn't do much more than make it rain. In this case, that was precisely what they needed. A good rainfall would put out many of the lingering fires, started when lamps and fireplaces were knocked over by giant boars rampaging in the city. Do we have any word on how much of Mitford is still standing? Arnold asked, while slumping down into one of the padded chairs of the council room. The temple still stands. Mitford had a combined temple, an ancient one where our people could go to worship freely, with statues of most known gods present. That served as a disaster shelter for the people, and the guard gathered there, along with the clerics, who used their magic to support the people willing to fight. So, that building still stands, and most of the governor's mansion still stands, though the town's governor is dead. He was found beside the bodies of a pair of monarch-rank cyclops, an apparent mutual destruction. The oracle explained. The troll sighed and shook his head. No wonder it went so poorly for them. With the governor under attack the moment the battle started, there was no time for him to relieve anywhere else. I will call the advisors to start on a plan to repair the farms, send out aid and collect casualty numbers. Were there any areas in the fighting that took light enough damage that we might be able to stage soldiers there for the relief effort? I would like to set a temporary portal circle, to be kept open to move supplies. The oracle's eyes went white, and he frowned at the vision. There is an area roughly 5 kilometers in radius where none of the farmhouses were too heavily damaged. It appears that they mostly evacuated early in the battle, so the monsters followed them to a well-defended position and left the houses alone. From what I can tell, the largest damage is to homes that had large food supplies inside, or whose residents didn't get any warning. Those with underground pantries were largely undamaged, though there are still giant beasts foraging in their fields. Roughly 1/4 of the number of Cyclops and giant boar teams are still active. The rest have been defeated or are missing. He informed the group. You look much less happy than I had expected, given the news that such a large area was saved from devastation. Arnold noted. Right in the middle of that space, surrounded by farmers and their families, is a very familiar black Sero and a half-troll holding a pig roast on an improvised spit. Overlord Lifa began to giggle, pale blue smoke puffing from her mouth and retracting as she drew breath. Of course he would be fine and taunting them with a cookout. The Carl troll isn't wired right in the head. Everyone else might be terrified of them, but don't forget that he is a system-enhanced war champion from the last resurgence. Nothing that a royal rank Cyclops could do to him could even scratch his armor if he has the usual set of warrior skills and limited invulnerability along with trollish regeneration. For all we know, he might be fireproof as well. Arnold began to laugh at that. A troll that was fireproof really was immortal. Burning their body was the only way to stop them from regenerating. Even if you put them through a wood chipper, they would eventually come back to life. If he could keep himself from being burned in combat, he would be a juggernaut. If any of them knew that Carl could grant that level of regeneration to all of the beasts under his control, or even that he had such a team under his control, they would have been terrified. So, we send an army unit to his location to work on stabilizing the situation. He's 2/3 of the way to Mitford, so it's not a bad spot. When the others finish in the city, the portal there will be set up again, and then we can start bringing soldiers in to deal with the issue. Arnold asked. A wave of panic flowed over the Oracle. No. He shouted, startling everyone. We must not bring anyone else in. I know what happened, I can see it. The shock waves of the anomaly are following the ancient lines of power. The fortress is built on one, which explains why it happened near us. But the actual intersection of the lines is under that farmhouse. It is the number of powerful people in the area that is making the situation worse. If we call in reinforcements, we will trigger another incident, even stronger than this one. The best thing that we can do is spread the council out. It is too dangerous to leave that bad omen group unattended, but we can't all be in the same spot until this anomaly settles. Arnold frowned. So, it will happen again? Or only if we call for more soldiers? It will happen again for the next 2 nights. But the strength will go down, now that most of Mitford is dead. I can't see the exact location, only the aftermath. But if we spread the overlords out, so we're not all in one spot at midnight, it will make the attack less intense. The Oracle clarified. Arnold nodded. I will go to the source, to the dungeon. That will put me away from tonight's incident, but close enough to an existing portal that you can call for me if you need it. Tink flitted around the room. The 2 in Mitford can stay, they won't fully offset the casualties there, and the survivors need them. I will fly north past the edge of last night's incident. I can cross the whole journey from here to Mitford in under 2 hours on my wings, and I've already marked all the locations I was at this morning, so I will know if they're in trouble. Morisa nodded. I will stay here with the Oracle and command the fortress guard. What are you doing, Lifa? The Haint's wooden face twisted up in a gleeful grin. I am going to go visit our lucky visitor. I suspect that he has more surprises for me than ancient snacks. He's in the middle of the fight anyhow. She didn't wait for anyone to say anything, she simply turned to smoke and vanished, a species-exclusive version of Shadow Step, that could bring her anywhere she knew, and she knew every farm in the region after 300 years living in the fortress. Carl instinctively drew his maul as a shiver of ice-cold energy pulsed in the air behind him. Calm down, old man. It's just me. Lifa laughed as Carl spun to face her. Overlord Lifa. I must say, I wasn't expecting company in the middle of the day. We were just about to have lunch, would you care to join us? Carl asked. Oh, that sounds lovely. I have a small update for you all, as this compound appears to hold the entire population of the area, plus one of our generals. The overlords are going to spread out over the region, assisting with the cleanup, but also because of a vision the Oracle had last night. There will be another appearance of the Cyclops and their minions tonight at midnight, and possibly for the next few nights. The fewer powerful people in the region at midnight, the less dangerous the incident will be. So, I will remain here, while 2 council members are in Mitford, and the others are spreading across the country to take care of other duties. This isn't the only spot which is having similar issues, but the dates are sporadic, and sending soldiers in advance only makes them worse. She explained. So this is happening all over? One of the satyrs asked. There have been incidents nearly every day, somewhere in the country. Most of them are not major incidents, but they appear to be influenced by the strength of the residents, as if they were a test of some sort. This one was the strongest reported so far, and a large part of the city of Mitford was damaged last night. However, the residents took shelter in a number of secure facilities, and the casualties were not as bad as we had feared. The unified temple still stands, and there was a shaman god high priest there to put a barrier over the building while the guards rallied to help survivors make it there. This spot was nearly the exact center of the battle last night, which makes it unlikely to be outside tomorrow's spawn, even if the boundaries do move a little. What do we have for barriers? Lifa replied. Carl gestured as he answered. We have Tessa, the war cleric, with her weapon and armor buffs that can spread over the whole group. Dana, our battle mage, knows some barrier spells, and the best boy in the whole world knows how to spread his defensive barrier to his closest friends. He reached down to rub Thor's head, and the farmers laughed. Thor had saved many lives last night, and his massive bulk made him a formidable force. Even in the face of a charging giant boar, he could stand his ground. Nothing else here, not even the royal rank minotaurs could take that charge and not be knocked over. They had a few suitable boar spears from Carl's supplies, but not nearly enough for all of the farmers who had come to them last night. None of the other farms had suitable weapons either, and most had shown up with at least some sort of tool in their hands that could be enhanced by Tessa's blessing. At the very least, she was a high priestess of the war god, and her blessing would put a commander rank edge on the tools. That was more than most of the others were going to get. After a moment of silence, Carl clapped his hands for attention. All right, it looks like we know what we've got to do for the evening. Get this pig roasted and carved. Make up plenty of rice and oatmeal, so everyone has meals ready when they rotate off the line, clean and mend weapons. Then everyone needs to get to sleep early except the watch so that we're all rested at midnight when the next group appears. That's when the last one did, so it will most likely be the same tonight. 1 or 2 more days, and it should stop. Then everyone can start rebuilding their lives. The farmers nodded grimly and got to work on all the tasks that needed to be done before mid-afternoon if they were going to get any sleep before midnight. With so many children and not enough beds, they had to set up tents out in the yard with the help of the tarps that Ray had made for the wagon, and a half-dozen others. The beds were hay, and the blankets were shared, grabbed from every spare that could be found in the nearby houses that were safe enough to go to alone. But it was enough to get all the kids somewhere they could sleep. Most of the adults would be sleeping anywhere they could find, and then fighting all night. Keeping the kids asleep as long as possible was the goal of the evening, as a horde of terrified children would just make everything more difficult, and if they were exhausted it would be even worse. Overlord Lifa just watched in amusement as everyone ignored her presence and got to work setting up for the night. Normally, everyone was so formal when a council member was present that they came to her for every little thing and didn't do anything without her approval. But with Carl barking orders at them and the war cleric marshalling people to balance the workload while the nature priestess looked after the kids, it was moving more smoothly than even the fortress staff managed on most days. She had been right in her assumption. There was something different about that Carl, and it became more obvious by the minute, but she couldn't see why. He wasn't using any sort of skill, he wasn't even more powerful than the strongest of the minotaurs here. But when he gave directions, everyone just followed them. There was something else to it, and she would figure it out soon. Her species was skilled with soul magic, as a form of possessed treants, and borderline undead. So, Overlord Lifa was confident that if he was directly manipulating their minds, she would have seen it. It would only be a matter of time until she learned what his secret to natural leadership was. That evening brought a surprise that Carl had never thought to see in this lifetime. Lotus had found a creature that she simply could not cuddle. Lifa was made of hard and sharp bark, and without Carl's limited invulnerability, even touching her caused instant cold damage. The nature cleric learned that the hard way when she shook the Overlord's hand before the other woman could stop her. The haint didn't sleep, so they sat up with all the watches, and seemed to take great joy in the fact that she could shake Carl awake. Normally, she wouldn't be able to touch anyone without a barrier in place, as her very nature drained body heat to a lethal extent. But it was a damage over time effect, so it was never more than 10% of his health at once. The satyrs were already getting ready, and the farmers were waking up, while trying to be quiet to keep the kids who were in the tent behind the house asleep. "How are we going to arrange this?" Lifa asked quietly. "Right, we didn't go over that. Last night I was on the side of the house where the kids are, along with the Naga warriors and a pair of summoned Lamia bodyguards, as well as 2 golems. The satyrs took this side, along with the Sero and the 2 old royal rank soldiers. The 2 younger royal rank minotaurs took the right side of the house, and the rest of the force filled the final side and sent reinforcements as needed. We did it that way based on who can see and fight best in the dark. I have thermal vision, so I can see nearly as well at night as in the daylight." "How well do you see at night?" Carl replied. The tree woman chuckled and patted him on the shoulder, still not over the novelty. "I can see souls and magic. I don't see light in the first place, so there is no difference between day and night to me." "All right. Then you can be wherever you like. As the strongest of us, you will likely be moving around a lot. Well, either that, or your presence will scare them away, and you won't need to do anything at all." That was how the second half of last night went. We got a little bit stabby at the start, and then they just stopped coming this way. One of the minotaurs standing behind Carl laughed. "You will understand once he starts fighting. He's got a maul that lets him stack power on it, and he can one-hit a royal rank cyclops." Lifa stared at Carl for a few seconds. "You can one-hit kill a target of your own rank?" Carl nodded. "The maul was a dungeon reward, and it lets you stack 5 copies of the same skill on it. I'm already a bit of a beast in combat, but that weapon is just unfair against less intelligent opponents like boars." "What about against smarter targets?" Lifa asked. Carl chuckled and took out his maul, then stacked 5 copies of disintegration on it. Lifa smiled. "Oh, I get it now. They have to be stupid to not do their very best not to get hit by that. So smarter targets go on the defensive and make you work for it." "Exactly." Carl let the skill dissipate and put the weapon away. "We don't have long to midnight, we should get something to eat and pick a position," he offered. A satyr ran over with plates of food for them as soon as Carl mentioned it, and Lifa smiled. "It looks like the honor guard has been nominated to be the message runners tonight. They are more of a fast-moving scout unit, not a frontline combat unit. With proper weapons, the farmers would do better." She whispered to Carl. "Yeah, they've all grabbed what they could from my supplies, but it's not high-grade military weaponry. That's why we have Tessa, the Red Dragon cleric, working all night to keep them enchanted. With that sort of help, they can launch commander rank attacks. Not with full commander rank strength, but at least the weapons will cut through giant boar hide." It wasn't hard to guess that particular moment was exactly midnight. Even if they hadn't sensed the pulse of power, it would have been impossible for Carl to miss the fact that there was a massive cyclops standing right in front of him. "I don't suppose that this is a great time to point out that my species isn't well known for our combat abilities, is it?" Lifa joked as she looked up at the monarch rank cyclops, then into the distance, where 24 royal rank giant boars had appeared. "Are they known for discretion?" Carl asked. "Yes. When we give our word, we keep it," Lifa replied in an offended tone. "Will you promise not to tell the rest of the council what you see here tonight? Or at least not the parts that involve me?" Carl asked. "All right, but I don't see why you're so worried about the council. I'm only here to make sure that the spawn doesn't overrun this farm. Everyone, come collect the pigs for your pantry. I will work with the Lamia pair to deal with the Cyclops." The beasts appeared in behind the one-eyed giant as Carl hefted his maul and called the Lamia bodyguards. Lifa began to laugh. "You're him. Oh goddess, Morisa will never let me live this one down if she finds out. You're the champion she has been searching the continent for, only she didn't recognize you because she thinks that you're a human. That's why nobody figured it out." She gasped as she laughed. 5, 4, 3, Remy began to count. "No. You're not a troll at all, you have trollish regeneration as a skill, along with limited invulnerability and something that makes you big. Leafa realized. And there it is. The Cyclops seemed to think that they were plotting against it, and preemptively lunged at Leafa, going for the greatest threat first. But the bodyguards were faster, and its attack was smoothly parried while Carl dropped a disintegrate loaded maul on the Cyclops' back. That's one down. Watch the children, I will go help out with the boars and come back for the lecture. One royal rank Cyclops was far from their only issue for the night, and there were more of the giants headed towards them everywhere that Carl looked. It was almost as if their location were a beacon to the attackers, and they were determined that they would take out the threat which had stopped the last wave so effectively. With dual blades, the Lamia bodyguards made great partners. They had flaming body to enhance their weapons, and rend for ranged attacks, so they could just follow Carl's lead as he turned to meet the strongest opponents that he could find. I think that there are more monarchs on their way to us right now than there were in the entire spawn last time. That doesn't seem right. The monsters show up in different spots, but the spawn is usually the exact same group every time that it activates. That's how it was when we fought it at home. Hawk noted. Is it possible that there are more powerful ones still hiding from last night, or that they were at the fortress, and they got eliminated before we could scout them? Carl suggested. Possible. But they're all coming for us today. Also, Tree Lady doesn't have to fight, she just needs someone in front of her. Carl turned back to see what he was talking about, only to find that Leafa's primary method of attack was to suck the life out of a target directly. It took about 5 seconds, but she could do it from at least 20 meters away, and the royal rank boar that the farmers were fighting simply crumbled to dust after. That power was a nasty one, and it appeared that there was no easy defense against it except a full barrier. But she was an overlord, and her power would tear through even Thor's mighty barriers in the first few seconds. Only the fact that it took time to build up the effect prevented her species from being declared a menace to society. Unless they were known for their friendly demeanor or something similar. Carl spotted another monarch-rank Cyclops, and turned to engage it, but Remy was faster. She was headed that way with her third bodyguard, the one she reserved for her personal protection, and Kara was flying overhead. That left Ray and her golems working with Hawk, and the two groups were circling the farm in opposite directions. After an hour or so, they should have finished a full sweep, and the farm would have a breather, like they had the evening before. Carl knew that it was a tried-and-true plan, used by fortresses everywhere, even if he had only studied base defense strategies for a few weeks while they were on the hill giant front. Hold up a minute, boss. I think that I have an idea. Remy insisted. All right, let's see what you have in mind. Remy started to charge a spell, while Kara dodged in front of her and spread her wings wide, as if she was aiming to stall her forward motion. Then the badger tucked into a ball, holding a steel farm tool, and, chain lightning, hit her in the backside, propelling the ball of fur and steel into the monarch-rank Cyclops at Mach Void Badger. The thunder of the spell was nothing compared to the sound of Kara hitting the Cyclops' armor after her disintegration, wall broke, and then she was in attack mode, all claws and teeth as she tore the hapless and winded creature to bits. At commander rank, chain lightning does less than 10% of my health. Kara announced proudly. Thor snorted in mental amusement. You're both idiots, and that broke Kara's eternal lightning barrier, so be careful. But I'm happy if you're happy. Oh, there are more. Do you think that we made someone mad last night? Kara asked as she flapped her wings to gain altitude and pick another target. Carl turned to face one of the new arrivals, and gave his team a warning. Don't get too far from the farm. We don't want anyone sneaking past us while we're busy. There isn't a defensive force on our side other than the pair of minotaurs who are watching the kids. Stampede. Kara warned as she sent an image of what she was seeing to Carl. Her night vision was strange, gray-scale, but extremely clear where something was moving. What she saw was hundreds of boars herded by a group of royal-rank Cyclops to charge directly down the road in their direction. There was no way that would miss the farm, but there were monarch-rank threats on both sides that shouldn't be allowed to reach the yard, either. You guys keep fighting. I will stall the stampede. Advance apologies for the wasted meat. Kara giggled. Even Hawk is running out of space for more boars. I don't think anyone will mind. Carl smiled at the thought his gluttonous bird could ever have enough of a food stockpile. The majority of the boars were on the weak side of Commander, so they shouldn't be too hard to take out, but there were simply so many of them that trying to keep them from running around him would be a nightmare. Hellstorm, vortexes spread across the battlefield as Carl used the flaming tornadoes to herd the giant boars down the road, keeping them from scattering. 6, then 8, and finally 10 were active at the same time, and Carl began to pant with the effort of keeping all those royal rank skills active at once. Bodyguards, forward. Hold the line while the smaller vortexes stop the stampede. He instructed as he took a knee. That way, even if the exertion was too much, he would only fall a little, and not all the way down. Within seconds, there were over 100 smaller vortexes active and Carl was sitting to meditate in the pasture. That was the only way to keep his mana level high enough to keep the spells active until the fight ended. The battlefield glowed like a forest fire, and the wind howled with the conflicting air currents from so many vortexes in one spot. Thunder rumbled as the vortexes merged and split every time a target died, and two serpentine forms danced through the flames, slitting the throats of panicked beasts who saw no way out of the fire. Most animals were instinctively afraid of fire, and being surrounded by it with the smell of burning flesh was a living hell for the boars, but it was impossible to find a way out. Everywhere they turned, vortexes would appear, herding them to the center of the road. But the Cyclops team was smarter. While Carl and the bodyguards were distracted with the boars, they had escaped the chaos and were moving around to the side of the house, where Kara and Remy were already fighting a monarch-ranked Cyclops. You can drop the vortexes now. There are not many. One of the Lamia bodyguards Carl had summoned informed him. The light faded as Carl released the spell, and then he caught the panic of Remy as she was ambushed by a whole group of royal-rank Cyclops. Go to her. Carl ordered, then dismissed the Lamia bodyguards to summon them next to the Naga Queen. He was already exhausted 15 minutes into the fight, but the bodyguards didn't require any ongoing effort to keep active. So, all that he had to do was handle a dozen scorched and panicked commander-rank boars. That should be possible. Carl struggled to his feet and felt, eternal lightning, slowly refreshing the stamina that he had burned through to keep all those, Hellstorm, spells active. As long as he didn't go overboard, he should be fine. But with that in mind, he switched to his two-handed blade, which was already humming with the stolen energy of hundreds of slain enemies. He didn't need to hold it for the sword to do its work, but he did need to use it for the ability to transfer energy back to him. The influx of power sent a pleasant tingle through his body, and Carl launched himself into the boars. Many were blinded by the fire, their vulnerable eyes scorched and destroyed. So, what followed was not the sort of vicious battle that he should expect, but a one-sided slaughter, basically harvesting the boars. The blade seemed almost happy today, soaked in the blood of the giant boars. But when another of the monarch-rank Cyclops came for him, the blade was nearly thrumming with excitement. The Cyclops held out a hand and a massive blade appeared in its hand. It was beautifully crafted, and covered in some sort of magical runes that Carl was unfamiliar with, but the blade in his hand seemed to take it as a personal challenge, a fight between champions. The giant was half again as tall as Carl was, even with his skills enhancing his size, and not as night-blind as most of his kin. His first strike was remarkably swift and deadly accurate, aimed to take Carl's head off. Flaming body, pulsed as the two blades met in a shower of sparks, and the Cyclops twirled his blade with a flick of his wrists, as if the massive weapon weighed nothing. 3 more strikes arrived in the next second, forcing Carl onto the defensive. Chain lightning forced the giant back, and it roared in pain, but its attacks didn't slow. The Cyclops blade began to glow with blue energy, creating a bubble where the giant could see clearly, and where Carl noticed that nothing cast a shadow. The light came from every direction, not just from the weapon, rendering shadow-based surprise attacks useless. Against Ray, that would be inconvenient. But against the average rogue, that would be lethal. An inability to hide and launch sneak attacks eliminated nearly all of their most dangerous skills. But that wasn't Carl's specialty, and after sending a disintegrate at the giant's face, forcing it to protect its lone eye, he went for the legs, cutting deep into the left knee and nearly toppling the stronger attacker. "You're a tricky one," the Cyclops grumbled, using the common language. Then his body surged with power, and a suit of golden armor appeared on his body, replacing the crude leather armor that the giant had been wearing. Carl backed up a few steps to plan, and the Cyclops smiled. "The Cyclops clan are the finest smiths in the world. You won't be making it through my defenses," he boasted. Carl was certain that claim was highly disputed, but with monarch rank armor on the giant, this battle had just gotten exponentially more difficult. The Cyclops moved forward and the two exchanged blows while the Lamia pair circled to look for an opening. But his back was covered in a chain-link cloak with a hood that was down, but protected his neck. In short, the Cyclops had turned himself into a walking tank. One whose movement wasn't hindered by the mass of magical metal. Carl cast disintegrate over his blade, as it was the only monarch rank skill he had, and went for the lower stomach joint, where hard plate met chain. The Cyclops was slow to parry, but twisted just enough that Carl's blade skated along the abdominal plate, leaving a deep groove in the golden metal. Then Carl was forced to roll to the side as a massive blade came for the top of his shoulder, glowing brightly with blue light. It glanced his left arm and, eternal lightning, shattered, while, flaming body, was forced aside. But there wasn't enough power left to harm his armor, and the barriers were recharged in the next second. Against a direct hit, Carl would not be so lucky. The Lamia pair hurled, rend, attacks to distract the Cyclops while Carl charged again, going for the armpit joint, which was always a vulnerable spot for practical reasons. The Cyclops got its arm down in time, and, disintegrate, cut another deep score in the plates. It snarled in anger at the fact that Carl was destroying its hard work, but the Cyclops species had poor peripheral vision and even worse depth perception, so dealing with three attackers at once was forcing it to constantly move to keep everyone in sight. "Stupid snakes," it mumbled, and Carl smiled behind his visor. The creature was thinking out loud, and the Lamia pair had already realized it was about to turn on them, so they backed off a few more meters. Power surged in the giant's feet, and Carl recognized it as earthquake. So, he jumped to avoid the incoming strike, but that wasn't something that a Lamia could do. They could launch themselves in a direction with their long body, but it was not easy for them to get entirely off the ground. One of the two took a series of stone spikes to the belly, which left it punctured and bleeding as it retreated. Trollish regeneration would fix that in under a minute, but the Cyclops was pleased with the result. Normally, that would be a lethal blow to a Lamia spellcaster, and this giant seemed to have the experience to know it, as it completely stopped paying attention to that side for a moment. Carl attacked, pulling energy from the blade to empower disintegration. He attacked high, aiming for the throat, and the giant lifted his blade to parry. Carl went for the knee kick, hoping to strike the blind spot, but the Cyclops shifted its weight and Carl's kick met a golden shin plate. "I know that trick as well," the Cyclops chortled. "It's always worth a shot." Carl agreed, and the giant smiled, just visible through the slats of its helmet's visor. They circled for a few seconds, trading testing blows. Carl was a rank lower, but faster, and, disintegrate, on his blade had no problem parrying the Cyclops' attacks. After 5 minutes of testing each other, both sets of armor had taken multiple strikes and were showing their wear, but the Cyclops was beginning to slow, while Carl was maintaining his energy with eternal lightning. If he couldn't take the enemy out with overwhelming power, he would rely on teamwork to grind it down until they could force it to make a mistake. Carl twisted a strike to go for the wrist, while the Cyclops went for the base of his blade, sending both blades flying out of their wielder's hands. Neither hesitated, and, disintegrate, on Carl's fist was met with the glowing blue gauntlet of the Cyclops. Neither skill faltered, and the backlash of the strike sent both combatants flying backwards. They rolled to their feet in unison and called their weapons back to them, then summoned them to their hands. The Cyclops attacked to its left, and sent a Lamia flying. The bodyguard was twisted and broken, clearly dead. But Carl just summoned them again to appear behind the Cyclops, where the enemy wouldn't be able to tell if they were healing or preparing to attack. Carl plotted his next move for a second, then movement behind him and a surge of power in front of him made him momentarily forget that there was a Cyclops present. Overlord Lifa appeared at his shoulder, glowing with ethereal blue power, at the same instant that an enormous portal opened behind the Cyclops. A four-armed titan stepped through the portal and glared down at the Haint, then sniffed and turned to face the Cyclops. "You are coming with me," he announced, then grabbed the startled Cyclops and pulled him through the portal, which immediately closed behind them. "What the hell was that?" Carl asked. "That was a Cyclops Forge Master. Or if you mean the other one, that was Overlord Kronos Maximus the 84th. He's a major pain in our ass, and now he's abducted a Forge Master to make weapons for the mountain giant armies. That was not good at all. Who knew how many of the Forge Masters were going to appear in this monster spawn, but the mountain giants would likely get a chance to claim another before it was all over. The Golden Dragon Nation was having enough issues with the mountain giants without giving them weapons armor at the quality that Cyclops had been using. I don't suppose that you saw another one of those last night, did you? The Forge Master, that is?" Carl asked Lifa, who was still staring at the location of the now closed portal. The Haint nodded. "Yes, we killed one near the fortress last night. We also had the Oracle and Trouble Seers search for more, but only one appeared according to their visions. I was confident that you would win the battle, or I would have come earlier. I never expected that the giants would find out about the situation so fast and try to abduct him." Carl nodded. "I think you should likely be more concerned with how they found out about that very specific Cyclops among the entire horde of Cyclops. That seems like a difficult thing for a foreign seer to pick up, but a much easier one for a spy to relay to the enemy." Lifa tilted her head. "You consider the giants as an enemy? Doesn't everyone? They're just generally unpleasant to be around. Plus, they keep attacking me." Their conversation was interrupted by the giants that had come to support the Forge Master, and Carl's sword was suddenly thirsty for blood again. He used the maul most of the time, and the blade seemed dissatisfied with receiving life force secondhand. "Are you good on this side? Your Lamia friends should be recovered by now, right? They're not dead, are they?" Lifa asked. "No, they're all right. I am more concerned about the other beasts. They are circling the farm now, clearing the area so that the defenders get the occasional breather. Some of the fights have been intense, but they're managing." Carl explained. "All right, I will return to the farm. My hearing is good, just yell if you need assistance. The farmers take comfort in my presence." With that, she was gone, back to the side of the farmhouse where the children were beginning to make a fuss as the fear and noise kept them from sleeping. Carl was fighting well away from the farm, but the noise would carry, and it was coming from every direction. The general spawn density tonight didn't look any worse than it was yesterday, or at least not significantly worse. But there were many more powerful beasts at their location than there were in the previous days. Ray was in heaven. She had gotten a literal bathtub full of monarch rank blood already, drained from Cyclops bodies, and her thoughts were already on how much she was going to enjoy her grooming routine now that she had such wonderful bath products. The current wave was mostly commander rank boars, with high commander and low royal rank Cyclops leading their packs. That was an easy target for Ray, who could just shadow step and assassinate the Cyclops, then deal with the boars while Hawk bombarded them in the darkness. The boars couldn't see or hear him, the only warning that they got was when the skills were coming at them, and by then it was already too late. It wasn't significantly harder for Remy and Kara. They were leaving the corpses in much less recognizable condition, but the intruders were dying just as quickly. Only Carl was left without much to do, as his job was to hold a side of the house and not scout out new targets. The two teams of beasts had just passed each other on the far side of the yard, and they were moving a bit further from the farmyard to ensure that they had something to fight. They were still letting a trickle of monsters make it to the defenders stationed at the farm, but they picked out any of them that had a decent power level for themselves. The dispersion pattern of the monsters was much different today than it was last night. The farmers weren't at home anymore, they had all gathered with neighbors, rightly believing that the incident wasn't likely to be over, even if their houses were still standing. There were far fewer burning houses tonight, which was a good sign for the farmers, but from his vantage point, Carl couldn't tell if any of the fires were homes that had been guarded. He was waiting for something to come into range while the two groups of beasts came back to meet each other in front of him. Carl could feel that there was something unstable with Remy's bodyguards, and through that, the Lamia that he had summoned with the same skill. "Is your skill advancing?" Carl asked. Remy wiggled happily, shaking her shoulders in a little dance as she inspected her bodyguard. "I think so. Your new skill master is a good skill." Thor grumbled. He had good skills, but he couldn't get them to go over his rank. It might be a potential issue, as even with his changes, the Lightning Sero suspected that he was reaching the extent of his ability to grow. He was already stronger than any Lightning Sero known, as they usually only made it to commander rank. But if he couldn't make it to Monarch, he was going to run into trouble very soon. "Don't worry, buddy. If you get stuck, we will use evolution on you, and then find a new way to keep you going the next time that you reach your limits," Carl assured him. Thor had a point. He had reached equilibrium with his pool full of holy stones. It was comfortable, but it wasn't really helping him advance anymore, and he wasn't advancing on his own. They would have to find something to help him grow if he was even going to make it to peak royal rank. Constant practice and dedication had taken him this far, way beyond his species' limits. But there were limits. Remy, on the other hand, had more potential. She had not been born as a low awakened rank being, but a commander. As the process completed, the armor on the Naga warriors turned to a deep black that seemed to absorb light around them, and their size increased by a third, making even the largest of Minotaur men look mediocre. The Lamia, on the other hand, gained light red edges on their bone-white scales, and the red dresses that they wore gained silver embroidery. Ray glared at them in annoyance. If anyone was going to be upgrading their summoned creatures, it should have been her golems. Spiders were clearly superior to Naga, they should be easier to upgrade. Carl could hear the chaos behind them as the Naga warriors suddenly grew in size while fighting a small group of boars, but most of the Minotaurs were taking it as a skill they used, as they didn't know the Naga were a summoned creature. Now, they were at the same level of advantage that they had when Ray had royal rank golems at commander rank. With defenders a rank above them, Carl wouldn't have to worry much about facing stronger opponents for a while, and the skill's advancement was a strong sign that Remy would be able to follow them once the spaces were maximized again. The two teams of beasts continued on their routes, but Carl noticed that Remy's side was much more smug, while Hawk and Ray were working double time, trying to grind hard enough to force an advancement. While the farmers didn't immediately notice that something was off, the same was not true of Lifa. The instant that the skill advanced to monarch rank, before the Naga warriors had even finished growing, she had realized what had happened. What she couldn't understand was how. None of the biological group members were close to the boundary for monarch rank, much less past it. But the skill was very obviously advanced by a rank, just as the Void Badger's disintegration was. The obvious answer was that Carl had done something, but she hadn't sensed him doing anything. If he had a skill that could bump up a skill's power by a rank for the duration of a battle, the Haint Overlord wanted to know it. If she could make her Soul Steel advance to the totem rank even for a short duration, she would become one of the peak powers on the continent. Carl nodded a greeting as she came over to speak to him, then shook his head in rejection of her pending question. "I can't make your skill advance like that. I know that's what you're after. Even if I was stronger, it wouldn't work," he explained. "You're certain? What are the limitations?" Carl smirked. "Only two things. A comprehensive and thorough understanding of how the skill should operate at the next rank. Then, the restrictive part. It has to be a beast that is bonded to me and capable of retreating to a separate space I control." Leafa sighed. So, it's a trick just for your team members? Well, even if it's one skill at a time, it's still a huge advantage when you have summoned beasts on top of your bonded ones. Carl turned to face her, but stopped when he saw a very strange heat signature. Remy had transformed back into her small snake form, and Kara was flying around with her, so they could both attack from the sky. Kara looked like she had gotten bigger again, but Carl wasn't sure with the distance. The next time they came back around, he would have to stand beside her and measure. Leafa stared into the distance. Morning is going to be chaos. Are you ready for a whole army unit to show up here? They're going to expect you to be able to help them, but they will have a lot of questions if they see your beasts. Carl nodded. When they arrive, I will call everyone back to their spaces, other than the 2 Naga warrior bodyguards that travel with us. If I push myself, I can do enough damage that most people won't have questions. That's how I did it in the past when I first met Orthos. It works well enough, but it burns stamina fast, and this is going to be a long night. The Haint Overlord laughed and seemed to turn to mist for a split second before reappearing in the distance to bisect a group of boars with smooth swings of her blade. Pale blue energy poured from their wounds to her body as she walked back to Carl, and she shrugged. These boars aren't all that tough. I might not be a soldier, but I am an overlord. She had a point. Even if she only had a basic attack skill, as an overlord, it shouldn't be hard to one-hit kill any of the commander rank beasts, and any of the royal rank invaders without defensive measures. There is a whole swarm of bacon food coming our way. Hawk warned. Use Hellstorm all around the farm. We can create enough cyclones with the 3 of us that they won't want to approach. Carl insisted. Remy giggled as Hawk sighed. That was going to take a lot of energy, and he was the one doing the flying in his team, where Remy was just transformed into a petite spirit snake form and wrapped around Kara like a necklace. So, Hawk landed on Ray and began spreading flaming vortexes around the farm, so they would cover a third of the circle. Carl took up his section, and Remy did the rest, as Leafa stared at the 30 pillars of fire surrounding their position. That's the spell that they were referring to. The terrifying fire vortex. It doesn't look that bad to me. It's just a royal rank flaming tornado with some extra damage. She noted. Just wait. They get spicy when someone stands too close. The boars naturally assumed that if they just didn't run into the fire, they would be fine. But that notion was proven false the moment that one of them got within 20 meters of the initial vortex and a smaller flame storm spawned at his position. The unfortunate boar was immediately tossed from its feet by the force of the wind and the rend attacks embedded in the vortex. That was a good sign. If the spell could stop them trying to stampede past the main vortexes, they would be trapped on the other side of the line. A smaller creature would have been caught inside and buffeted to death, but the boars were too large for that, and instead the vortex was aggressively attacking it, and spawning more vortexes every time something got too close. Leafa whistled a happy tune. Oh, I like it. Spicy Tornado is an excellent spell. I vote that we rename the spell. Hawk demanded. Spicy Tornado is a great name for a spell. Remy agreed. Make it upgrade with Skill Master to 1 rank or tier higher than it currently is, and you can pick the new name for it. 2 skills in 1 day. Well, maybe I'm on a roll. Let's do this. Upgrade incoming. If it were that easy, it would have happened to someone before this. But on the other side of the battle, Hawk was having more luck. His affinity with fire was growing quickly as he practiced adapting his flaming body skill to allow him to more easily create Hellstorm vortexes. Hawk was definitely going to be the first of them to improve a fire skill. But he was combining the 2 skills in a way that Carl wasn't capable of mimicking. Your beasts are strange. What species is that bird, anyhow? Leafa asked. That's a mighty fine question. I'm not even certain anymore. In fact, the way he's going, even if I give you an answer now, it might have changed by morning. His aptitude for fire magic is increasing by the day, and his body is changing as it adapts. The Haint Overlord stared at Hawk, who was only paying cursory attention to his vortexes as he adapted the casting method to minimize the amount of mana that they used. Carl could hear his thoughts, and Hawk had a grand plan. If he cut the mana cost in half, he could make twice as many as Remy did, and then he would have uncontested mastery of the fire element. Being a shaman was a cheat. She got to use evil magic and fire at the same time. But soon, he would be so much better with fire that she would never catch up. After a few minutes of silently staring at the battle while Carl adjusted the position of his vortexes to ensure that nothing was making it into the farm, Overlord Leafa took out a small blue stone from inside her arm. "I have a proposition for you. I have an item that will help your friend Hawk advance his power beyond anything he could manage on his own. I will trade you for it," she offered. "And what would you like in exchange for such a stone?" Carl asked, suspicious of such altruism. "Your sword. You have a blade that drinks souls to improve its own power. I want it." It also shared the power that it drank to improve the power and growth rate of the wielder. The extra energy that it gave him was a massive part of Carl's combat stamina. "If I trade you the blade, will you teach Hawk how to use the stone to improve his power?" Carl asked. A chance to help Hawk master a new level of flame skills was too good to pass up, and even Carl wasn't greedy enough to think that he could have it without any sacrifice. All he has to do is eat it, and he will gain a new level of fire mastery. Leafa agreed. "The sword is bonded to me, would it even be possible to transfer it?" The Haint nodded. "Just hand it to me and will the bond to transfer. You can't unbind such a weapon, but you should be able to transfer it without issue. Give the stone to Hawk and you will have the sword." Leafa smirked and smoke poured from her mouth. "So untrusting. I told you once already that I keep my word." Leafa vanished and reappeared next to Hawk, who was focused on his work. When she held out her hand with an open palm facing up, Hawk was fairly sure that she had snacks for him. That gesture always meant snacks. So, he ate what she offered without hesitation. The flames of both his body and his hellstorm vortexes immediately turned the same pale blue as Overlord Leafa's smoke, and a massive surge of power flowed through Hawk's body as he turned incorporeal. Hawk got a new skill. Unfair advantage. 5-yard penalty. Repeat first down. Remy complained. Nobody else had any idea what she was talking about, but the sentiment translated well enough. A mighty keening scream echoed across the farm as Hawk launched into the sky, his incorporeal form surging with energy. Light blue flames burst from him, creating a small sun in the sky, bright enough that it lit the ground all the way to the horizon and sent a wave of heat across the farm so intense that the soup pot went from a simmer to a boil, and the thatch roof began to smolder. Then he began to reform into a massive bird the size of a rock, but flickering with blue flames in place of feathers, and with a slender body elegant in a way Carl associated more with drawings of a phoenix than with the overgrown sparrow form of the rocks. Leafa turned to Carl and held out her hand for her prize. She was obviously impatient to have the blade, but it was resisting Carl's attempt to take it out and hand it to her. "I know, friend. But we made a deal. I'm sure she will be good to you." Carl felt the bond snap as the blade changed hands, and Overlord Leafa surged with power, sending a pillar of pale blue smoke into the sky over her for a moment before it retracted. "Oh, that is wonderful. Everything that I could have hoped for." Her words were eerie, not a threat, but they gave Carl a shiver of premonition that he might have just made a grave mistake of a sort far larger than simply needing a new weapon. Then, Leafa held out her hand and snapped one of her fingers off. "A replacement for your weapon. Don't let anyone say that I'm not a fair bargain maker," she explained. Then she simply vanished, letting the branch drop toward the ground. Carl grabbed it as it fell, and felt the twig bond with him. Haint Claw, obtained. Artifact grade weapon. Morphable weapon. Deals ghostfire damage in addition to skill damage. Haint Claw may grow into a haint sapling with sufficient soul power. Carl was admiring the new weapon in his mental space when the familiar power of a portal opening caused him to turn. The oracle ran out of the portal with a massively powerful troll in rich purple robes, trimmed in white fur, behind him. "What did you do? Where is she? Tell me you didn't unbind her." The oracle pleaded. "I have no idea what you are talking about. Could you please give me another clue?" Carl asked. "The haint. The ghost weapon. Where did she go?" The troll behind the oracle snarled with a heavy accent that sounded like he was talking with his mouth full. "She vanished. She does that now and then. She's likely around here somewhere, fighting boars and cyclops." The Emperor of Newbon roared, and Carl felt the hellstorm vortexes shudder as the totem rank troll's aura shook the energy flow in the area. "You gon' be tellin' me what you done, or I gon' rip yo' arms from yo' puny body," the Emperor roared. His voice shook the ground like an earthquake spell, and many of the defenders on the other side of the house stumbled. "She offered a stone to Hawk, and I traded her my sword for it." The stone helped Hawk master a higher level of flame skills, then Overlord Lifa vanished. "We're in the middle of a battle, but all the enemies are trapped on the other side of the vortexes," Carl tried to explain. The big troll looked like he wanted to strangle Carl, but the oracle had more questions. "What sort of sword did you trade her?" "It was an item from a monster spawn. A blade of champions. It stored life force from enemies and transferred some to the wielder to help them grow. I don't know how much good it would be to her, as I already absorbed as much of the energy as I could. But the sword's bond with me transferred to her," Carl informed him nervously. That big troll seemed quite intent on tearing him into little bits, and his power level made the overlords seem like children. Fortunately for Carl's life expectancy, the big man was swearing incomprehensibly and casting some sort of shamanistic spell that was making the clouds vanish from the sky. "She is going west. Oracle, you will pay for your mistake." The troll growled, then stepped through the portal, which closed, leaving the oracle behind. "Care to explain? We could use our best fighter back," Carl asked. "She's not coming back. You just gave a sentient weapon the sole power to gain full autonomy. A haint is a sentient energy being in a possessed body of some sort. Almost an undead, but not really, considering the nature of the energy that is inhabiting the body. In her case, the body of a deceased dryad that was weaponized as a golem. They have no soul, they're a purely magical being. But they strip the souls from their enemies to power their growth and sentience. Whatever you gave her allowed her to break free of the Emperor's bond, and now she's on the run." Carl blinked slowly and adjusted his vortexes to buy time as he tried to comprehend what was going on. "You're saying that the Haint Overlord, the one who insisted on being called Princess Lifa, is actually a weapon bonded to the totem rank leader of the nation, and now she has what? Gone rogue and taken off?" The oracle paled and nodded. "Worse. I think that she might have broken through to the totem rank. A rogue totem rank threat loose in the nation and nobody knows what she wants. Other than snacks. Elven trail rations in particular," Carl added. "I don't see how that is. No, you are right. She might be trying to get off the continent. There are far more overlord and totem rank creatures on the other continents, and she needs to feed on high-ranked souls to stabilize her advancement. If she's really planning to remain on the run, she needs more souls to give her the power to resist being bonded again." It was probably better not to tell the oracle that he still had a piece of her. Lifa had helped Hawk evolve, and to Carl that meant he owed her a favor larger than a simple sword and a few days on the run. "Well, you might as well take a seat over by the fire. There are still hundreds of giant boars coming for us, and while Hawk's pretty blue flames are scaring some off, they're still trying to get through on the other sides." The oracle turned toward the house, then stopped when he saw Hawk circling in the sky. "That's a Ghostfire Thunderbird. That isn't possible. I would have seen it." "No, it wasn't one before, was it? Lifa must have done that with her power. He evolved, didn't he?" Carl nodded at the wizened troll, who was looking even more haggard than he had 2 days ago. That's right. Maybe he needs an updated name. I can't keep calling him Hawk when he's no longer a hawk at all. Carl joked. The oracle sighed. Hawk is a less ridiculous name now that he isn't one. I have a cousin named Hawk. A troll named Hawk. Carl wondered about the naming sense behind that, but it might be a tribal name based on a personal attribute. The orcs did that, and gave their warriors a second name based on their skills and reputation. It wasn't unthinkable that the trolls might do the same. Carl hadn't actually asked many of them their names, now that he thought about it. Carl sighed and looked to the sky for answers. Far above the flames, the Dragon's Tail constellation shone dimly, barely visible over the light of the vortexes, even with every bit of cloud cover forced from the sky. The oracle quietly made his way to the house, leaving Carl to his thoughts. With the revered oracle gone, one of the royal rank farmers came over to where Carl was standing, and patted him on the shoulder. I get the feeling that you're going to be leaving here in somewhat of a hurry. He whispered. I get that feeling as well. Carl agreed. I won't ask what you did that angered the Emperor to that level, but if it has something to do with your friend the Thunderbird, or with whatever emergency called Overlord Lifa away, you should likely get a head start on your travels. I will look after your wagon until you can return, if you need. Carl smiled and shook his hand. We will see once this influx of monsters slows down. If I leave too early and something happens to the oracle, they will hunt me to the ends of the continent. The Emperor went looking for the Overlord. Apparently her mission was not approved, and he was not happy about the timing when the oracle foresaw it. I don't have all the details, but at the very least, the Emperor is busy for the day. The Minotaur nodded in understanding, then got to the topic that had actually brought him over. That fire spell you are using, is that something that can be learned somewhere? One of my nieces is a shaman apprentice, and that fire tornado spell is the sort of signature spell that could let her advance to high shaman and reach the royal rank. Carl shook his head. I don't know anyone else who can use it outside my group. It is possible to learn, but not quickly or easily, and she would need to know a number of spells as a prerequisite. The Minotaur sighed. I feared that might be the case. If it were so easy, more people would know it. But I do need to tell her about those flame totems. Those are the sort of signature ability that should scale well with level and let her stand out from the others in her training group. There is only so much to go around, and everyone competes for additional resources. Carl nodded. Resources are the great limiter for all of our growth. But at least after this, nutrition won't be a problem for your community for a year or so. The children will have plenty of energy-dense meat to eat, and that will help their growth. That they will. Let me know what you decide, but if you're thinking of flying away on the massive bird, I wouldn't recommend it. A 20-meter wingspan and the fact that he's literally on fire probably don't combine to create the greatest stealth skill. Carl chuckled. That might make Hawk's scouting duties difficult in the future, but they could work something out to dim his glow if he couldn't do it himself. But even if he could dim the light, he was still enormous. Not even Thor was as large as Hawk now, though Hawk was more slender than the Cerro. I will have to make a harness for him later. Thor has his Tessa night mode, so Hawk will want a rider too. Maybe Ardena? They both have good range with their skills. Ray suggested. What am I, chopped liver? Carl asked. No, boar liver probably tastes better. But you're a ground combatant like I am. Besides, Kara and Remy have a system worked out, so you're mine by default. Unless I'm wearing my lotus. Glad to know that I'm the option of last resort. Well, you don't do anything that the rest of us can't, do you? You're like picking all of the others when we only need one. You're a good choice, but not the most efficient one. Carl knew that Ray was trying to make him feel better, so he decided to tease her. That's fine, I have the Lamia bodyguards now. They'll hang out with me. Or you can hang out with Ophelia. She doesn't have a partner yet. Ray offered. The bear and the Carl don't need partners. They just like to smash things. Hawk interjected with a mental shrug. There wasn't much smashing to do right now, the invaders were stuck on the other side of the wall of vortexes. That was what the Minotaur thought that Carl was focusing on when he was speaking with the beasts. How is the situation outside the spell? Can you tell? The Minotaur Royal asked. It's getting better by the minute. The spreading vortexes have eliminated most of the attackers now. If it keeps going at this rate, we should be able to let down the spell in the next half hour. There will be more attacks for the rest of the day, but the monsters near us are nearly under control. The three of us holding the vortexes will need a break after this, but it was the only viable way to deal with the flood of beasts coming our way. Carl explained. The Minotaur nodded and turned to walk back to the front of the house. If you need more assistance than those two lamias, let me know. We have rested fighters in the yard. Carl nodded. We should be all right. These two are excellent fighters, but I will let you know if we need more assistance on this side. The Minotaur returned to the other side of the fight, but they didn't wait for Carl to make a request before they sent over assistance. If you could call them that. What they sent were 4 of the general's guards, ascended rank satyrs who had a look of determination, and the glow of Tessa's holy blessing on their bodies and weapons. Welcome to the dark side of the house. The vortexes will be up for a while longer, then you can let the lamias take the front lines, while you harass and distract their targets. It will be the fastest way to get the giants down. Carl instructed. Yes, sir. We were sent to make up numbers so that nothing made it to the children. Fear not, we won't let you down. One of the satyrs replied grimly. It's not that serious. There are no more high-ranking beasts anywhere that I can detect. It's just commander rank boars, and low royal rank cyclops leading them. The 3 of us can handle those easily enough, but every distraction you cause gives us one more opportunity for a lethal strike. That was enough to assure the satyrs that Carl really wasn't messing with them or putting on a strong front to make them feel better. If he could view their assistance as nothing more than a distraction, even when they had the blessings of a high priestess of the war dragon on their weapons, he must be extremely confident in his abilities, they assumed. A normal person would have been overjoyed just to find out that they had anyone with a commander rank blessing on their weapons that didn't burn the wielder's energy to attack. We will need to take down the cyclones soon. Remy noted. Her power was beginning to exhaust her, while Hawk was unstable after his evolution. So, it was time for the others to begin to fight again and not rely on the 3 of them with the largest area effects. The vortexes are coming down now. Prepare to face whatever is alive on the other side. Carl warned. There was nothing. The vortexes had killed anything that had gotten within 40 meters of them. But it kept the satyr soldiers on guard, just in case something had escaped Carl's notice. For the first few minutes, there was nothing coming. Then Carl saw that a few groups of the armored giant boars had noticed the change in defensive strategy, and were heading for the farm. It was only a half-dozen boars and 2 cyclops on their side, but the satyrs were already looking nervous about the situation. Relax, I won't let anything happen to you. You have a defensive blessing from a high priestess of the red dragon, the goddess of war. As far as commander rank defensive magic, there isn't much that outclasses it. Plus, you have the 3 of us here, and none of us is going to lose a fight to some boar. You've seen my magic, have some faith in our capability. That seemed to remind them of their earlier determination. At least a little bit, anyhow, and the satyrs raised their short spears and shields, ready to defend against attack. Are your mounts awake and healthy? It might be easier for you if you were mounted and more agile. Carl offered. The satyrs shook their heads. The mounts are terrified of the boars. The boars are food, but they are also a predator, and these ones view our mounts as a food product, which has made them too afraid to be reliable in combat. We're not a battle-hardened combat unit, we're just the ones best trained to hold banners and move pedestrians out of the way of officers' carriages. Carl chuckled at the description. However, they were soldiers, even if they weren't much to write home about. And that meant that he could use them as soldiers, and they should know at least basic tactics. Alright, split up into pairs and accompany the lamia. You attack the boars from the side, and then retreat away from their counterattacks, and the ladies will do the rest. I will take care of the giants. The satyrs weren't cowards, and they moved into position as the lamia each picked out a pair of giant boars to target, while Karl charged forward before recalling that he had sold his sword. The maul was an option, but if he wasn't going to be getting the soul steal effect that both healed him and helped empower him, he might as well have used his bow. Instead, he equipped the haint claw, which appeared as long wooden claws over his fingers, which leaked pale blue smoke, the same way that Overlord Leafa did. Karl flexed his fingers, feeling the power of the weapon on his hands, then flicked a single finger at the commander-rank Cyclops on his right. An arc of rend, coated in disintegrate, and trailing blue smoke raced across the gap, and the giant paused his advance, confused as to what was happening. Then its knees buckled, and the massive beast tumbled to the ground as its head rolled away, cleanly severed at the neck. The claws pulsed with power as the attack faded, and Karl sent another arc of power at the second Cyclops. This one got its blade up in time to parry, and the attack faded as the blade in the giant's hand shattered. Karl split rend, again coated with disintegrate, into 4 arcs and the Cyclops panicked, trying to dodge to the side. But Karl was too close, and the unfortunate creature had no weapon left to protect itself. That was far more effective than Karl had expected. Status. Karl scrolled through the basic information about himself until he found the weapon description. Haint Claw, Artifact Grade. Deals 280% base weapon damage as psychic damage. That was helpful, but Karl already knew that it added the ghostly smoke to the attacks. What he didn't know was what sort of base damage it added to his attacks, or what other status bonuses he might have gained. So, he checked his bow for reference. Unwavering Bow, Rare Grade. Aim Assist Level 1. Increases skill damage by 10%. That was an entirely different description, and there was no mention of base damage. So Karl was on to the maul. Crystal Maul of Resonance, Epic Grade. Applies the effect of spells imbued into an attack up to 5 times when a strike lands. Deals strength-based blunt impact damage on strike. Again, no mention of a base weapon damage, and no numbers other than some percentage-based increases. He would have to dig into it later, when he wasn't in combat and had more time to search through rows of numbers and possible hidden subcategories. Whatever the actual number was, the damage he was doing to the Cyclops warriors said that it was an impressive one. Karl crouched and leapt to the side to attack a giant boar whose throat was exposed, coating his new claws with rend. Hawk would be proud of him. The claws went smoothly through the thick hide of the boar and left deep gouges in the heavy plate armor, leaving the boar bleeding out with a single strike. Karl used Flaming Body to burn the blood off himself as the boar collapsed, and the satyrs stared at him in shock. If you could do that, why are you using all these fancy skills and weapons? One of them asked. One at a time is fine, but those skills deal with large numbers while they're at a safe distance from the house. We don't want to put the children in danger. Besides, this method is messy. Karl replied with a shrug. Then he got a great idea. Maybe the Haint Claw wasn't meant to be used as an actual weapon, for attacking, but as a supplemental weapon. It said that it dealt a percentage of base weapon damage as a bonus, so if he kept the claws on when he used another weapon, it might give an additional bonus based on the damage that the other weapon was doing. There were more boars in the distance, so Karl took out his bow, and adjusted his grip to compensate for the length of his new claws. He made the drawing motion to activate the bow and charged it with Chain Lightning. He let the lightning-charged arrow fly, and found that it was also followed by a faint trail of ghostly smoke. The arrow sunk deep into the boar, which twitched in pain, or possibly electrical shock, before collapsing with a puff of ghostly smoke coming from the arrow hole. That was definitely an improvement on the chain lightning alone, and the Haint Claw seemed to pulse with power after the kill. Perhaps it was similar in function to the sword that he had traded, but it wasn't passing any of that stolen essence along to the wielder. According to the extended details of the description, it would gather soul essence with each kill, and had a chance to become a haint sapling in the future. A sentient weapon like Leafa could make for quite the addition to the team, depending on the abilities that it developed, and Carl was looking forward to seeing what it could do. Carl released arrow after arrow, clearing the area of boars with ease, as he picked the closest targets first and worked his way into the distance. So, you could fight with a bow as well? That is wonderful. But where did all these powerful friends come from? I've never seen a group of intelligent beasts like this outside of their own nation. The satyr asked. They are with me. It's a bit hard to explain, but I can call on their assistance when I need it. Carl replied vaguely. After the wall of flaming vortexes, and Hawk evolving right next to the farm, there was no way that they were going to be able to hide the fact that he had at least a few beasts with him, but Carl didn't want the locals to panic. Of course, the satyr likely wanted to know where the lamia had come from as well, but that discussion could wait. Carl didn't know if he was going to have to grab his team and bolt in the next hour or two, especially now that the oracle had been dumped in their laps by a furious emperor whose pet haint had run away. The bow had a range of nearly 200 meters, but in a matter of only a few minutes, there were no more boars to be found anywhere within that range. The overnight fight was coming to an end as the sun rose fully into the sky, and the second day's damages were becoming visible in the distance. It wasn't as bad as the first morning. The invaders had mostly ignored the empty houses, and the ones that had smelled good enough to pillage had been attacked the first night. So, while there was extensive damage to the farms and crops, it wasn't as severe as many had feared. As the fighting died down, the oracle made his way back to Carl, who had called everyone but Thor, Hawk, and the bodyguards back into his space. They could remain out for now, as nobody was going to forget that Hawk existed. Plus, he was huge now, and flying was an entirely different experience when he could ride on much larger wind currents and updrafts. Before, he could soar on the wind, but now, he could simply tweak his feathers and float in the sky. His new body weighed very little, and his Ghostfire body skill allowed him to fly without using his feathers at all. Like so many magical beasts, he could now use his magic to keep himself aloft, and not just his body. I may have to abandon mice as food. But now, regular-sized boars are mouse-sized bites. Is this what they call an existential crisis? Hawk pondered as he lazily floated above the fields. Is it like growing up and finding out that your favorite little rodents that struggled so prettily in your web are no longer a satisfying meal? I completely understand. It's a tragic loss, but there will be others that put on as good of a show. Ray consoled him. That cheered Hawk up at least a little bit. Even the giant boars were now small enough to be valid hunting targets for the massive Ghostfire Thunderbird body that Hawk had evolved into, but deep in his instincts, there was still that urge to go for the small and defenseless rodents. Did you learn any new tricks along with your new flames? Carl asked as Hawk surveyed the aftermath of the second spawn. I think so, but it feels like they're not ready yet. Maybe after I nap. Hawk wasn't concerned. Fire was the best element anyhow, and he was already big with better than ever flames. The rest could wait for later. Hawk's circling form was a beacon to other defending groups. He was large enough to be seen from many kilometers away, and from a distance, he looked like an ice phoenix, with his blue flaming feathers. The phoenix was considered good luck, and they were as intelligent as dragons, even if they could only speak bird. So, if their position was looking untenable, or just not worth defending anymore, they started to make their way towards the farm that had a phoenix protecting it. Some hesitated when they were close enough to see that it was some form of thunderbird, which was also an intelligent beast, but not nearly as auspicious as the phoenix, but Hawk was obviously guarding an area, continually circling overhead while only sporadically diving to attack boars that got too close. Every time he rose back up with a snack, more of the minotaurs began to consider heading in his direction, as they could hear the force, and see the campfire in the yard, showing that Hawk had not eaten the defenders. Not that a thunderbird would hang around after destroying a farmyard. They weren't a scavenger bird. In the morning calm, Lotus had enlisted the help of the children from the farm families to scrub and polish Thor's scales. He needed a good rub down, and the Sparrow was feeling depressed now that even Hawk had gotten a great opportunity to advance just handed to him. All the others got powerful so easily, but he was already struggling, even with his holy pond. Carl knew that Ray was likely to run into the same issue soon, but likely not until after she either reached the bottleneck or advanced to monarch rank. She had a few skills that would scale well, and that would give her a better chance at breaking the bottleneck. Eternal lightning probably had the potential to go higher, but Thor's body didn't. But that could be a project for him and Remy. If you go through the ingredients that we have, and make a list of things that we still need to make resources that will help Thor, I can try to find them. I think that all he needs is just a bit higher quality snacks to advance. Carl offered. Thor perked up a little, both at the faint hope of advancement, and at the gentle hands of the children scrubbing down his scales with coarse burlap cloths. Fortunately, his scales weren't as harsh as they had been at first. They were still rough, but they didn't tear through cloth anymore unless you put excessive pressure on them. Having something to focus on helped, and Carl knew the others wouldn't let their resident best boy remain sad for long. The Oracle sighed as he waited for Carl to stop being distracted. It was clear that he was mentally communicating with someone, but the way that he looked around made the Oracle certain that it was the bird. He turned to see what Carl was looking at, then realized it was likely out of sight to him. You know, out of all of this, I can't believe that I got dad joked by a teenager. The Oracle began. Carl smiled, and the old man shook his head and continued. Not that kind of troll, indeed. You have no idea the sort of chaos that your presence has caused, even if you aren't somehow responsible for these incidents. There is a theory that your presence when the dungeon formed might be causing these incidents to follow you and whoever else was there on the first day. But more than that, the mere fact that you managed to make it almost all the way across the country without being detected, while traveling with an entire wagon full of elites and clerics, is like a cock slap to the face of the council. Carl chuckled. Well, that's graphic. I will say this much, though. We're not here to cause trouble or spy for anyone. I did consider that the incidents might be following me, but only the last two, the undead and this one, have been even remotely close to centered on my position. The first ones that we encountered near Ocamping put us on the very north edge, and one of them didn't even spawn with us in its radius. We traveled into it during the day. The Oracle frowned, then made a note. The council isn't sure what to do with you. One thing is for certain, we're not going to allow you to die in our territory if there is any chance that these incidents are focused on you. Oh. I had thought that would be the go-to option. The old troll shook his head. No, eliminating the target doesn't stop the effect of an anomaly, it simply fixes the position of the anomaly. If something happened and one of your members died here today, it is possible that we would have a giant boar and cyclops spawn at this location every morning, forever. See, that is valuable information to have. Do you know what the plan might be? Because I am considering making a run for it. Carl informed him, letting a bit of his curiosity leak into his voice. Well, my guess is that Marisa is going to suggest taking you somewhere to strangle you to death for making fun of her. But my visions say that it's more likely they will decide to send you back to the humans and make you stay there, or to the mountain giant border, where any more anomalies would be their problem. There has been no decision, and I have seen both possibilities. The Oracle explained. Carl sighed as he scanned the horizon for threats. That's not highly encouraging. I'm not sure what I should choose. It's encouraging that they don't intend to kill me or my friends, but I also have no intentions of being locked in jail. The Oracle gave him a faint smile. Honestly, I'm not even sure how we would keep you in prison. Even with the suppression field on the fortress, we couldn't stop you from setting a royal rank bloodbath spider loose in the hallway behind the guards. Blocking magic and skills is all well and good until half a ton of razor-limbed arachnid is loose in the locker room. Oh, that's a great idea. Attacking them when they're naked on a slippery surface. It will be chaos even before the blood flows. Having the ability to see the future sounds like it's not a whole lot of fun. Carl noted. You have no idea. Oracles of all sorts very rarely see anything but tragedy. Even if I want to look for good news, I have to look for the absence of bad instead. Only then can I see things going right. What a crap skill set. No offense. The oracle chuckled. Have you never interacted with someone who can see the future before? Carl made a non-committal gesture. I have, but I never really asked about how they saw things, or about their visions. So, should I be expecting an overlord to show up here with very little notice, or an army unit? The oracle's eyes went white, and he frowned, then took out a sword. Yes. Before Carl could ask what that meant, a portal opened 6 meters tall, and an armored group of giants that looked like they were made of solid stone, only identifiable as living creatures by their eyes and teeth, rushed out. A second portal opened behind Carl and the oracle, and Marisa stepped through with a snarl on her face and an axe in her hand. Once the mountain giants had arrived, one last giant, 2 meters taller than the others, crouched and stepped through the portal. You really do see only bad luck. Have you considered the fact that oracles might be a jinx? Carl whispered. Has anyone ever told you that you're not funny? The oracle whispered. More than once, actually. But you might want to step back before things get messy. The mountain giant overlord scoffed. Do you think that having him a few more meters away is going to make a difference? Marisa rumbled a warning, but Carl gave him his best smile. Do you think that your warriors can go through me without my permission? The oracle poked Carl in the back, and Carl heard Tessa laugh on the other side of the farm. Oh, she's glowing red. Does that mean we're fighting? Hawk asked. Maybe, maybe not. We will see what they're planning. The war god's glow could be for protecting the children when things get spicy. Why are we even fighting? Remy asked. Because Ray needs more monarch-ranked giant blood for her pond, of course. Thor stated, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Oh, that's a good point. I hope the overlords fight, we can scoop up some of the splatter to make leg cream for Ray. Remy agreed. What are you thinking? Stop it, I can see the shifting possibilities. The oracle whispered. Sorry, wandering mind. Carl replied without taking his eyes off the squad of royal and monarch rank mountain giants. Is the Golden Dragon Nation going to get in the middle of this? The overlord rank giant asked. That's really up to you, now isn't it? You came to me, not the other way around. Carl replied easily as the Naga warriors moved to flank the Lamia bodyguards. There are soldiers coming from every direction. Angry Remy and beef warriors and a few that look like Dana but aren't. Hawk warned. One day we will teach you all the words for other species. Remy laughed. Meh, they'll get names if they need them. The overlord rank giant was staring at Carl, trying to determine what he was planning, and what the best course of action was. Carl didn't actually know what drew them here yet, though. If they came to abduct the oracle, that could be a huge diplomatic disaster. But Carl couldn't see what else they came for, now that they said they weren't here for him or his team. Marisa stepped forward to face her overlord rank counterpart, who stood head and shoulders taller than the Minotaur did. What are you doing here? You know that your soldiers are not welcome here. Speak your piece and go away. The giant snorted at her in derision. Our earth shaman sensed the appearance of an unfamiliar totem-rank creature here. If Nubon Empire thinks that they can hire foreign totems for the war, you are greatly mistaken. Carl hid his amusement as well as he could, but obviously not well enough, as the soldiers from the mountain giant side were shifting to defensive foot positions in his direction. It was subtle, but his smile must have been the threatening one again. There is no foreign totem here in Nubon. Tell your idiot shamans that they don't need to send an emergency response unit every time the Emperor comes out to greet visitors from the Golden Dragon Nation. Marisa informed him in a bored tone. The giant turned to Carl. The Emperor himself came to see you. Why? I brought a rare species with me, and he was intrigued about its origin. The overlord looked up toward where Hawk was lazily floating in the sky and frowned. A ghostfire thunderbird was indeed a rare species. Rare enough that the mountain giant didn't even know what species Hawk was. Like many others, his first thought was that he was a frost phoenix, but the body shape and tail plumage were wrong. One of the monarchs was casting a spell, but Marisa showed no sign of trying to stop them. Maybe it was to avoid a fight between overlords so close to an inhabited farm, or perhaps the spell wasn't a dangerous one. If they were just looking for Lifa, they could take a number and wait their turn. The Emperor was already chasing after her. The spell finished, and the group of giants waited anxiously as the shaman looked more and more confused. He was about to whisper to the overlord, but the larger giant stopped him and handed him a notepad to write it down. That was a good call, as Carl would hear even a whisper from this distance, but Hawk was directly overhead, and he could read the note as the giant wrote it. It says he only found a totem rank skill that was used by Overlord Lifa. He calls her by name, so he knows the council members. Well, that could make things more interesting. Once the overlord had read the message, he crumpled it and made the shaman eat the paper. Well, that's one way to prevent messages falling into the wrong hands. Karl Mach whispered in the oracle's direction. The giant overlord looked like he was going to respond, then he paused and took a glowing stone out of his pocket. Karl could only assume it was a communication device of some sort, but neither he nor Hawk could see any sort of writing on it. The overlord's smile slowly grew as the glow faded from the stone. Then a fresh portal opened behind him. "Forget this waste of time, we're leaving," he announced. "That's not suspicious at all." Karl chuckled, which caused the mountain giant overlord to give him an evil smirk. Marisa frowned as the giant left, thinking the same thing that Karl was saying, and then alarms began to blare from her pockets. She took out a whole handful of glowing stones, all of which were giving off an alert tone. She turned to Karl. I will deal with your insolence later. But I now have proof that the incidents aren't following you around. These are all regional alarms for anomalies that spawned at dawn today. All related to the dungeon. That shouldn't be right." Karl mumbled. Marisa looked between Karl and the oracle, then sighed and shook her head. "They aren't. They can't be. The pattern doesn't match. We suspect that the giants have found something that is letting them trigger them. We started to suspect it when we first heard of the advancement trial the hill giants triggered. Now, anomalies are appearing all over the continent. But I have to go. Consider yourself warned to behave. I don't have time to come back and deal with your people. Do what you want, as long as you don't cause trouble on your way out of the country." A stone in her hand lit up red, and she stepped through a portal that closed immediately behind her. "They left me behind again." The oracle sighed. "I am not normally the one to play devil's advocate, but I suspect that wherever she was going, you probably didn't want to be anyhow. If nothing else, we will keep you safe for the day. Then we can arrange a team to get you home after tomorrow morning's spawn." The oracle gave him a faint smile. "This will be the last one in this sequence. This spot won't be hit tomorrow morning, according to my visions. However, that doesn't mean you'll be safe for long. I don't understand what is happening. I can see it, but I can't decipher a pattern." Karl picked off a few more giant boars with his bow, then sent more instructions to Hawk. "See if you can find the team of spell blades. They should be somewhere near here if they kept going in this direction. I don't know if they're going to be anywhere near us, but if they are, we should meet up with them." "Got it. There are plenty of groups of minotaurs, and some lizards. Oh, I see some goblins and big goblins too. I don't remember seeing those before. I will keep looking." Hawk flew off into the distance, a streak of blue fire in the sky, before he vanished into the clouds. "Brother Hawk is fast." Kara gasped, shocked by the speed of his departure. "Does that happen when you get big?" "I'm a little faster when I'm big, but I can't fly." Remy pondered. They were waiting in their spaces now that the sun was out, and Ray was napping, as was her tradition after the sun came up. Can we get a substitution on this side? I need to talk to my team for a minute. Carl called out to the farmers who had come over to support Morisa. No problem. We all heard the oracle say that this will be the last of the giant boar spawns, so it's nearly time for us to get to work curing, salting, smoking and drying what we can. We will have to sell a lot of it to the cities, but we've got a solid year's worth of stored meat now. That was about as long as a cured ham was normally kept without being eaten, but Carl didn't know how many survivors would be in the next city to trade with. The fire was out, and it didn't start over this morning with the two overlords present. But that didn't mean that there was much of the city left to salvage. The piles of boar bodies looked like hills in the countryside, with hundreds of bodies stacked for them to process and hundreds more in the fields nearby. Some wouldn't be salvageable, but most of them should still have edible bits. Ophelia switched positions with another of the farmers, so the whole group could gather for a short meeting when Carl came around the house. What's the plan? Are we going to try to fight our way through a whole spawn? She asked. That's pretty much the plan. I sent Hawk to go scout for a bit, and we can pick a route once he's back. The wilderness will likely be the better choice again. If the monster spawns are being influenced by the population density and power level, they won't be as bad in the wilderness. However, the oracle thinks that the giants have something that's triggering the anomalies. Starting with the first advancement trial along the hill giant border, and now all over the Newbon Empire, the anomalies all appear to be linked to the giants, according to his visions. Carl explained. Dana frowned and gestured around them. So all of this, might be the result of the giants' interference. That might mean that the dungeon anomaly in the west might also be their doing, and now it's a stable dungeon. The oracle's frustration made perfect sense to them all at that moment. How and why the giant clans were causing anomalies was a mystery. However, if the oracle could see their interference, there had to be some reason. If they were trying to mess with other nations, it was one thing. But this was excessive, and there was no way that they could control that much territory even if they had an invasion plan that actually worked. I found Prince Guy and the Dana herd. No, the spell blades. They're all too large or too small to be Dana. They are north of the spawn by about 20 kilometers and headed east. Hawk informed them. He was getting better at sorting people. At least a little bit. Alright, remember where they are, or are they not hiding anymore? Carl asked. They're still hiding. But with these new flames, I can see them glowing anyhow. Alright, I have a scouting report. North and then east appears to be the way for us. Now, we just need to make sure that everyone will be alright with what is left wandering the area. Carl relayed. However, the fact that Hawk had covered over 100 kilometers in the last 15 minutes was extremely impressive. Even the helicopters back home didn't fly that fast. Tessa referred to the map. That works. There aren't any major roads in that direction, but there are farms that were still fighting further from us. We can help them clear the area as we go, and then head out of the spawn area to turn east. The farmers were doing well at taking care of this area, so Carl didn't feel too bad about leaving, but he did hope that someone came for the oracle before he ended up being blamed for something happening to him. The one, armed royal rank Minotaur soldier came over to join them, and nodded to Lotus, who had been nearly constantly healing the whole farmyard with her area spells. If you're all headed out, I wanted to say thank you for the help. If you happen to be back this way, stop in at the farm, and we will make you something. Lotus hugged his leg, and the Minotaur laughed. You made enough for us in the last 2 days that none of our families will be satisfied with the simple fare from the fields. We're going to have to start expanding our recipe lists. Lotus smiled up at him. It's not my fault that you prefer raw roughage. I just hope that my cooking wasn't too hard on anyone's stomach. The old Minotaur chuckled. Our stomachs aren't that sensitive. We will miss having your cooking around, though. One of the boys smirked at her. Fear not, little cleric. I will figure out what you did to make rice and beans so good, and then make them even better. Carl looked at the wagon that Thor had pulled this far across the wilderness. Then he turned to the oldest of the royal rank minotaurs who had come to the defense of the farm. "Jacob, I bequeath my wagon to you. I know yours got destroyed, it was smashed when I got to your house. We are going to have to move faster than the wagon will allow, so you may have mine as a replacement to help bring the supplies your neighbors will need." The Minotaur patted him on the shoulder. "Are you sure? Humans on foot are not faster than a wagon." Carl chuckled. "I have a harness for them to ride on Thor. His might won't be challenged by a few dainty ladies." The Minotaurs laughed while Dana stuck out her tongue at him and Tessa rolled her eyes. Carl and Ophelia were both fast on foot, but Carl was planning to swap out after the first few hours, once they weren't being as closely scrutinized. The other farmers wouldn't know or care about the beasts as long as they didn't approach the farms, and his secret was already out, so he didn't have to worry about the council finding out who he was anymore. "I will take my Dana as an artillery accessory." Ray agreed. That would free up a seat for Ophelia on Thor's back, so she was well rested when they ran into trouble. But she would likely want to remain on foot once they got into the more dangerous areas. But with the Lamia and Naga warriors flanking Thor, they had plenty of ground forces already. "I will take Remy," Kara insisted. Having the Naga queen in spirit snake form was a great compliment to her skills while flying, and if she wanted to fight on the ground, Remy could transform and bring out her final bodyguard. The bodyguards were monarch rank now, strong enough to defend against anything that they were likely to find out here, while Kara found a way to disassemble it. The beasts came out as soon as they were out of sight of the farm, so they didn't leave a strange impression with the farmers they had been secretly protecting for the last 2 days. For the first half hour, it was easy travels to head north toward the edge of the incident. All of the nearby farmers had gathered in one spot, and the monsters had followed, or had been hunted by Carl's team. But no good thing lasts forever, and after that first half hour of cleared monsters, they were into the area that hadn't been cleared yet. "Turn a bit east. That path will be faster. There are a few farms ahead on that route, but they've taken care of most of the monsters." That worked well enough for Carl, and the route between fields was either clear or the fences had been taken down by the giant boars. Many small farmers in that house. Ray informed them as they passed by a damaged farmhouse. Carl turned to see what Ray was looking at, and found that the house had collapsed, but the floor seemed intact, and there was a basement or a cellar under it. He ran over and rapped his knuckles on the wood. "We've cleared most of the attackers from the area. Do you need medical help? I have a cleric with me," he called. "Dad said to stay until he came for us." A small voice called back up. "He had to leave the farm. Do you want us to lead you to safety?" Carl asked. There was a defended farm only half a kilometer away. If they knew about these kids, they should have come to get them already. So, it was likely that nobody told them the kids were here. A few meters from the rubble of the house, a small trap door pushed up a pile of straw, and a young minotaur and a satyr stuck their heads up at the same time. The yard was completely destroyed, very little could be salvaged. But when they saw Carl, they sighed in relief. "You said you have a cleric? Some of the others are hurt. They came from the neighbors' farms because we had the best cellar," the satyr girl replied. Carl whistled and gestured for the others to come over, which brought Lotus running. Tessa wasn't far behind her, but Lotus was obviously the more enthusiastic of the pair, and she had area healing instead of just direct healing spells. There turned out to be far more children than Carl had seen through the rubble. Over 50 of them had gathered there, and Carl began to wonder what the farmers were doing. Perhaps they had chosen to defend the house with no basement. "Hawk, go check that out." Hawk circled around to check the actual content of the farm, and not just that there were people moving at it. No enemies right now, but only 5 commander-rank minotaurs and a juvenile troll. They all look like they're half dead. Thor snorted unhappily. So, they didn't come for the children because they don't expect to survive the day, and hiding is safer than out in the open. Carl pulled Tessa to the side. The last few adult survivors in the area are on their last legs. They're not going to last the day, or possibly even one more attack, if there is a royal rank Cyclops. Did you want to search for a way to carry the kids and bring them with us? Or did you want to ask them to hide until a rescue team can come for them? I'm sure someone will be searching for survivors as they clear the area. Tessa sighed and looked at the rubble. I will have Lotus make a sled. There is no food in that pantry, it was empty when they got in. They're not going to last long hiding here with no food or water. There was a wagon in the yard, but it was smashed beyond repair, and they would do better to just have Lotus use her magic to make them a sled to have Thor pull across the grass. Tessa went to the basement and traded with Lotus, who came up to inspect the rubble, looking for something that could be repurposed to transport a large group of children. 50 kids weren't going to be easy to move with any standard wagon, but if they strung a couple together, or made something like the sled Carl had in mind, they could at least have enough room for them all to sit. It would just be a very rough ride. Oh, this can work. Ray, darling, you sweet girl, could you please help me make a large cloth floor with side ropes? It would take forever to grow the wood for it, but we can make a really long wagon out of these 2-axle assemblies and that fallen tree. Then I will make hangers for the bench seats out of cloth, and everyone can just ride down the sides. Lotus suggested. She drew it out on a piece of paper, and Ray realized that all she needed was 2 long pieces of cloth. So, instead of making anything, she just handed over the tarp they had been using to cover their camp. Oh, yes, this works as well. Carl, can you bring me that tree? No way can I lift that. Lotus turned the wagon into an oversized cart, but cloth with high sides to keep the kids from falling out. The silk was stretched tight between the 2 ends of the long wagon, while the back was open so they could climb in without being lifted over the sides. 50 kids were a lot to put in one wagon, even when over half of them were satyrs, who weren't large even when they were fully grown. But after half an hour of construction and Tessa getting all the kids fed, they had them loaded and ready to move. Nothing else had attacked the survivors at the next farm, and Carl was fairly sure there was room in the wagon for them, even if they needed to lay down for a while. The kids had learned that they could dangle their arms over the sides to see out, and the cloth of the walls would support most of their weight. This method actually turned out to be smoother riding than the hard wooden wagon, as the silk had some stretch to it, so the riders simply bounced and weren't harshly jostled as Thor jogged through the fields. Thor took them straight to the half-dozen survivors at the next farmhouse, and Tessa began healing even before the wagon stopped. Sir, might I ask what you are doing? The children were safe underground. The juvenile troll asked as they approached. Carl could see that he had a soldier's uniform on, but the 5 commander-rank minotaurs were all farmers. There was no food or water in there. We are relocating them to safety outside the incident, or to a farm that has the capability to protect against the aftermath of this tragedy. There is one behind us with a general on site and multiple royal rank soldiers. We held the position with no losses, so there should be others who have gathered their neighbors. Carl replied. That was what this group had tried, but none of them were royal rank, so when they faced a royal rank Cyclops the first night, they had lost half of the nearby families before it had been stopped, and the second night was even worse. The Minotaurs glared at Carl as he implied that they were less competent than their neighbors. They knew who he meant because there were only 2 royal rank Minotaurs within 30 kilometers of them. There were some strong commanders, but only the 2 old royals lived nearby. What they didn't know was that there were others who just didn't leave the house often anymore, and one that had been traveling when the incident started. But they had all ended up at Carl's location. Carl addressed the survivors again when nobody had anything else to say about him collecting the children. The war cleric has healed the worst of your wounds. Are you going to come with us? We will take everyone to relative safety. Once the army or a local force clears the area, those of you with families can return home to rebuild. They turned to each other and nodded. We will come with you. The 6 of us aren't enough to handle what is out here, so we will need to find a larger group anyhow. Traveling with you to defend the children seems like the best course of action. Carl nodded, while the kids seemed nervous. Most of them seemed to recognize these people, but after a few seconds, Carl realized what the issue was. They were all wondering where their families had gone. They had been safely locked in a cellar and didn't know that the defenders had taken such gruesome casualties, as the bodies were not out in the open. "Load up and we will get going. There isn't much room, but if you need to bring any essentials, you can hang bags from the corner posts." They just shook their heads and got in the wagon, swaying awkwardly until they realized only the edges were stable. Thor had just started moving again when a massive blast of power in the distance nearly knocked him off his feet. The power sent Hawk tumbling through the air for a dozen kilometers, and knocked Ophelia to the ground while Carl slid backwards 5 meters. The buildings to their northwest were entirely leveled, and there was a mist of blood in the air near the horizon. Whatever had gotten too close had been obliterated, but Carl had no idea what had happened. Kara and Dana both sensed the next blast coming and put up a barrier to defend against it. Kara's wall of obliterate failed a split second after Ray and Carl both built, earth shield, walls to protect the group. The first fell, but the second held and Dana's barrier shifted the remaining energy over their heads. "What in the seven hells was that?" Lotus complained. "Totem," all of the beasts thought at the same time. "There are totem rank leaders fighting in the distance. I can only imagine the damage that they have inflicted on their surroundings if we're being hit this hard from over 30 kilometers away." Carl relayed. "Other side," Tessa warned. Carl put the shield all around them, making a dome, while Ray focused on the direction she sensed the attack coming from. This blast was much closer, and Kara's barrier was the one that protected them after both stone walls failed. This time they could see the cloud of blood and ghostly mist in the air, then the shift in energy as the combatants moved dozens of kilometers between skills. The Emperor caught the hint. Remy surmised. It felt like their energy, but the question was, how anyone was expected to survive this. Then the sense of power faded as they made a larger move, taking the fight elsewhere. "All civilians take shelter underground." A magical voice boomed over the area. "A little late for that. They've been and gone. But on the bright side, most of the boars and cyclops are dead now." Carl joked, hoping to ease the tension in the air. "What is gone?" the young troll asked. "The Emperor is having a disagreement with Councilwoman Lifa. Or at least, that's what it feels like." Carl offered. "How does that explain anything?" Ophelia asked, and Carl realized that the Oracle hadn't explained anything to anyone else. Councilwoman Lifa may have reached the totem rank, and she is somewhat of a free spirit. I don't have any real details, but when she left our location, it was assumed she was planning to go overseas on vacation. An unauthorized vacation, it seems. Hopefully, it doesn't get too out of hand. Overhead, Hawk warned as he ducked into his space. "All barriers up. Thor, we're counting on you to protect the little ones." Hawk coated Ray's stone wall with Ghostfire Body, while Carl used Flaming Body on his for extra safety. Then Kara put all her energy into Nullify, hoping to dissipate some of the energy that was coming at them. From only a few thousand meters overhead, the blast was overwhelming. Carl felt all the barriers shatter, even with his whole group pouring everything they had into them. Then a massive troll crashed into the ground with a victorious smile on his face, and a branch in his hand. "You bitch, I've got you now." He snarled as magical chains began to wrap around the haint. Lifa's face turned to face Carl, and he could have sworn that she winked at him before she was engulfed in purple magical chains, and her aura began to drop, returning to the Overlord rank. Item gained, Sword of Champions. Artifact grade item. The blade was beautiful, glowing a faint mithril blue and covered with runes that leaked power, but it felt hollow, completely drained of soul energy. Lifa had used every drop of energy that it had trying to escape the Emperor, but she hadn't managed to get away, and with her aura returned to Overlord rank, the Emperor seemed confident that she would no longer be a threat to him. The Haint seemed unconcerned as he set her back on her feet while he sat in the grass catching his breath and letting his regeneration regrow the missing chunks of his body. "Oh, It's the merchant Karl and his band of merrymakers. Good to see you again. She greeted them. It's a pleasure to see you as well, councilwoman. Do either of you require healing? It might be a moment before our clerics recover, but we can help. She waved her hand dismissively. We will be fine by then. Did you see the oracle lately? He's at the farm we were at earlier. Leafa nodded. Lovely. Where was that? Karl gestured in the right direction. About a half-hour jog that way. You'll find them easily enough with soul sight. They have a number of royal rank minotaurs with them. You know about soul sight? That makes life easier. We should take time to catch up one day. The Emperor was glaring at Karl, who was baffled by the Haint's strange behavior. She remembered him, but she appeared to have lost her short-term memory, or perhaps it had been purged by the spell she was under. Certainly. I am sure that you have a wealth of knowledge to pass on. Karl agreed easily. She was one of the leaders of this nation, and while she was openly fighting with the Emperor only a few minutes ago, anyone could see that they had settled their issue. The Emperor stared at the cloth wagon full of children. Is there a particular reason for the relocation? He asked delicately. The damage from the recent incidents left them homeless. We were going to bring them to a group that could protect them. Karl replied with a casual shrug. That could be a lot further now that the two totem rank monsters had leveled half of the countryside. But eventually, they would find a safe spot to drop everyone off. I will bring them with me. Once we recover the oracle, I will bring everyone to the fortress. The Emperor insisted. They might be all right at the location where the oracle is waiting, the defenders there are strong enough to deal with most of what is left. The Emperor nodded. If they are strong enough to hold until the army clears the area without any additional losses, I should be able to trust them with a few more mouths to feed. Karl smiled. We left them over 100 boars cleaned and dressed for butchering. They'll be at that all day, and then salting and smoking it for ages. The fields that we could save won't be much supplemental feed, but they haven't taken any casualties since they arrived. The Emperor looked startled. You and the local farmers held a location with 0 casualties. How many people are there? Karl did a quick mental calculation. After the royal rank farmers called for their neighbors the morning after the first attack, there have been about 20 proper fighters, plus children and some crippled that our clerics couldn't fully heal. I don't know if you have any clerics in the area, but if you can get another dragon cleric to come to them, it should solve most of their issues. These ones have sworn an oath to remain with our group. And I presume you are also under a similar oath? Karl nodded. Yes, not to abandon any of my people or go off without them. The Emperor nodded, then turned toward the wagon, where Tessa was working to free Thor from the harness. It was all royal rank spider silk, so she couldn't just cut it without using a skill. The Emperor nodded politely to her as Tessa got the hesitant Thor to move away from the wagon. He had just gotten it, and he was understandably reluctant to let his new wagon go, especially when it was full of small creatures that could scrub his scales when they stopped. Leafa, let's go. Say goodbye to your new friends. The Emperor demanded, returning to his borderline enraged state when he had to talk to the Haint. Leafa waved to everyone, but didn't say anything until she passed by Karl. I feel like I'm supposed to come see you again one day. I will see you when I remember why. She whispered, nearly too low for even his sensitive hearing to pick up. Then she was gone, stepping through a portal that led to the farm Karl had been at this morning. He hadn't realized that she could just open a portal instead of vanishing. That was quite the skill set, and it was a miracle that the Emperor managed to catch her in the first place. But perhaps there was some limitation on it, or she couldn't do it after she broke their bond. The Emperor took the leads to the pulling harness for the wagon and followed her without looking back, leaving Karl and his team alone in the middle of a zone of destruction. There were no intact structures in sight, not even the small stone shed had survived the battle of the totems intact. Dana activated her movement skill to step up into the sky, then turned in a slow circle as she ascended. After only half a minute, she returned to the ground and shook her head. If there were other survivors near us, there aren't any more. Everything is gone. The invaders, the buildings, the crops, any survivors that were above ground. Everything. She explained. I suppose everyone needs an explanation. I learned while speaking with her during the battle that Miss Lifa is bonded to the Emperor with a spell, but when she broke through to totem rank, she escaped the bond and went on the run. What we just saw was him recapturing her. The purple chains of that ability should be locking away some of her memories and restraining her powers. So, basically, she forgot everything after we left the fortress. If we run into her again, she probably won't remember fighting at the farm with us. However, she's there now, and someone might say something that helps her remember. Carl explained. So, she's not part of the council of her own free will? Tessa asked. I can't say for certain. She seems to enjoy her time on the council. But she definitely wants to break her bond to the Emperor and flee the continent as well. What next? Was there a reason other than the survivors that we were going this way? Dana asked. The Spellblades are northeast of us. I was taking us there by the easiest route. Once we have regrouped with them, we can make our way out of the country. We have more information to pass to them, and they should have a way to pass that information back to the people in charge. Tessa looked around at the situation, then sighed and rubbed Thor's head. On the plus side, even though we turned over the orphans without so much as a thank you, we can now get back to moving at a decent speed. Carl smiled, and Ray called out a pair of golems. Yes, we can ride in style now. Ophelia, do you think you can ride without a saddle? Carl asked. I think so. The golems move pretty smoothly. But can the bodyguards keep up with Thor? The Naga warriors gave her a thumbs up, while the Lamia pair nodded. They might struggle to catch the golems or Ray in a straight line, but they were pretty quick, and Thor would only be at a casual jog that he could keep up all day. Carl mounted a golem and took the point position, while Hawk soared overhead, scouting the area for surviving threats. Their chosen route out of the area had nothing, as the last attack had been nearly overhead, and that didn't give the giant boars much of a chance. If there was anyone alive and hiding underground, Hawk was determined to ignore it so that they could actually make progress today and not just keep stopping to pet babies and build wagons. Neither of those activities held any interest for him, but once they found the group of Dana mages, they were guaranteed to find action. Every time he had met them in the past there was a fight of some sort, and most of them were with new species. That had to be a good sign of their interesting nature. So, he flew to the edge of the destruction and searched for surviving Cyclops and Boar teams. Dead was dead when the rest of the team arrived, and they wouldn't stop just because it was Hawk that killed some of them. Carl could hear his plotting, but it wasn't much different from what he would have ordered anyhow. Even at the casual jogging pace, it wouldn't take them too much longer to make their way out of the affected area. There was a chance that some of the invaders had scattered, but a few groups wouldn't be a major issue, even if Hawk didn't find them first. The Dana mages are on the move again, but they're slow today. I think that something happened to them. Hawk updated. Can you tell what it is? I think that they have wounded members. They don't have the hiding spell up anymore, and some of them are being carried on a cloth between people. How far are they? About an hour if Thor runs. Hawk guessed. You up for it, buddy? Carl asked Thor, who started to run instead of answering. The startled passengers held on for dear life as the Cerro's swaying gait turned into a ramming speed sprint. But the saddle was made for this, and the golems had no problem keeping up, while their multi-legged body gave them a much smoother ride. After half an hour, Thor's stamina was fading, and his sprint had faded to a run and then to a fast jog, but the Spellblade clan was now in sight, and they should have been able to recognize Carl and the others just as easily as he recognized them. They had even been sending scouts up every 10 minutes to get a better view, so there was no way that they didn't know Carl's team was coming by now. Once they realized that Carl was coming to them, Prince Corbin turned his clan back towards the incoming elites, and the promise of healing from the clerics they knew were with them. Karl didn't bother getting down from the golem when they met, he just nodded politely to the other royal rank elite and waited for an update. We were caught by surprise when the pair of fighting totems appeared overhead. We were far too close to their battle, and they didn't appear to care that there were others in the area. Do you know who had the audacity to attack the Emperor? Scratch that, can I get your clerics to heal my people? We have some severe injuries that our potions couldn't handle. We can discuss the rest later. Corbin began. Of course. Tessa, Lotus, would you look after the spellblades? Remy, you can help as well if you would like. Remy came out with a bag full of potions to test on the wounded, and Tessa did her best not to laugh at the aspiring alchemist. Even if she poisoned them with a bad concoction, there were still other healers around, or Remy could just cast a healing spell on them to cure it. Most of the damages were internal, aftermath of the blasts from the totem rank battle, and without intensive treatment, they might not make it. That sort of healing wasn't easy for most healing potions, and it was one of the reasons that the doctors had originally suggested to Remy that she work on using Healing Splash as an injectable healing spell. A regular healing spell worked from the skin inward. A potion worked from the stomach out and took a while to take effect. But injected into the blood, a healing spell would be much more evenly dispersed. That was what she tried first, with one of the most severely injured ascended rank spellblades. Remy crouched over the casualty as if listening to their heartbeat, then subtly bit the victim's arm and injected Healing Splash. Then she fed him a blue potion and hovered over him to watch the effect, using her long lower body as a base so she could remain close enough to see all the minute changes. That works better than expected. We should get someone to make us needles, and then we can just stab people with healing. Ray laughed at the reaction people would have to a needle the size that Remy had in mind to inject them with a whole potion. Ray is right, I think it has to be concentrated for injectable use. Karl agreed. That's easily fixed. But most importantly, look how well biting people works for healing. I'm going to bite another one. Her body darted toward another wounded spellblade, a commander, who she bit on the neck like a vampire. The man squeaked in horror, then the lacerations and bruising on his body began to visibly fade, starting at the bite mark. You're letting her do that because it's funny, aren't you? Healing Splash doesn't have to be injected. Prince Corbin asked Karl quietly. It actually works faster when injected. But yes, she could just douse them with it, or feed them the spell suspended in a potion. The Spellblade Prince shook his head, and Karl noticed that Remy had picked up a heavily injured girl. Nobody else in the group was that small, it had to be Tamarind, formerly Tori the Mage. As she was still ascended, she had taken heavy damage from the blast, and Remy had shown at the Beast Temple that she had a thing for grabbing and relocating small people. Don't run away with her after she is healed. Karl warned. No problem. She just needs more healing than my bite and a potion, so I'm bringing her to Lotus. Karl and Prince Corbin went over everything that had happened to their group since they last met, and found that the Spellblades had not had a much easier time than Karl's group had. Despite the fact that they had gotten stuck in a Cyclops spawn, the Spellblades had just had a terrible time getting out of the wilderness. First, they had chosen to double back on their route, so they would be further from the major population centers. But that put them only a few kilometers from the undead spawn, so they had ended up moving camp in the middle of the night. Then they had come across a group of nomadic demons who were not happy with the trespassers on their pastures. That had led to a small fight, but fortunately no casualties. Then, they had to divert again because there were soldiers everywhere, working to contain the Cyclops spawn, and the Spellblades weren't willing to try to pass themselves off as local as it would just lead to being conscripted for the cleanup effort. So, while Karl had been fighting for multiple days, the Spellblades had been running constantly and spending mana to keep the barrier up and avoid detection. Prince Corbin finished his story and leaned against his staff as he watched the healers work. What's your plan from here on? Are you going to travel with us, or are you looking for something in particular to help your growth? He asked. I need either a holy item, or a unique skill that will help Thor, the lightning Sarrow, grow. He has hit the limits of his natural potential, and he needs a bit of a bump to get him past the bottleneck and on to higher heights. So, I was thinking that we might stop at the Witten Temple on our way back. If there is anywhere on the continent that will help a beast with holy affinity overcome their limits, that should be the place. Corbin seemed to understand the concept of needing resources to surpass your natural limits quite well. This might seem like a wild goose chase, but I remember back when the elite program was first starting, my second year in school I believe, there was an incident near the three-way border between Nubon, the divine beasts, and the mountain giants that involved a holy relic. A bunch of the teachers were gone for nearly 3 weeks investigating it. The incident was near Dunster, northeast of here. Well, almost north from here, but that's 1,000 kilometers of wilderness away. If you go that way, you can follow the mountain giant border all the way to Chiptonrith Lake. It's far from a safe route, and it will put you within a few kilometers of the front lines between Nubon and the mountain giants, but it was supposed to be incredibly powerful. Carl looked at the map and sighed. The area had 4 nations claiming territory within 100 kilometers of it, and all 4 of the nations were hostile to each other. As good as that opportunity sounds, it is probably smarter not to go anywhere near that spot right now. With the giants acting up, and the fact that they're going to have better weapons soon, things are going to get dicey. Prince Corbin frowned at the reminder. That's another thing. I've never heard of a monster spawn monster having enough lucidity to talk to anyone, much less form battle strategies and remember trade skills. Even species that should have some level of civilization don't attempt to build anything when they come from a spawn, they're just crazed by the anomaly. But somehow that Cyclops was not. Not just that, the mountain giants knew that it was not crazed, and they came for it. That sounds to me like the Cyclops Forge Masters have the blessings of a Titan god protecting them. It's the only thing that makes sense to protect their minds from the anomaly. Carl sighed. And if the Titan gods are protecting them, then they are also interfering to assist the giants in their war. With that sort of advantage, the giants might begin to rise again, and not remain in the nations they've established. I wonder if they found something. The orcs mentioned that they're looking for fragments of the original dragon scale. It was supposed to have been buried on this continent along with the demigod who had taken it, but nobody knows where that is. That's why the orcs are nomadic, they are actually working a grid pattern to search the continent for signs of the ancient grave. Prince Corbin paled. I think that I know what they're looking for. It's not a grave at all, but a stable anomaly. It's in the southern end of the Beastkin nation, deep within the jungle and hidden within one of their ancient step pyramid temples. I came across it on a mission a few years ago and reported it, but nothing came of it. According to the teams that came after me, there is nothing in the temple, but I clearly saw the tomb of a titan, and felt the power of a demigod. Unfortunately, I could not enter. The anomaly was there, I know it was, but when I tried to enter, I simply stepped through the portal like a mirage. It's not that far off our route, we could stop and again on our way back and try to look into the anomaly to see what might be in there. Carl smiled. You don't seem enthusiastic about the idea. Corbin shook his head. Would you be all that eager if you knew the sort of traps that a demigod could set on their mausoleum? Carl's smile faded. You make an excellent point. Even if we can find it, getting to any treasure that it might contain is an entirely different matter. However, if we could at least prove that the anomaly was there and stable, we would be able to report back on its existence. That should earn us some rewards, and perhaps even get a team of Blue Dragon clerics sent there to research the facility. If anyone can find a way in, it would be the clerics of the God of Knowledge. So, is that our route, then? We will head east, avoiding the roads and towns, to head into the Beastkin territories. If we pass south of Skipple, we should have a straight shot through the plains until we get near the border and into the jungle. It will be slow going until we get to the river, and from there it is easy enough to find the temple. They weren't trying to hide it when it was built, it was just that they built it so long ago that everything around it changed. Corbin explained. I will talk to the others, but I don't see it being a problem. We can follow the river back up to the lake so that we don't risk getting lost in the jungle. I don't know how much faster it will be, but at least we will know where we're going. Karl agreed. All right. As soon as my people are healed and fed, we will be ready to move. It's still a long walk out of the Nubon Empire borders, and I get the feeling that the Emperor doesn't want you to linger any more than you have to. That might be an understatement. Especially now that he suspected Karl had something to do with Lifa breaking her bindings. If we see her again, I'm totally nullifying that spell. Kara agreed. The wounds weren't going to take long to repair, as there were no missing limbs or organs. There was heavy internal damage from the blast, but for cleric healing that was one of the easier forms of damage to heal, right behind simple cuts. Even broken bones were harder to mend than soft tissue damage. Tessa and Lotus already had everyone on their feet, though a few were still weak and exhausted, as healing used some of your own energy to do the mending. They had been pushing hard to get away from danger, so they didn't have a lot to spare, and now with the healing, they were going to need a proper meal and a short nap before they were back in top shape. That process was already started, and while it was a simple meal with no need for cooking, energy was energy. The part that really mattered was getting as far as possible from here by the time that it got too dark for the Spellblades to efficiently travel. They would be headed northeast, in order to increase their distance from the incident's borders, and then they would start heading for the Beastkin Nation border. That was going to take them most of a week, and they would have to cross from the open grasslands through a large portion of marshland before entering the jungle. That was going to slow their progress even more than the fact that the Spellblades didn't have superhuman strength on their side, so their traveling speed was mediocre, even with magical assistance. Ophelia could cover more ground than they did in a day, just relying on Werbear form. Everyone finish eating and then get some rest. You have 1 hour, and then we're moving out again. Corbin warned his team. Hawk landed next to the camp and brought out chunks of boar to roast. Only Thor didn't enjoy a good chunk of ham, and with so much in his inventory, Hawk was even willing to share with the not Dana mages. The fact that this one came fresh from the zone and not from his stockpile was mostly irrelevant. Even with all the extra people to feed, a whole boar was far too much food. But they only had an hour, according to Corbin, so they began picking the prime cuts and preparing to roast them for lunch. What do we even do with all this extra? Unlike you, we can't just store it indefinitely in raw form. Corbin sighed. Either leave it here or bring it to a farmer. Grab as much as we can cook quickly, and I will have Hawk drop the rest off for a group of farmers. The ones outside the incident will still be short on meat. Hawk mentally laughed at the idea. Hurling half a boar at someone's porch sounded like a lot of fun. The Spellblades made a 5-meter-long fire, and then arranged the strips of meat on an extendable pole intended for their tent. Narrow strips draped over the top cooked quickly and were easy to flip. Then they just needed to cool the pole and clean it after they were done. If they had more time, that was how they would smoke and dry jerky. But nobody wanted to stay too close to a dangerous situation. Once the meal was done, the mages lay down for a short nap, and Hawk took off with the remainder of the boar, looking for a suitable target to donate it to. He was flying high in the clouds, as the presence of a flaming blue avian monster with the wingspan of a full-grown roc or phoenix would panic the locals. He wasn't seeing many good targets at first. However, about 10 kilometers north, a young boy was kneeling in the yard with his hands folded in prayer and his tusked trollish head facing the sky. He couldn't hear him, but he could read his lips well enough even with the tusks. Gods, please forgive my family and end this famine. Grant us the food to make it through the winter and a strong harvest to send my sister to school. The boy was pleading with the sky. A sharp turn as Hawk released his claws sent the remains of the boar hurtling towards the farmhouse at well over 100 kilometers an hour, and into the budding stalks of the corn plants in the field in front of the trollish child. The boy froze in shock as the animal flew over his head, then began to cheer and call for his parents to come outside as it crashed to the ground on the other side of the fence. Hawk was laughing uncontrollably in Carl's mind as the farmers tried to determine why a gift from the heavens would be a giant boar, already gutted with the best cuts removed. It came from the sky, they had all seen that much. But why this boar in particular? Did they do something right to be gifted so much fresh meat? Or did they do something to anger the gods and make them take out the best cuts first? Was it as good as you hoped? Carl asked the happy bird. All that and more. You should see the looks on their faces. They're so confused. Hawk agreed. You're going to do it again, aren't you? As soon as I can find another boar. Forget throwing monkeys. Hurling food at people is much more fun. I saw in a book that the humans used to use it as a punishment, but the trolls are so happy. Remy giggled. That's because you threw the food to them and didn't hit them with it. The punishment was to hit them in the face with food while they couldn't run away. That wasn't quite how the stockades worked. But they weren't entirely wrong, either. As long as you're enjoying yourself and you don't hurt anyone. Just make sure that you don't drop a living boar in someone's yard. They might not be prepared for a fight. Carl warned. Got it. Only dead food. Once everyone was rested and ready, the group got moving again, slower than Carl would have preferred, but moving steadily northeast out of the attack zone. Soon, they would be crossing the major road that ran east out of Cliffnell, where they were originally intending to sell their goods, but they couldn't follow that road east just yet, as it ran southeast down into the region that had been influenced by the Cyclops spawn. Hopefully, there hadn't been too many merchants going that way in the last few days, but Carl was certain that at least a few unfortunate groups had wandered into danger, unaware that anything had changed since they left the city. The road should be a good spot for the night. We can also pretend to be proper merchants again, despite our lack of wagon. Why don't we stop there for the evening, and then if there is another incident, we might be able to gather more allies for the fight, which we can leave in the morning under the guise of regular business. Carl suggested. Prince Corbin considered that for a moment, and then nodded. That works for me. The less suspicion that our presence draws, the better. Even if we don't have any wagons, most of the groups that meet us at night won't know that until dawn, at which point we can make up an excuse. If there is no incident, we won't need to say anything, and if there is an incident, they'll be happy to have us, and unlikely to look too deeply into our motivations. They made it to the road an hour before dark, a proper time for a traveling group to start setting up camp. Nobody within 10 kilometers, and most of them are already set up for the night. Hawk reported. All right, you can come down and rest. Ray will take over the night watch duties in an hour or two. Hawk landed outside the camp, and then smirked at Carl as he took out one of the many transformation tokens that Ray had stolen from the fortress. In his natural form, he was a massive flaming bird, blue at the feathers, but when he focused on toning down the fire he turned back to red as the temperature dropped. But when he activated the transformation spell, he didn't turn into a human as Carl had expected. Instead, he appeared to be one of the feathered demons. His head looked the same, and while he had a mostly humanoid body, and feathered arms, he still had pale blue and red wings on his back. Ha, I am people now. Hawk chirped, then got the most confused look on his face. The spell is broken. I think that you need to focus more on looking like a human. You still look like yourself, but you're shaped a bit like a human. Carl explained while trying not to laugh. Hawk transformed back into his natural form, then focused hard on what humans looked like. He hadn't seen a lot of them without clothes on, but he at least understood the difference in male and female forms. So, he focused on making himself into a Carl. He knew that form very well. Oh, that version is much better. You've still got a lot of feathers, and wings, but you definitely look more human now. Carl congratulated Hawk as the transformation succeeded. He had pale blue skin and red feathers for hair and on the large wings on his back, but otherwise, Hawk now looked human. He smiled, and Carl noted that he didn't have teeth, but a rim of shiny red beak. That might cause some issues eating, but it was a small thing. I am the Carl now. Hawk agreed. His voice was deep, but musical, and Corbin couldn't help but laugh. Is that the first time you used that ability? It's an incredible one. He congratulated the proud Thunderbird. It's a token, see? I got it from the Emperor Troll's fancy house. Bet Hoek Fortress. Carl explained. Oh, those are valuable items. They let you leave with them? Corbin asked. Both Hawk and Carl began to laugh, and the Spellblades did their best to hide their amusement as they realized what had happened. Oh, you borrowed them without telling anyone. I see how it is. Those spells are normally never allowed to leave the property. We have a few at the Spellblades sect as well, so that non-human visitors can take on forms that can speak a language we understand. Carl nodded. Speaking of which, have you noticed that you can understand trolls and orcs much more easily than others? I noticed the other day that the system seemed to be translating Orcish and Troll to Common in my mind. I didn't notice at first, but when the guards came to investigate, I had to break up a fight because the demons couldn't speak Orcish. Prince Corbin froze in shock. You speak Abyssal? Pardon? Corbin made a vague gesture, indicating that he was trying to determine how to explain the problem. The demonic guards of the Newbon Empire speak Abyssal, not Common. The orcs speak Orcish, the trolls speak Trollish, and they only switch to Common for the benefit of humans, or when they're speaking to someone who doesn't speak any of the other languages. Mostly, everyone speaks their own language, but they learn all the others, so they can understand each other. Carl motioned for the others to come over. Did you have any problems understanding people after we arrived? Dana shrugged. The demons and satyrs have a brutal accent that is a pain to understand, but other than that, not really. The others all speak Common pretty well, except the serpents. Corbin reached into his pocket and took out a pipe that he lit with a fire spell from his fingertip. So, the system doesn't translate serpent, but it's translating the rest for you all. Do the others hear heavy accents or unfamiliar words? He asked as he smoked. Ophelia nodded. Trolls and orcs are easy to understand, and the satyrs and minotaurs as well, but I have a terrible time understanding the demon's accent. They use a heavy slang, kind of like the mountain village farmers back home. Lotus looked confused. The demons sound funny. I thought that the orcs all sounded like they were drunk. One of the commander-rank Spellblades began to laugh. To think that I spent an entire year learning new languages, when you five didn't even realize that you might need to. Lotus giggled. So, you speak Minotaur? The man shook his head. The Minotaurs speak Common. But the satyrs don't. They speak a dialect of Abyssal. The fact that you didn't even notice is just an unfair advantage. Tessa was making notes. So this is the advantage of having more of the system functions unlocked. Personally, I can tell when their words are being translated. It has a distinctive inflection in my mind that's the same no matter the tone. Carl thought about that for a moment. That was not true for him. Everyone had a different way of speaking. It was only when they got mad like the Emperor had that he began to hear their dialect. Maybe if he focused harder on what they were actually saying, he would get more detail from the translation. You could tell a lot about a human by how they spoke, so logically he should be able to tell more about other species the same way. The novelty of being a Carl lasted about 10 minutes, then Hawk returned to his space and his natural form. Talking to people was overrated. They just kept asking him strange questions about flying, or wanted to touch his feathers. Ray smirked as Hawk retreated to safety. See, being here in the shadows is far superior to being out there where people who can bother you. We can't all be Thor, who people naturally want to love on and groom. Have you considered not trying to jump scare people? Kara asked. Considered it, rejected the thought. Ray confirmed. Carl chuckled at their interactions and the way that they just accepted Hawk's decision that trying to be human was overrated. But now he knew how to do it, so if he wanted to come out in places where his natural body was too large to fit, he would be capable of it. No more forced sidelining if they were fighting indoors, though he would likely just remain in his space anyhow and cast out from there. The fact that they could use skills while in their spaces was the ultimate advantage for the beasts. If they didn't want to interact, they didn't have to, and nobody could bother them in there. She did come outside for the night watch, though. If there were any lost monsters or stragglers, she wanted the advantage of already being in the area when she detected them. It could save nearly a second in the process between finding them and eating them. She was the only one from Carl's group that was on watch that night, the rest of the work was being done by the Spellblades. The first light of dawn was Ray's signal to go to bed, and Hawk's signal to start scouting. He could do it at night now, as his vision had changed with his evolution, and he no longer had any issues seeing at night. But that was Ray's turn to hunt, and he didn't want to start family strife. There are merchants coming. They must have started moving very early. From the south. Hawk informed them not long after taking off. That was not the expected direction, as the road led through the area that had been affected by the spawn in that direction. But if they had come through that way, they should have additional information about the situation. Perhaps it had been mostly cleared, and they wouldn't have to go east to get around the dangers. Prepare for visitors. They're coming from the south, out of the danger zone, so they might be in rough shape. Carl warned the Spellblades. The group was jogging down the road, and Carl noticed that they also didn't have a wagon with them. They had large backpacks full of supplies, but the packs looked like they were hastily assembled, and not the sort of pack that one would choose for a long journey. Carl stepped out to the edge of the road and raised a hand in greeting as they came into sight, hoping they would stop to give some answers. The group was entirely made of trolls, the slender blue skin variety, and they had a royal rank shaman leading them. Carl could feel the elemental magic lingering on him, like a scent of ozone, but not an actual smell. The shaman stopped in front of Carl and bowed slightly, panting hard from the run with a pack on. I take it that the road south of here isn't safe. We were coming across from the west and had to turn north to avoid trouble. Carl greeted him. You would be correct. We lost everything but what we could carry, plus 2 of our people. There is some sort of invasion of cyclops and giant boars to the south. The army is out dealing with them, but there are so many that it will take them ages. Is it safe to go west from here? He replied. Yes, you can go west overland from here, just don't go much further south, or you'll be into it again. It runs all the way to Bethoke Fortress. The troll cursed. So the city markets at Mitford are inaccessible? Carl frowned. The city of Mitford was sacked. I don't know what has survived, but the whole city is in rebuilding mode, and I was told by Overlord Leafa that 2 of the council members are there overseeing it. The problem is that everything from here to there was invaded. You might make good money on what is left, but it would be safer to go west until you are past the fortress and then turn south if you want to trade there. The troll sighed and looked at his ragged group of companions. All of their clothes were tattered, and their weapons were cracked and chipped from intense battle. The last thing that they wanted was another fight. If they hadn't been trolls and able to regenerate from the wounds that the boars and giants inflicted upon them, they would never have made it out. I don't suppose that you have any cloth for sale. We might not get through the fortress gates looking the way that we do right now. Carl chuckled and nodded. Yeah, I've got a bit of cloth with me. Consider it a gift in hopes of good fortune. They still had the rough canvas that had been the cover for the wagon, and that would be enough to at least make a basic toga for each of the trolls, which they could hold closed with their sword belts. As he was handing over the plain grey cloth, one of the Spellblades came over with an armload of cloth. Here, take this as well. A simple kilt in Clan Macaulay tartan looks good on everyone, and trolls usually go shirtless anyhow. He offered. The troll shaman turned to Carl. What did he say? I can't understand his accent at all. Carl chuckled. He is offering you a bolt of his clan's signature tartan so that you look presentable, and not like beggars in the rough canvas I have. The troll smiled and patted the confused man on the shoulder. Thank you. We will look glorious in your clan's colors. My people will wear it with pride. The trolls stepped to the side so they could change from their tattered clothes into kilts with crudely cut canvas tunics. I thought that my accent was fairly easy to understand. The Spellblade whispered. It is for me, but apparently not for trolls who are used to the local common accents. They're happy to have the tartan, though. Is there a reason you had so much of it? The mage chuckled and shook his head. I have a spell to make it. I always carry one bolt of it in a spatial storage bag, just in case. I will make another once we're on the road. You should speak to Lotus as we walk. She would be genuinely interested in a cloth creation spell that can make fancy cloth. Or perhaps Dana, as she's also a mage. Carl suggested. The mage shook his head. Clan secret, I'm afraid. We're not allowed to teach it to outsiders. I've tried to convince the elders to teach the whole Spellblade clan, as generations of my family have lived there, but this spell only makes my family's pattern, and they said it wasn't appropriate. Carl shrugged. Still, if you change your mind, let one of them know. They might be able to modify the spell to make other patterns. The trollish merchants turned west and left as soon as they were presentable again. They weren't rushing, but they weren't waiting around for something else to find them. That left the surrounding area clear for the Spellblade clan to finish packing up and preparing to head east through the grasslands. First, they just needed to warn the groups coming south that there was danger ahead so that they didn't walk right into the incident unprepared. Carl jogged over when he saw a group coming, giving them plenty of time to slow down before reaching his team. There has been an incident south of here. There are cyclops and giant boars running rampant, and the army is trying to clear them up. We met the remains of a trollish merchant group this morning, and they lost everything, including half their team. I wouldn't recommend that you go any further down the road. My people are going east instead, Carl warned the lead driver. Do you know how far east it goes? The driver asked. Carl shook his head. It goes west all the way to the fortress before it ends, but I don't know exactly how far east or south. Well, he did know yesterday, but it could have been partially cleared up by now. All right, we will wait here for the day, then. Once we see someone coming north with news, we will know if we can move again. Thank you for the warning, traveler. Carl nodded. I lost my wagon as well. I was in the western end of it when the giants appeared. Be safe out there. The merchant wagon driver nodded, and then gestured for his team to come forward as Carl returned to his group. All right, let's get a move on. The others know about the danger now, so we can let them tell anyone else who comes along. He explained. The Spellblades looked more than a little jealous as Ray called out her golems to take Carl and Ophelia as riders, while Hawk landed to take Dana for the day. His flames were ethereal, not hot in this form, and Ray had made a saddle just for this purpose. Dana, on the other hand, had not been informed of the change in plans. Wait, am I expected to ride on Hawk? She asked when he headbutted her to end her hesitation. That's the plan. You have ranged attack skills, he is the longest ranged attacker on the team. So, you're well paired. Besides, Ray just made him a fancy new saddle, and he hasn't gotten to try it out yet. Carl agreed. And why is it not you, who is unlikely to suffer fall damage, who is testing this theory? Because apparently I'm a ground attacker. I don't make the rules here, I just follow them. Do you need a hand up? Dana shook her head in dismay and used a movement skill to step up to Hawk's neck height, then settled into the saddle and began to tie herself into the harness. It was fairly intuitive, and it tied around her waist and thighs as well as over her shoulders, so she could move her upper body freely, but not worry about being tossed too far back and forth. Well, I approve of the harness. It's solid, and made of Ray's silk. I don't have to worry about it breaking. As soon as she had finished tying herself on, Hawk flapped his massive wings and rocketed into the air at a speed that folded Dana against his back. I need to warn her next time, it's not comfortable when it goes backward like that. Hawk noted as he used Ghostfire Body to form a shield protecting her from the wind. Remember, she's not as strong as you or me. Her body isn't made for that sort of rapid maneuvering, you need to give her time to get a grip. Over the next few minutes, the new pair got used to each other, and Dana's narration let Hawk know what she was capable of enduring. Watching him dive, twirl and swoop from side to side as Dana got used to flying was making Tessa laugh constantly. Ophelia just looked happy that it wasn't her. The ride on the spider golems was smooth and comfortable, almost like riding on a sofa. If she had a proper cushion under her, it really would be. The pace was casual, just a brisk walk for Thor, even though the spellblades were doing their best to cover ground before it started to get dark, and they had to stop again. That night found them in open grasslands, mostly unpopulated now that Hawk's presence had scared off the smaller beasts and one nomadic tribe that only had 6 people. They had spotted the bird in the air and had simply changed directions to avoid coming into what it might consider its territory. The next morning, Dana wasn't nearly as reluctant to board her transport for the day, and the group was moving right at dawn. Their goal for the night was to make it to the river. They could either follow that southeast to the capital, or they could follow it as far as the road, then head northeast until they came to the trading route that led into the Beastkin Nation. That would take them close to their destination at the Forgotten Temple. It should take 2 to 3 more days to make it to the road along the river, then likely 10 more to the temple, depending on how slow moving in the jungle was. Carl didn't have high hopes for the speed that the spellblades were going to manage once they were in dense trees or the marshes that they were going to get before the borders, but with their magic, they might be just as good in soft terrain as Thor was. However, Carl was thinking too far ahead. There wasn't much between them and the border but grasslands, marsh and one town they would use as a waypoint. But getting that far was not going to be as easy as he had hoped. The first signs that all was not well in the land of Newbon came just before dawn, when Ray spotted a portal opening, but nobody came through. Instead, there were signs of spell casting on the other side, and then the magic in the area began to destabilize. "Carl, get up. Something is happening." He opened his eyes and looked in the direction Ray's attention was focused. The spell was still ongoing, and it was doing something to the energy in the area. Carl couldn't tell what at first, but then something under the ground began to shake, and the ground itself began to glow. Carl felt one of the spell blades coming over to see what had attracted his attention, so he motioned for silence as he pointed into the distance. "I think that there is an ancient ruin there, and someone is casting a spell to try to activate it. Ray spotted the portal when they opened it, and I can sense the magic they're using, but I don't know what the goal is, unless they are treasure hunters seeking an ancient artifact." Carl whispered. The spellblade nodded. "That might be the case. We do the same thing from the sect compound at home. We have a portal array, and we either send out teams or we check on known and likely opportunities. Seers can't tell when an anomaly or trial will appear until someone finds it. So, we search using historical references. Normally, we focus on things within the Golden Dragon Nation, since those are the ones that might be a direct threat or an accessible opportunity. But there is no real reason that you couldn't focus on the historical sites of the other nations. If that is what someone is doing, there shouldn't be any effect on the area, though. It's just a scrying spell. If they are doing something to a ruin they found, that is an entirely different matter. They might have activated an ancient relic. Normally, we try not to do that, as so many of them are unstable and could explode or cause other issues. Even the anomalies are some of the milder effects, as they normally only last a day or 2. Legend says that the old capital of Hitcland, a human nation east of here, was completely obliterated when someone accidentally activated the ruins it was built over. 10 million dead within seconds. Carl frowned. Well, we can hope that whatever they're doing doesn't cause something like that. We're still far enough away that even if it would level a city, we should be safe. Besides, I can create stone walls for defense. A bomb outside the wall is much less scary. The spellblade nodded. About that wall. You might want to start thinking about making it. The power in the distance seems really unstable. Ray, want to give me a hand? Let's build a proper wall around the camp in case that thing blows up. I'm on it. Then Hawk can cover it in his Ghostfire barrier. That should stop the rest of the damage. That turned out to be the worst possible answer. While they quickly managed to build the barrier, the power used to activate the skills was resonating with whatever was going on in the distance, and everything in between was beginning to shake. Trees were falling, the ground was trembling, and the portal snapped shut with a surge of power that Carl was certain had been the caster on the other side erecting their own barriers. What is going on? Why are we turtled into a stone castle? Prince Corbin called as he woke up. Someone opened a portal in the distance, and they were doing something that made the ground glow. It might be an ancient relic or trial. I didn't want the camp to take a direct hit if the ground exploded instead of just shaking. Carl explained. It was doing more than just shaking now. There was something coming up out of the ground, a simple stone construct that looked like the ruins of a city from Carl's vantage point. Hawk was resisting the urge to go out and inspect it for now. Until the mana stabilized, and he wasn't at risk of getting blown up, it was safer to just wait and keep his barrier up around the camp. Carl could see that there were crumbled granite walls, ruined buildings, and in the middle of the risen city, a faintly glowing purple sphere. Is it just me, or does that look like a trial instance entrance to anyone else? Carl asked. None of us can see anything past the walls. Lotus reminded him. Carl shrugged. You can't see anything because Ophelia is standing in front of you. But I get your point. I'm cheating with the relay from Ray. There is a ruined city that just came up out of the ground, and a glowing something in the middle that might be a trial instance entrance. Now, someone triggered this, so it could get messy if they realize we're here. But I still think we should have a vote on whether to steal the instance from them if that's what it is. Corbin sighed. You're nuts. However, you're not wrong. Anyone who sees us in the area is likely to try to kill us. It might be safer to be inside the instance than outside of it. The rest of his clan prepared to move, trusting his judgment, and Carl's team waited for Thor and the golems to come prepare them for a trip. The city literally starts right outside this wall. It is less than a kilometer to the instance. We will do better moving on foot with a full retinue of guards. Carl explained. He also didn't want to damage the ground any more than it had been, in case there were treasures there which were hiding in the dark. There was too much magic present for Ray and the others to tell if there might be treasures left behind, and that meant manually searching. The Spellblades seemed to have the same idea. As the moment that Carl and Hawk took down the defenses, they began to spread out, making a wide line to travel through the ruins, instead of following the leader on a path that they knew had no traps. Ray did still call her golems, and Carl added the Lamia bodyguards to the group, but Dana left her golems in reserve. Unlike Ray, she didn't get much situational information from hers, only a vague sense of where they were and what happened around them. They couldn't be used to search for treasures in the ruins, but they might accidentally squish them into the soft dirt. The majority of the ruined city was still covered in the rich black topsoil and long grass that had grown over it, but the magic which had caused it to rise was slowly dissipating the excess. The architecture was simple, with fieldstone walls crumbled by time, and piles of small round river rocks next to the remains of small houses. Many appeared to have been one-room buildings, but there were signs of indoor plumbing, so they weren't completely primitive, just small homes. Do you think that these were the slums of town? All the small houses, and I see a lot of petrified wood piled up in the corners, but not split for firewood. I think they had bunk beds, so it might have been a military barracks as well. One of the Spellblades noted quietly. The quality is good, fieldstone with stone floors. Barracks or possibly traveler dorms would make sense. Corbin agreed. That reminded Carl of something he read in a history book. Back in the ancient past, when the system was fully active, most towns were built around a dungeon entrance. Both to keep the area secure, and for the travelers and adventurers who came to visit supplied and fed. There was a whole industry around harvesting the resources from the dungeons, but it took skilled and powerful groups of warriors. But most dungeons were for groups of either 5 or 10 people. So, these small houses could be something like private hotels for them, rented to house the whole group, but not a lifelong, or likely even a long-term residence. The slums would look empty in a place like this, as they would have been canvas tents or tin-roofed shacks. Plus, there normally wasn't much left of them if the inhabitants had to evacuate. The magic that had raised the ruins from the ground was still too strong to detect much, even for Remy, who was very well attuned to mana flows as a shaman. But the Lamia bodyguards did find a few treasures in the dirt, which turned out to be silver chains with semi-precious stones in them. They handed them straight to Remy, though it was Tessa who actually knew how to identify magical items properly. However, it appeared that Remy could do it as well, though not in the same way. She had just learned to use the system to sort things that had some level of attunement. Inspect, Carl heard her think. Junk, junk, oh, shiny. Necklace of fireball, damaged, charges 0.50. Hawk, I got you a present. Hawk laughed when he saw what it was. Just put it in my space and I will see if I can make it not broken later. Neither of them actually knew how to fix the necklace, but it might be something obvious, like a cracked stone or a broken link. They could fix the link, and they had lots of little stones from the giants. Giants always had stones in their pockets, and the beasts loved to collect them. Carl didn't even see them anymore, they were just pilfered by the beasts as soon as they were detected. Along the line, one of the spellblades found a plain metal ring, and another found a broken amulet. There wasn't a lot of value to be found, but it was clear that whatever was in the center of this ruined city was powerful. I can see the thing. It's a purple sphere, glowing and floating in the air. It doesn't look like a portal. Hawk noted. As they rounded the corner, everyone could see the orb, and the platform that it was floating above. There were no stairs up to it, though. Perhaps it wasn't something that was meant to be touched like an instant's entrance. But neither Carl nor anyone else present knew what else it could be. Prince Corbin made a gesture to his team. Everyone stay well back of the object until we know what it is. I need a volunteer to go forward and examine it. Carl nodded and patted him on the shoulder. You know I'm going. But if you want to send one of your people as well, that's fine. Corbin raised an eyebrow in a curious gesture, questioning Carl's judgment. Are you certain? If there are dumb things to be done, that is my job. I have the best defenses, and the highest chance of survival out of anyone present. In fact, I am invulnerable to many of the attacks that could cripple others. So, I am going. Dana was glaring at him as Carl finished speaking, but he made an excellent point. If they needed an actual person to go forward, and not a summoned creature, he was the best option. Next would be the Lamia bodyguards, or the Naga warriors, as they were intelligent and could explain what was going on. Carl motioned for them to join him, as they could share barriers. 3 layers was better than 1, especially when 2 of the 3 barrier layers would be the monarch-ranked, flaming body, barriers from the Lamia. One of the commanders from the Spellblade clan, an older man from Carl's perspective, but most likely only in his 40s with prematurely gray hair, joined him as he moved toward the orb. The trio extended their barriers to the Spellblade as well, adding a level of safety as they cautiously approached the plinth beneath the purple orb. Carl stared at the runes for a moment, then gestured for the Spellblade to come forward. The inscription was not in common, or any language that Carl could read. Oh, I can read that. It's the language they use in shaman books. Let's see. Great power awaits those who dare to embrace the power of the world dragon. Take him into your heart and receive his blessing to know true power. Remy read. But the world dragon is in my heart. Are we not all faithful followers of the gods? He's in both the beast and dragon pantheons. Carl replied, not noticing that above his head, a faint purple copy of himself was forming. It took a moment for the beasts to notice it as well, so the first warning that something was off came from the group behind them. Look up. Ophelia called, while the others froze, unsure what to do in this situation, as the apparition might be a good thing. Carl was wondering what to do when suddenly the mage behind him simply vanished. That brought everyone's guards up, but Carl held up a hand for them to stop. I don't think he's injured. There is an inscription to the world dragon on the stone, and I think that it might be system-related. He warned them. The apparition over his head was becoming more solid, but he didn't sense any danger from it, as if it was just an illusion, and not an actual spell effect. Then, words began to appear in Carl's vision. System active. Checking compatibility. Checking qualifications. Checking eligibility. First advancement trial completed. Upgrade compatible skills found. Then Carl's vision went dark, and he heard Ray laughing in his mind. Now you're both gone. But don't worry, I'm calming down the others. She informed him in an amused tone. You are calming down the others? Oh, ye of little faith. I have a transformation toy too, and I am much better at this than Hawk. Carl got a mental glimpse of her from Remy's point of view, looking very much like Morgana, the witch doctor, in an elaborately decorated black gothic dress and cloak with a face veil and gloves. Except Ray appeared to be larger, as all of the humans present were shorter than the mental image Carl got before his attention was drawn back to the vision in front of him. Only Ophelia's werebear form, at well over 2 meters, was taller than she was. There were 10 copies of Carl standing in front of him, each wearing a slightly different set of armor. Some were carrying weapons, some were not, and one appeared to have on cleric robes over the armor, while holding a staff with an ankh. That one reminded him a little of Orthos, the bronze dragon. A floating message appeared over the clones, and a stone room appeared, so they no longer seemed to be floating in the void. Class upgrade options, the message read. Carl turned to the one in the robes, and activated the system overlay that he normally ignored for its lack of information on people and creatures without system access. Beast Cleric, a disciple of the beast gods. Gains access to advanced regeneration and holy magic. That wasn't bad at all. But Carl had an important question. Do I lose the skills that I already have if I change? He asked the void, hoping for a response. Class changes affect future advancement paths. Hopefully, that was a no. Carl checked the other images to see what he could learn. Divine Hunter, gains a bonus with bow skills. Adds holy damage to attacks. Ghost Ranger, uses Ghostfire to create smoke and mist-based stealth skills. Gains a bonus on all surprise attacks. Beast Avatar, allows merger with a spirit animal to increase the effect of known skills. Those were all of the ranger-looking options, and none of them were particularly appealing to Carl. However, they were all supposed to be an upgrade to the Beast Master class that he already had, so perhaps they had some special skills that would make them worth it. Carl checked the Ghost Ranger class image closest to him and found that while the skill tree was hidden, he could at least see the class's core skills. Ghostfire Mist, appears as pale smoke in a cloud, engulfing a 10 meters radius from the caster. This mist enhances all other Ghostfire skills, and may be converted to Ghostfire Purgatory, once the skill is known. Ghost Body, Ghostfire stealth ability that allows the user to become incorporeal while within the Ghostfire mist, passing through solid objects so long as the user's body touches the mist on both sides at once. Well, those skills were certainly better than what Carl had been expecting. But neither of them was really his style, and they didn't help his team much unless the Emperor found out that he accidentally freed Lifa. If that was the case, a good hiding spot and a way out of prison were going to be at the top of his priority list. There was a theme to these advanced classes, Carl noticed. They all appeared to be related to a skill that he or his team knew. The Beast Cleric should be from Eternal Lightning. Ghostfire was a new innate skill to Hawk, and when he inspected the Beast Avatar, which could merge with a spirit beast, he found that its lone initial skill was Beast Space, the core of the Beast Master's ability to bond beasts. That one certainly wouldn't be much of an upgrade for Carl, but the ability to merge with one of the team members might be. Then there were whatever skills were still locked away in the skill tree. The next few were the same way. Not quite what he was looking for. Many of them seemed like classes that were meant for warriors, rogues or mages who had an affinity for animals. Mostly, they allowed the user to get the basic beast space along with a bonus that suited another class. That left only 3 options for him to check. The first was Beast Shaman, which Carl feared was going to be like the others, but actually added shaman magic to someone who could already use Beast Master type skills. The core skills of the class were simple. Totems, allows the Beast Shaman to create healing, regeneration and earthquake versions of the totem. Maximum 2 totems, effect doubles with every rank. Weather control, the Beast Shaman may create thunderstorm, blizzard, or sandstorm, effects up to 10 meters per rank in radius around the designated point. It was a good class, but he already had a Remy. The second last class option was Beast Noble. The description for that one was just as simple. The Beast Noble gains the ability of mental domination, to control beasts under their rank for the duration of their concentration. Up to 2 beasts per rank difference. It would let him simply order commander rank beasts to stop attacking, or join his team, as long as he focused on the skill. That could be useful, but it felt an awful lot like a sleazy cheat ability. So, Carl turned to the final class option, to see if there was anything at all which might be worth choosing. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, that much was obvious. But if all the options were trash, or simply not suited to his personality, it might be an opportunity that came when he was unable to grasp it properly. The description said that this would be his way forward, implying that whatever skills he hadn't taken from Beast Master's skill tree would be unavailable. He had almost all the good ones, but there were still the Tier 4 offensive skills to choose from. The final class option was Beast Commander. The class skill allowed him to bond 1 extra beast, and to bond new beasts when one was killed or released. That also wasn't a bad class, in theory. For a combat soldier, it would be an incredible class, as they might lose combat beasts in battle, and need to replace them. But Carl had no intentions of losing any friends, beast or otherwise. With a sigh of resignation, Carl sat down to consider his options. There had to be something to one of these classes that he was missing. Something that would make it worth taking. As he considered his options, Carl scrolled through his system interface. Available skill points, 51. Now that was something that Carl could work with. Many of the class options were related to skills that he had. If he added another combat skill, there was a chance that he would get another option. 50 points, Rampage. Every time an enemy is damaged by the Beast Master or a bonded beast, increase the damage done by the Beast Master or the bonded beast for 1 minute. That was the best option that he had, and even if it didn't trigger a new class option, it was still a skill that he wanted to have. Plus, if he did pick a class skill, this would be his last chance to get it. Rampage, learned. New advanced class option available. That was the best possible news. Carl turned to face the new image, and smiled as he saw the name. Beast Master Packmaster. It was so similar in name that it had to be close to the path he wanted. The only question was whether it was a good class or not. The Packmaster gains an increased percentage of base stats from bonded beasts. The description sounded great, but wasn't all that helpful, so Carl moved on to the skills. Pack Tactics, damage and healing done by bonded beasts and the Packmaster increased by 10% per rank. It was hard to argue with flat stat bonuses, but that wasn't the only class ability that the Packmaster got. Bestial Champion, the Packmaster gains a bonus to speed, strength and luck stats when his pack is threatened. 2 passive skills for 1 class, and both of them were useful ones to Carl's mind. They suited the way that he fought, and the role that he served within the group. Actually choosing to change his class, even if there weren't many options left, was a strange thing to Carl. So, before he decided, he checked his skills. Attack skills, Tier 4 skill chosen, max. Core skills, none available. Defensive skills, available skills, barrier, refresh. Carl knew there would be Tier 3 versions of those defensive skills available after he bought them. But he had limited time to choose an option from this class menu. Like the trials, he might turn out to be this event's Lotus, ejected for just playing around instead of making a choice. He definitely did not want that to happen. Carl took a deep breath and placed his hand on the Packmaster image. I choose Beastmaster Packmaster, he stated. Class change processing. Upgrade complete, previous class skill upgrades locked. New skill tree unlocked. Packmaster Skill Tree. 50 points, follow me little one, directly teach a known skill to a compatible target. 50 points, Pack First, removes the usage and targeting limits on evolution, but adds an increasing materials cost every time it is used on a bonded beast. 50 points, Territorial, all attacks by the Packmaster have a chance to cause intimidation. What sort of names were those? Carl was definitely making up new names to tell others when he used, follow me little one, in the future. If he was using it to teach a new skill to a juvenile beast he was recruiting, that was one thing. But if he was teaching a skill to one of the other elites, how embarrassing would it be to use that phrase out loud? However, there didn't seem to be many restrictions on the skill, other than that the target had to be compatible. Maybe he could get around writing the spell books and just directly transfer knowledge to the target he wanted to have it. That would be incredibly useful. It also wouldn't lead to anyone wanting him to sit and write books for hours or days on end. He could just transfer the skill, say it took a lot of energy, and call it a day. Of course, it really might be draining to do. He wouldn't know until he tried. Exit in 5 seconds. Carl found himself standing right back where he started, next to a stunned Spellblade, who was staring silently at the purple orb. Carl whistled and motioned for everyone to come forward. This wasn't a thing that they could afford to waste, and once someone else realized that it was here, all hell was going to break loose. Forget the stable dungeon, this thing was as good an active set of system stones. Did you see that? The older Spellblade whispered. Likely not quite the same as you did. I saw a class upgrade opportunity. Carl replied. Class upgrade? I watched The End of the World. An abridged version of the events that led to the destruction of the original system. Did you know that the World Dragon Scale actually created a system just for this world? Like, a unique one, not the same as the one that was being used on other worlds. That's why the system collapsed when the World Dragon Scale was lost. The system stones are an attempt to recreate the original effect, not the source of the original system. He explained. So, it hadn't tried to awaken the system for him, it had just shown him a history lesson. Actually, that could be more valuable than anything else because if he knew the full and true history, there was a chance that he might be able to track down holy relics that would help them bring the system back to a fully online state. Carl, what is going on? Corbin asked. No time for a chat. Everyone needs to focus on the power of the World Dragon and their sense of piety. Carl replied. Seriously? It's a religious artifact. That's not what the Spider Lady said. Carl shrugged. It's a system artifact, but it's activated with loyalty to the World Dragon, as far as I can tell. If you can read them, the words on the plaque will explain it. The first one to vanish was Lotus, and she wasn't even near the orb. She was still 20 meters away, and flying. That took Carl a moment to process. She had convinced Ray to toss her in the air and catch her while they waited, and she had been in midair when Carl finished his explanation. Tessa vanished a few seconds later, along with a couple of the Spellblades, including Tamarind. From what I can tell, the most faithful, or the ones who have had divine intervention in their lives, have the easiest time. But, with luck, we might all be able to get in and out before whoever raised this place returns. Carl informed Corbin, who nodded and began to focus on the orb with his hands folded. Dana and Ophelia vanished a few seconds later, then the Spellblades began to vanish from existence, leaving Carl, one mage and Ray standing around to guard the site. Are you having fun in human shape? Carl asked. It's better than expected. People don't ask me stupid questions like they do to Hawk. I wonder what species I seem like to other people. Can they tell that I'm a spider? I could usually tell with the ones in the fortress, just by smell. We will have to test it out later. Those tokens can be used more than once, right? Carl replied. Yeah. Not forever, but more than once. Ray inspected Carl for changes, as she could feel that he had new skills active on the team. You know, you're getting wider instead of taller. She noted. I'm still not fully grown. Humans aren't fully grown until like 20 years old. The men get all their height early, then they fill out with muscle. Carl explained. Yeah, but look at you, and then the other human men. They're all so skinny. Hardly thicker than the women, just bigger. Male bloodbath spiders are much smaller, they don't usually get much larger than Kara. But the more beard you get, the wider you are. Carl smiled. Are you suspecting that I'm not human? Ray shrugged, then admired the way her modified body moved and did it again for effect. Nobody would mistake you for one in the dark. You don't smell like a human. You just smell like Carl. Carl thought about it for a few seconds, then shrugged, mimicking Ray's movement. That's just how people from my town are shaped. I'm taller than almost all the men in my hometown, but most of them are almost as wide as they are tall. It's an advantage in the mines, so all the tall people must have moved away years ago. Ray gave a twirl, then turned back to Carl. Humans come in so many varieties, but I kind of like this body. I need to learn this skill before the token wears out. With Ghost Beast, and these lovely black robes, I can sneak up and terrify people at will. They are much less likely to notice a small woman than a glorious bloodbath spider, no matter how good my hiding skills are. Carl chuckled, as Ray's human form was 190 centimeters tall, but incredibly slender with a nearly flat chest and just enough of a curve to the figure to make it undeniably feminine. Her skin was also as impossibly black as the shell of her chitin in spider form, a color he had never seen on a human before. But with the glowing red eyes that her human form had, it looked good on her. Well, I must say, you had a much easier time with it than Hawk did. Ray smiled at him, a row of sharp teeth with serrated edges, and flexed her fingers, which looked to have polished nails, until you realized the red was the same metallic chitin as Ray's spider legs. When you added it all up, she was clearly not human, but a humanoid monster. Hawk came out to explore, now that the magic was stabilized. He raced off into the distance with a streak of blue and red fire, twirling in joy at being able to spread his wings again. Since everyone else was coming out, Remy also came out to explore. There weren't much in the area except broken rocks, but there might be good rocks with them. Kara and Thor were resting in their spaces, waiting for a reason to be doing stuff. Unlike some of the others, Kara didn't really collect rocks, and she had already scanned the area for cool stuff, but found nothing. It shouldn't take long before the others started to come back out, and by then Hawk should have a good scouting report for them, so they could move on safely. The first one out was Corbin, who had a beaming smile on his face, which turned to confusion as he realized he was the first one to finish the process. The others are likely taking their time, or they're incompatible with the system, and they are watching a historical video. I spent a lot of time choosing because I had many options. Carl explained. Ah, that makes sense. I had one option, ironically named the Spellblade class. I took a while to examine it, then check myself for changes to the system afterwards. I have more features active now, and even an inventory option. I don't suppose that you have access to that same function and simply never mentioned it. Corbin replied. Carl nodded. Mine is different from others, as according to the Bronze Dragon Orthos, I am actually more akin to a crafting class. So I get the option for bulk storage boxes. Most people get some sort of slot system to put their items in. Corbin smiled back at him, and Carl noticed that some of the hairs in his blonde beard were turning gray. Not from age, but at a visible rate as his beard grew from carefully groomed to chest length. That was a new one. Carl hadn't heard of a class option having a physical effect on appearance before. But Prince Corbin, despite being in his mid-20s, was well on his way to having a very scholarly long white beard. The next one out was Dana, who winked at Carl, and then gently flipped into the air at a slow and elegant speed that defied gravity and physics, before sending a kick at the sky that sent out an attack very similar to Rend. The system called the class a Murim Battlemage. I gained a whole set of martial arts that combine with sword skills, and a cool new ability. Dana explained. The sort of flexibility that it took for the move she had already shown was already impressive to Carl, but then she summoned a whole array of blades over her head that attacked a stone that she tossed to them. The rock was sliced and swatted in an intricate dance that had the stone suspended in the air, leaving even Corbin startled at the intricacy of the movements. That's a fantastic skill. With the combined skills of those blades, they should be able to completely control the movement of a target. But against large groups, they will be a deadly distraction as well. Corbin noted. Then, Ophelia came out, looking somewhat disappointed. No suitable options? Carl asked. Options? I was hoping for something awesome, but it only gave me 2 options. The first was a feral berserker, which looked like a slight upgrade to the bear totem berserker. The second was a titanic berserker, which seemed like just another berserker but bigger. It had better base skills, so I went for that one. I probably shouldn't feel let down, but I guess I got my hopes too high. She sighed. Why not show us anyhow? Now that you have it, how is the skill tree? Carl suggested. It's very berserker. Lots of blunt weapon and sword attacks, defensive buffs and strength buffs. The base skills are passive strength increase of 30% per rank and titanic growth, that increases my size, strength and durability by 20% per rank. Well, how about raging and getting all buffed up in werbear form, then test the new buff to see what you're working with? Carl requested, intrigued to see if the bonuses stacked or multiplied the growth. Ophelia activated Berserk Terror, which brought her werbear form to close to 4 meters tall. Then she activated Titanic Growth, and suddenly Carl was looking at the knee armor of the single largest beastkin he had ever seen. That's definitely a multiplication effect. He noted. So that's what a 7-meter-tall werbear looks like. Forget being hit on by the orcs, you'll have to fend off hill giant suitors at this rate. Ray laughed, startling everyone with the hauntingly musical tone of her human voice. Ophelia's rumbling growl shook the air, and Ray's laugh turned hysterical. She hadn't expected such a great chance to pick on the others during her first attempt to interact as a human. I liked her better when she made jokes about my luck with romance in private. Ophelia grumbled as she returned to her regular size. Don't feel bad, bear lady. Look at how many times Thor has struck out so far, and he's the most likable person that I know. Ray offered. That is surprisingly wholesome and helpful. Thank you, Ray. But when you find one that you like, I can help you tie him up so that he can't escape. And there's the Ray that we were all expecting. I will keep it in mind, though. Who knows, maybe the secret to finding true love is just to make sure that they can't run away. Ophelia winked at Dana as she finished the sentence, but Ray missed the gesture, and thought that the werbear was only talking about the finer points of web crafting. The 2 clerics came out not long after, looking very excited, but otherwise the same as when they went in. I got to learn all about trees and magic and my dragon, and the goddess. Lotus began. Tessa nodded. I also got a vision of the past, but first it told me that there were no valid upgrade routes available. Lotus pointed at her childhood friend. That. It told me that too, then it got to the important stuff. What were we supposed to be upgrading? Carl laughed, and Ray bonked the little cleric on the head. It was an opportunity for system users to upgrade their class. And possibly for non-system users to gain one. We will see once more people come out. The rest of the spellblades are really taking their time. Carl nodded in agreement with Ray's assessment. That they are. They must be having difficulty deciding. Corbin only got one option, and it was just what he wanted, but some of the others might have more options than just the one upgrade path. Or, if some of them have no class, but have the option, they might be able to awaken. How many of your spellblades were recruited before the divine injection was widespread? Corbin shrugged. Most of them. Not the 4 ascended ones, they're all younger. Tamarind and Muffin both have, or had, classes, and chose to train with the Spellblade clan. The other 2 had aptitude for magic, but not for the injection. The older ones are all classically trained mages, and spent their lives in the clan working on their skills. Ray looked curious as she moved to stand in front of the spellblade. Do you think that the little one you call Muffin hates men because you refuse to use her name, or was she like that before? Corbin laughed. She was like that before. Being called Muffin instead of Rose is a punishment she had to accept for her bad behavior to remain as my disciple. She won't be free of it until she reaches the commander rank. That was our deal. Ray giggled, then pulled out a small white stone on a pendant. I think we can make her a commander. She is a wind creature, so we just have to feed her a wind pendant, and once she digests it, she should advance. The transformed spider insisted. It doesn't work like that for humans. Corbin began. Are you sure? I don't think that sticking it in any of the other holes would work better. Ray complained. No, that's not what I meant. Don't go sticking amulets in any of her holes. In fact, I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. What I meant was that a human can't digest the stone directly. It needs to be made into a potion or tincture to be used on them in a way that they can absorb. Ray frowned. That's stupid. Why are humans so complex? If I gave this stone to a small wind bird or spider, it would directly evolve. The spellblade sighed and shrugged. I don't know why human bodies are the way that they are. But we can't really evolve, and we don't use resources the same way as beasts. Maybe it's just because we're too different. Ray handed the stone to Remy. Can you grind that to paste to feed to the mage? Remy laughed. There are other ingredients needed. I can see that it would be useful to the Dana mage, so it should be useful to the Muffin mage the same way. Neither beast had noticed that the mage in question had left the trial, and was now standing less than 10 meters from them. What did the Naga say? Why is everyone laughing? I don't speak serpent. She asked. They were discussing various ways to make a wind elemental stone work to advance your rank to commander so you could get your name back. Carl explained. And how did that become amusing? I would certainly pay whatever I could to get that concoction, but how is it funny? She asked. It's a translation issue. It only makes sense if you speak serpent. Carl informed her with his best attempt at a straight face. Or hawk. Remy added, then she got sidetracked and began to sing in Carl's mind. Do you know the Muffin Mage, the Muffin Mage? Yes, I know the Muffin Mage, Hawk sang along with her, while Ray rolled her eyes at their antics. What did you get from the orb? Carl asked, distracting himself from the two singing beasts in his mind. I got an upgraded class. Spellblade. Rose replied proudly. Lotus perked up at the promise of a gossip session. Oh, you match. I wonder how many more will get the advanced class, just because they already had all the necessary skills. Does it give cool new abilities? I match with who? Corbin. That's unfortunate. But yes, it does give a number of new combat abilities. Did your Dana get the same class? She asked. Dana shook her head. No, it gave me Murim Battlemage. Similar in effect to the Spellblade class, but more focused on martial arts. I don't know why it thought that I needed a more close combat fighting style as a mage, but the skills that come with the class are incredible. Rose was about to answer, but Corbin raised a hand to stop her. The others are coming out now. Take notes of what they have gained and let's get out of here the moment that all of us have returned. The other ascended rank Spellblades came out excited about the official status upgrade and the class marking on their arms that came with the system designation of mage, but only a few of the older commanders could say the same thing. They were the ones who had already been exposed to the system during their travels, and had some minor level of benefit from it, though not a whole class designation and marking. Nearly all of the ones who had been successful had gotten mage as a class, but unlike the members of Carl's group, they were not sent to an upgrade scene, but a class creation menu, where they could have chosen other options. Just to be different, one of them chose Warlock as his class, but the rest all chose Mage so that it didn't affect their progression or standing within the Spellblade clan. The clans had thousands of years of history, and if their choice prevented them from advancing within the clan, or stuck at commander rank until their new class caught up to their existing skills, they would have a hard life. It wasn't the huge win that Corbin had been hoping for, but to the newly awakened mages, it was still incredible. They now had access to the inventory, the status sheet, and even to skill trees that would allow them to earn access to new spells that were incredibly difficult to learn on their own, or in some cases completely forgotten before today. One of the higher-level mage spells in the tree was Portal. If they could make it to the peak of the mage skill tree, they would be able to simply open portals on their own, and not rely on arrays. From the way they described it, Carl learned that some of the more powerful leaders of nations were permanently linked to arrays, and some skilled mages carried an array token with them, but under the monarch rank, it was extremely rare to have that sort of access. Leader Corbin, do we have time to go through the skill tree now? Or should we move first? One of the stronger commanders asked. Move first, and we can check your new spells later. What did you see that has you so excited? Corbin asked. I have 80 skill points. My past achievements appear to have been rewarded, and I will be able to choose a number of additional spells. Does anyone know how many points it takes to get them all? He replied. Corbin turned to Carl, who frowned as he did the math. I got some of the more expensive ones free from trials, but if I had to buy them all, it would have taken me nearly 300 points. However, if I had taken the offensive skill tree option, it would have been a fifth of that, but I wouldn't have had access to the most powerful skills my class has to offer. The Beast Master can choose between offensive, defensive and progression paths. It calls progression balance, but really the skills it grants are to core growth. Carl replied. The mage nodded. Mage class is the same way, in that you can specialize in an element for a discount or an arcane to get access to everything, but without the discount. I refrained from choosing before asking anyone. The others laughed and nodded in agreement. They had all done the same thing, waiting for a second opinion before they chose. The last of the mages, an older commander, came out and gave Corbin a thumbs up. The last of the mages, an older commander, came out and gave Corbin a thumbs up. I have finished my history lesson. Are we moving out? He asked. Yes. Many have class skills to choose, and it's not safe to do that here. But first, I must send a message. Corbin explained. He took a small platinum strip out of his pocket, and Carl noted the ornate golden inlay in the design of the world dragon on the front. It glowed with power as Corbin sent a message, and then he nodded. The right people know what happened here now. Let's move. That was a one-time use token to contact the Archbishop, but the other totems will have sensed it. The ones here for certain, but possibly even the ones in the Beast Nation and the Mountain Giant territories. They monitor magical communications all the time, but they shouldn't know what I said. They will, however, likely know where the message started and finished. Before he had even finished his sentence, the air was beginning to shimmer with magic. Take your people and run. Put up the barrier to hide them. Ladies, you can go with them if you'd like. I will play the fool and distract whoever shows up first. Carl insisted. Corbin nodded and put the stealth barrier over his clan, who began to run out of the ruins to the east. Carl noticed that they seemed pale blue and ghostly when they were hidden, where before they were simply invisible. That had to be the effect of Hawk increasing his sensory abilities and sharing them with Carl. Soul sight, Leafa had called it. It wasn't visible when you could see the person, but with their body hidden, the soul became visible. The Spellblades got a 30-second head start before the first portal opened, quickly followed by a second, third and fourth. Wow, did we pick the wrong day to be standing right here? Tessa muttered as the portals finished forming. Carl smiled at her. Should we hide Lotus in a basement or something so she can resurrect the pieces of us later? Not funny. It's most likely a good idea, but not funny. Tessa agreed. Lotus giggled and patted her on the shoulder. There are no basements in these buildings. I can feel the roots of the plants. Just try not to get squished, and maybe ask Lady Ray and Kara to wait out of sight so they're not tempted to start a fight. Ray looked offended. And why would I do that? To get totem rank blood. Point taken. But if there is a chance, we will get you some. Ray smiled, then vanished back into her space, followed by Kara and Hawk, who was making preparations to grab as many people as possible and fly away. He was exceedingly fast in this new body, and they should be able to make it to safety if a fight broke out. 2 ladies per claw, Carl on his back. That should be everyone, and he could still fly with that much weight. Even 4 friends were lighter than a giant boar. The first to step out of a portal was a massive black dragon at the totem rank. That wasn't the leader of the divine beast nation, as they had the only mythic rank creature on the continent, but this was likely the spokesperson for that dragon. Humans. Beast Master. I thank you for your succinct communication style, it made it quite worthwhile to intercept. The dragon began, speaking in serpent. Carl noticed that he no longer needed Remy to translate, he could just understand what the dragon was saying, even while it was speaking another language. While it wasn't directly our intention to make your life easier, I will accept your good intentions. I take it that you are aware of the nature of this place. He replied. The dragon nodded his head, then paused while 3 more totems stepped through their portals to form a semicircle in front of Carl, facing the orb with him between them and the prize. That was not the positioning that Carl had hoped for, but he hadn't had time to move. The archbishop stood between the dragon and a totem-rank Naga in plate armor, while an enormous mountain giant stood at the far end of the group. That would be the general, who was the other totem-ranked leader of the Newbon Empire, Carl assumed, as well as the leader of the mountain giants, whose title Carl didn't know. The dragon turned to the others. Welcome to my new toy, everyone. The general hissed in annoyance. Your toy? This is clearly my relic. Not only is it in the middle of my territory, my people are here first. The archbishop chuckled at the combative pair. Your people? I believe you mean my people. There are 2 clerics of the dragon gods here already, as well as a pair of elites. That math didn't math, and Carl began to wonder which one of them was not being counted. Was it Ophelia in warbear form? Or was it him? The dragon had greeted him separately. The mountain giant chuckled grimly. You have a lot of brave talk for a man whose army can't even hold its own borders. Carl could sense that things were about to go downhill very fast. None of these people liked each other, and he already knew the sort of damage that even a casual fight between totems could do. Lifa and the Emperor weren't actually trying to kill each other, but their strikes destroyed multiple square kilometers with every blow. Of course, they likely wouldn't resort to that here. It would risk the relic, and that was what everyone had come for. The Naga general was the one that decided to go for answers first, instead of bickering with his rivals. You, Carl. The Emperor told me about you. Is it true what it says in the message? This place can awaken classes and advanced classes? He demanded. The archbishop looked like he was ready to burst with excitement, as this could be just the sort of thing that the Golden Dragon Nation needed to push the elite program to a new level. Even a short period of study might bring huge gains. Carl nodded. It helped me. But not everyone. It shows the clerics a vision from their patron deity. It would be better if he didn't throw the others under the bus. If it was unclear what Dana and Ophelia had gained, or if they had even had the chance to make an attempt before the leaders arrived, they might escape the attention of the totems. The totems seemed more concerned with defending against each other than anything that Carl was saying, and for a few seconds, it looked like they might be at a stalemate. Then the general opened another portal, and brought through a whole group of soldiers. One of them was Colonel Liu, the wounded royal rank Minotaur colonel that Carl had brought to the farm the first night. Carl waved to him, and the old Minotaur gave him a thin smile. It didn't take a genius to guess that everyone here under totem rank had a low chance of survival. Find out how to work that. The general demanded. Focus on your devotion and loyalty to the world dragon. Those are the instructions on the plinth. Carl added helpfully. The black dragon tilted its head a little to read the inscription, then nodded. He would let the soldiers try first, and then if it actually did something, he would take action for the divine beasts. If this was an active system activation point, it naturally belonged to the dragons, the heirs to the dragon gods. At least, that was his opinion. The giant seemed to be thinking the same thing, and he opened a portal of his own to call through a handful of soldiers, fresh from battle and still treating their wounds. Praise the gods and request access to the system. The inferior beings have found an access point. He demanded. That was odd phrasing. He made it sound like his people were not the ones who had found it. But who, other than the giants, was going around and destabilizing anomalies in search for relics and trials? Could it be that he simply hadn't received the update from his own people before he sensed Prince Corbin's message? It was taking a while as the monsters tried to understand the method. Then Colonel Lu seemed to have a flash of inspiration, and as he closed his eyes he smiled, then vanished. Well, there is one success. Let's see how his luck is. Carl noted. Luck? The general asked. Carl shrugged. Aren't all things system-related affected by luck? Only the lucky few could activate it, even 10,000 years ago. It was a large portion of the population, but not even close to everyone. Plus, everyone who has entered so far got a different opportunity or vision. The massive Naga general frowned as he considered the options. The giants weren't having any luck with the relic, and everyone was pretending that they hadn't noticed the small portal that led to the border between the Golden Dragon Nation and the Hill Giants. Nobody had come through that one, but it was close enough that Carl knew they didn't have to. They just had to focus on the orb, and they might be able to activate it. What Carl really wanted to know was if the giants were going to be able to activate it, as they didn't follow the World Dragon. This wasn't an anomaly that just anyone could enter, and the requirement might make it difficult for them. But if that portal to the border led to the location the students were fighting at, there might be dozens of advanced classes gained today. Then, 3 more of the soldiers, 2 orcs and a troll, all vanished. That made it nearly half of the monsters, and no giants so far. Are you going to get in on this game? Carl asked the massive black dragon, whose casually stretched wing was shading his entire group. Young people are always in such a hurry. There will be time, or I can make time. The dragon replied. Then you should probably make sure that Misty doesn't wander away. Carl agreed. The dragon chuckled, and puffed out a cloud of darkness that gave everyone present a chill down their spines. Black dragons breathed death, a literal cloud of underworld energy which made life impossible within its radius. It was a sign of favor from the goddess of death, and at totem rank, even the slightest of contact would put most targets beyond the reach of even Lotus resurrection magic. The rest of the monsters managed to make it in over the next minute, but only one of the giants, a commander rank female, had vanished so far. That was not the success that their totem rank leader had expected, and the frustration was visible in both his expression and his posture. That was making the other giants nervous that they would be punished for failure, and the more nervous they were, the less likely they were to succeed. The one who had the easiest time of anyone was Lotus, as she fully and immediately embraced any opportunity that the gods granted, without even taking a second to wonder what it was. It was an opportunity, and that meant it was something new. There were few things that nature clerics loved more than something new. Even Tessa had taken a few seconds to mentally prepare herself. That was when the first of the Nubon Empire soldiers to enter came back out with a huge smile on his face. Colonel Lu, report. The totem rank general insisted. The orb brought me to a space controlled by the system. Then it insulted me for being so slow to awaken a class ability, and sent repeated messages denigrating my level of motivation to better myself. Carl did his best not to laugh as the aging Minotaur went through the list of grievances that the system had with a man well past his middle years finally awakening a class ability. Then it awarded me the warrior class and said that was all I deserved. The colonel finished. So, it did grant you access to the system? That is wonderful news. The general cheered. Yes, General. It appears that I now have access to the system. The giant growled, and the general's hand went to his sword, while the black dragon huffed in annoyance. Then, the massive creature reached a forelimb into a distorted area of space and pulled out a 5-meter-wide basket full of blankets and eggs. He whispered something that Carl couldn't make out, and a few seconds later, all of the eggs in the basket vanished. So that was his play. He wasn't trying to awaken a class for existing dragons, but for the next generation. That way, the dragons would have system users for thousands of years, even if the resurgence began to fade instead of growing stronger. The frustration of the giants was building as their group continued to fail to get any more members into the trial, right up to the moment that the lone female giant to enter returned. What did you find? The giant demanded as she came back out in shining silver plate armor. It is a trial set by the World Dragon. We must request his permission to enter. However, I have made great gains today. I was awarded the class of Knight, and access to a skill tree of new abilities. The leader of the giants nodded in satisfaction, then gestured to the remainder of his force. They had all been listening intently, and once they changed their strategy, it didn't take long before another giant managed to enter, then a third. But by then, most of the Newbon Empire group had started to emerge from the trial. Carl was listening to them giving their reports of being assigned the fighter class, with only one shaman and a blood mage among them. That last one was a slender demon man with red skin, and Carl assumed that it was likely an exclusive only available to his species. Behind him, he felt a growth of power, and saw that Lotus' eyes were glowing green. She had moved behind Tessa, and was facing away from the totems, likely hoping that they would mistake whatever she was doing for a healing spell. But when the power peaked, the black dragon turned to face her, focused directly on the nature priestess for a moment before looking back to the purple orb, where his clutch of eggs should be finishing their trials. Carl suspected that Lotus had been letting her dragon patron see through her eyes, but the black dragon totem looked somehow smug as he waited now, and Carl suspected that there was more going on here than he was comprehending. If it was possible for the offspring of the divine dragons to use their link to their clerics to access a trial like this, they might be using it to grow their own powers. As Carl understood what Tessa had told him about the situation, the dragons they were paired with weren't necessarily dragons from this world, only adherents to the same god. So, they might have never seen a holy relic of the world dragon before. Given the personality of the green dragons, they wouldn't pass up the chance to go in and play, even if it meant just watching a historical movie. By the time that the second giant came out, all of the Newbon army troops were out, and they were just waiting to see what happened with the dragons. They might get a class, or they might not. The black dragon had sent eggs into the trial, and while dragons were sentient for a while before they hatched, legend said that most species couldn't awaken a system until puberty. That was deemed to be a safety measure by the gods, so that small children didn't wreak havoc in the cities. But whether it applied to dragons or not, nobody knew. The first one of the dragons out was Lotus Green Dragon Companion, if Carl's guess about what the glowing eyes meant was correct. Then, a small white dragon hatchling emerged from the trial, and landed in the basket all of the eggs had arrived in. It was adorable, no larger than a full-grown house cat. For a moment, even Carl was enraptured by its cuteness, until Thor broke him from his distraction. Do you think that they would let us borrow one? Scaled creatures grow up very fast in your care. I'm sure the little ones wouldn't mind. He suggested. Oh, you need to learn the skill. If you already had the head pat for a skill ability, they would definitely give you a hatchling to raise. Remy added. Carl sighed. That's 50 skill points. I have one left. Boo this man. I joke, we know that you needed to get Rampage before you changed classes. Remy amended. The dragon stared down at Carl. You look like you've got something on your mind. Carl shrugged. I was just thinking that I've gotten rather good at raising scaled friends, and they grow up exceptionally strong and healthy in my care. You can't have a baby dragon. He can't have a baby dragon. Please don't give him a baby dragon. The Black Dragon, the General and the Archbishop all spoke at the same time, then paused as they realized that they were all on the same side of what they had expected to be an argument. "Are you certain?" "I swear, I'm superb with scale rubs, and I have a supplemental nature cleric to assist," Carl joked. The Black Dragon huffed in amusement as another pair of hatchlings came out and began chattering with the White Dragon whelp to find out what was going on. It was an interesting offer, but they quickly realized that the big dragons wouldn't allow it before they were fully trained and grown enough to travel alone. The rest of the dragons came out over the next minute, all excited about their new class assignment and the opportunities that they would have in the future. A dozen baby dragons with class skills put the Divine Beast Nation way ahead of the others, even if half the academy had gotten a new class through the portal the Archbishop had opened. "Hey, Amalgaristica, before you leave, do you think that you could demonstrate your Druid Lord class skill for us?" Carl asked the baby green dragon, by name. The system interface gave names that were color-coded by class, and most of them were destined to be clerics or warriors, but that one had been a deep emerald green that had intrigued Carl enough to check its status. The tiny green creature flew out of the nest, circled Carl twice, then landed on Lotus' shoulder facing him. "How did you know that I'm a Druid Lord?" she asked. "It's visible to other system users. I've never seen the class before, so I'm quite curious what the class skill for a green dragon who is also a Druid Lord will be," Carl explained. "Oh, that makes sense. Here." The Black Dragon began to laugh as a 10-meter-tall, commander-rank construct made entirely of vines appeared in the ruins. It had a few larger-than-usual leaves, approximating modesty, but it was shaped so similarly to Lotus that the dragon couldn't help but make comparisons. It even looked like it had the same undercut hairstyle. "That is incredible. You are a natural artist," Lotus exclaimed as she gently petted the dragon's head. The Black Dragon glared at them. "What did I just say? You cannot have a baby dragon." Carl raised his hands in surrender. "I am not trying to steal a dragon. I just wanted to know what the class skill was. That construct is spectacular. It is giving off a healing aura, slowly repairing the buildings, and regrowing the plants in the area, all at once. For a commander rank class skill, it is incredibly overpowered." The massive dragon looked smug on the little one's behalf. "Did you expect less of a disciple of the nature goddess? My apologies, my world was too small. I was judging a dragon's potential by human standards. Your words are polite, but you still have the baby dragon." Carl reached over to tickle the little dragon under its chin, which made it giggle as it took flight, returning to the mobile nest before it got in trouble for making new friends as well. "Don't worry, Lotus. We will find another chance to interact with baby dragons. I am certain of it," Carl whispered. The basket of dragon whelps vanished once the last one was back inside, and that seemed to be the trigger for tensions between the factions ramping up. Now that the little ones were gone, all of the totems seemed to be focused on taking the relic for themselves. Normally, they wouldn't directly fight with each other. There were political alliances to consider, and the wrath of the mythic rank Black Dragon that quietly ruled the continent. But that didn't mean that they weren't going to find a way to fight over it. "How should we settle this? Champions or a wager?" the Black Dragon asked his counterparts. "Like hell. There is no way I will gamble with you," the totem rank mountain giant complained. The Archbishop shrugged. "What sort of wager did you have in mind? Or we can do champions if you like. 3 of us have a royal rank representative here." Colonel Lu snorted in annoyance. He already knew that no royal rank opponent would be able to take Carl out. Even if he didn't call out his beasts, he was a beast himself in combat. The mountain giant looked at Carl and the royal rank options in the newborn army team. He didn't know much about Carl, but he had heard rumors about an elite to be aware of on the hill giant lines not long ago. That could be him. But the leader didn't recall all the details. "I suggest that we wager on which nation obtains the next totem," the dragon suggested with a sly smile. The Archbishop shrugged. That was a reasonable sort of bet. It was hard to tell which overlord would actually grow enough to reach the bottleneck, and nearly impossible to guess which would break it first. The mountain giant smirked at the dragon. He had a successor who was very close to the bottleneck. He had a very good chance of winning. I would take that bet. The giant agreed. The general was about to say something, when he noticed that Carl's entire team, except Carl and Dana, who had her mask up, had turned away to poorly hide their laughter. He glared at them for a moment, trying to understand what he was missing, then glanced at the dragon, who hadn't lost the smug smile. They knew what had happened with Overlord Lifa. They had to, or they wouldn't be so smug. Pick another wager. That one is no good. He insisted. The archbishop looked startled, while the giant was confused. You didn't have to bet on your own nation, it could be one of the human nations you bet on as well, or even an enemy nation. Why would the bet be no good? The phrasing didn't make sense. The archbishop looked at the others. Then another wager. Something different from the usual, perhaps. The mountain giant smirked. How about we test it by preparedness? The word seemed to translate strangely in Carl's head, and the system hung up on the word for a moment, as if unsure what meaning to assign to it. How so? The general asked. The dragon tilted its head. Why not make it a best of 3? Other than ourselves, we will wager on which warrior here has the best thing. The other totems considered that for a moment. The archbishop looked dubious about his chance of winning, while the general seemed indifferent. But the giant looked suspiciously at the dragon. Is this not just an excuse to have our subordinates take out their best items so you can have them killed and looted later? It had better be. Ray agreed. Right? We are short on good things. Kara added. The beast master thinks it is a good idea. The dragon laughed. Colonel Lu, the Minotaur, snorted a challenge. That's because he fully intends to kill everyone else for their loot the moment that you all leave. And he can probably do it, too. Are you becoming a coward in your old age? The general asked. He can summon monarch-ranked bodyguards and personally one-hit kill a royal-ranked cyclops. I am no coward, but I am telling you now that I can't win that fight. The Minotaur complained. Really? The archbishop asked. That was not in the official records of Carl's abilities. The dragon held up a claw to stop Carl from answering. Why don't we wager on that? Bring us a monarch-ranked giant, and we will see if the beast master can one-hit kill above his rank. I trust the soldier that he can do it to one of his rank. So, we can wager on one rank higher. If he succeeds, I will have one of my clerics bring the giant back to life. Then, if we have more than one correct wager, we will make another wager for the winners.